Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Pirates, they won 9-3 yesterday over the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim in the first game of 3 in the series. Pirates and Angels play again tonight, same time as yesterday, 9:38 start. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, our pregame coverage. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli. That begins at 8:40 tonight. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. You've heard us say this before. It has a cool ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe it said 300. Wouldn't the 260 be a little bit nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I have dropped over 50 pounds with Awaken 180. There's no reason you can't drop 40 or more pounds by the 4th. Ringing Independence Day, shirt off, confident, most importantly, you're feeling happy. You reached your goal weight with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open that beer, roast up the hot dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. And they stand by it. I haven't put a pound back on for almost 2 years. In fact, I've lost a couple more pounds. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
The Carpenters Training Center is holding its annual open house Saturday, May 3rd from 8 to 3 with food, prizes, kids corner, and a virtual construction site. Their 4-year apprentice program is tuition-free, and you earn competitive wages and benefits while you learn. Information sessions begin at 9 a.m. and noon. Learn about a career in the union building trades and start the application process. May the 4th be with you as apprentices build Star Wars-themed picnic tables to be donated to children's charities around Pittsburgh. Find out more at kmltf.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona New Cigar CAO event on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, April 25th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon, and Lawrenceville Distilling. Meet Mark, representee of General Cigar. Save 25% on any CAO cigar box or buy 10, get 3 free, plus raffles for great prizes. Event posted on Facebook, so be sure to like them. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Pittsburgh. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Oh, it's always a great day when the Pirates win a baseball game. Let's go. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. And this is the Fan Early Morning Show. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. Give me a call. Tell me how you feel. 412-928-9370. We can talk about it. We can react. Also, the draft's coming up tomorrow night. The NFL draft will be here. And perhaps the speculation will cease because we'll have tangible players that the Steelers will have the option of using or developing, because, you know, sometimes they don't always start their draft choices, especially the high ones, for some reason. So we'll see. A statement was also made by the Steelers yesterday that the Aaron Rodgers situation will not affect how the Steelers draft. So basically the Steelers saying what you would expect them to say, which was that they're going to do what they were going to do no matter what. Aaron Rodgers has no bearing on that decision. And that's the thing you're supposed to say when you're a franchise that's bowing to the negotiations of one Aaron Rodgers. You're supposed to say that. But if the Aaron Rodgers decision doesn't affect what you're doing, then I think you're lost. I mean, I think realistically you can't go into this draft without considering what's going on with Aaron Rodgers, because Aaron Rodgers being a part of the Steelers or not could drastically affect how this team looks, feels, plays. So don't be so hasty with that. With those words there, Steelers. I think that the decision should come down to what Aaron Rodgers also does. It's just that's something that makes common sense. But they're going to say it doesn't, and that's fine. 412-928-9370. There's plenty to talk about as it relates to Pittsburgh sports. You can talk to me over the phone. Again, 412-928-9370. I love getting phone calls in the morning. I love having conversations. So if you're out there and you feel like your conversation is one that is stimulating, dial the phone, 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X as well, at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. And you can share your thoughts with me on there as well. Just make sure you tag that account at Callis_33. Or just search my name. I'm sure you can find it. Nicholas Callis there on X. Also wanted to mention this. I mean, I'm in high spirits right now. We're finally getting that warm weather coming through as we get toward the end of April here. And I am super happy that now I can wake up and not be absolutely freezing. Like, it's 48 degrees right now in the greater Pittsburgh area. High is supposed to be 76 today. It's amazing. I mean, it was just like 2 weeks ago, I was still waking up, and it was like there was frost on the windshield. There's finally turned into the right spot where the sun's going to hit it and keep it warm. And that makes me very happy. So if you're going outside today, like, just say, don't even wear a jacket. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about long sleeves. Like, start wearing those shorts and those short sleeve shirts if you can. It is nice outside. But I did want to make mention of that. We're finally getting that warm weather. And yesterday was hot. I remember I was doing baseball for Bethel Park. Bethel Park was playing Moon area up there around Coraopolis. Coriopolis, as the Pittsburghers call it. Yeah, I was up there, and yeah, it was great. I was just outside, and it feels like I'm getting a suntan. Like, it's awesome outside. The weather is great. All right, let's get down to the sports talk. So first, I want to focus on. Excuse me. Sorry, I had a frog in my throat. I want to focus on baseball a little bit. I also want to focus on parts of the draft. I gave my opinion on what I think of Shedeur Sanders yesterday, and so I think he would benefit the Steelers. So we can continue to talk about like what different options the Steelers have and what positions that they should consider as they go into the draft. We'll talk about the Pirates first because the Pirates won, and they're 9-15 now, which does not look good. The season is almost lost, but not quite lost. Like there's still opportunity for the Pirates to come back and to figure things out, and I want to believe that. Now it's just a matter of whether they'll execute or not. So don't come on the phone line or go on social media and bury me for that opinion. I do believe that there is room for this team to be good enough to come back. Like I want to believe that, and I almost have to believe that out of survival. Because if I don't believe it, my summer is going to be ruined. Because I want baseball to matter over the summer, and I like to tell myself that the Steelers. Excuse me. I like to tell myself that the Pirates can figure it out because, there have been signs that they can play well. Now, they beat the Cardinals in a series. They beat the Nationals in a series, which are good things. They took a game against the Yankees. They didn't get swept by the Yankees, which are good things here. But they also got swept by the Reds and swept by the Cleveland Guardians, which are not good things. And so right now they have lost more games than they've won, putting them in last place in the division. But then I see them play against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim yesterday, and I'm partially inspired. Now, again, the Angels not a good team. They haven't been a good team for a while, and they are spinning in the same type of poor situation that the Pirates have been in. But when you have a Pirates team where you claim that they're as bad as they may be, any opponent, any win should be cherished, perhaps. Maybe that's a word too far. Should be appreciated. That's a better word. Every win should be appreciated. And the offensive output, the Pirates were able to get O'Neal Cruz up to the plate 6 times. Well, and Reynolds and McCutchen and Valdez. No, excuse me, just Reynolds and McCutchen. And Manuel Valdez got pinch hit for, which they wanted to get Triolo in there to bat as a righty later in the game. So Valdez got 3 at-bats, 4 plate appearances. Triolo got 2 at-bats. Whatever, he also got a hit, so that's fine. Then Valdez went over, but they batted him cleanup again, which is nice to see. It's good. McCutchen with the big home run, 2 for 5. Brian Reynolds 3 hits. O'Neal Cruz 2 hits. So inspiring stuff. Joey Bart with 2 hits. Pirates total as a team out-hit the Angels 18-5 and won 9-3. So that's great. It was a good offensive output against a pitcher that, again, not great, not a good pitcher. Jose Siriano gave up 5 runs on 8 hits. So not a great opponent. However, despite all that, the point I want to make is keep the lineup relatively the same. O'Neal Cruz batting leadoff, good. Brian Reynolds 2 is good. McCutchen 3, Valdez 4, that's fine. Joey Bart batting 5th, sure, I like that. Everybody else down below that, not necessarily concerned about. But keep those top 5 where they are. Don't worry about splitting up lefties. Like, your top 5 should be solidly in place. And Neil Walker even said that yesterday, and I agreed with him. Neil Walker talked on the morning show. He talks every Tuesday morning on the Fan Morning Show. And he was talking about how he may feel like this is an old-school mentality, but, he wants to go into a season having a general idea of where he's going to bat most games. Not that you can't change the lineup at certain points, and every team will need rest at some point. But he was talking about how Clint Hurdle would go into each month and just ask them how they were feeling, and he would let them schedule their own off days if they were feeling fatigued during certain months. Is Derek Shelton doing that? There's been no indication of that. It's not like Derek Shelton has flat out said that in any press conferences. He just talks about off days, and these are the decisions he's making, and there are players available versus players that are off and not available. Whatever explanations he gives. I mean, Neil Walker talking about how Clint Hurdle would manage the team that way at off days and player fatigue. And also Neil talked about, like, it was nice to know what spot in the lineup you were going to be in on a regular basis because it changed the mentality that he had specifically when he would, take his approaches in games. Because there is a difference between batting second and batting, fifth or sixth, which is where Neil batted in his career. He was either, a two-hitter for the team when they were, good, or he was the hitter in the 5 or 6 spot in the order. So, like, I agree with that because, like, you want your top 5 guys to have confidence and have a consistent approach at the plate. Like, Pedro Alvarez was another one of those guys where, like, you thought he would have been, like, a good cleanup hitter, but I think he always put too much pressure on himself when he would bat cleanup to, like, actually produce. And when they actually moved him down in the order, he hit better. So when he was a consistent 6-hitter in 2013, whenever Justin Morneau and Marlon Byrd got acquired, like, that was a good lineup. Although people have mixed feelings about how Justin Morneau impacted the Pirates in 2013. But then in 2014, like, they noticed that. Like, it was the same thing Clint Hurdle noticed, and so he switched the lineup around and put Pedro in a spot where he'd thrive, not necessarily where you'd expect him to hit. Like, that's managing. That's feeling out the team. But wherever a guy bats, it should be in a consistent spot. Like, moving guys around, I think, is not necessarily the wisest decision. And so, like, this lineup last night, just ride with it for a little bit. Cruz, Reynolds, McCutchen, Valdez, Bart. I don't really care about splitting up lefties. Like, I don't care about any of that necessarily. McCutchen batting third, like, interestingly enough, like, it feels right. Keep those 5 guys in the top 5. Like, that's what I want to preach. That's what I want to somehow persuade the Pirates to do on this radio show. Like, keep that lineup the same. At least the top 5 guys. Keep them the same. I mean, I think that consistency over time will breed success. And then if things slow down, like, mix it up a day or two. There's a formula right now that I think will work if you keep those guys the same. But, like, mixing them around, or like I said, Valdez being moved around the order just because of righty-lefty matchups, like, that doesn't make sense to me. And Neil said he's old school for thinking that. I'm younger than he is. And I think the same thing. Like, when I would bat in high school, like, I hated, like, my high school coach would bat me 4th one game and then 7th the other game. And those are two different mentalities when you're hitting and you get put in different situations just based on how the game gets paced. I didn't like that. So I can imagine how Valdez feels or how he produces when he's batting cleanup in a crucial run-producing spot in the order one game, and then, another game he's toward the bottom of the order taking a different approach because, when you're at the bottom of the order, you want to try to get on base however you can so that the top of the order can come back up as many times as possible. So that's my take on it. 412-928-9370. What do you think? Let's take some phone calls now. Start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry, it's GP. How you doing, buddy?
I'm all right. I'm on a bit of a roll this morning. What's up?
I got a few things for you. Remember we talked about this last week. They need to keep the lineup consistent.
That's right.
This Valdez, he's just an average hitter. That's all he is. I mean, let's keep the order like we have it up top, like you said. Cruz looks like he's pretty good at the first pick. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so that's for that. Now, the next thing is the Steelers. Here's where they're going to make their splash move on the draft. They're going to unload Pickens. That's my prediction. They're going to unload him tomorrow night. They're going to trade. What do you think about that, Harry?
Well, I've heard some insiders say that the Steelers are not going to trade him, so I don't think I don't think
You
that's
don't-
going to happen. No, there's been some pretty solid behind-the-scenes reporting that's pretty much the Steelers have said pretty much they're not gonna trade him. They have no interest in trading him. So
Well, we'll find out. Now, one last thing, buddy. When you come in the morning here with that tune, play some Back in Black to get the fans that are up this early, to get them rolling. Back in Black, all right? That's my request for tomorrow, okay?
all right, GP. Hey, thanks for the call.
All right, buddy. Take care.
All right. Yeah, Steelers not trading George Pickens. That I don't believe that's going to happen just based on what I've heard from insiders. I mean, insiders not 100% correct, but the sources I've heard from I trust. So I say, no, they're not going to trade him. They are going to try to maximize their offensive efforts here. I think they're going to try to make the most out of what could be considered a contract year for George Pickens, and they're going to maximize their offense by keeping George Pickens and DK Metcalf together. So, none of that. Yeah, then back to the Pirates. I mean, that's what I'm preaching here about the Pirates is keep that lineup consistent, keep the lineup how it is. I mean, I think there's several different reasons why I think having a consistent spot in the lineup, especially when you're in the first half of it, I think having a consistent spot just adds confidence. It adds repetition. It adds the ability to acquire some confidence when you get into that routine of being in that same spot. And it's a long season, and I know that's tough. And again, it's not to say that you can never mix up the lineup, but it seems like the Pirates have mixed up the lineup early in the season and then have just struggled to keep it consistent. They've struggled to they've struggled offensively, and I think it has something to do with them mixing up the lineup, giving certain players off days. Like the Pirates should not have been swept by the Cleveland Guardians. I will wholeheartedly preach that right now, that the Pirates should not have gotten swept. Maybe not won the series. Cleveland is a good team. Should not have been swept in that series. They very well could have taken that third game, and if they don't give up a certain amount of runs here, or Jack Sawinski doesn't strike out to end the game on Friday in that game, and maybe they have a better offensive construction there, maybe their offense could find a way to come all the way back and win. So it's just again, that consistency. So you get a 9-run performance out of the Pirates against the Angels yesterday, and that lineup, that 1 through 5 group that's there, keep them where they are. Like I said, Cruz, Reynolds, McCutchen, Valdez, Bart, keep them together. And keep them in those spots, 1 through 5. I like it. Pirates and Angels play again tonight, same time, 9:38. The odd West Coast time of 9:38, the start time. But you can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have coverage for you beginning at 8:40, so you can listen to the game and follow it here with us on 93.7 The Fan. 412-928-9370. You're welcome to give me a call. It is early in the morning. Yeah, if you're out there, tell me what you're doing right now. I do like to hear that sometimes where, people are just telling me, why they're up. I love asking people, why are you insane enough to be up at 5 in the morning listening to Sports Talk Radio? So if you got any interesting thing you're doing, whether you're driving home from work, I've heard that sometimes. I've heard that people are getting up early, or people just, their routine is to wake up around 5 in the morning, whatever it is. Let me know what you're doing. 412-928-9370. And you can also talk about the Pirates or the Steelers if you want. Pirates won yesterday 9-3 in the first game of a 3-game series against the Los Angeles Angels. Steelers are fully focused on the draft, considering that it is tomorrow. So we'll see. The first round is tomorrow, rounds 2 and 3 on Friday. So, big picks coming up over the next couple days. What do you think about the Steelers? What do you think about the options that the Steelers have? What do you think about the approach? Are you convinced, like GP is, that the Steelers are going to trade George Pickens? I've heard no, but You know, the Steelers have lied before, so who knows? I mean, and who do you think the Steelers should pick? Do you think they should get a quarterback in the first round, or are you afraid because of what happened with Kenny Pickett that maybe they shouldn't draft a quarterback and they should focus on other positions on the team and trust Mason Rudolph if Aaron Rodgers doesn't sign to go into the season and win football games? 412-928-9370. I'm going to take one more call before I go to break, so we'll take this guy. Good morning. What's your name?
Anthony, how are you, man?
Doing good. What's up?
Just burning the early morning hours here, heading to the airport. You said you want to know what people are doing, heading over to Phoenix. But I wanted to call in. I mean, I'm a huge baseball fan. However, I would rather talk about Top Dog Law commercials than the Pirates, because every time I talk about them, it's like the worst memories of and the word. It brings up this visceral hate of everything that's going on right now. We win a game, and I'm still miserable because I'm like, how is Shelty coaching this team right now? And I look at the lineup, and I'm like, why is the lineup? It makes no sense to me. It's just a frustrating cycle. And then on top of it, of course, nutting. There's nothing in my entire body that I want to do more than be at every Pirate game, root for every Pirate player. But it's so tough because as long as Nutting owns the team, as long as he just has this lackadaisical approach to everything, it's really hard to support him.
I get you. Why are you going to Phoenix?
I've got meetings out there. So I was in West Virginia. I'm heading to Phoenix now, and then tomorrow night at 1 in the morning I fly to New York. So it's a bang, bang, bang trip. So
that is unreal.
And 48 wasn't good enough. 48 wasn't good enough today. I've got to go for 90 this afternoon and get in the heat.
Well, enjoy your time on the West Coast, and I'm sorry you feel that way about the Pirates, but I think we can all relate on some levels. I appreciate it. What's up? Good.
And I got one more thing, too, on the Pickens thing. There's not a chance we trade him. If the Steelers are serious, which I think they are, about getting Rodgers in here, you got to surround him with weapons. I mean, that's why the Kyle Pitts conversations came up. Trying to figure out how to get as many weapons there. And we're not going to quote Tomlin, we're not going to live in our fears. They're going to have to draft a quarterback. I just don't know if they're in love enough with the guys this year. I think if Jackson Dart would fall to, say, the second round, they'd probably trade up to try to make a move on a guy like that. I still think we're going to go D-line round one when the chips settle. You know, it's a Steelers draft, so there will be a tight end in there somewhere. I'm guessing round 6 or so. But there's no chance we trade Plaxico. That's how I'm feeling right now. It's early morning. There's no chance that we trade Pickens at this point. He's got too much upside for a quarterback like Rodgers. They probably think that he could resurrect him and get him on a different path there. So I don't think there's a chance. You put Metcalf and Pickens in there, and everyone's forgetting about Roman Wilson Jr. But we didn't really see much of him. But he could have an emergent second year, not injured, and it could be interesting to see what happens there with that trio. Right.
Well, hey, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. It was a good call. Enjoy Phoenix. Yeah, I hear what you're saying on all counts. Pirates, no good. It's tough. It's tough to root for them. Steelers, yeah, I don't think they're going to trade Pickens either. Like I said, they went all around the draft board, which is nice. Yeah, I mean, I think that it would best benefit them, like I've been saying, though. I think it would best benefit them to draft a quarterback in the first round. So don't live in your fears. Steelers need not live in their fears. I like that quote, too. That was good. Get a quarterback for sure. For sure, Shador. Rhymes. We still got a day. Got one more. We got one more morning show before the draft. So, I mean, we'll have plenty to talk about over the next couple of days as it relates to who the Steelers can draft and what positions they need. We'll keep talking about it. 412-928-9370. I got to get to a break, but I'll come back and we can talk more with the time we have left. My name is Nicholas Aricalis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Wednesday morning rush. Seeing a little bit of heavy traffic on the outbound side of the Parkway West past I-79. Crews had been working there with a lane restriction that has since been lifted. Inbound just a little heavy into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East a little heavy between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. No problems on Route 28. That's fairly steady from Harmer down to the north side. And if you happen to be traveling McKnight Road, don't forget northbound, you have a single lane past John Anna Drive as crews continue work there. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Warning, the national debt is spiraling out of control. Trade wars are causing record volatility, and inflation could make a devastating comeback. Will you sit on the sidelines and wait, or will you take action today to help protect your hard-earned retirement savings? And what if you could do it tax and penalty-free? Find out more by requesting your free 2025 gold and silver kit from the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. Plus, you could get an unlimited instant match on bonus silver if you qualify. Call 855-969-GOLD to learn more. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Crazy how life worked. 1 minute you're fine, next minute you hurt. All you did was go to the store, and you got yourself into a crazy accident. Broke your arm, 2 broken ribs, lost your eyesight in one of your eyes. Crazy accident. All from just going to the store. Life is crazy. Medics came, put you on a stretcher. They ain't tie you down right, they dropped you on your face. All your teeth got knocked out. This is crazy. All from just going to the store. You see how life works? You got 1 broken arm, lost your vision in your eyes. Now you ain't got no teeth. Every action has a reaction. You called the dog, top dog. That dog went and bit him. Now you up. Now you way up. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Top dog law.
This is Ron Schlauber from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. We've been simplifying the home selling process since 2015. If you're thinking of selling, give us a call. We'll help you get the most money in the least amount of time. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Spring is here. The sun shining, the flowers blooming, and the backyard officially a margarita oasis. Kick off the warmer weather with tequila from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Stock up for Cinco de Mayo with Lunazul Tequila Blanco 750 milliliter. Grab 1800 Tequila Silver 1.75 liter for your outdoor happy hours. Both are $4 off. Both are perfect for margaritas. Shop more tequilas on sale for spring in-store or online at FWGS.com. Offers end May 4th, 2025. Please enter responsibly.
How do you feel when you switch to Geico and save on your car insurance? It's like unloading the grocery bags from your car and you decide you can get all the bags in one trip.
I can do it.
So you load up all 14 grocery bags on both arms. Sure, you can't feel your fingers and forgot to take your house keys out.
Almost there.
But you never put down one bag, and you made it inside all in one trip, like the bag-carrying boss you are.
Yes!
Yep, switching and saving with Geico feels just like that. Get more with Geico.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Planting a tree? Putting in a fence? Whether your project is big or small, Columbia Gas reminds you know what's below and contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig. Your utility companies will mark any underground lines near your work area. Contacting 811 is free for homeowners and it's the law. Avoid possible penalties, costly repairs, or injuries. Safety is in your hands. Every dig, every time. For more information, visit ColumbiaGasOfPA.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Thank God I got a chance to wake up.
It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. And just as quickly as I'm saying hello, I'm going to have to say goodbye because I am out of time. This show is over. We'll talk more about the draft tomorrow since it is draft day tomorrow. And also going to talk about the Pirates. We'll have another game against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim to react to. So come back tomorrow after the Sports Talk Day and keep listening all day. It's 24/7 Sports Talk here on Pittsburgh's hometown sports station, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Doran is coming up next right here on The Fan.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. It's about employee pricing right now. Over 1,900 new Fords at Schultz Ford. Listen, be sure to ask about that best price guarantee, that employee pricing right now. This spring, it's time to get in a new Ford. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. That employee pricing, simple. You pay what everyone who works at Schultz Ford is paying. So how about that? It is gigantic. They got the best service. They got the best people. You're going to be treated oh so well at Schultz Ford. So again, employee pricing. You looking at that F-150, maybe that Mustang, an Explorer, anything really. Get into Schultz Ford and do it right now. And you can shop online 24/7, 365 right now at schultzford.com.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling our heroes at Zero Res. The sun's coming in, you've got longer days, you don't want the sun to reveal dirt, dander, and disgustingness. No, step into a fresher, cleaner home this spring with Zero Res. Zero Res removes winter's buildup and lingering odors, giving your home a fresh, spring-ready feel, preparing your home for the brighter days ahead. Don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. And just check out the 10,000 plus raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona New Cigar CAO event on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, April 25th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon, and Lawrenceville Distilling. Meet Mark, representee of General Cigar. Save 25% on any CAO cigar box, or buy 10, get 3 free, plus raffles for great prizes. Event posted on Facebook, so be sure to like them. Call 412-828-9119 for details. Stop by the Apple Inn on West Liberty Avenue in Dormont for Wild Wednesdays. It's a 25-cent jumbo wing happy hour from 5 to 8 p.m. And get Blue Moon drafts for just $3 all day. Wild Wednesdays, the Apple Inn Dormont. Get to the Apple.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas.
relax. Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In McKeesport, we had an earlier multi-alarm structure fire tying up the intersection of Riverview Avenue and Packer Street. Watch for possible delays through the zone. Parkway West inbound heavy around the Banksville merge point, while the Parkway East lines up at Edgewood Swissvale. Route 28 up to speed from Harmon to the north side. Parkway North Main Line also up to speed where the HOV lanes are open until 10 o'clock. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Dickerson, Crowley, Nicholas, Harry Callis behind the glass. We are 38 hours, 18 minutes, and 20 seconds away from the NFL draft. I love that ESPN has this up at all times. Doesn't matter which ESPN channel it is. It's going to be on, and so we will keep you updated. That's how time works. 38 hours, 18 minutes in, 5 seconds now. Doran, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing great. Doing fantastic.
Harry? Hump day. We humping it.
Yep.
Hello.
You had an event last night.
Yes. It was fantastic. It was to benefit Parkinson's, and Jason Mackey was there. Tim Benz was there. Steve Blass. Kenta Colby. It was a great event, and it's the second time that we were invited to this event. We did it last year at Mike's Beer Bar. Last night we did it in the left field lounge.
Nice.
Of PNC Park. Great turnout, and a great cause too. So we got to talk some sports, and it was fantastic. Kelly from Star was there as well.
Oh, she's a rock star.
Rock star. Yes, it
she's
was a great
the queen.
Event. Yes, she is.
Did you wear an earring?
I did not.
What?
No, I didn't. I did last year.
See, I thought I had you pegged.
Nope, you don't. It's a feel thing.
When you're out and about, usually
I do have the earring.
You got the earring in. It's a cool look.
I like it. I used to wear 2 earrings back in the day.
2?
Yep.
Now it's just the one.
Just the one. Grown up.
That's right. Tim Benz and Jason Mackey are not the same size and shape.
No.
Nor are you and Tim.
Right.
Or you and Mackey. A cavalcade.
Yes.
Eclectic group of Pittsburgh sports media stars.
Yes.
You just sat up there, talked some sports, a little microphone action.
Yep.
Were you on like stools? So you could lean forward with the microphone and look kind of cool that way?
No, just at a table.
At a table.
At a table. Those 2 guys are great writers.
They are.
No, really. Like, I mean, they've been writing for a long time. Obviously, Benz has been writing for a long time. And, just us, in Pittsburgh kind of take that for granted for all the good writers and great writers we've had for the longest time, even going back to, obviously, Ron Cook and those
Gene
guys.
Collier. And
It's a lot different than talking, I mean, whenever you sit there and you write and get your thoughts out and you get people to, engage into what you're saying by your words, like, that's a hard thing to do. It really is, and it's a talent to capture, and those guys they do a really good job at it.
They do, and I love Mackie, and you know how big a fan I am of Tim Benz. Tim knows that. Tim is one of the hardest workers I've ever seen in the industry, and has been able to pivot and do a whole bunch of different stuff. I mean, he was hosting a morning show back in the day that I would produce as a fill-in guy, and it was goofy. It was really good. And then he moved on. He wound up in Boston for a little bit. They came back here, Breakfast with Benz, which he's had to have been doing for
a long time. Ellis Cannon obviously was he was emceeing, so Tim and Ellis, they work together a lot.
Ellis predated me at the old place, but another super talented guy that's been doing it for a long time. That's a cool group.
Yes, it is. A lot of passion.
Yes.
A lot of passion.
Pride, passion, Pittsburgh Pirates.
And you know what? Whenever I walked in, I mean, I kind of got starstruck because, you hear about these people in some of the sports heroes that have come out of the city. I mean, there's been so many. But then you get to see them up close, like Steve Blass, whenever he walked in, and Ken Tekulve, whenever they walked in, I was like, man, like, I used to have your trading cards. Like,
seriously.
Like, wow. And just to see how personable they are, like, I was kind of starstruck for a second.
And you didn't wear your earring to impress.
I didn't.
Really, you should be embarrassed.
I'm sorry.
You are. I mean, Teek's going to be there and Steve Blass is going to be there, and you don't put on your Sunday best? How rude.
Yep. Messed up.
Teek got a heart transplant like half a decade ago.
He looks great.
You say he's looking great.
Sounds great.
Sharp as a tack.
Yep.
Texter, here's the transition. Fun fact, I was the first to have sex at PPG Pates Arena. Followed the boss's wife into the family bathroom. Tony the Golf King. Keep that going, Tony. I like it. Texter, Tim is a giant in the sports industry. Is that a joke because of his height? Because it shouldn't be. Because if you're going to make jokes about Tim, you have to make jokes about me. And you can't make jokes about me. I'm sensitive and I'll cry. Right here into this microphone.
I would love to see that. You cry. Oh, wow.
Have I cried on the air here yet?
No.
Have you?
No. On air? No. No.
No.
Maybe like choked up.
A little choked up.
You were close because you know Grandma. That's been a year, right?
Grandma.
Yeah.
Craig Wolfley, when we found that out live on the air, we were all pretty choked up. Yeah, you don't want to cry into the microphone.
Mm-mm.
It's tough to rein it back in, too. Start letting those puppies fly.
Yeah, I always watch people who have to give speeches, and if it's like obviously a heartfelt speech and somebody does have tears in their eyes and they cry and they kind of give the pause, they're like, hold on, give me a second. I'm like, how? I could not come back from that.
No.
I would just break down. Like, I would not be able to get back on track.
I've been to funerals, I'm sure you have too, where the speech is going on and the person just powers through. No chance.
No chance. I have no idea how they do that.
No chance. Some people look forward to funerals, like Donald Trump is looking forward to the Pope's funeral. I saw that.
What?
He tweeted that out or whatever, however he gets things out there. He put it out there looking forward to the Pope's funeral.
Man.
And we're not getting into politics or anything like that, R.I.P. Pope, but I did find that to be fairly amusing.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the funeral. I remember going to funerals. Why are we talking about funerals?
No.
As a kid, and I remember drinking coffee at a funeral. I was like 11 years old. My parents came out. I'm like, what are you doing? I was like, oh, my fuck, I'm going to oh, jeez. Rein it in, kid. It was like cocaine. I was not supposed to be drinking the caffeinated coffee. Got right into it.
That's funny. Like, I can tell when my kids like get into a batch of candy. Like, I mean, it's like whenever you're younger, your parents are like, all right, not too much candy. I'm like thinking, like, okay, like what's really candy? What's candy gonna?
What's
really
gonna happen to me?
Man, I can tell. Like they are literally running on the walls.
100%.
It is wild.
No,
immediately.
Candy affects a kid, and it's like cocaine.
Yes,
it is. It really is.
The other day, Jax said he got into a batch of candy. I was like, Jax, be quiet. He just kept yapping. I'm like, what is wrong? And I look over, there's all kinds of rappers everywhere. I'm like, be quiet. He's just saying all kinds of stuff. I'm like, geez, you remind me of Crowley.
But, whoa!
Oh.
My daughter had cotton candy, which sucks. I hate cotton candy. God bless her, though. She really wanted a cotton candy at the Pirate game on Friday. Wired. Absolutely wired. Saved half it, had the rest the next day. Wired. Just going absolutely berserk.
It's amazing.
Texter, Crowman has cried tears of joy. When did I cry tears of joy? When Canada got fired, maybe.
Yeah.
That could have been it.
Yep.
That's probably not nice. I'm trying to grow as a man and a human being.
I want to do something to make you cry on the air, though. I just got to figure out what would hit you.
Oh, you were close yesterday. Some of your mistakes. But I can't throw stones in a glass house because I make mistakes, too. Every day. All the time.
None of my mistakes were my fault. Usually all yours are your fault.
It wasn't your fault when we said, hey, why don't you call... Who were we even talking to?
Yeah, try to remember. Go ahead.
Was it Jeff?
It was so important to you, you don't even remember.
Hey, why don't you call Jeff back on the phone?
Jeff, yeah.
And then you immediately put him back on the video stream.
You didn't say call him back on the phone.
Yes,
you
did.
said call him back. So
he said call him back on the phone.
I told him, I said refresh the page.
I will have Crowley's back here. He said call him back on the phone.
Next year for your New Year's resolution, I think accountability should be the...
I didn't do anything wrong.
Mm-hmm. See, this is what I'm saying. This is proving my point.
Didn't do anything wrong.
Texter, Crowley's first pitch mechanics made me want to cry. All right.
Hey, listen, I was talking to Mackie last night, Callis, about the whole event you guys have coming up playing the Irish team baseball. I was like, Mackie, are you getting in shape? Are you getting ready? And he was like, I haven't really done anything yet. And I was like, well, he's like, at least I'll be better than Callis. I was like, Callis has been working out every day. He's been at the ball field every day. He's like, really? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, he's getting ready. He's like, well, maybe I should throw.
Yeah, Mackie came in here on Monday.
That's your Mackie impression. Does me dead.
Mackie came in here on Monday. He's like, Callis, we're going to get embarrassed. I said, who's we?
I was like, Callis is ready.
He's like, we're playing with all these professionals. Like, you and I are going to look. And I'm like, I don't know about you, but like, I've been training for this, and at least I have the mentality like I'm in the right headspace that I can do this. I mean, so I don't know what you're doing. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, he's like, oh, maybe I should take it seriously.
It's like, I don't know. I mean, they want me to pitch, but like, I don't know. And I'm like, I'll pitch. I don't care. I mean, Jason, what are you doing? This isn't rocket science. We get to play a sport.
You guys are accidentally falling into this Jason Mackey impression that I want to pull on that thread a little bit. Like both of you are talking through Mackey's voice. Well, I don't know.
I don't know.
It's like a half whisper.
Yeah. Like
coming up next, we're going to talk Pirates.
That wasn't good at all.
I'm not saying I'm doing an impression. I just think you guys are accidentally doing an impression. I find it very good and funny.
Well, we're talking about him. Isn't that the point when we... Come on, get with the program. I know it's 5:40.
Also, New Year's resolution for you: be less defensive. Well, you can work on that, but you got like 6 months.
Crowley, you are literally the most sensitive person when it comes
to
your...
Shut the hell up! What are you talking about?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Jason has no faith though at all. No faith.
No, he's worried.
He's worried about everything, Mackie. Yep. Love him to death.
He also said he wanted to play first base because it would be easy, and I'm like, I thought I was going to play first. I don't know what we're doing here.
Real talk, if the Pirates could keep Enmanuel Valdez's bat in the lineup but have Jason Mackey play first base, I think they'd do it. Enmanuel is 5'8", can't pick it. He's the world's smallest first baseman.
He's as tall as me.
Yeah, he's just not a big target.
Isn't Endy short, too? He looks short, at least.
How tall is Endy? That's a good question.
He looks short at first base.
Mm-hmm. Catchers are traditionally short.
They're usually like 5'11".
I'm on it. He's 6 foot.
Yeah.
This guy.
Is he?
Henry's 6 foot, too. I'll tell you what.
He's not 6'2".
I don't think he is.
No. Stand next to you? No way.
No, look at that picture of me and the Hen Man. The Hen Man?
The Hen Man. He is not 6'2", because I am 6'2", barely.
Yeah, you're bigger than him.
And I'm taller than him, yeah.
He's thick and ripped, but he's not a tall man. Texter, I cried when I went to Super Bowl 40 with my dad and brother. Well, yeah. There are moments in sports you can cry. We had our great friend Pat Bostic, who was on the field for the ACC Championship Trophy presentation. He said there were tears rolling down his face. Of course. Of course. Oh, sports, when your team does something like that, and you're a true fan, if your eyes aren't at least glistened with tears, you don't care enough. I'll judge you.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm sure you've had some tears about WVU for the opposite reasons.
Please, why don't you go into the history of West Virginia athletics, Callis?
13-9.
There you go.
December 1st, 2007.
He wants to talk junk like he has any idea what happened since then or before then.
Weinstein.
I've had a lot of sports moments, most sports moments where it was bad and I cried.
You cried for bad?
Yeah, like whenever bad things happen, usually. I never really cried for good.
Like losing a playoff game or something like that?
Getting hurt or something.
Sure.
Losing to Cincinnati.
You cried?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Richie Walsh had his microphone in my face like right after the
You cried on camera?
Yeah, I was like, give me a minute. I think it was one of those deals.
And Richie's a big Pit guy, so I'm sure he was respectful.
He was very respectful.
Yeah.
He was just kind of like, take your time.
Damn.
Dude.
Take your time, dude.
Yeah, that was tough.
I was playing in this tournament, and the championship game was at PNC Park, and we were in the first round, and they had a rule in the league that you had to bat everybody in the lineup, and I pitched a gem, but then we had to give up the lead so that the other team could come back so we could get this guy another at bat, but then, then we ended up losing.
And you cried?
I cried.
How old?
I was 15.
Yeah, I cried in 6th grade. I was the final out in a playoff game in our in-house baseball league.
Seriously?
Yeah. I don't remember the kid's name. Yes, I do. Jeremy Silver. He put it right on the outside corner, but it was low, and the umpire was one of the Wildfire boys. Forget which one. They had like 12 kids, the Wildfires. He was the umpire. I had to hold up one of them shields,
Mm-hmm.
and I could see it, right? It went right over the outside corner, but it was low. It was like at my shin. Called it a strike. I went down looking. Should have swung, should have fouled it off, but it was not a strike. And I cried, and we went to Dairy Queen. The one that Rob Rossi's family owned.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, you're in your tough life. You get Dairy Queen whether you win or lose.
I mean, you're definitely going to get Dairy Queen when you lose. You're telling me you didn't eat any Dairy Queen?
No, my parents wouldn't let me eat ice cream after games.
Oh,
Really?
okay. Yeah, how'd you gain all the weight?
Well, that was after I stopped playing and I got depressed. So if you want to go down that road.
Joke's on you, Crowley. I'm taking this to a dark place.
Wow.
Yes, you get ice cream after the game.
Yes.
Why aren't you getting ice cream after the game? We would get Wendy's all the time after the night games at Dixon Field. I'd be covered in dirt. You smell like a kid playing ball. And I would get a double cheeseburger, mustard only.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What?
There's meat and mustard.
That's sick.
What it tasted like.
That is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
That tasted like 1 for 4 in a reached on error, baby. That's what that tasted like.
Did you get a Frosty at least?
No.
Wow.
No. Just the sandwich.
You kidding me?
Double patties, mustard all up on it.
That is so sick.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Texter, I cried at Ben's last game at Heinz Field. So did Craig Riley. True story.
I choked up, too.
Oh, stop it.
I did.
No way.
I choked up. I had to knock my throat.
You choked up when Ben was running around giving high fives to everybody?
Yes.
And his family came out?
100 million%.
You seriously cried at that?
I didn't cry. I choked up.
Me too.
Yep.
Oh, when the family comes out, it's your last hurrah. And they didn't think they were going to make the playoffs. And Baker Mayfield had that weird celebration down the sideline like he was hot. You know what? Yeah. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Baker Mayfield.
I mean, all the memories start to come. I mean, I was in high school whenever Ben was a rookie. And it was like, wow. And then I got to find my chance to play. Find my chance to play and still try to follow the Steelers a little bit, even whenever I was playing.
Well, and you could relate to it, too. Like, when it's over, it's over. And so he's facing that finality.
Yeah.
And there wasn't a single empty seat. And Craig Riley was there crying. Like, full-on tears, he said. Texter, if you cry for a professional sports team that you do not play on, then you need to get a life. Oh, shut it. You're listening to a sports talk radio show. You're
allowed to care.
You're spending your time right now actively caring.
You're allowed to care about your teams.
You're telling me that you didn't cry when Sid Bream slid across the plate in 1992? The hell out of here. And then you wake up the next day and you got to do your taxes and you got a kid. You're trying to put food on the table. But, yeah, I mean, it's not the most important thing in your life. I totally understand that. But if you shed a tear.
It's the escape from your life.
Yes.
It's the escape. And
Yes.
you're allowed to care about the escape because that is what's really keeping you going.
And you know what we found, Doran? During COVID, when everybody needed a damn distraction, we didn't have that distraction. That's when I realized just how important sports really were.
Yep.
Because, like, sometimes you just need to unplug for a couple of hours.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to invest in something that I have no control over. I actually think it's a healthy thing.
It's very healthy.
It's very healthy.
It's like watching a movie. It's healthy. It's like
Yes.
reading a book.
Yes. Oh, well. I've had the same book on my nightstand since December, and I read the first chapter of it. That's it.
I can't laugh. Like, I've only read like one book in my life.
My wife, I went to the library with my daughter the other day. My wife's like, take that book back. I'm like, no. I need to stare at my failure every night. That book represents all my failures in life because I haven't been able to get into the damn thing. Yes, Callis, you're cackling like a friggin' banshee back there.
You coughed like nobody could hear it because you turned off your microphone. Listen to this again.
I was in high school whenever Ben was a rookie.
What's Spice? Just a cough.
I was in high school whenever Ben was a rookie.
Texter, mustard and meat sounds like a rock band. Damn right.
Man, that's tough. That is tough, that sandwich, that burger.
Not a mustard guy?
I am, but I'm not going to get a mustard burger.
I wouldn't
double mustard burger.
I wouldn't do that now. I don't know. That was my taste back then.
That is wild.
Wendy's great burger, though.
Better chicken sandwich.
Their chicken sandwich, vastly underrated. Or is it properly rated? Do people know?
I don't know, but that's all I ever get. I never get the burgers.
People, I hope you know. I hope you know. Their burgers are great, though. They're square, old-fashioned burger. It says it right there under the redhead on the sign.
Yep. Wendy.
Is that her name?
I think.
You know her last name?
No.
Wait, yes, Thomas.
There you go.
I'm back.
What's her grandfather's name or her dad's name?
Dave.
Yeah. Where's he from? Bet you don't know that.
Monessen.
I think he's from Columbus.
I was close. Texter, we're all Pittsburghers, and we're emotionally invested in our teams. Damn right. We're talking about sports. It ain't that serious, but we invest a lot of time. You invest money. You buy tickets. You get jerseys. You merchandise. Support the team. You want to shed a tear? There's no judgment. No judgment at all. All right. Coming up in 30 seconds, Mike Tomlin talked more glowingly about a draft prospect than he has ever talked about before. And we have 20 of these. 20 pre-draft press conferences or thereabouts from Mike Tomlin. He has never talked about a prospect the way he talked about this particular prospect yesterday. We'll get into that in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
I think the things that stood out were evident in his video. There's a toughness there that doesn't get talked about enough. There's a competitive spirit there that doesn't get talked about enough. I know he's very talented and he's made a lot of plays for his university and his team, but the intangible qualities displayed on tape were impressive to me. We talked about his high floor, and the high floor was because of the intangibles, but also the anticipation and the pro accuracy were very obvious and consistent when studying his tape.
The first clip you heard there was Mike Tomlin waxing poetic about Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders. The second clip was Mike Tomlin waxing poetic about Pitt Panthers star and ACC champion Kenny Pickett. Same word used for both guys, and that's intangibles. We know Mike Tomlin liked Kenny Pickett's toughness, Kenny Pickett's chutzpah, his clutch gene. There's that infamous clip where Tomlin runs to Kenny Pickett on the sideline and goes, Kenny bleeping Pickett. I think it was after he threw that touchdown against the Ravens.
Yes.
Down the sideline to George Pickens. Kenny was clutch.
Mm-hmm.
You can take a lot away from Kenny Pickett, and, hey, maybe you might cry about the way things went here with Kenny Pickett in Pittsburgh, but the guy was clutch. And Mike Tomlin's description of Shedeur Sanders matches eerily with what he said about KP. And that's got a lot of people spooked.
Yep.
Pony is a big Shedeur Sanders guy. He's come around. He thinks he's going to be good, but even Pony yesterday said, woo, gives me pause. Mueller said the same thing. I saw Jerry Dulac put that out. A lot of people said that Shedeur Sanders was described by Mike Tomlin the same way that he described Kenny Pickett. People are freaking out, man. Oh, geez, it's not a great quarterback class. Oh, geez, they're going to pick a guy 21st overall. They took Kenny 20th overall. And I think that we've got a lot of scorned lovers in our listening audience, Doran. A lot of people who are afraid that the Steelers are going to make the Kenny Pickett mistake a second time. And that's how I felt a couple of months ago. If they took a quarterback 20th overall, 21st overall, excuse me, I thought if they do that in this week of class, it's exactly the same thing. But over the course of these few months, I've watched a lot more tape, some highlights. I have listened to a lot of Shedeur Sanders media availabilities. I've read more scouting reports about Shedeur Sanders than I've ever wanted to. So many that it makes me nauseous. Mel Kiper has Shedeur Sanders as the number 1 overall quarterback, by the way, on his big board.
Oh, really?
Mel Kiper, soon to be inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, Doran. He has Shedeur Sanders as the number 1 quarterback in this draft class, ahead of Cam Ward, ahead of Jackson Dart. Look, if they take Shedeur Sanders, I don't think it's the Kenny Pickett mistake all over again. I'll get into the reasons why, but I just want to put that out there. I'm not scared the way that other people seem to be. Shedeur Sanders is a different player than Kenny Pickett. He's landing in a different situation than Kenny Pickett, and thus, to me, it's not the same. I'll get into the details. Do you think if they took Shedeur 21st overall, it would be KP 2.0?
Really, just what you said right there. You can listen to those clips all you want, and it is eerily similar. Eerily similar. But they're not the same guy. They're not the same guy at all. Not at all. It's not Kenny Pickett. It's a different player. So are the Steelers supposed to be scared because something went wrong before and be scared to make that mistake again? Listen, the Pittsburgh Steelers need a quarterback. If they feel like a quarterback can come in here and have the production that they expect, they're going to take them. They need that position. I mean, you can't be scared from past and previous mistakes.
No.
You can't. And these are two different prospects, two different styles. Same grit, same moxie, the things of that nature that Mike Tomlin's talk about. Okay, that's fine. But these are two different people. And the Steelers need a quarterback. And I don't know how they feel about next year's draft. But if they are in love and have been in love for a long time with Shedeur Sanders, they will take him. And they will think that he can actually be the quarterback that was missing a couple years ago. So I don't connect the two at all. Like, it's two different situations, two different scenarios, two different people. Different. I mean, everything is different about Shedeur Sanders and Kenny Pickett. Everything.
At the very beginning of this process, I agree with you, man. It was Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders. That's how it started.
Yes.
One of those guys will be the first overall pick. That's how it started.
During the season, it was Shedeur.
Yes, it was.
Early in the season.
And as the season went on, and then as the season came to a close, and people really start zooming in and getting into the pre-draft process, most people have Cam Ward, and the Titans clearly do, over Shedeur Sanders. Again, Mel Kiper Jr., the exception here, not the rule. But for a while, it was neck and neck. Those were the two guys. With Kenny, he was always looked at as a guy who would be a mid to late first-round pick in the right circumstance, or maybe he was a guy that was going to fall out of the first round altogether. I went back and pulled a bunch of mock drafts, and I went back and I pulled a bunch of his scouting reports last night, doing homework for the show, during my West Virginia education. And, I mean, it was all over the map with that guy. He was probably the consensus number 1 dude, but where he was going to land, it varied. Shedeur Sanders has been a first-round quarterback through this entire process.
Yes.
Now, here's one of the things that's happened in the last 48 hours or so. People going out, well, Here are the NFL quarterbacks drafted in the 20s since the year 2000. Kenny Pickett, Paxton Lynch, Johnny Manziel, Brandon Weeden, Tim Tebow, Brady Quinn, Jason Campbell, J.P. Lossman, Rex Grossman. A lot of guys in the 20s, Doran, that didn't pan out. But yet, conveniently, all of those lists seem to leave out Jordan Love, seem to leave out Aaron Rodgers, who were pretty doggone good. And I find that to be cherry picking anyhow. Like, Lamar Jackson wasn't drafted in the 20s. He was drafted 32nd overall. He's a multiple-time MVP.
Jalen
Hurts, a second-round quarterback. Drew Brees drafted 32nd overall. Russell Wilson, 75th. Joe Montana, by the 82nd overall pick. Dak Prescott, 135th. He's making $60 million more than anybody's ever made. Kirk Cousins, 102nd. Tom Brady, 199th. Brock Purdy, 262nd. Where was Dan Marino drafted, by the way? Oh, he's in the 20s. So we can cherry pick here, and we can say, oh, guys drafted in the 20s, they don't work out. All right, why are we stopping in the 20s? Nobody has any idea what they're doing at quarterback. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe Mitch Trubisky was drafted before Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
Yes, he was. Starkey had a great monologue to open his show yesterday. We don't have any idea. Doran, I default to you a lot of the time because you know what you're looking at more than I do, and you played in the league for 6 years. You played your entire life, you were playing football at a high level. But there are general managers who are paid millions of dollars to evaluate these guys, and they don't know what the hell they're looking at.
Nope.
So I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, Shedeur Sanders is the second coming. Shedeur Sanders will be the next Steelers quarterback to win a Super Bowl, but I ain't going to say he won't.
Right. Exactly where I'm at.
Right?
That's exactly where I'm at. And you can't be scared to take that jump. Can't be scared to make that pick because you're going to have to at some point. And who's to say that the person, if you skip over this guy, that the next one is going to be that?
Right.
You got to take a chance. That's the name of the game. Is taking a chance. Every single guy that is drafted, a team is taking a chance on you. That's the name of the game. So you can't sit back and look at 2022 and say, you know what? We messed up there. And to be scared now because of things that happened in the past. Like, no, you can't operate that way.
No. You have to learn from your mistakes. You have to give this guy, whether it's Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart, you have to give that dude a better chance to succeed than you did Kenny Pickett. Kenny wasn't given an opportunity to compete. He wasn't working with the first team. They threw him into a game without any reps with the ones. Them's the facts. The offensive coordinator was not qualified for his position. Kenny Pickett never had a shot. I don't know that it works out. I'm not saying that. I'm not defending Kenny. But that's the way it happened. You got to do a better job this time around. I also think, for all the scorned lovers out there, that Shedeur Sanders is a better prospect than Kenny Pickett, and he's landing in a much better position than Kenny Pickett. If he's here, he's going to be throwing the football to DK Metcalf, George Pickens, we think, Pat Freiermuth, and he's got an offensive line that, while it hasn't all come together, has a lot more pedigree than the offensive line that Kenny Pickett was standing behind. Facts.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to take a running back at some point in this draft, a guy who's going to have breakaway speed. It's a prediction. It's an educated guess. Look at who they brought in for pre-draft visitors. Kenny got to work with Najee Harris, who is a good player, but you can stack the box. You're not afraid of that guy taking it to the house. This is a much better situation for Shedeur Sanders.
And as you said, OC, that's the biggest.
Massive.
That's the biggest. We're not saying Arthur Smith is McVay or one of these gurus out there, these top OCs, but he can put it together and he can actually have a competent offense and it'll make sense and he can get a quarterback to play a certain way. The coordinator before could not do that.
No, he couldn't. He had no flow for the game.
Nope.
He couldn't call a game. I mean, we don't have to relitigate all that, but facts. People crush you on the text line, and by you, I mean me. You don't know what you're talking about. Okay. I don't remember who the general manager was for the Houston Texans when they broke in the league in 2002. I do know they drafted David Carr first overall, and all those guys in that building forgot more about football than I will ever know, and they thought that guy was going to be their franchise savior. Didn't work out. Joey Harrington went third overall to Detroit. Had a hell of a collegiate career.
Mm-hmm.
Oregon, yeah. That guy didn't work out.
Nope.
Washington drafted Patrick Ramsey 32nd overall. How'd that work out? Didn't. Byron Leftwich, a first-round pick. Kyle Bowler, Rex Grossman. J.P. Lossman went in the 2004 NFL draft. Everyone says that's the best draft or one of the best quarterback drafts of all time. J.P. Lossman went 22nd overall to the Buffalo Bills. I think those people in the front office know more than any person listening to this radio program right now, and they swung and missed. Alex Smith went first overall in 2005. You don't think San Francisco wishes they took Aaron Rodgers, who went 24th overall? Jason Campbell went 25th overall to Washington. I'm just throwing names out there. If the general managers and the scouting departments and the head coaches and the quarterback coaches, if they are taking educated guesses on all these guys, then that's all we're doing too. And if you like Shedeur Sanders like we do, we can have an adult conversation about it, and you don't have to shout people down, oh, they're doing Kenny Pickett 2.0. Maybe. I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're wrong.
Yeah, maybe we're wrong. Don't know. Maybe they're wrong. They don't know.
Exactly. Nobody knows.
Nope.
And so I'm not suggesting the Steelers trade up for Shedeur Sanders, but if he falls into their lap 21st overall, you take him.
I know one thing, Crowley.
Tell me.
I know one thing. I don't know how I don't know how it'll go. We don't know, and that was a great way to explain what you just did with the quarterback situations in the past years. But what I do know is it is a sour taste in your mouth if you had an opportunity to take a quarterback and don't, and that quarterback goes somewhere else and plays very well. It's a very sour taste. And that you will think about that all the time. We had a chance to get that guy, and we passed up.
Yes.
We had a chance, we passed up, and now look at him. That is a bad taste in your mouth.
To take a defensive lineman? Which, look, they need one. They need two. You pass up on a potential franchise quarterback to take a defensive lineman, and Shedeur Sanders goes off to play 12 years in the league. That's how people get fired. 412-928-9370. Mike Tomlin was gushing about the intangibles of Shedeur Sanders. Does this scare you? Because that's exactly how he described Kenny Pickett. 412-928-9370. Or is this all a smoke screen? We'll get into that coming up next. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim yesterday by a 9-3 final score. That was the first game of the three-game series. Game 2 is tonight, same time as yesterday, 9:38 p.m. Eastern Time. That's the start time of the game. You can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 8:40, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. With Sunday night's 95-85 Game 1 victory over Houston, guess what, folks? Golden State has now won 25 of its last 33 games. Jimmy Butler has been the catalyst for sure. And playoff Jimmy? Well, he's proven he can carry the Dubs on a deep postseason run. Here they come on Boomer Esiason.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an odds boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then, place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your bet. Claim your MLB odds boost token today and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck. So step up to the plate and get in on the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. MLB Odds Boost token can be used on any MLB odds of -300 or longer. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Looking for the ultimate getaway? Stay and play at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Whether you're here for a weekend escape or a midweek retreat, we've got everything you need under one roof. Wake up refreshed in one of our stunning rooms and head straight to the action, just steps away from the casino floor. Enjoy a variety of gaming, dining, and entertainment, all just outside your door. Visit riverscasino.com and book your stay today. Experience the best of both worlds at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Have you or a loved one been diagnosed with lung cancer, mesothelioma, colon cancer, or throat cancer? If so, you may be entitled to compensation even if you smoked. Many local area tradesmen and steelworkers were exposed to asbestos and didn't know it. If you are suffering from lung cancer, mesothelioma, colon, or throat cancer, call the Pittsburgh-based law firm Goldberg, Persky, and White at 1-800-COMPLEX for a free consultation. That's 1-800-COMPLEX or online at gpwlaw.com.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan's angrily reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Barbecue season is back. Hey, it's Ellen.
And this is Sarah Beth.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese,
I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and our Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Sunny today, high 78.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start May 14th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Spitzer Toyota Monroeville is knocking it out of the park during the Bases Loaded Sales Event. Panda, ready to call your shot? Step up to the plate and swing for 1, huge Spitzer savings, or 2, special low financing. Whatever you choose, it's a grand slam deal. Plus, every new Toyota comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. So don't strike out. Get to Spitzer Toyota Monroeville today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West coming alive on the inbound side. Your delays past the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East also heavy at Wilkinsburg. And then again between Edgewood, Swissvale and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. No problems on Route 28 from Harmer to the north side. Same story for the Mainline Parkway North from I-79 down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge. The Crosstown also looking good heading over toward the Boulevard of the Allies. 51 northbound, just traffic light delays between Route 88 and the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Here's a unique opportunity for you. The chance to drop 40 pounds by the 4th with Awaken 180. Fast results, sustainable results, all without medications. 40 by the 4th. Set your goal and reach it at awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I've obviously known his father for a long time, my first time meeting him. And to be quite honest with you, we didn't talk a whole lot about my relationship with his father. It was a normal pre-draft visit to spend time with a young man, to talk ball, to get to him as an individual, to get to see how he processes and sees the game and how he articulates his football experience. From that standpoint, it was a very normal visit and a productive one.
Started when I wake up at 2 in the morning and I'm thinking about it all for the last week. So,
you know, it's a game to be played. It's competition. It is fun, certainly. I think about it as pro days, as you guys watch us move, who I interact with, where I go. Sometimes it's real, sometimes it's not. But that's a fun component of the competition. The same could be said about who we bring in on pre-draft visits.
Mike Tomlin likes playing the game. Mike Tomlin says you might bring in a guy for a pre-draft visit, and you're not really super interested in that guy.
He's low-key helping out guys, too. If you think about it, if they're not interested, but the Steelers are acting like they're interested, then their draft stock somebody might get worried that the Steelers are going to take them, maybe trade up for them.
For sure.
You're upping a guy's stock maybe by, even if you like him or not, by just showing him attention because their people are worried that Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to take that guy.
Yeah, let's say you're, the Rams picking 26th, and you want to take a certain player, but you saw the Steelers had him in for a pre-draft visit, and you're thinking, dang, if we want to take this guy, we might have to jump ahead of Pittsburgh. So the Steelers help themselves, and you're right. It might help draft prospect go earlier than they were going to go, and the reason I bring all this up is we know how much it seemed like Mike Tomlin and the Steelers liked Malik Willis back in the 2002 NFL draft, and we all know they took Kenny Pickett. Are they doing that here? Oh, Shador, we love you, Shador. Maybe they've got their eyes on Jackson Dart. I said this last Friday. I don't know what to believe. I don't know if it's Shador. I don't know if it's Jackson Dart. But now other people seem to be catching on. Jerry Dulac tweeted, in 18 previous years, I don't think I ever heard Mike Tomlin talk about any draft prospect, much less detailed evaluation he offered today of Shador Sanders. Tomlin, though, freely admits he likes to create smoke screens and throw the draft experts off their scent, end quote. He could be doing that.
Mm-hmm.
He could not be doing that. He could be doing it, talking about how much he loves Shador so that people think that they actually like Dart, but they really do like Shador. I don't know. We'll find out on Thursday if they do take a quarterback, which one they loved. And then this will be another data point so that next year and beyond, when we're breaking down Mike Tomlin's pre-draft press conference, we can maybe have a better idea of what they're doing. But I'm not ruling out, Doran, that they actually like Jackson Dart more. I tend to believe it's Shador, but I'm not ruling out that this is all a smokescreen and that Dart's their quarterback.
Mm-hmm. I think that they might like both. So like they might feel like they're in a good situation that whatever one is there, they're comfortable with taking. I kind of believe that. I think that if one of them is there, it doesn't matter which one. I think that they still might take them. I still think that there's a high probability that they will take a quarterback, but a quarterback of those two.
Yeah.
Not like a Milroe or anybody or a Reach.
Yeah, they might be good if the Saints take Shador at 9.
That they're like, fine.
We'll take Dart at 21. They might really be okay with both. But I just wanted to put that out there that this could be Malik Willis, Kenny Pickett-esque. And we didn't even hear Tomlin talk about Willis this way. It was really more the Aaron Rodgers wink, wink, nod, nod. Remember when those two were flirting? Mike Tomlin, when Malik Willis at his pro day dropped a 70-yard bomb in the bucket on the rollout, Tomlin was seen, ooh, like all excited and such about that. And you don't generally go to the Liberty pro day.
Mm-hmm.
They were there for one reason and one reason only. Callis liked me going, oh! Is that what it was, Callis? Is that what got you? Oh!
Yeah, it was longer.
I mean, Tomlin was orgasmic, frankly, watching that ball sail 70 yards down the field. Right on the money. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We got a few texts this morning. You guys don't even know who they're going to draft. End the speculation. Talk about who they get on Friday. I mean, are you new here?
Like what?
You turn on ESPN, it's draft. You flip on NFL Network, of course, it's draft. You want to go Fox Sports Radio, FS1, Colin Cowherd, it's draft. Their show with Pony's friend, the guy who came over from Chicago, they're talking draft. Stinks on the set there, he's talking draft. Maybe mix the NBA playoffs in there a little bit in the national scene, but it's all draft, draft, draft. This is fun. What? Do people not like this? I asked that question. I know the answer. You love it. The numbers reflect that.
Yes.
ESPN's talking about it because they know it rates. We're talking about it because we know it rates. I love this.
Love it.
It's just like the trade deadline. It's just like free agency. There's rumors. Some are credible, some are not. Some are smoke screens, some are not. We try to sift through all the nonsense and find what's believable and credible.
It's like it's a real game outside of fantasy football or fantasy sports that you could play with yourself, that you could see how close you actually get. Like, do your research. Play GM. You can play GM at home and see like how close you get of who, and especially the Steelers, are going to pick. It's fun. And there's a lot of speculation, and that's why I say this year's draft is more exciting than I felt in a long time, even the Kenny Pickett draft, because I really don't know where they're going to go,
clue.
And they have so many needs.
And we'll get into that more coming up at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. I've thrown out a Twitter poll, @_Adam Crowley, the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. If all of these guys are there when the Steelers pick at 21, who do you want them to take? Shador Sanders, Amarian Hampton, Derek Harmon, Emeka Ibuka. You can vote again @_Adam Crowley. Right now there is a clear leader, and we will get to that coming up at 7 o'clock. But up next, we talked in the first segment about nobody knowing what the hell they're doing when it comes to picking a quarterback. That was all crystallized in an Albert Breer piece on SI.com, where he talked to anonymous scouts, anonymous front office people, anonymous coaches, and the scouting reports that these guys give on the same player are vastly different. One scout looks at a player and goes, oh, that guy's the greatest thing since ... The next guy goes, oh, he's going to be a fifth-round player.
Yep.
We'll get into that a little bit coming up next. Also, a really good question on the text line that I want to get to. And the text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have officially made a statement. They said that they will not let the Aaron Rodgers situation affect how they're going to approach the draft. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Oh, listen to that. Wow. Join me, Adam Crowley, and True Fan Travel on the adventure of a lifetime. We are taking over Dublin when the black and gold play across the pond. 5 nights in Ireland. Package includes hotel, airfare, tours of Guinness and Jameson, pep rally, pregame tailgate, and, oh yes, game tickets. Land-only packages are also available. Space is limited, so if you are thinking about making this trip, book it now. The guys at True Fan Travel know how to do sports trips, and this one will be no exception. All the details available at 937thefan.com on the events page. Ireland Adventure with me, Adam Crowley, and True Fan Travel.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Crazy how life works. 1 minute you're fine, next minute you hurt. All you did was go to the store and you got yourself into a crazy accident. Broke your arm, 2 broken ribs, lost your eyesight in one of your eyes. Crazy accident. All from just going to the store? Life is crazy. Medics came, put you on a stretcher. They ain't tie you down right, they dropped you on your face. All your teeth got knocked out. This is crazy. All from just going to the store. You see how life works? You got 1 broken arm, lost your vision in your eyes. Now you ain't got no teeth. Every action has a reaction. You call the dog, top dog. That dog went and bit him. Now you up. Now you way up. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Top dog law.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
You love having a beautiful lawn and hate doing lawn care? That's why you should use True Green. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour and have 3 locations serving our Pittsburgh neighborhoods. We all know how those are some nice greens. Imagine what they could do for your lawn. All you have to do is water and mow with True Green. If you're ready to elevate your lawn game, visit TrueGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
Big changes at Urbanowitz Jewelers. After 43 years, our Casti Village store is closing, and we're consolidating all operations into our expanded Peters Township location. To make room for the move, we're holding a massive inventory reduction sale at both stores. Save up to 60% off on select merchandise, fine jewelry, diamonds, and gemstones. Don't miss out. Shop both locations for unbeatable deals. For more details and extended store hours, visit PittsburghDiamonds.com. Urbanowitz Jewelers. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Now, your big ideas don't have to wait. They have everything they need to come to life because Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas. A technology that loves expanding your business and evolving your passion. We push what technology can do so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Couple of texts here. You can also tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia at Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. From Mike in Uniontown, I can't remember what the buzz was for Ben Roethlisberger pre-draft. Were there people who were indecisive about him, or were they sure? Well, he was obviously a top 15 quarterback, top half of the first-round QB. Like, nobody questioned that because of the size, what he did at Miami of Ohio, winning games, completion percentage, throwing the ball down. I mean, he had all the things from a physical standpoint. But, man, don't you think if the Giants and if the Chargers could do it again, they'd have taken Ben?
Browns, right?
Well, absolutely the Browns.
Right.
But, like, Ben...
You're saying that Rivers and Eli.
Yes. As good as those guys were. And Eli won 2 Super Bowls for the Giants.
That's a good question.
Ben's the best out of those 3.
Yes.
I mean, I think Rivers the best pure thrower of the football. And I hate to do this, but this is just a reality. Would he ever win?
Nothing.
And they had great teams. Great teams. And I'm taking nothing away from Rivers. I think he should probably be in the Hall of Fame, and Eli will be. Or is. Did he get in already? No. 2 Super Bowls. So, I'm sure the Giants are happy with what happened, but, I mean, you compare Ben statistically side by side with Eli Manning. Eli got hot for a couple of playoff runs, and he was a good regular season quarterback. Ben was an elite regular season quarterback and also had the 2 rings. So,
I think it's a wash with the Giants. I think that it'd be close with the Chargers if you ask them. Because I think that they got them. I think that they think that they got the most out of Phillip Rivers, and if Ben was their quarterback, they might have gotten the same out of Ben in that situation in San Diego.
I don't know that Rivers wins here behind the Steelers' offensive line. He got it out quick. Like, he would have adjusted. Smart guy.
Can't move like Ben did.
No.
Great.
No, and that line in 2005, great line. 2008, not great. 2010, with Rivers, they don't make the Super Bowl. Okay, he would have gotten absolutely murdered. All right, one more text question here at 412-928-9370. So if Sanders is dropping in the draft, it's because 20-plus teams, well, it would be 20, don't think he's worth drafting. Why do you guys think Tomlin, of all people, is smarter about quarterbacks than the rest of the league? I don't. I think he's clearly, and I think they as an organization are clearly better than Cleveland, clearly better than the Giants, clearly better than Indianapolis. It doesn't matter about all those other teams. You're thinking about the quarterback-needy teams. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if the reason why the Saints were passing on Shedeur Sanders was because they don't want the smoke from Deion. Meanwhile, we heard in the last segment Mike Tomlin reference his relationship with Deion Sanders. He ain't scared. Kellen Moore, first-year head coach, probably doesn't want to deal with all that Deion Sanders smoke and criticism.
Absolutely not. Like, that's not, that's just a recipe for disaster. If you have that baggage, that potential baggage, I should say, if you're a first-year head coach. And like you said, too, more than half of those teams don't need a quarterback. So it's not all 20 teams. If 20 teams were all eligible and needed a quarterback, okay, we could have this discussion, but more than half of the teams don't need a quarterback.
And
so
the ones that do, I'm not going to look at it as some sort of disaster that they don't want the guy that I want. Like, they don't know what the frig they're doing. Meanwhile, who's like the quarterback whisperer, the offensive guru in the NFL? There's a couple. I'll just come out and say Kyle Shanahan. Everyone loves Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan's this genius, this flat brim hat wearing genius who, oh man, he's God's gift to coaching up quarterbacks. They moved heaven and earth to get Trey Lance, who stunk. And they passed on Brock Purdy a dozen times, as did the entire league. And Brock Purdy wound up being the quarterback that had them. He played well enough to win that Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs. So he got a lot out of Brock, but couldn't make it work with Trey Lance. And that guy, this quarterback genius, thought, oh, we got to take that guy in the top 5. Let's give up all this stuff to go and get him. So nobody knows. Like, that's one of the best in terms of offensive minds. He didn't know. So I'm supposed to worry about what the Browns organization thinks about a quarterback that I want? The hell out of here. Oh, the Browns passed on him. That's a huge red flag. No, they don't know what they're looking at. Come on now. The Giants passed on him. They don't know what they're looking at. They drafted Daniel Jones. They gave him $250 million. $250 million.
I could see the Browns trading back up into the first round to get him, though.
Yeah, I could see that.
To pair him with Henry.
I could absolutely see that. We'll also play the game. What do you do at 12 21st overall if there's no quarterback available. We'll play that game a little bit later on in the show. Or tomorrow. We've got 2 full shows before the NFL draft, which is 37 hours, 16 minutes, and 53 seconds away. 412-928-9370. All right, Albert Breer, he does this every year for Sports Illustrated, where he'll talk to anonymous scouts, front office executives, quarterbacks, coaches, sort of canvass the league on what they're thinking about different prospects, and he did it on quarterbacks. And here's a good eval-ish on Shedeur Sanders. He's the most interesting guy in the draft. The physical tools are good, not great. The arm talent, athleticism, size, all the core things a scout would look at are okay. You see him, he's accurate. He elevates his team. He's played good football under extreme spotlight. I do think that's important. I think he'll go fairly high, but if you're drafting him, you want to know every detail. I don't know what that last sentence means. He's accurate, tough, competitive in the pocket, got sneaky escapability for not being super athletic. So that's all good. Then, an anonymous guy with the bat. This guy, if his last name was Breer, he joked, and he was coming out of Minnesota, he'd be a 6th-round pick. So you've got 2 different people that are being paid lots of money to work within the National Football League that have completely different opinions on Shedeur Sanders. So when we have fans blow up the text, this guy sucks. Maybe. And then when we sit here and say, hey, this guy could be the real deal, maybe. So the way I look at it is, do you take a guy who falls into your lap at 21 this year, who you're guessing on, because you're guessing on everybody, or do you take a guy next year in the top 15 that you have to use maybe 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick and a third-round pick to move up and go get when you're also guessing on that guy? I'll take the one that falls into my lap.
Yeah, I mean, it's all based off of style and preference and kind of how you've been brought up, I guess, in the system of scouting and working in the front office. So, like, whenever one says that this guy will be a 5th-round pick, another says that this guy will be a first-round pick, it's all based off of style and preference of what you think a quarterback should be. And
system fits,
moxie, things of that nature. And what I'm trying to say, and I think what you're trying to say is, if you connect the dots, the style, the preference of Mike Tomlin, Shedeur Sanders' picture is right there. You know,
well, he got them intangibles.
Yes, it's a picture of Shedeur Sanders. Like he fits, I think, what Mike Tomlin wants to do and how he thinks a quarterback should be.
Well, and the things too that I think he has that Kenny didn't, because obviously Mike Tomlin described him the same way he described Kenny is he does have anticipation, and he's definitely a more accurate passer than Kenny Pickett. He just is. Texter, dude, calm down. Your voice sounds like a teen boy hitting puberty. No, yours does. Got him. I'm rubber. You're glue. Whatever you say. Bounces off me. Sticks on you. And you're not invited to my birthday party. Chew on them apples. 412-928-9370. Much more on the draft coming up at 7 o'clock. If all these guys are there when the Steelers pick at 21, who would you take? Shedeur Sanders, Marion Hampton, Derek Harmon, or Emeka Ibuka? 412-928-9370. That's the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. If you're up early, you probably weren't up late to watch the Pirates. We got a little recap on what the Buccos did in Anaheim last night. That's next. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they won by a 9-3 final score.
Damn it!
Yeah, that's what the headlines are for there, Crowley. Yeah, 9-3. That was the first game of the 3-game series. Game 2 is tonight, same time as yesterday, 9:38 local time. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 8:40 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
The Mac Discount app has brought the competitor out in me. I log on to the app, find an item that I want, put a bid on it, and then the fun begins to see if I win my bid at a discounted price. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new, open box, or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about your product so you know what to expect. Have you heard about Instant Win? If you got to have it now, you can instantly secure your savings with just a click. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location and pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit their website, mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident now. This is on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Watch for it. The westbound left and center lanes to be blocked. Only the right lane gets by. This is approaching the Butler Valley interchange. Meanwhile, some heavy delays out of the South Hills on Route 51 northbound. A light delay at the intersection with Route 88. Then again, approaching the intersection with Nobles Lane. And a third between Edgebrook Avenue and the Liberty Tubes. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 heavy past the Route 8 at the bypass. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. You've heard us say this before. It has a cool ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe it said 300. Wouldn't the 260 be a little bit nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I have dropped over 50 pounds with Awaken 180. There's no reason you can't drop 40 or more pounds by the 4th. Ring in Independence Day, shirt off, confident, most importantly, you're feeling happy. You reached your goal weight with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open that beer, roast up the hot dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. And they stand by it. I haven't put a pound back on for almost 2 years. In fact, I've lost a couple more pounds. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Pittsburgh. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. What happened with the Buccos last night, we'll take you in just a second. Someone said, since you guys love Shedeur Sanders so much, if you were the Browns, would you take him second overall? No. I would take Travis Hunter, and then I would trade back in and take Shedeur Sanders.
Yes, because I forget how many. They have a lot of picks.
They have 10, yeah.
10 or 11.
10 picks.
10.
Might be 11 now.
Yeah.
I just looked up a story. It said 10, but it could be dated. They have a lot of picks.
Yes.
And you can't, I mean, maybe they can't because they suck. But You can't put 10 rookies on your roster. Like, you're just not going to have all them guys.
Mm-mm.
Maybe they can. Steelers couldn't. Steelers will have 11 picks next year as we sit right now. So you figure they'll trade some of those next year. Maybe they'll trade some this year to get back into round 2. All those options on the table, and we'll get to them over the course of the show. Meanwhile, while you were snoozing, this happened with the Buccos.
2-2. McCutcheon sends one high and deep out to the left center field. And this one is gone! Andrew McCutcheon, a 3-run homer here in Anaheim. And there's that crushing blow. 5-1 Pirates.
He murdered that thing. Kevin Young. He murdered that thing, Doran. Absolutely annihilated it. And one of the stories of the game is that Bailey Falter left early due to an injury. So we'll see what's going on with Bailey. But then the bullpen dude goes 5 innings, gives up no runs, strikes out 7. Shugart gets the win. Bednar, now a second consecutive scoreless appearance, 1 inning, 1 strikeout. Lawrence got the hold. Santana got the hold. Baraki threw an inning. So the bullpen was outstanding. After the game, IKF said, finally, we put the offense together. The pitching staff's been doing its job. He's right. Largely, the pitching staff has normalized. The bullpen's been much better. The starting rotation, here and there you get a bad start, but more than not has been good. But 9 runs, 18 hits. Season high in hits, obviously, for the Pirates. 9 runs, 18 hits. You probably want more than 9 runs, frankly, to get 18 hits. But O'Neill Cruz, 2 for 6. Brian Reynolds, 3 for 5. McCutcheon, 2 for 5. Joey Bart, 2 for 5. And I said this last week, Doran. Forget about the Tommy Phams and the Adam Frazier's and the Enmanuel Valdez's of the world. If Cruz, Reynolds, McCutcheon, and Bart can hit, the way that they pitch, they can start winning some series here. So you need your big guns to be your big guns. Those would be their relative big guns, and they all showed up last night.
What makes you feel better, 18 hits last night or Bednar 2 games in a row?
Yes. But to answer your question on radio and have an opinion, Bednar.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Very good sign.
I mean, they had that 7-run outburst, and they give up 10 damn runs on Friday night against Cleveland. But they've kind of done that. Like, watch them be cold tonight, or they'll have an outburst, and then there's just no consistency there. So until they show a little bit more consistency and until those big dudes are showing up every single night, then I'm not going to get excited about it. But if they're going to be competitive at all this year, the guy that they had earmarked as their closer, who's been a 2-time All-Star, needs to be a part of it in his last 2 appearances. And the 5 appearances in AAA, that's 7 consecutive good appearances for David Bednar. It looks like he's probably figured it out.
Nice.
Now, Truth Serum time? No, I didn't watch any of it.
No, you were sleeping.
No. We got the email from our guy Joel Nelson. They always send out the show notes. Dan Sangrilli's post-game show ended at 1:30. Oh. Man, I woke up to pee at like 1:45, see if they won. Just got it in. All right.
Jeez.
Draft talk?
Yep.
Back to the draft talk. Coming up next, if all these guys are there when the Steelers pick 21st overall, Shedeur Sanders, Amarian Hampton, Derek Harmon, and Emeka Ibuka, who should the Steelers pick? 412-928-9370. A lot of people don't want Shedeur. If Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart aren't there, who's your ideal pick for the Steelers? 412-928-9370. We'll have those conversations coming up when we return. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. We're getting into that time of the year when our cool days are pleasant and the AC may even kick on for the hotter days. Yesterday was a cool day with a high of just 70 degrees, and it was fantastic. Highs today will hit the upper 70s, so it should be another fantastic one. Out the door temperatures are in the mid to upper 40s. It'll be sunny for most of the day, and I have noon temperatures in the low 70s. Winds will be light coming in out of the southeast. So First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Adam, ever since we got our Guardian Protection video doorbells, I feel like a security expert.
Same here. Plus, with package detection, I finally know just how many boxes my wife has delivered every day, and let's just say it's a lot.
Right? No more mystery boxes showing up out of nowhere.
And now Guardian's giving away free Video Doorbell Pro when you get their Essential Security Package.
Just call 1-800-PROTECT today. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578 or go to CorriganMoving.com.
It's Jeep season. Stop in and see Bill Winter and his team at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for amazing deals like a 2025 Jeep Compass Limited, payment starting at $259 for 27 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct's Spring Home Improvement event. It's the perfect time to freshen up the way your home looks to make your home more energy efficient. They've got a great offer right now. In fact, multiple great offers. First, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, they're offering no interest until 2030. And right now, get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. Now is the time to give them a call, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
From the diamond to the open road, performance matters. And Spitzer Acura delivers luxury that goes the distance. Like the powerful swing of the RDX or the all-star performance of the all-new ADX. Spitzer Acura has a lineup built to win. And just like baseball, timing is everything. So don't strike out. With every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty and a complimentary service loaner. Step up to the plate during the Spring into Performance event online at SpitzerAcura.com. See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an earlier accident on the westbound Pennsylvania Turnpike. Watch for a left and center lane closure approaching the Butler Valley interchange. Also, the ongoing road work continues, closing the ramp from 79 northbound to the Turnpike entrance at Cranberry. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacked at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays near the Route 8 at the bypass and down past Shaler Waterworks. Heavy delays on inbound Route 51 just past Maytide Street to Nobles Lane. Then again from Edgebrook Avenue to the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Pennsylvania One Call System. It's National Safe Digging Month, so if you're planning a home project or you're an architect, designer, or engineer planning a major excavation, visit pa1call.org or call 811 before you dig and have underground utilities marked. Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com. Too legit. Too legit to quit. Too legit. Too legit to quit.
That's a good question. That's a good one. I
That's a good question, man. You have to give me a few minutes. For
Several.
That one. So, yeah, there's several guys there that we like.
Yeah, so it's a nice group at a variety of positions. We still got more work to do in terms of identifying that select group as you outlined, but this is a nice class.
Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin giving a reporter flowers for asking a great question. How many players would you not trade back? I screwed it up. All right, I quit. That's it. I'm done. You ever do that?
Mm-hmm.
Start a sentence, don't really know how to end it?
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for listening to the Fan Morning Show, where we are just a well-oiled machine. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I'll just get right to it. Here's the question we've asked on Twitter.com. If all these guys are there when the Steelers pick at 21, who would you take? Not who will they take, who would you take? Shedeur Sanders, Amarian Hampton, Derek Harmon, Emeka Ibuka, 412-928-9370. I'll tell you this, if Dart and Sanders aren't there, and those three are there, and like Kenneth Grant is there, another defensive lineman, I am trying to trade back because I'd be comfortable with any of those guys, and I want to get back into the second round. But that's not really the spirit of the question. I think our answer with those four is Shedeur, correct?
Yes.
412-928-9370. 48% of our listening audience who has voted on the Twitter poll, Dorn, says Derek Harmon. They would take 21st overall. If Shedeur were not available, that's who I would take.
That's who I would take too.
Yeah. I think the value at running back is such that while I love Amarian Hampton and Travion Henderson and Genty obviously won't be there, I would take one in the third round. 83rd overall, I'd take one maybe in the fourth round. And I feel like you're not getting the same quality of player, but you're going to get a player who could probably be your starting running back from day one.
Mm-hmm.
And so because of that, I can't pass up on a massive need on my defensive front for a running back that I feel like I could get a reasonable facsimile of that guy's production later on in the draft.
Yeah.
I have to go with the defensive lineman.
Now, what they might do, I think that they would. I think they may take a running back if Amarian Hampton is there.
I think they would have. I think Harmon and Kenneth Grant would have to be gone for them to take a running back.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a possibility.
Right.
There's a million different possibilities. This is, to me, man, as unpredictable a first round as we've had in a good long while.
Right.
Because there's not that. There's a couple of can't-miss guys, and that's it. I think it was the Bills general manager, Bean, yesterday, who was asked, how many players do you have a first-round grade on? And he said, we're picked 30th. I'll tell you, we don't have 30 first-round grades. Depending on who you go to, I mean, Todd McShay, Mel Kiper, Daniel Jeremiah, that list goes on. There might be 15 guys, maybe, with clear first-round grades, which means you just don't know. Beauty would be in the eye of the beholder. It's what we kind of talked about in the first hour. Like, scheme fit is going to matter a ton. When you can throw a blanket over prospects, 20 through 60, a lot of it's going to come down to personality traits.
Yes.
A lot of it's going to come down to scheme fits. And so you're going to be guessing an awful lot on where this goes. So if Derek Harmon is not there, I guess I wouldn't be surprised by that. If Kenneth Grant's not there or Emeka Ibuka goes, like none of these guys would surprise me. If the Browns came up or the Giants came up and took Shedeur Sanders before you pick, that wouldn't surprise me at all either. That's why you have pro personnel departments to try to get their finger on that.
I mean, with that being said, if it was universal that there's not many first-round grades, I mean, I could see a lot of teams in the back half of the draft trading out of the first round.
Absolutely.
A lot. I mean, I know there hasn't been many trades yet or anything.
None.
But none. Like, first time since, 1960 or something, something weird. But I could see tomorrow a lot of teams trading out of their first-round pick if it's a consensus that there's minimal first-round grades.
The Steelers will trade out of the 21st pick if these things happen. IMO. That means, in my opinion, that's what the kids say. If Shedeur and Dart are gone, and you see a run on tackles and edge rushers, I think you'll see the Steelers trade back. Because everything they'll want, they'll have a player or two at every position of need. And if you could make your way back to 25th, 26th, 28th, whatever it is, and get a day 2 pick in return, I think you do that a million times out of a million.
No doubt.
Now, if Shador or Dart are there, they're not moving out of that pick. But that's what Mike Tomlin was asked. Like, how many guys do you love, basically? Do you think that you would not move back if you had a chance to take these guys? How many would there be? But if there's 5 or 6 of those guys, that's what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you love 4 players, you're not moving back 8 spots and crossing your, grabbing your rosary beads.
Hoping that none of, one of them or 2 of them, aren't
right.
Loved by the other teams.
Right. If there are 8 players there that you love, and that's probably a big number. Let's say there's 6 players there that you love. Well, don't trade back more than 6 spots, because then you get screwed. All right, let's say Shador Sanders isn't there. Who do you want the Steelers to draft? 412-928-9370. And even if he is there, do you want him? 412-928-9370. Travis and Carnegie first up on this. Hi, Travis.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man.
Good. So if I'm doing it, I'm probably going to go defensive line in the first round. I don't want to reach on a quarterback right away. We've done that before, and running back is a 4-year rental. I think their running back class is pretty deep this year, so we could probably find something nice later on.
With
but
you on
I'm
that.
probably going to build the trenches and find something that's going to be in there for 10+ years.
Thank you, Travis. I think that's what they'll do if Shador Sanders isn't there. And that's what I want them to do. I'm pretty much at this point, Doran, Sanders or defensive line.
Yeah.
You can make an argument for wide receiver because you don't know what's going to happen to Pickens. You can make an argument for running back, though I never loved that in round 1, even though the league is changing now, back to that being acceptable and okay. You can make an argument because you don't have a starter, probably. I mean, Jalen Warren might be able to shoulder that load. You just don't know. He also fumbles a lot, so that scares Mike Tomlin.
Right.
So you can make an argument for wide receiver. You can make an argument for running back. But to me, their 2 biggest needs are defensive line, where you probably need 2 of those guys. And then if your biggest need is quarterback, then that has to trump everything else.
Yes.
And their biggest need is quarterback. 412-928-9370. What he said there that I disagree with is reaching for a quarterback at 21st overall. Like, I don't think it's a reach to take Shador Sanders 21st overall.
No, he'd fall.
He would have fallen.
You could make the argument with Jackson Dart, as we've been making the argument for about a month now. But now, I don't even know if that's a reach.
I saw Pony put this out here, and I'll reference it because I think this is good. Daniel Jeremiah, who everyone loves, he does these conference calls. You could jump on, ask him questions about any prospect. He'll do it for like 4 hours. Back in my old job, I would have to cut all that up over the course of like 8 hours it would take me, and it was such a pain in the ass, and it was useless, and no one ever used the clips. I'm not bitter. Daniel Jeremiah has Shador Sanders as the 20th best prospect in the draft. Steelers pick at 21. That ain't no reach.
Best prospect, too. Like, all overall.
Overall, the 20th best prospect in the draft.
Where does he have Dart? Well, you probably don't have it there.
I'll pull it up.
Okay, we'll do it in the break.
We'll pull it up. But Harmon, so the 3 defensive linemen, Harmon is his 24th best prospect. Nolan is his 28th from Ole Miss. And Grant from Michigan is his 31st ranked prospect. So in terms of at least one draft Knicks evaluation, Shador Sanders is a better prospect than those 3. And so if you're taking best available player at a position of need, we talk about it all the time. Best available player, best available player. No, it's always best available player at a position of need. Those are their 2 biggest needs, and at least according to Daniel Jeremiah, he's got Shador Sanders as a better prospect than Harmon, Nolan, or Grant. So to me, it's not a reach. If you trade up for him, that to me is a reach.
Right.
But if you take him at 21, that's not a reach. And we do this thing too. Well, if you draft Shador Sanders, he's going to be a total bust. All right. Are you confident? Texters, callers, people with the opposing opinion. You are confident that Derek Harmon's going to be a sure thing?
Right.
That Nolan's going to be a sure thing? That Kenneth Grant's going to be a sure thing? No way. Again, this is not a draft with a ton of high-end talent. These guys are prospects ranked between 24th and 31st, according to one of the best in the business. So there's no high-end prospects. Those are guys probably without first-round grades. And in other years, and I like those 3 guys, I like Harmon the best. But in other drafts, are they going to be these highly sought-after defensive line prospects?
No, they're second-round picks.
Probably.
Yeah.
So, the Steelers are reaching on Sanders if they take him. They might be reaching on those guys, too. And based on how a lot of these players are evaluated, depending on how you want to look at it, all these guys are reaches then. Because compared to other drafts, they're not blue-chip, can't-miss prospects.
There's only 3 of those, I think, in this draft. No, 4.
Ward, Carter, Hunter.
Not even Ward. Carter, Hunter.
Tyler Warren.
Warren.
Genty, maybe.
Genty.
Yeah, so 4.
That's my list of can't miss.
Yeah. I saw one of those aggregator sites put out there that Genty's ceiling is Earl Campbell and his floor is LaDainian Tomlinson.
That ain't bad.
That ain't fair.
No.
You can't tell me a dude's floor is one of the best running backs that we've seen of this generation.
Yep.
That's his floor. LaDainian Tomlinson, man, might be the best running back I've ever set 2 eyes on.
Oh, come on.
What, you don't like LT?
I ain't the best running back I've set 2 eyes on.
All right, who's the best running back you set 2 eyes on? Colorblind.
Maybe Barry Sanders?
Yeah, but it was like grainy video.
What?
Yeah.
Well, I'm older than
I
you.
said in the 90s, yeah.
I'm older than you.
When did he retire, 99?
Something like that, maybe.
All right, Barry Sanders clears.
I mean, Barry Sanders now, come on.
Emmitt Smith, pretty good, but he had a great offensive line, and it was also a compiler. How about that, Emmitt?
Oh, my gosh.
LT3?
No.
You take Adrian Peterson over LaDainian Tomlinson?
Yes.
No, LT could catch the ball. Marshall Faulk, same conversation.
He could catch the ball.
Yeah, but so could LT.
Yeah, I'm taking Marshall Faulk. Yep.
Let our guy
Eddie George, taking Eddie George.
You're not taking Eddie George over LaDainian Tomlinson.
I am taking Eddie George over LT.
No freaking way, man.
Oh, I am.
No freaking way.
All day.
Texter, all day Adrian Peterson.
Yep.
People called him AP, then they call him AD, and it would confuse me. Texter, I was married by Daniel Jeremiah's dad, David Jeremiah, when I lived in San Diego. He's the pastor at Shadow Mountain Community Church. That's Joe in Reserve Township. Thank you for sharing that story, Joe. You could have had us marry you instead of Daniel Jeremiah's dad. All right. Who do you want the Steelers to draft 21st overall if these are the 4 people who are on the board? Shador Sanders, Marion Hampton, Derek Harmon, or Emeka Ibuka. 412-928-9370. The phone lines are exploding. We'll talk to Ian's coming up next. You can also text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers made an official statement and said that the Aaron Rodgers situation will not affect at all how the Steelers draft tomorrow and over the weekend. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Join me, Adam Crowley, I'm Irish, and True Fan Travel on the adventure of a lifetime. We are taking over Dublin when the Black and Gold play across the pond, 5 nights in Ireland. Package includes hotel, airfare, tours of Guinness, tours of Jameson, a pep rally, pregame tailgate, and, oh yes, game tickets. Land-only packages are also available. Space is limited, so if you are thinking about making this trip, book now. The guys at True Fan Travel know how to do sports trips, and this one will be no exception. All the details available at 937thefan.com's fan events page. Ireland Adventure with me and True Fan Travel.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Cameron Pritchett, a high school sophomore edge rusher from Alabaster, Alabama, has turned down a $750,000 name, image, and likeness offer to transfer out of state. Meantime, the Arkansas Razorbacks warned transferring quarterback Madden Iamaliaba that they'll enforce the buyout clause in his NIL deal. What a mess it is out there, folks. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body?
Huh?
That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my superhydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
Auto Parts. Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. It's about employee pricing right now. Over 1,900 new Fords at Schultz Ford. Listen, be sure to ask about that best price guarantee, that employee pricing right now. This spring, it's time to get in a new Ford. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. That employee pricing, simple. You pay what everyone who works at Schultz Ford is paying. So how about that? It is gigantic. They got the best service. They got the best people. You're going to be treated oh so well at Schultz Ford. So again, employee pricing. You looking at that F-150, maybe that Mustang, an Explorer, anything really. Get into Schultz Ford and do it right now. And you can shop online 24/7, 365 right now at schultzford.com.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com, spelled backwards or forwards. It spells the same, Zero Res.
It's here, Diamonds Direct's annual spring sale. Take an extra 20% off our already renowned prices. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off your purchase. That's 20% off plus $100 off store-wide. Explore an expanded selection of trending engagement ring settings, his and hers wedding bands, must-have fine jewelry, and more. But hurry, this limited-time sale ends April 27th, and we're even open this Sunday. Don't miss out. Visit DiamondsDirect.com for details.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Couple of earlier accidents. One just cleared from the North Shore Expressway at the ramp to the North Shore. The other one on the westbound Turnpike. It had blocked the left and center lanes approaching the Butler Valley interchange. Meanwhile, you're looking at delays on the inbound Parkway West over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East jams at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks. And then again from the 40th Street Bridge in toward the north side. And heavy delays on Route 51 northbound approaching Nobles Lane. Then then again from Edgebrook Avenue to the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Here's a unique opportunity for you. The chance to drop 40 pounds by the 4th with Awaken 180. Fast results, sustainable results, all without medications. 40 by the 4th. Set your goal and reach it at awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Jeremy Fowler of ESPN just put out a new piece moments ago where the quarterbacks could fall in the upcoming NFL draft. He writes, finding a clear-cut home for Colorado's Shedeur Sanders is not easy. Many teams I've spoken to now expect Sanders to fall out of the top 10, though they also point to an outside chance the Giants take him at number 3, Doran Dickerson. But I thought he sucked.
Right.
There isn't much momentum that the Saints will take him at number 9.
They're in love with Dart.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Here's one more from Fowler. The Steelers' quarterback plans are also complicated by a few factors, even beyond the Aaron Rodgers uncertainty. We've been saying this for a while, that has nothing to do with the draft.
Zero.
And Tomlin reiterated that yesterday. He continued, quote, I continue to hear Pittsburgh wants to take a swing on a quarterback in one of the next 2 drafts, and next year's class is considered stronger. I'm just not sure taking one in the first round in 2025 makes the most sense for them. Consider this. I asked an NFL offensive coordinator where Steelers quarterback Mason Rudolph would rank in this draft class had he been coming out with the rest of the group, and the coordinator placed him 3rd. I love Fowler. I think he's really good at his job. I have no idea why the hell that's relevant or matters at all. I mean, it would matter if he was placed ahead of Shedeur Sanders. It would matter if he placed ahead of Cam Ward. Wow, Rudolph would have been the number 1 quarterback in this draft. Yes, that would scare me.
That'd be different.
But since he's behind Shedeur and ahead of Dart, all that makes me feel is I don't want to draft Dart. It doesn't say anything to me about Shedeur Sanders.
Who went in Rudolph's draft?
Well, Lamar Jackson did.
Okay. I don't want to put you on the spot right now, but
you can't. Baker Mayfield went 1st overall. Sam Darnold 3rd. Josh Allen 7th. Josh Rosen 10th. And yes, Lamar Jackson 32nd.
Okay.
412-928-9370. If all these guys are there when the Steelers pick at 21, who would you take? Shedeur Sanders, Marion Hampton, Derek Harmon, or Emeka Ibuka? That's a Twitter poll. You can follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Overwhelmingly, Steelers fans have voted for Derek Harmon. He's garnering 49% of the vote. Now we talk to Angela in Beachview, the queen of Fan Morning Show callers. I'm just going to make a prediction right now. She wants a big hog.
Yes.
She wants the big fat fatty. What up, Angela?
Well, I got my wings ordered. I'm picking up my beer tonight, and I'm going to throw them all out the window if we draft Shedeur Sanders.
All right, hold up. We'll get your why on this in a second, Angela. But what is market price for wings right now? Or did you order from a store and you're just getting the pickup?
A lot of those little places don't have the big platters anymore because of the cost, so I ordered them from Coons.
Okay, very good.
Nice.
So why would you throw him out the window if they drafted Shedeur Sanders?
Well, he's had one coach his whole life, and we know who that is. We don't need that drama, and I wouldn't draft him into my Pee Wee League. We don't need that right now. Now, if we had a second-round pick, maybe a quarterback in the first round. But I've been screaming for a D lineman for 4 years now, and so is Jerry Dulac. And if they don't draft a D lineman and they continue that ridiculous philosophy of keeping inside linebackers in coverage, we're going to get crushed by the run. So Harmon is my pick. I don't want Nolan. Too many off-field issues. Collins, Stewart. We got to get. It begins in the trenches.
Thank you, Angela. We love
Angela.
you. Enjoy your chicken wings.
Thank you.
She's one of one.
She is.
She mentions the Nolan off the field issues, and I hate getting into stuff like that. I really do, because you know, I don't know. Like George Pickens, we all threw him under the bus, and I guess that has come to fruition a little bit, but there are guys who have red flags that never materialize in the NFL, and there are guys who don't have any red flags who wind up doing stuff that gets them suspended.
Listen, if it's consistent, if there's multiple, then it should be a big-time red flag. Like, I would not draft a guy if they had consistent issues off the field. If there's 1, 2 times and they were different, and it wasn't as very egregious,
sure.
Okay. Like I could look past that, but if it's consistent, it's going to happen again.
Remember when Baker Mayfield got tackled by the cop and hit his head off the retaining wall?
That was Stetson Bennett, I thought. Or was it Baker?
Oh, it was both.
Was it both?
Those SEC quarterbacks, man. And I consider Baker SEC because, hey, Boomer Sooner now in the SEC. Look, if they have 11 picks next year's draft. And they're not going to be able to trade, obviously, the comp picks now. But you're going to have 11 picks in next year's draft. I would use one to get into the second round, hopefully early into the second round. And you could get, I think, one of these following defensive linemen.
Yes.
I think you could get Shador at 21 and get back into round 2 and take a D lineman. And then you got 10 picks you're working with in next year's draft.
But if Shador's there at 21, wouldn't you think that he'd fall out of the first round?
I can't take that risk. If he's there at 21, I'm taking him.
But who's behind you? I don't think anybody behind you really needs quarterbacks.
That's where the Browns or Giants could slip back in.
That's where they slip back in, yeah. Yep, gotcha.
They scare me.
But wouldn't they think the same thing?
With them, I think it's easy for them. With the Browns, I got 10 picks. I just took a blue chip prospect.
That's 100%. I mean, not 100%, but that's in the 90 percentile what they're going to do. Like, I think they're definitely eyeing that to pair Hunter and him together in the NFL.
I agree, and it's why we're going to talk about, and we have talked about a little bit more in this hour, what you do if Shador Sanders isn't there. Because I think there's a good chance the Browns or Giants try to get ahead of the Steelers at 21 and take Shador. Especially if Dart goes 9th overall to the Saints. I want to get back into round 2. You can't leave this draft, man, without getting a defensive tackle starter. And believe me, I get that. I ain't prioritizing it over quarterback because both are needs, and quarterback is going to supersede any other need.
You can get that in the third round, but
I think you can get more of a guy who's going to play 30% of the snaps in the third round, like a true modern-day nose tackle. Look at me. Look at me doing draft research, Doran.
Nose tackle. Did you see that quote? It's a dying breed.
Dying breed?
Like the fullback.
Which I don't think people in Pittsburgh like to hear.
No. Poor fullbacks.
I think the nose is a disappearing animal the way that the fullback is a disappearing animal in our game.
All right, then why is Connor Hayward on the roster? Sorry I had to do it.
He's not a fullback.
What is he?
He's an H-back.
Oh, same thing. He doesn't play tight end enough.
It's not a fullback. You know what a fullback. Fullbacks look like fullbacks.
Yeah, like Dan Kreider.
Yeah, look like a fullback.
Lorenzo Neal.
Yes.
Guys like that. Yeah,
yes.
I know. That is a dying breed. Even Juszczyk, who came in for a...
He's not a fullback.
I know, but what are we doing, Tomlin? What are we doing? Fullback's a dying breed. Let's bring one in for a visit who can see the rats sniffing around the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex. We got $8 million to spend, and we're going to spend it on a dying animal?
Right.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what a modern-day fullback is. Like, they move him.
Yeah.
Like, they'll move him across formation. He'll line up in the backfield. They'll throw him the football.
Go lead block 3 times a game.
They got Derek Watt, for God's sakes. It's a dying breed. Let's keep bringing them in. All right, Mike.
Yeah, they brought in the guy, kid from Iowa last year, right? Rookie.
Oh, man, yes.
I think it was Iowa.
His name now escapes me.
Yeah, it's like a weird name, right?
Yes.
Okay. You forget. You have no clue. You have no clue what I'm talking about.
No, I'm just trying to play along.
I know.
I'm just trying to play along. 412-928-9370. What a waste Derek Watt was. He's barely even in those Subway commercials. They got JJ, they got TJ, and then it's like this other random normal-sized looking guy. Like, oh, I'll take the teriyaki with cheese.
What a great deal.
Who the hell's this guy? Oh, man.
Great deal. That's what I feel like I was born to do. Like, have 2 older brothers that were great and me just kind of just hang along.
You know what? Here's a bonus Twitter poll for today. Would you rather be Derek Watt, TJ Watt, or JJ Watt? I think I'd rather be Derek.
Yeah.
Just the forgotten Watt. But I still played in the league,
right.
made some money. I ain't ever going to be broke. Oh, that's pretty good life. No pressure.
Got to play with my brother.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty cool.
Great life.
I don't think I'd mind being Cooper Manning.
Yeah.
I'm rich, and I'm not I don't
Is
have to get
Cooper
hit
Manning
by
rich?
Oh yeah, I think he's a business tycoon.
Oh, is he?
Mm-hmm.
Wonder where he got the investment money to be rich.
That's why it's great living his life. It's great living his life. And he got banged up early in his life, or else he would have been a great football player, they say, right? And
Receiver.
I'm sure he would have. Yeah, he'd been a receiver. He's the
Well, now-
athlete.
and look at his son.
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad.
And I don't have to have, Derek Harmon's falling on me.
Right. That's not bad, actually.
Tis not. 412-928-9370. What should the Steelers do with the 21st pick if Shedeur Sanders isn't available? 412-928-9370. I said earlier in the show that it could be a smokescreen, what the Steelers are doing. Loving on Shedeur, making it public knowledge. We love this guy. Something happened yesterday that makes me think maybe it ain't. Tell you what that is when we come back. But first, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Los Angeles Angels yesterday 9-3. McCutcheon had a home run in the game. It was the first game of the three-game series. Game 2 is tonight, 9:38, the scheduled start time. And our coverage on the Fan set to begin at 8:40. You can listen to it right here on the Fan. That is going to start again at 8:40. Dan Zangrilli hosts the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina G. and Petro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina. She always delivers. Davey and Marlo needed to find a new home and sell their existing home, so they reached out to Gina for help. They said that the moment they met Gina, they knew they had chosen a very knowledgeable, professional, and caring real estate agent. After looking at many existing homes, Davey and Marlo decided to build a home instead and said that Gina was very patient with them throughout the entire process. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina G and Petro of Remax Select Realty. And look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid actor dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Crazy how life work. 1 minute you're fine, next minute you hurt. All you did was go to the store, and you got yourself into a crazy accident. Broke your arm, 2 broken ribs, lost your eyesight in one of your eyes. Crazy accident. All from just going to the store? Life is crazy. Medics came, put you on a stretcher. They ain't tie you down right, they dropped you on your face. All your teeth got knocked out. This is crazy. All from just going to the store. You see how life work? You got 1 broken arm, lost your vision in your eyes. Now you ain't got no teeth. Every action has a reaction. You called the dog, top dog. That dog went and bit him. Now you up. Now you way up. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Top dog law.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. You've heard us say this before. It has a cool ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe it said 300. Wouldn't the 260 be a little bit nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I have dropped over 50 pounds with Awaken 180. There's no reason you can't drop 40 or more pounds by the 4th. Ringing Independence Day, shirt off, confident, most importantly, you're feeling happy. You reached your goal weight with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open that beer, roast up the hot dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. And they stand by it. I haven't put a pound back on for almost 2 years. In fact, I've lost a couple more pounds. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after After the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. So if you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. I'm thinking about the Celtics right now and all the threes they put up. You might want to jump on a trend as soon as they get hot. So just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing on autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Chris Muller here. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks? Who can wait that long? The good news is you don't have to. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet is family owned, and they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock with delivery available in as little as 3 days. Plus, Choice will deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure there's no damage. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. Verizon is proud to partner with Prevent Child Abuse America, a national leader in strengthening families and building healthy communities. Together, we work to support families through education and awareness. Verizon is committed to keeping families connected and protected through the Verizon Family app and providing free digital wellness resources for everyone. Available at verizon.com/parenting. Empowering every generation starts with the right tools. Join us in making a difference for all children.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 20th, 2025. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
BeyondYourLincoln.com. Neighbors, not strangers. 200 2025 Lincolns in stock.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Max Crosby has a podcast, Doran. Everyone's got one. Max Crosby made a mega deal this year with the Las Vegas Raiders. Well, guess who Max Crosby talked to on that podcast yesterday?
Shedeur.
That's right. How are Pittsburghers going to say Shedeur?
Shedeur.
You think they're going to say it right?
Shedeur.
You can see the Steelers drafted Shedeur.
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 So Shedeur. Mr. Sanders was asked who is on the Mount Rushmore of NFL duos. And he said, well, Brady and Gronk and Rodgers and Devontae Adams. And then he went on.
You got one more.
Whoever going to be the quarterback for DK Metcalf and George Pickens, whoever that is.
For sure. I love that.
So, Doran, if the Steelers are smoke screening the league with their effervescent love for the prospect Shedeur Sanders, they have also convinced Shedeur, it sounds like, that this is a pretty good landing spot for him.
Well, he thinks it's a good landing spot, too, and maybe his dad convinced him that that is the perfect place for him to drop to. Listen, a lot of cases, whenever you are regarded a first-round pick, you want to go as high as possible because of the money. Money is life-changing, it's family-changing, it's generational changing for your family. With Shedeur, it's not about money. Like, he has money. He has his own money, and he has family money, too. So it's not like, oh, man, if I fell in the draft, Like, I'm going to miss out on millions of dollars. Like, he is not worried about that at all. He wants to go to the best spot he thinks he can see himself be a great player. And it is obvious that that's the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's obvious in his probably household that that's the Pittsburgh Steelers, where everybody in his family wants him to go.
Yeah, and Tomlin brought up his relationship with Deion Sanders yesterday in that press conference. I mean, they've had a relationship. Mike Tomlin said he's known Deion for a long time. It's something that you've talked about a bunch on the show. I would want to come to Pittsburgh before the Giants, before the Jets, before the Browns. The only thing that would change my mind would be if the Browns select Abdul Carter and the Giants take Travis Hunter. I wouldn't mind going to New York with an offensive coach, at least for now, and Brian Dable, throwing it to Neighbors, and throwing it to Travis Hunter, my college teammate. And the same would even be true probably for Cleveland. Cleveland would scare me because it's Cleveland and they ain't won jack.
But you're with your boy.
Right.
You're with your boy. Hey, you think you could move mountains. You think you could conquer the world.
Right.
Doesn't matter where you put us. Like, I want to be with my guy.
Right.
For sure. I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay with going to Cleveland if I were him. If they wrapped around and got me later in the first round and Travis is there, for sure. Go anywhere. Yeah. But other than that.
That's such a dude thing, man, isn't it? Like, just boiling it down to just natural feelings.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my guy's there? I'm going to go with my guy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
This is totally off topic. Travis Hunter to the Browns is a nightmare for me for two reasons. I don't want the Browns to get a good player, but I also feel like they'd screw him up. Like, I don't feel like they'll use him the right way. I think you got to give him a shot to play both ways, and I have no faith in them developing anybody or getting anything right. None.
I think you're right. I think you have to give him a shot. I don't think it's going to work. I think it'll iron itself out where he's going to have to pick a position, but you have to give him a shot at both ways in OTAs.
Absolutely.
And OTAs will probably look good, but even in training camp preseason, like, see how it looks. You got to give him a shot.
He's a great wide receiver, and he projects to be a great one in the NFL. But if he were only a wide receiver, is he the second pick in the draft? I think I'd probably take Carter ahead of him. He might project to be a great corner. And even if he doesn't play wide receiver, he could probably have a long all-pro career as a corner. Is he the second pick in the draft? I don't know. I think I'd probably take Abdul.
Yeah.
Now, in this draft, we've already talked about there's only 4 or 5 blue-chip prospects, so maybe he would because of the draft that he's in. But in a regular year where there's 20, 25 first-round graded guys, I don't know that he goes second overall.
Yeah, but not many teams are going to pick a corner or receiver in the top 10. Like, is there going to be a corner that gets picked? I don't know. I got to do my research even more tonight.
I think it depends on where the tackles go and some of these edge rushers.
Like, not many corners are projected to go in the first round. If I believe, not many receivers are projected to go in the first round. I believe. So I don't know. I don't know if he picked a position how high he would end up going.
Yeah.
But you're getting the athlete.
You have to give him a shot.
Yeah.
You have to give him a shot.
Yep.
And just see if he can handle it. I mean,
do you think the Steelers could handle that? So say the Steelers had an opportunity to get Travis Hunter. Do you think that they could handle that? Because we talk about them not being able to develop quarterbacks. Do you think that they would handle that situation right?
They'd make him a corner.
You think?
Yeah. I think they'd make him a corner.
Yeah.
Let me get my hands on him. Teach him the fundamentals of cover 2.
Yep.
Teach him some bump and run. Texter, Shador sounds like he's got a mouthful of hash cookies. Man, who gives a rat's ass? Have you heard Patrick Mahomes talk? He sounds like Kermit the Frog. I don't care what a guy sounds like.
That is.
He has, for all the negative that might be out there on Shador Sanders, he has a high football IQ. He throws guys open, and he's accurate. Those are all things that scream intelligence. I don't care what a guy sounds like. I think it's absurd that anybody would. It's ridiculous to me.
I mean, I care a little bit. I want to be able to hear the play.
I mean,
if there's not signals.
I mean, Lamar's a little bit of a mumbler.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and there have been some eloquent quarterbacks like Duck Hodges. Everybody loved Duck. Duck was a character. My guy never should have played a snap in the NFL, no offense. God bless. I don't care. I don't care what you sound like. Do your guys respect you? And by all accounts, they do. And he threw some dudes under the bus at Colorado, too, particularly that offensive line, and his teammates still loved him. So what do I care if he sounds like he's eating cookies? while he talks. Maybe he was. Maybe right after Easter? Maybe it was a Cadbury egg. Who cares? Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We've got Ray Fittipaldo joining us from the Post-Gazette on that hotline coming up at 8 o'clock. Jerry Jones is talking out of his ass again. Or is he? And what might it have to do with the Steelers? We'll get to that when we come back. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates in Los Angeles, Angels of Anaheim play in the second game of their three-game series coming up tonight at 9:38. Pirates won the first game of the series yesterday after they beat the Angels 9-3. You can listen to the game 2 of the series right here on the Fan. Coverage starts at 8:40, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Homewood section of the city, crews have just cleared an earlier accident reopening the intersection of North Merlin and Upland Streets. Meanwhile, starting to see some delays along the Parkway North, right around the bend at Bellevue Westview, and then again approaching the Veterans Bridge across the span onto the crosstown. You're jammed approaching the Boulevard of the Allies. Parkway West, you are stacked between Carnegie and Greentree. Parkway East at Greensburg Pike and Route 28 before the Route 8 at the bypass. From the Kenny Ross Auto Group, find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com. I'm Greg McAtee.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code FAN25 and save $25 with Two Men and a JunkTruck.com.
When the kids take the field, Sheets is there to fuel up families, teams, and future Bucko legends. Sheets is proud to team up with 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates to spotlight local youth baseball and softball across the burg. Just go to 937thefan.com and click on the Youth Baseball and Softball Showcase. From ballpark snacks to post-game made-to-order victory laps, Sheets has what yins need. So why does Sheets not swing by, fuel up, and play ball?
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Goldberg, Persky & White, pioneers in asbestos litigation. Call 1-800-COMPLEX.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365.
Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
$50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Had a texter or two say that Shedeur Sanders sounds like an idiot. Sounds like he's eating cookies when he talks. Well, Gronk sounds like he's auditioning to be the next Billy Madison. And he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Like, what are we doing here? Shedeur Sanders has a high football IQ, throws guys open, he's accurate, he's lived in the spotlight his entire life. Like, people make it out to be, the only reason why Shedeur's even considered in the first round is because of his dad. Do you have any idea how hard it's got to be? Seriously, people are gonna, I can already tell, they're gonna crush me for this. How hard it is when your dad's Deion damn Sanders?
Yeah.
To live up to it?
Yeah.
Now you get a lot of help. Like your sons, they're all gonna have good opportunity because you know what it takes. Mm-hmm. To get to that next level, what to put in your body, how to work out, the focus, all that stuff. You had him running hills the other day. Like, all that stuff helps. But, like, Deion?
Yeah, it's tough.
That's got to be tough.
Tough.
And for him to perform at two different institutions and win at two different institutions when no one was watching Colorado football? No one gave a rat's ass about Colorado football. They were a player or two away from going to the Big 12 championship game last year, and it was all on him, and it was all on Travis Hunter.
And Angela from Beachview, when she called in earlier, she had a great point. And it's kind of a part of my philosophy as a dad, as a sports dad. Shedeur has only heard one voice his whole life.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I do take that. I do that. There is a pause there for me. Like, you've only heard your dad be your coach, really. How are you going to handle situations whenever it's not your dad coaching you?
I am in full spin mode on the Shedeur Sanders Express, and I think that might be a good thing. Get new coaches in his ear, different coaches in his ears. Maybe there's more room for growth there. Maybe he's only seeing it through his dad's lens.
And like I said, I adopt that philosophy, but the opposite. I don't want my kids to just hear my voice. I want them to figure it out themselves with other people, because that's how it's going to be whenever they do get to a point where they could probably compete or hopefully compete to, make it to a certain level.
Sure.
Like, I do worry about that.
Let the coaches coach.
Yes.
You've talked about that a bunch. I think you're good at that, which has to be hard.
It's definitely hard, but I do worry a little bit that how Shedeur is going to react that first time around whenever it's not Deion, it's not Dad, and it's Tomlin, it's Dable, it's,
Kevin Stefanski.
Like, how is he going to react? I do have some pause there.
I don't trust Kevin Stefanski. He's got the Just for Men all up in that beard, touch of gray.
Why don't you trust him?
I just think let that thing age out, man. That brown
pepper.
I know that brown you're combing in there, buddy. Ain't fooling anybody.
That's not.
That ain't fooling anybody.
That's not fake.
You know who had the fakest hair of all time? Recently was I guess promoted. Clint Hurdle. Clint Hurdle now the hitting coach of the Colorado Rockies.
Is he?
You missed this? Oh yeah.
What?
Yes.
When?
He was an executive or some sort of advisor, and he end of last week. Now the hitting coach for the old Rockies, Doran.
Wow.
Yeah, but he had silver hair, which I don't think is naturally occurring.
Silver fox.
Yeah, his glistened in a way that is not natural. All right, we'll get into Jerry Jones talking out of his ass in a little bit here. But coming up next, Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Who's he got mocked to the Steelers, Doran? Who's he got them taking 21st overall? We'll get to that coming up next. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify on stock units only. Offers end 4/30/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE. Both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Hey, baseball fans, want to boost the odds on your next MLB parlay? Take the field with a Parlay Boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Log into your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then place a parlay on any MLB game and apply the token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted parlay hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Feeling good about your MLB parlay? Step up to the plate for your chance to score. Claim your MLB Parlay Boost token today. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck, so join the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Pool City's Patio and Hot Tub Showcase is here. Huge savings on premium patio furniture with free delivery and setup. Save up to $5,000 on hot tubs plus 0% financing for 72 months. Hurry, event ends May 4th. Shop poolcity.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Chandler Township, crews on the scene of an accident now, the intersection of William Flynn Highway, that's Route 8 and Elfinwild Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, you're jammed just about to the Bandit Carnegie down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East acts at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 off-ramp all the way to the north side. Parkway North delays before Camp Horn Road down past Bellevue Westview, and then again as you head across the Veterans Bridge, heading onto the crosstown toward the Boulevard of the Allies. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 $79 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
The draft is just 35 hours, 57 minutes, and 45 seconds away. Joining us now to get into it is our Steelers insider, all-around good guy. He's super tapped in. It's Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and he's so important he is sponsored. Brought to you by LGKG, the born and raised Western PA injury attorneys who take your personal injury cases personally.
That sounded good, huh, Ray?
He's so important, Crowley will butcher the sponsor. The sponsor, by the way, LGKG, the born and raised Western PA injury attorneys who take your personal injury cases personally. Nailed it. You know what? The first time didn't work out so good with the Steelers either. When they took Kenny Pickett, might the second time be the charm, Ray? Shador Sanders, 21st overall. What are you thinking? What are you hearing?
Yeah, maybe Omar can nail this pick. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Right now, guys, I'm like 70% it's going to be a D lineman, but, you know, to break it down further, probably 15% running back and then probably 15% quarterback. That's kind of where I am right now. I am acknowledging that Shador Sanders or Jackson Dart could be that guy. And, you know, I just think what's going on in the last week, you know, and I don't want to read too much into what Mike said yesterday, but I don't remember Mike ever, like, talking in detail about a college prospect the way he did in that forum yesterday. So we'll see if it's a smoke screen or not, but where there's smoke, there might be fire. And I am acknowledging that quarterback is a possibility at 21.
Okay, so I just want to nail this down here, Ray. 15% if a quarterback is there, or factoring in that those guys might be taken?
Yeah, factor in everything. Like, I just think that D-line is probably still going to be their target, but let's see those guys are off the board, or let's say that there's such a high grade on Shador Sanders over their D-lineman, that, you know, maybe they would end up taking Sanders if they have that grade on them. So we'll see what happens, but you know, I think Omarion Hampton, Shador Sanders, I think they're as much in play as a guy like Derek Harmon, Kenneth Grant, or Walter Nolan.
What if it is a Marion Hampton? What would you say? How would you feel about that pick at 21?
I kind of feel the same way that I would about taking a quarterback at the same portion of the draft, right? Kenny Pickett was pick number 20. I think Najee was like 22 or 24, something like that. And, you know, it would be like, okay, we're over that trauma or whatever you want to say about a failed first round pick, and we're going to do it again. Now, I do think running back is a little bit different than quarterback. You know, I think Hampton is the better prospect than Najee Harris. I think he has more explosiveness. I think there's more big playability there, but it is still a running back, and those guys get banged up more. They got more touches, you know, than any other position. There's a higher risk of injury. So even though I think Hampton would be a good choice, he's a better prospect than Harris, I think you have to acknowledge the risk that there is taking a running back in the first round.
Ray Fittipaldo with us, of course, from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We know the Steelers have the 21st overall pick in the draft. They have the 83rd pick. If you're a betting man, Ray, do you think they get another pick somewhere between 21 and 83?
Yeah, I think they would like to, but, you know, you have to have somebody who's willing to move up And then the most important part of that equation is if you trade down 5 spots, like you better have 5 targets that you would be happy with. And, I think you guys heard Mike and Omar talk about it yesterday during the news conference. They are so heavily invested in the draft process. Like they go around to these pro days and they bring these guys in. They spend a lot of time with them. And Mike was saying yesterday, invariably, we are going to like someone where we pick in the first round just because they get to know these guys so well. So, yeah, trading back is a possibility, yes, but there would have to be the right circumstance in order for that to happen.
Ray, do you think, regardless, that the Steelers will take a quarterback in this draft outside of the first round?
Yeah, it certainly seems that way with the guys that they, brought in for visits and the work they did on the pro day circuit. But the draft would have to fall a certain way. Like the guy they would want, like in the 3rd round, would have to be there. So, let's say, I think the way it broke down, they brought in 4 and they went to 4 or 5 pro days. So, there's 9 quarterbacks that they scouted. I don't know how many that they really, really like. Chances are they probably don't like 9 out of 9. Maybe they like 3 out of 9, maybe like 4, 5 out of 9. So the draft would have to fall the right way. I think they're going to take a quarterback, but I can certainly see the draft unfolding in a certain way and then not taking one, and then you just go the free agent route. Who's left among the free agent quarterbacks, and you fill out your roster that way.
Ray Fittipaldo with us here on the Fan Morning Show. We have to ask you an Aaron Rodgers question at some point, but I don't feel like doing that now. So Walter Nolan, Kenneth Grant, Derek Harmon, 3 defensive linemen. You figure at least one of those guys, maybe all 3 are there at 21. Who do you like best, and who do you think's the best scheme fit for the Steelers, Ray?
Well, I think Harmon and Grant probably the best scheme fits. Probably have to use your imagination a little more with Kenneth Grant because they haven't really had that type of a body type on their line in quite some time. I think he would end up being your base nose, but if you take him that high, he's also going to bump out and play 3 technique and some other spots in sub packages. And we've talked about this before. Harmon, same body type as Cam Hayward, little different type of a player. He's not a Cam Hayward prototype, but I think learning behind Cam would be a tremendous opportunity for him. Nolan is the wild card. Nolan is he's the best athlete of that group, but he's a penetrating 3 technique, and they typically, they don't usually have their 3 techniques play that style. Maybe they would change for him. Maybe they would ask him to, take on more blocks and read and react and that type of thing. But I think Nolan is probably the most athletic of that group. Nolan probably has the most potential, but there would have to be some adjustments made, I think, with their scheme if they took him.
No first-round quarterback for the Steelers, and Aaron Rodgers doesn't sign. So that means Mason Rudolph is the quarterback. You think he does well this year? Think he does good?
Yeah, I think they can win 8 or 9 games with Mason Rudolph. I don't know if that's enough to get you into the playoffs. I don't know if that's enough to get you a playoff victory, but I do not think that they would be a bad team with Mason Rudolph. Just being around that team, this will be his 6th year in the NFL, 7th year in the NFL, 6th with the Steelers. And just being in that locker room, those guys just gravitate towards him. Even when he was like the backup quarterback, those guys in that locker room just really liked playing for him. So I think there would be that, that good chemistry vibe with him. I think he's a good enough quarterback that they wouldn't fall off the face of the earth if he had to start 17 games.
Ray Fittipaldo with us here on the Fan Morning Show. Okay, same question, but with Aaron Rodgers. If they'd win 8 or 9 with Rudolph, how many do you think they'd win with Rodgers? And where do things stand with the mercurial quarterback?
Yeah, I think there's probably a chance to win 1 or 2 more games with Aaron Rodgers. And listen, maybe if you get the right matchup in the playoffs, he can get you a playoff win. The thing everyone wants to know about Rodgers now is there a deadline? And it certainly doesn't seem like there's a deadline for him. And I think eventually there will be one for the Steelers, but we've been talking about it for weeks. Everyone thought, oh, it's going to be the draft. Well, it's not the draft, okay? Now everyone's pointing towards OTAs. I mean, OTAs make sense because you would want him to get that extra 3 weeks with his receivers and his line in May and June. But, I could also see a scenario where they let him walk in at a later point and they roll with him there. Now, that wouldn't be ideal, but I just don't get the sense that the Steelers are all that bothered by sitting around and waiting. I think they have more information than we do, and I think they're willing to let this play out a little bit.
Ray, this was wonderful. I cannot wait to talk next week about guys that are on the Steelers roster. I guess one more thing, actually.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones says he's got a couple of big-time deals he's working on right now. I find it funny. Like, Omar Khan didn't want to say Jack. Like, Tomlin would expand a little bit. Omar didn't want to say Jack. Well, Jerry Jones, what does he care? He's drinking Johnny Walker Blue on his yacht somewhere, probably as we speak right now. He says, yeah, we're working on 2 big-time trades. People have tried to connect dots, like Trey Hendrickson for the Bengals is available. Maybe Tyreek Hill. How about George Pickens? Do you think he'd be on the move?
Yeah, listen, every GM is open for business if you give them a great offer that they can't refuse. But, I don't know that the Steelers are going to get that type of an offer for George Pickens just because of some of the baggage that comes with him. But, yeah, listen, if you can get a second-round pick for George, I think they would do that. But if not, I think they're more than happy to carry him on the roster going into the season and hoping he has a good final year with the Steelers before he heads off in free agency.
Raymond, this was wonderful. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you for your time.
All right, guys. Talk to you later.
Thanks, Ray.
See you, buddy. Ray Fittipaldo of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, your personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We will react to that conversation with Ray coming up next. I will react to a text right now. Ha ha, you guys wasted a week's worth of airtime talking about Sanders for Fittipaldo to say there's a 15% chance. Ha 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 ha. Just so everyone's clear on this, the Steelers don't know who they're picking at 21. They don't know. They've got an idea.
Right.
They probably know 6 or 7 guys who are available, could be available when they've done their mocks and their practice stuff for this draft. They have an idea of who they're going to take. Shedeur Sanders is going to be on that list of 6 or 7.
Yes, he is.
That's a reality. And we are talking about all the realities. But Mike Tomlin wasn't sitting up there at the podium yesterday knowing that Shedeur Sanders is or isn't going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. You just don't know. The Titans know that Cam Ward's going to be their guy.
Yep.
I'm sure the Browns know who they're planning on taking. And I'm sure the Giants have pretty good intel on who the Browns are taking and thus know who they're going to get. And maybe at 4, the Patriots. Other than that, everyone's kind of guessing here, folks. And so we're guessing too. That's what we sit around and talk about at the bar. What do you think the Steelers are going to take at 21? It's part of the fun. So lighten up, Francis. 412-928-9370. We'll react to Ray coming up next. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates in a game tonight at 9:38 against the Los Angeles Angels. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 8:40 with Dan Zangrilli hosting the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. And if the Pirates can win tonight, they will win the series against the Angels since they won Game 1 9-3 yesterday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you, Harry Callis, or you in a pickle. Not Harry, but you out there. In a pickle, not knowing who to call for a new roof. The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has done work on my roof, and they're outstanding. That's why they have hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, plus all of their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551, or online at callthepickle.com.
This is
Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. The expansion WNBA Golden State Valkyries are advertising for someone to work as the team mascot for between $130 to $160 per hour. Interestingly, that's roughly 4 times more than what Caitlin Clark, one of the league's biggest stars, makes per hour in salary. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Mitsu by the Mall has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. Jim Shorkey, North Hills, Mitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
If you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to putt along. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. Parkway North delays before Camp Horn Road all the way to Perrysville, while Route 28 jams between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass. Down past Shaler Waterworks, a second slowdown near Millvale to the north side. And if you're traveling onto the Crosstown, watch for delays from the Veterans Bridge over toward the Boulevard of the Allies. Parkway West, you are jammed just about at the bend at Carnegie to the Fort Pitt Tunnels and the Parkway East exit Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Ray Fittipaldo joined us in the last segment. We love Ray. Ray's good at his job. How good, we'll tell you in a second. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I guess it was about 5 seconds. Ray Fittipaldo nailed a couple of picks in his mock draft last year, which is not easy to do. It just isn't. Someone tweeted him, would be interested to see how accurate Fittipaldo, is how they wrote it, was last year in his mock draft. So the Thursday of the draft last year, Raymond, round 1, Pittsburgh Steelers, Troy Fautanu. Which I don't think a lot of people thought that the Steelers would actually be able to get him. Now, he had him at 20. They obviously moved up and got him. He had the Steelers taking Roman Wilson in the 3rd round. 2 guys in a mock? It's pretty damn good.
Yep.
So
Ray, he jinxed him, too.
What do you mean? Because neither one of those guys stayed healthy?
Yep. Good job, Ray.
People don't like looking at things this way, but I think everyone should. You're getting an extra first and an extra third this year. Troy Fautanu did not play for the team. He played a handful of snaps. That Denver game when he was rotating with Broderick Jones, how stupid was that? I'll answer my own question. It was really stupid. Let's rotate tackles in the NFL. What the hell? But they believe in Fautanu so much that he missed like all of training camp, and they still, the second he was healthy, got him in the lineup.
Yep.
So they believe he's going to be really good. I happen to share that belief. And then Roman Wilson, I don't know, he's not the biggest guy, but he plays hard. He's willing to block for you, can be a possession receiver. And you didn't see him at all last year. He played a few, special teams snaps, ran a couple of routes, and then he got hurt again. And then he had trouble getting on the moving train. 2 guys that they thought would help them big time last year. And you're going to get to see what they can do for you this year. It's going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
Or it should be. And if it's not, you got concerns. I'm obviously more bullish on Fautanu, but you were absolutely hurting for wide receiver depth late last year, and Roman Wilson did not help you at all. Now, I guess that could scare you, but with a full offseason and a training camp, I'm bullish on him.
Yeah.
We'll see what it
I mean, this wide receiver room is starting to shape up pretty nicely. I mean, if your third receiver is Roman Wilson or Calvin Austin, that's pretty good.
I think so.
Pretty good. I like it a lot. You'll probably add like another maybe veteran. Maybe a draft pick. I don't know. I don't think that they'll draft anybody high, but maybe like later. But a veteran receiver would be nice.
Sure. Absolutely. And there'll be guys that get cut after the draft happens every year, and they fit more in that depth role anyhow.
Skoranek.
Yeah. And he's back. Yeah. And people, look, he's Ben Skoranek. He's not sexy. He's not going to go out there and catch you 5 balls for 50 yards every game. He's a hell of a special teams player, and those guys matter too. They just do. Ray said he'd give it about a 15% chance the Steelers take a quarterback 21st overall, but not because they wouldn't want one. They're not going to move up and get a guy. There's no question. Like Omar Khan said so much yesterday. You don't have the draft capital in this draft to be able to go up and get a quarterback. But if he's there at 21, you wonder what they would do. He has it at about 15%, and like we just said, Ray's good at this. He nailed the first-round pick last year, and he nailed the third-round pick last year in his mock draft. But if he is there, I think they take him.
Me too.
I think they take him. And then there's the 3 defensive linemen that Ray was talking about. Walter Nolan would be the one who, I think he'll definitely be there. Here are those character concerns. And I don't always love talking about this because there's going to be people who like Walter Nolan, and there's going to be people perhaps with an axe to grind with Walter Nolan, people that may have been offended by this guy personally. You just don't know. I don't know how much stock to put into it. But Jeremy Fowler of ESPN reported that Nolan has a history of walking off the practice field mid-session due to frustration. Some scouts have raised concerns about his maturity and perceived lack of motor, sometimes take plays off. And then there are multiple reports that state that some teams have removed Nolan altogether from their draft boards.
That's what I would do.
Because of their character concerns.
Just from what you just said.
If I'm the Eagles, I'd take him. They have a history of that. If I'm the Steelers, I don't.
Not even touch him.
Now, let's say you find a second-round pick, and you use that second-round pick, I don't know, on a running back or on a quarterback. If you don't draft one in round one, let's say at 83rd he's sitting there because he's been taken off of draft boards. But he's that kind of talent where he grades out as a first-round guy. Do you take a swing at him in the third round?
No. I need a guy that can play.
I know.
And needs to be on the field and not wanting to walk off the field.
Volunteers, hostages, things of that nature.
No chance. I'm sorry. The character concerns, like, if you're beating people up, like, all right, like, you know, like, if you get in trouble for that.
That's a Woe Sick'em thing.
Yeah, like,
if you're beating people up, you might beat people up on the field.
Exactly. Like, whatever.
But if I need to...
I need to be able to count on you.
Kick your ass into shape.
I need to be able to count on you.
Yeah.
If I can't count on you, no chance.
If I'm the Eagles, I take talent, and they've done that, and it's worked out for them. This guy sounds like George Pickens, but at the defensive line position. And what you need really above all else at D-line is that effort.
Yeah.
I mean...
No, like the motor's in question? Come on.
I talk about this all the time. Like, this play sticks out in my mind. The Steelers got absolutely blasted by the Browns a few years ago. Mike Pettin was the head coach. The Browns were sitting there at 6-2. I think they won the game like 31-10 or something like that. But they ran one of those tight end throwback passes where he leaks out. You know, Pitt did a lot of that actually this year. So he leaks out, tight end, wide open. Nobody's even on the TV screen. You know who chases his ass down and tackles him? Cam Hayward.
Yeah.
Like 30 yards down the field. Brett Kiesel would do that kind of stuff. You need a guy with a motor. But if you take Shedeur Sanders 21st overall, and it's looking like man, it's either Walter Nolan at 83 or some guy who can only play nose tackle for me, I think I still might have to take the swing. I might have to. You need a Cam Hayward replacement. And I just maybe gave you a lot of reasons why he wouldn't be the Cam Hayward replacement.
There's got to be other D linemen out there. I would take a guy that had a lower evaluation than that guy.
Who I think I could coach and get more out of instead of having to get more out of this guy. You know who? Remember McCullers?
Yeah.
What was he, 6'9"? Just an absolute beast. He was on the roster for like 7 years. And once a preseason and once a regular season, he would be like the dude, like Michael Orr's character in The Blind Side, where he would just take the center and he'd drive him all the way back to the quarterback. That guy was on scholarship for 7 years.
Yep.
But they just couldn't get him to consistently have that motor going. And I wanted to smack him upside the head. I would have needed to get on your shoulders, Dorn. But like, dude, you are 6'9", and you have that in you? Just do it. Just do it more consistently.
Play with Michael Orr.
Was he cool?
Yes. He was real upset about the movie, though.
Yes, he was.
Like in real life. Like he was like, the movie's fake. I remember we were sitting there. He's like, I was talking to him at his locker. He's like, that whole movie's fake.
I think he came out and said that on the record, too. Yeah. Sandra Bullock in that movie, though.
I mean.
Sweet, sassy Molassie.
Good Lord.
And I'm respectfully, that is a beautiful woman who has aged like fine wine. I think I'd go and live with the Tuohys, too.
Oh.
I don't care if you're using me to make money. I'll come and live with you. She had the hots for Nick Saban, too.
Yep.
He would never to miss Terry.
No, never.
Maybe a wayward thought, though.
Yeah, he thought about it.
That was LSU Nick Saban, who was actually Alabama's coach at the time when they filmed the movie, but he had to put the LSU gear on.
That's right.
It's very weird to me. Anyway, coming up next, we'll take a brief respite from the draft talk. We'll get back into it quickly. We've got Doug Whaley from 9 until 10, but the Buccos, break them up. 18 hits, 9 runs. Will we see the same lineup today? John Wainers out in Anaheim. We'll see if he wakes up to have this conversation. We'll talk to him about them Buccos coming up next. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates baseball can be heard here on 93.7 The Fan tonight at 9:38, which is the scheduled start time of the game between the Angels and the Pirates. Pirates won yesterday, so if they win this second game today, they will win the series against the Angels. Again, game time 9:38. Coverage on The Fan begins at 8:40, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Don't miss your chance to bet on all the clutch shots and legendary performances with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, so now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now double bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. You've heard us say this before. It has a cool ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe it said 300. Wouldn't the 260 be a little bit nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I have dropped over 50 pounds with Awaken 180. There's no reason you can't drop 40 or more pounds by the 4th. Ring in Independence Day, shirt off, confident, most importantly, you're feeling happy. You reached your goal weight with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open that beer, roast up the hot dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. And they stand by it. I haven't put a pound back on for almost 2 years. In fact, I've lost a couple more pounds. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich, and this is an important message for all who ride motorcycles. Accidents happen, and when it comes to motorcycle accidents, there are no fender benders. Injuries are usually severe and life-changing. If you do one thing today, protect yourself by calling your insurance agent and make sure that you have at least $100,000 in uninsured and underinsured coverage. If you have questions or if you've been injured, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED? NuFlow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. NuFlow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call NuFlow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
It's Jeep season. Stop in and see Bill Winter and his team at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for amazing deals like a 2024 Jeep Wagoneer S. Payment starting at $399 for 24 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
All right, imagine you're just like me, looking at your house, looking at your chimney, looking at your retaining wall and saying, I need to get that done, I need to get that done, I need to get that done. Well, year after year passes, and then finally, well, it could be too late and then sometimes more costly. So get on it now. With the weather really starting to warm up, you got to call Precision Pointing. They do it all. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration retaining walls, free estimates, no money down, so you don't have to worry about them running away with your deposit. Precision pointing. Do what I did. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Prices are going up everywhere. Tariffs may drive up costs across the country, but not at Legacy Box.
Why? Because we're proudly 100% American made. Every tape, film reel, and photo you send stays right here in the USA, digitized by skilled technicians who know your memories are priceless.
Introducing the Legacy Box All-American Sale. Just $9 per tape. Not $15, not $12, just $9.
We're the nation's #1 digitizer, trusted by over 1 million families because we've made it simple. Just fill your Legacy Box with old tapes, film reels, and photos. We'll digitize them by hand and return everything, plus digital copies on the cloud you can relive and share forever.
With Legacy Box, your memories are safe from tariffs and safe from time. Heat, humidity, and age are already destroying your family's history, so take advantage of our limited time $9 tape sale.
Visit legacybox.com/value to lock in savings today. That's legacybox.com/value. Legacy Box, American made, trusted by families.
BeyondYourLincoln.com, neighbors not strangers. 200 2025 Lincolns in stock.
If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
Wayner, deep left. Look at this. Steve. Oh, my God. He's done it. Native Wayner. Unbelievable. It is unbelievable. He's done it in his home ballpark. John Wayner.
That's not the Rock stuff. That's Rocky stuff.
That is unbelievable.
John Wayner joins us now, and we were a little worried that John might not be awake out there on the West Coast. How you doing, Rock? What's going on?
Oh, I'm doing great. Always up at 4:30 a.m. or whatever the heck time it is.
Break up the Bucks, Rock. I mean, 18 hits, 9 runs. Andrew McCutchen with a blast. I mean, all the big-time dudes brought it last night, and that's what we were talking about last week. Yeah, okay, so Jack Sawinski hasn't looked good, and that's an understatement, and Tommy Pham, and the list goes on. But if Kutch and Cruz and Reynolds and Bart can hit, they should have the pitching to be able to win some series here, no?
For sure. Yeah, I think that's huge. You know, your big guys, you know, they got to do their thing, and it's huge when, especially that middle of the lineup, you know, Kutch and Bart, Reynolds, whoever, yeah, they got to drive in runs, and boy, probably the most complete game that we've had this year. I mean, I think everything was pretty good. You know, I thought the defense was solid. I thought we pitched well.
Bullpen was great.
Yeah, bullpen, 5 no-hit innings. That Soriano is no joke. I mean, his velocity was down a little bit. I mean, this guy's throwing, you know, 100 miles an hour. You know, averaging 99 almost on the year, but he wasn't throwing as hard. But he has a good curveball, good slider. I think the Pirates did a good job of not chasing, got into good counts, chased them early, you know. And so, yeah, hopefully this gets them going, especially like you said, the offense. The offense has to be a little more consistent. And like you said, if you're swinging the bats and you're coming up with the big hits with runners in scoring position, you'll start winning series, and that's what this team needs to start doing.
John, have you sensed some confidence from Bednar's last 2 performances?
Yeah, I think especially last night. I think I said this here before. You know, he was an all-star, and I think he was an all-star because he was dominant with his fastball, especially. You know, he has the curveball and the split, but you know, he got people out with fastball, and he came at guys with the fastball. You know, I think because it's gotten hit some last year and this year, and I think that's where his struggle started, because his fastball that guys used to swing through or pop up or, you know, not hit has been getting turned around, and I think that's for whatever reason, because the velocity wasn't down or anything else like that. He had the same velocity going right at guys, and for whatever reason, guys were getting to it, and guys were driving it. And then when that happens, I think that's when you start going to your curveball more, or your split more, or maybe you're not as aggressive in the strike zone, you're behind the count. But last night was the first time, you know, in a while that I've seen him just come at him with fastball and got the swing and miss on the fastball. You know, he looks exactly like the all-star that he was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing to see, and we're all rooting hard for David Bednar. I'm also rooting hard, John, for the Pirates to have a consistent lineup. And so you have 18 hits last night and 9 runs. I would just take the lineup card and I would copy and paste, and I would run the same thing out there tonight. What do you think?
Yeah, good call. Why not? I think, they were all having fun. And, and the guys that were in there, those averages are coming up. It just seems like just a few days ago we had 4 guys or 5 guys that were in that lineup that were hitting below 200. And I think last night I looked up at the scoreboard towards the end of the game, and I'm like, hey, it looks a lot better now. You see a lot of 2s. All these averages are starting to climb, and I think when you start collecting hits, you start gaining confidence. And then when you're confident, you're more likely to put together better at bats. So I think when it was hard to blame them for changing the lineup so often. I think when you're not hitting and you have so many guys that are struggling, sometimes you got to try new things and give guys some opportunities. So that what we saw last night was basically the lineup the majority of the time, and that's a good call. Keep it the same.
John, you gave me the advice for the first pitch, man up, and I did not throw a strike, but I also did not bounce it, and it's all because of you, big guy.
Wow, I forgot all about that. So you did good?
I mean, I did okay.
He got it to the glove of Henry Davis.
Tried to break his thumb.
Oh, so you let it go, too? You let it rip?
Yeah, there's a hitch in the delivery. I'm going to have to talk to the pitching coach, but it got there.
Did you go up on the mound, or did you go in front?
I knew we couldn't have this conversation, John, if I would tell you that I threw it from flat ground. So I was right on the rubber.
Nice. And you got it there.
Got it there. I'll have to send you the video. I'm sure you're just, you need to see it.
I'm surprised it wasn't like on the news or something. I thought that are going viral. I mean, that's big stuff.
No, and that's what's not
my
fair.
goodness.
If I would have tripped and fell, or I would have bounced the thing 2 times, that's when it would have gone viral. But nobody loves the athletic success.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, you're so cocky. That's so much fun.
All right, go back to bed, Wayner. Hopefully when we talk next week, the Pirates will have that left number in the win-loss column a lot closer to the right number.
That would be great. I mean, this is not an easy trip, obviously, going through L.A. and Anaheim. But, congratulations. Seriously, I can't wait to see the video. Really proud of you.
Really proud of you. Thanks, Dad. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
See ya.
What a guy. John Wayner, the best.
He sounded very proud.
He did sound proud. He's groggy. He's tired.
He's going to be underwhelmed.
He probably hasn't had his cup of coffee yet.
You know, it hasn't made the news. Like, it was spectacularly, it was just the most average pitch you'll ever see. There was nothing spectacular.
We grade on the curve, buddy. We grade on the curve.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people were expecting him not to even get it to that point.
That's right.
Right. So, he didn't do bad, but he didn't do good enough for it to be memorable.
You know what I am? I'm Mike Tomlin.
You're forgettable.
I outperformed my own low expectations.
Yeah.
This is exactly what happened there.
But Mike Tomlin's on the news all the time.
All right, so one guy in the lineup last night for the Pirates didn't have a hit. That's Enmanuel Valdez. Everybody else had at least a hit, and you had 6 guys with multiple hits. If it's not the same exact lineup tonight, independent of who's pitching for the Angels, we riot.
Yep.
We riot.
Yep.
And one last thing here on the Bucks before we're back into draft talk. Doug Whaley from 9 until 10. They're 8-7 with Andrew McCutchen in the starting lineup. They are 1-8 without him. Play his ass every single night until he specifically asks you not to. I don't think it should be that hard. 1-8 without him. 8-7 with him. You don't have enough good hitters. He's still a good hitter. Play him every damn night. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. More on the NFL draft coming up next. Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin made an official statement this week saying that the Aaron Rodgers situation will have no impact whatsoever on the Steelers draft choices here in 2025. More fun online. Go to 937thefan.com. And now, Growling.
Thank you, Callis. Buccos baseball tonight on the West Coast. You can live bet on Buccos baseball. You can live bet on golf, pro hoops, and hockey playoffs on the BetPark Sportsbook and Casino app. Andrew Heaney pitches tonight, and you can live bet on baseball, golf, and pro hoops and hockey playoffs. Live betting better on the BetParks app, and you can bet on individual player performances in baseball like player hits, home runs, RBIs, strikeouts, and much more. But whether the Bucks or your favorite pro baseball team wins or not, there's always another way to win on the BetPark Sportsbook and online casino app. It's the only app I ever use and recommend because you can play blackjack, roulette, craps, poker with live dealers right on your phone, and new users get up to a $1,000 casino bonus back if you are down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com, download the app right now, enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino right at your fingertips. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for the BetParks app. You love to play, you play to win, you bet. BetParks. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews dealing with an accident southbound I-79 just after the S-bends heading down from the Neville Island Bridge, so watch for delays past the scene. Parkway West, you're jammed almost to the bend at Carnegie to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays from Parkway Center down toward Carnegie, and then from Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg, Route 28 jam between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass towards Shaler Waterworks. Second delay at Millvale. Parkway North delays at Camp Horn Road down past Perrysville, and then again across the Veterans Bridge and onto the Crosstown. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Get off the couch and get moving. Two Men and a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.twomen.com. Two Men in a Truck. That's the power of Bowser.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Insurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Looking for the ultimate getaway? Stay and play at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Whether you're here for a weekend escape or a midweek retreat, we've got everything you need under one roof. Wake up refreshed in one of our stunning rooms and head straight to the action, just steps away from the casino floor. Enjoy a variety of gaming, dining, and entertainment, all just outside your door. Visit riverscasino.com and book your stay today. Experience the best of both worlds at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
And Doug.
Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over.
We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up in about 10 minutes, Doug Whaley going to join us for a full hour. He'll be here in the flesh the day before the NFL draft. We'll have our guy Pat Bostigan with us for 3 hours tomorrow, the day of the draft.
Yes, sir.
Think he might want to break down some quarterback prospects, Storm.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. 35 hours, 8 minutes, and 10 seconds away from round one of the NFL draft beginning. And we have a new mock draft from a guy who is absolutely locked in. And that is Peter Schrager, now of ESPN, formerly of the NFL Network. He has Jackson Dart going to the Giants, 26th overall. They trade into the first round again. The Rams would be the team moving out. He has the Steelers taking Shedeur Sanders 21st overall. And that is being mocked more and more frequently. And here's the deal with Schrager. He only does one mock. It's based on the latest that he's hearing from sources around the league. So, some places you'll go to like Pro Draft Talk or whatever, and they'll do based on need, based on how they have their prospect rankings. Peter Schrager's going off of what he's hearing from league sources. So Ray Fittipaldo gives the Steelers about a 15% chance of taking a quarterback. Peter Schrager thinks it's going to be Shedeur Sanders. Meanwhile, guys like Mel Kiper, or I guess only Mel Kiper, have Shedeur Sanders as the number one overall quarterback in this draft.
So Schrager has both quarterbacks on the board when Steelers pick.
Yes, he does.
Interesting.
Well, I want that to be the case.
Yep.
If that's the case, we get to find out if we got smokescreen Tomlin yesterday or if we got Mike Tomlin just gushing about a prospect that he loves yesterday.
Yep.
Because he did lay it on thick, talking about all the intangibles for Shedeur Sanders. And I get that it's got people spooked because of the Kenny Pickett thing. I do need a quarterback that's tough. I do want a quarterback with grit.
Yes.
I want a guy who's going to play through pain. I want a guy who is going to keep his head on straight whenever he's dealt with getting sacked 9 times in a game, which, I don't know that happened at Colorado. I'll have to go back and look, but he got hit an awful lot. And, we saw it here in Pittsburgh. We did. Phil Jurkovec. Phil Jurkovec was a really good college quarterback. And then he got hit a million times his last year at Boston College. And by the time he got to Pitt, he was gun shy.
Yep.
He's seeing ghosts. Now, Shedeur will run into pressure, but he's also looking to make a play. And he has not been adversely affected the way that, just to, again, pull a random example out of my ass, that we saw happen with Phil Jurkovec. And I think that's noteworthy. He also has a high football IQ, will throw guys open, and is a much more accurate passer than Kenny Pickett was. Accuracy was one of Kenny's calling cards, no doubt about it. This guy's more accurate than Kenny. Mm-hmm. So I don't think it's an apples-to-apples thing. I just think the Steelers are picking 21st. They picked 20th in the 2022 draft, and people they're scorned. Scorned lovers, Doran. Scared.
I understand, but it's two different prospects.
That's right.
And you need a quarterback. What are you going to do? Just hide forever and not draft a quarterback because of what happened before? No. You redo it and figure it out again. You figure it out until it's figured out.
I'll tell you the one thing I don't want to see, and we got a tweet from our guy. If Angela in Beachview is the queen of the Fan Morning Show callers, tweeters, and texters, then Matt Zagarelli would be the king, although that means that they'd be in an interesting relationship. Anyway, he said Mason Solid would probably do well and win 9 games, probably sneak into the playoffs. I don't know if I'd go that far. My problem is it just doesn't move the needle for me. A Rudolph-led team doesn't get me at the training camp in July. I could not agree more.
Right.
Last year, there was excitement because you had Fields and Russ. The year before that, there was excitement because Kenny Pickett was coming off of the greatest preseason in the history of quarterbacking. The year before that, there was intrigue because of Trubisky and Kenny Pickett. And how is that all going to play out? If Mason Rudolph's your quarterback coming in this year, it will be the least buzz there has been in a really long time for a Steelers season. I totally agree with that. I can't go through 17 games of Mason. And I like the guy. He's a good backup quarterback. There's value there at $4 million for the next 2 years. He's a backup quarterback. Maybe they would win 8 or 9 games. Play defense, run the ball, win 13-12. I don't want to watch that for 17 games. God, please no. All right, coming up next, Doug Whaley for a full hour. Our NFL insider, front office insider. Full hour of draft talk with an expert coming your way next. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Protect your home and your package deliveries with Guardian Protection. Right now, get a free Video Doorbell Pro when you purchase an Essentials security package. With HD video, two-way audio, and smart package detection, you'll always know when a delivery arrives and if it disappears. Stay connected and in control anywhere. Don't miss this limited time offer. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
Shopping for a newer certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains. And delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush still hanging on, but fading fast. This report brought to you by Corrigan Moving and Storage. Parkway West, you're still jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Ford Pit tunnels, while the outbound is heavy approaching Parkway Center to Carnegie, then stacked from Roslyn Farms past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays before the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North stacking up before Camp Horn Road and then again at Bellevue Westview. A third delay approaching the Veterans Bridge toward the Crosstown. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fan's football executive insider. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I think the things that stood out were evident in this video. There's a toughness there that doesn't get talked about enough. There's a competitive spirit there that doesn't get talked about enough. I know he's very talented and has made a lot of plays for his university and his team, but the intangible qualities displayed on tape were impressive to me.
Mike Tomlin talking about Shedeur Sanders. Peter Schrager of ESPN has now mocked Sanders to the Steelers' 21st overall because of what he's hearing around the league. And now we are joined by Doug Whaley, our NFL executive insider, our friend. It's a perfect day to talk to Doug. Doug, first of all, A, how you doing? B, if you were in the catbird seat as GM right now, when's the last time you would have slept?
First, what's more exciting to your listeners, Christmas Eve or Draft Day Eve?
I can't speak for the listeners. I can speak for me. I am ready for this puppy.
Yes. I think everybody is. Just the buildup it's almost getting overblown. Just almost jumping the shark, as they say.
And frankly, this year we hadn't spent as much time on the draft as we had in previous years based on all the Rodgers stuff going on, based on the relative unknowns in this draft. And it was only, I don't know, within the last week plus that we've considered even quarterback being in play for the Steelers. Mm-hmm. And I think that's because they hadn't really considered quarterback being in play for them until maybe they got some scuttlebutt around the league saying that these guys or one of these guys could be available 21st overall.
Well, how excited are execs right now, or in scouts, in knowing that the process is done? Like, how excited are they for tomorrow? Well, are you excited, or are you just like, all right, it's just a job?
Oh, well, to answer his question, you sleep well if you do it right. And I equate it to practice. And we're talking practice, man. No, but when you go through the draft process and you set your board 2 or 3 days before the board, I'm ready for the game. I'm starting to get excited. Now, you sleep comfortably because you've prepared and you're just ready to flip the switch. And guys, the way we did it is, and I got it from when we were in Pittsburgh, we used to do mock drafts. So all you're really doing is different scenarios where guys would be available and who would you do? I said, well, let's do it this way. Everybody's on the board, and you have the first pick. Who you taking? Boom, you move that guy over. And you take it all the way down to whatever pick you are. You've talked out every scenario, and you know. So guess what? Draft, you're just sitting there like, all right, let the board fall. And whoever's left there, we've talked out every scenario. There's nothing else to talk. So it actually is, I wouldn't say boring, but if you do it right in the first round, second round things start opening up because you change because of who you draft in the first round and all this other stuff. But it should just be like, all right, we're ready to go. And that's how it was for us. It was like, all right, this is what we do. They call this play, we're going to audible this play. We're going to blitz on this play. Now, we'd also put, and I told you guys this, all right, let's say we're at 21. We'd look at, at 11, those are guys that if they're hanging there, we would consider trading up to. Then you go down to say, okay, maybe there's 25 guys that you wouldn't trade away from. And then there's guys that you could trade down to. And then you'd have to say there's 30 guys that you like, we could trade down to 30. Now you got to make sure there's 10 guys at 21
right.
that are still there that you like. Because you're going to, like Omar said, you don't want to trade away from good players just to get picks. And that's where that analytics-driven mantra of trade down and get more bites at the apple, well, you're just throwing darts. You get paid to evaluate and evaluate right. And that's why you trust your evaluation and you do it that way. But to answer your question, it's exciting time, but it's controlled, temperate, excitement because it's game day and you just got to go out and execute. But if you believe in your preparation, you believe that you're going to execute correctly.
Do you ever do mocks where you'll mock a guy to your team that you know probably won't, like a Travis Hunter? Will you ever like just do a mock, like say Travis Hunter fell, say something happened and he was on the board, or are you just like, if that happens, we're absolutely going to take it?
He's smoking pot out of a Bane mask or something the night of the draft.
Jeremy Tunsil.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of those things, because we did the work, only thing we had to do is talk, because we had him on the board. We had to talk to the ownership and like, hey, listen, are you okay with this? And they were like, the Pagulas were like, what else is there? Like, no, that's all right. How many other people in the league smoke weed? That's probably 75 to 80%. They're like, okay, let's do it.
Let's do it.
How's that number sound, Dickerson? Is it 75, 80%? You think that's right on?
Probably, that's probably a little low. Probably 89,
now,
90.
Nowadays,
yeah.
So
90.
But we were even starting thinking, okay, let's start thinking about packaging and trading up. And no, that's the type of thing where you're like, okay, we got to be ready if something like that happens. But if you do it the way we did it, we've talked about everything. Now, again, that came out the night before the draft. Then you huddle up and you're all right, blah blah blah, and you got to start formulating a plan of what you want to do and getting sign off from ownership.
There's a million different questions we can ask you here, and we're going to ask as many as possible. But just to pull a name out here, Walter Nolan, defensive lineman. He is, according to reports, not on some people's draft boards, though he would be a first-round talent in this draft. He has a history of walking off the practice field mid-session due to frustration. Some scouts have raised concern about his maturity, perceived lack of a motor. Do you think that's a guy that would be on your board, like in the right circumstances, like if he falls to the 5th round, 6th round, something like that, or do you take him off altogether?
No, that's what the talent would. We would put a character marker on him, and depends. It's usually a 2 to 3 round marker. Like we had a guy that was very talented. Actually, we picked him in the 7th round from Miami, failed a drug test at the combine. I'm like, wait a minute.
Right.
You know you're getting tested. Take 30 days off. You either have a problem or you're an idiot. And most of the time it's both. But the talent was so great that we ended up saying, on the 7th round, it's just like a free agent. Let's get taken. So, yes. But you don't want to, when I think of first-round picks, you want to have as few questions as possible in that first-round pick. And also, you want to have something in that report that has the word dynamic in it. And that's when we start talking, and I was thinking about this driving in, has anybody said anything dynamic about Shedeur Sanders?
No. And
even just jump in right.
Yeah.
Even what you were hearing, what Coach Tomlin said, it was about his competitiveness, his ability to handle this and that. There was nothing about, he's dynamic with the ball in his hands, dynamic thrower, dynamic passer, whatever, dynamic runner.
They have about Dart.
Exactly. So that's where
Milroe too.
Yes,
Milroe too.
For me, that's where I was brought up and thought is like in the first round, as few questions as possible, and there's got to be something dynamic.
Okay, that's an interesting thing that you bring up now, because I was going to ask you, what makes a high-ceiling quarterback? Because all the scouting reports you read, you watch Shedeur Sanders, and it's accuracy, it's throwing guys open, it's his football IQ, which I think are all traits that you absolutely want and need your quarterback to have, and always have needed those. But you're right, there's nothing dynamic about him. Can your brain elevate you to a very high ceiling, or do you need to have those traits?
No, and that is where we aren't privy to that information. When you sit down, is his brain dynamic enough to overcome his lack of physical dynamicism, if that's a word? Ooh, it is now.
It is now.
Yep. Yeah. Tell Starkey to start.
Chew on that, Webster.
Yeah, and Starkey.
Yeah.
But that's where you just don't know, and that was the difference from Tom Brady. He had a brain that was dynamicism.
Well, now you just sound like Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, boys. Here we go. We have breaking news. Diana Rossini of The Athletic. She's very good. She's tapped in. One of the best writers in the country. The Steelers, Browns, and possibly the Vikings could be involved in a trade involving Kirk Cousins, sources say. So this would kind of spit in the face of, I've heard a whole bunch of Steelers beat writers. Mark Cabali, who's on with us all the time, Ray Fittipaldo, who we spoke with today, Dale Lawley, so many others, people I like, people I trust, say the Steelers have to know more than we do about Aaron Rodgers. That report makes me think they know exactly what Rodgers said on the Pat McAfee show. Mm-hmm. If the Steelers are sniffing around on Kirk Cousins, they are not confident where they stand with Aaron Rodgers. Because there's no way in hell that they're going to have Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, Mason Rudolph, and Skylar Thompson. Or get rid of Thompson and have a rookie. They ain't doing that. So they can't feel very good about where they stand with Aaron Rodgers right now if this Diana Rossini report is accurate.
And more importantly, how comfortable are you feeling that they're thinking about Kirk Cousins?
That's what I took from
Kirk
it.
who? What?
I didn't even think about Aaron Rodgers. I'm like, Kirk Cousins.
Please.
Jeez.
Come on.
I mean, and Minnesota. I mean, he just came from Minnesota before Atlanta. Like, so they're interested in bringing him back. And then if you're Cleveland, like, you got Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, and Kirk Cousins.
Oh yeah, baby.
Jeez, man.
But what I do want to talk about is, remember last year when everybody was talking about the Atlanta Falcons taking Penix after they had signed? And I'm not tooting my own horn, but I'm tooting my own horn. I said this is a brilliant move, because it's hearkening back to the old days where you had a veteran, you bring in a young guy, you let him marinate, mature, and get to the point where when the old man is done, you got a guy that's not a rookie that you have to go with the ebbs and flows. He's ready to play. And it actually was pushed forward a lot quicker than I'm sure they wanted, and Penix had to play at the end of the year. So I have no issues. And I wouldn't mind if Aaron Rodgers comes and if they do take Shedeur Sanders. That would probably be the best case. I would want Shedeur then if you knew Aaron was coming.
I mean, I'll say this too. If it's not going to be Rodgers and you do draft Shedeur Sanders and then you bring in Kirk Cousins, that's not the worst thing because of that.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That to me says they have a plan and are looking at helping develop Shedeur with an older quarterback.
Right.
More veteran type.
If it's part of this plan to help develop your youngster QB, fair enough. If it's Kirk Cousins, Mason Rudolph, and like Will Howard, oh my God.
Oh, that's awful.
The reason why we did see Penix at the end of last season, here's the last 6 games of Kirk Cousins' 2024 season. If you've got kids in the car, just change the radio station right now. It's too ugly. We don't need them to hear this. 1 touchdown, 9 interceptions, a quarterback rating of 64, 11 sacks, 5 fumbles.
Jeez.
This guy can't play.
Can't.
So for all the people who don't want Rodgers, I don't want to hear the anti-Rodgers folks today talking up Kirk Cousins. Unless, again, it's part of this plan, give veteran leader to teach Shedeur Sanders what to do and what not to do. If it's all about this year, Cousins or Rodgers, this guy can't play. 9 picks, 5 fumbles, 14 potential giveaways in 5 games?
Terrible.
Oh, my God.
Look up his record in primetime games.
No,
it's no good.
Yeah.
It's never been good even when he was good.
Exactly.
Oh.
But can you say he was good if he's not playing when you need him the most?
No.
Thank you.
And we watched that quarterback documentary, Doran, and he seems like a nice guy. Everyone seems to like Kirk Cousins. You like that whole thing. You can see why he shrinks in the big moments. He is and I am one myself, he's a classic overthinker.
Yep.
Classic.
Yep.
He's sitting in his car and his wife is reading him play calls and he's repeating them back to her. And he's like shaking. Yeah.
He has a device on his head.
You know what? Maybe I've talked myself out of it already. I don't want him under any circumstances.
0.
So, Doran, question to you. Every prolific quarterback you've ever been around, when they walk in the room, even if people didn't know him, they have that presence where they're like, who's that dude?
Right. Yep.
Kirk Cousins doesn't have that.
No. Not at all.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
And it's that it factor. I don't know what you say.
Great businessman, though.
Yeah, great. And picked a great agent.
Great agent, too.
And his house is cool.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. It's that presence, that it factor, that guy where you're like, I don't know who he is, but I want to, whatever he says, I'm doing what he's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
He can lead me.
Shador has that.
Shador has that.
He does
And that might be the thing that overcomes his lack of dynamicism on the football field.
This is another one of those intangibles, and maybe I'm falling into the trap, but I want a guy that's a son of a gun, and he's a son of a gun. I mean, he is cocky, and that can be a detriment, but I want a guy who's going to stand in there and get abused physically and be able to take that and fail and be able to get back up after he fails. And look, Kenny didn't. Kenny didn't want to dress as the third quarterback. Kenny didn't want to compete. And there's a lot of reasons that went into that. We've talked about some of those things. But I want a guy who can deal with failure, and I think Shador Sanders would be able to deal with failure.
But also think about this. Nothing's ever going to be too big for him. He went from Jackson State to Colorado and didn't skip a beat, and even elevated Colorado's team, elevated Jackson State, elevated Colorado. He's been around this, whatever you want to call it, entertainment sports industry since he was little. He's got one of the most famous dads. His dad's going to help him navigate. For me, everybody thinks that's going to be a detriment or that's a black mark against him. I think it's a positive because he can help him navigate everything that he's going to see and help him misstep some of the potholes a lot of people went through.
Totally agree with that.
And I totally also agree, and I'll be the first to say, for people to think Deion Sanders is going to meddle in the Pittsburgh Steelers if his son's here, you have to be absolutely crazy.
Yep.
Because there's one thing that no matter when Deion was a player, when he was switching from baseball to football, even in football, when he was prime time, there has not been one report from a teammate saying he was a bad teammate. He was a selfish bad teammate. Everybody loved him as a teammate because he respected the game and he respected his teammates and he respected the overall ability for people to play in professional sports because it's not a privilege, it's a right. And I think he respects the NFL, the game, his son, and more importantly, Mike Tomlin and the Steelers to say, you do you. I got to Colorado. I got things that I got to do. I got to win games.
They were historically bad before Deion and Shador and Travis Hunter got to Colorado, too. I mean, historically bad. All right, coming up next, more details from the Diana Rossini breaking news report that the Steelers are poking around on a potential trade for Kirk Cousins. Also, if there's not a quarterback available at 21, which direction should the Steelers go? That's all on the way. Doug until 10. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 9:38 against the Los Angeles Angels. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 8:40 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. Pirates won the first game of the series 9-3 last night. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
The Mac Discount app has brought the competitor out in me. I log on to the app, find an item that I want, put a bid on it, and then the fun begins to see if I win my bid at a discounted price. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh, Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new, open box, or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about the product so you know what to expect. Have you heard about Instant Win? If you got to have it now, you can instantly secure your savings with just a click. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location, pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit their website, mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
This is Bummer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Ego, Power Beyond Belief. If, as some of my morning radio show colleagues have groused, nobody cares about hockey, then riddle me this. Why does NHL attendance continue to set records? More than 23 million fans flocked to see the fastest game on ice during the recently completed regular season, and that's not counting the 136,000 who witnessed the Four Nations face-off up close and personal. I think the NHL is pretty healthy. I'm Bummer Esiason.
I'm at a smoothie bar, asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Drafting the perfect roster means getting the right balance of power and performance. Season after season, Ego Outdoor Power Equipment has drafted a truly innovative lineup of cordless tools that has the power of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. Plus, the same battery powers all Ego essentials, from mowers and blowers to chainsaws and trimmers. It's all power, zero compromise. Check out the Ego lineup of spring must-have tools at egopowerplus.com.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS. Hey, baseball fans, want to boost the odds on your next MLB parlay? Take the field with a Parlay Boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Log into your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then place a parlay on any MLB game and apply the token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted parlay hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Feeling good about your MLB parlay? Step up to the plate for your chance to score. Claim your MLB Parlay Boost token today. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck. So join the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-In.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-Ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-Ins are for the whole family. Men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers Slip-Ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear.
Spitzer Toyota Monroeville is knocking it out of the park during the Bases Loaded sales event. Panda, ready to call your shot? Step up to the plate and swing for 1, huge Spitzer savings, or 2, special low financing. Whatever you choose, it's a grand slam deal. Plus, every new Toyota comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. So don't strike out. Get to Spitzer Toyota Monroeville today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush not quite going away yet. This report brought to you by family-owned Ciccione's, Italian Bread Pittsburgh. One accident, it's in West Mifflin, the intersection of Lebanon Road and Main Entrance Drive. Meanwhile, delays on the Parkway West, jammed from the Bend at Carnegie down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East at Ginsburg. Route 28 is heavy past the Route 8 at the bypass, and then again from Millvale to the north side. Parkway North heavy at the Bend at Bellevue Westview, and then jammed due to crews working as you approach the Boulevard of the Allies. Delays back to 6th and 7th Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
That's the mummy sound we play when there is breaking news, and this from Diana Rossini. The Steelers could be poking around the Minnesota Vikings, poking around the Atlanta Falcons to trade for Kirk Cousins. Now, there's more to the story, and in the story, now I can't find it, of course. I'm so prepared, guys. I would fail my draft evaluation meeting. If I'd be in for a top 30 visit, my meeting would suck.
Was that my fault too, or no?
No, this one was on me, but I'll take accountability. You should try it sometime. It's believed that Cousins would be against any trade that involves sending him to a situation involving a young quarterback similar to the one he faced in Atlanta last season. All right, Kirk, where are you going to play, big guy? Like, where are you going to play?
Pittsburgh?
I guess if they don't draft a guy,
right.
They're going to draft a quarterback at some point, though. I guess his fear would be
a first-round
pick.
And or J.J. McCarthy's already there.
Right.
Yeah. It was Minnesota, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh, right?
Right.
So Minnesota's out.
Minnesota would be out by default then.
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland, I would think.
Cleveland's got Kenny. They've got Flacco. They could trade up and take Shedeur Sanders. That's been thrown around a bunch. And the Steelers, obviously interested in Shedeur. Maybe Dart if the Shedeur thing's a smokescreen. What if it's Milroe in round 3? Like Milroe at pick 83. The Steelers like him, Mike Tomlin, quarterback mobility, blah, blah, blah. If you're Kirk, are you threatened by Jalen Milroe? Two guys that are cut from the same cloth, Doran. Kirk Cousins, a dynamic athlete. Great runner.
Milroe could probably beat him in a back pedal 40-yard dash. And Kirk Cousins running a regular 40-yard dash.
Oh, dude, he'd be minus 400 to win that race.
Yeah.
Side shuffle for sure, minus 800. Two guys that just aren't similar at all.
I just pictured.
All right, you ready? You got his hands up playing basketball defense on him. Come on, Kirk. Come on, baby. You got it. You got it.
Kirk Cousins is a great play-action quarterback, and they barely ran it last year because they didn't feel like he could turn his back to the defense. And they didn't feel like he'd be able to move around enough. So the Jalen Milroe thing would be very funny. How do you coach those guys at the same time? Not texter, by the way. More breaking news. This is not NFL draft related. Ishmael Leggett has gone portaling. Pitt Panther. Currently not eligible, though. That's the thing. A lot of these guys with no eligibility are entering the portal because there could be that ruling that grants a extra year eligibility.
Oh, I got you. I was about to say, that don't make no sense.
So Kirk Cousins, it sounds like, could be a Pittsburgh Steeler if they don't draft a quarterback in the first round. That's pretty much what we're gleaning from that. But the bigger takeaway from me is they might put on that brave face that they have an idea what the hell's going on in Aaron Rodgers' head. But if you're sniffing around on Kirk Cousins, you can't be feeling all that good about where things are with A-Rod. You just can't.
No. But I also give them credit to say, okay, we're not putting all our eggs in one basket. Let's have a fallback plan. Now, you may not agree with the fallback plan, but at least they're supposedly.
Let's say they do take a guy like Riley Leonard from Notre Dame or Will Howard or Kyle McCord from Syracuse. Wouldn't you guys just rather see, and I don't want to watch Mason play 17 games, but I would rather see Mason Rudolph for 17 games than the ghost of Kirk Cousins.
100%.
I just
1,000%.
1,000,000%. 1 billion.
Will Levis or Kirk Cousins?
Jesus.
Will Levis, I saw maybe on the, obviously, I mean, with who they're going to pick on the chopping block.
Will Levis or Mason Rudolph?
Again. 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 I sound like Herb Brooks. Just draft Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
He's got to be there, though.
I know. I get the sense based on that comment you don't think he will be.
I don't know.
He makes perfect sense for the Browns, dude.
Yes.
They have 10 picks. You can't fit 10 rookies on your roster. You're going to have probably his teammate in Travis Hunter trade back up, take him.
And then think about this. If you don't take him, he goes to the Steelers and becomes a quarterback. So that's why everybody, when you're sitting in that seat, you'll always draft a quarterback around earlier because your job security is more threatened if you pass over one that becomes a guy than if you pick one that doesn't become a guy.
Yep.
If that makes sense.
Oh, and look, a lot of people seem to think that Kenny Pickett was a Pittsburgh Steeler, at least in some small part because of Dan Marino. You don't think the Browns are a little bit scared of Shedeur Sanders winding up with Pittsburgh?
Absolutely.
Who'd they take? Kellen Winslow instead of Ben Roethlisberger, who
he wanted to join the AARP before his time.
Yes, he did.
See, you just said it in a funny way, and I was going to say
in a bad way.
Yeah, if you have a stomach that can handle some stuff.
He grew up watching that Grandmama commercial.
Yeah. He liked the Golden Girls. Yeah, you should Google Kellen Winslow and what happened to that guy. My God, what a sicko. Anyway, tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We laugh about all this Steelers quarterback stuff. It ain't funny. Kirk Cousins, a guy that a lot of people don't like, and Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart, who people might like less, depending on who you talk to. Aaron Rodgers, who he might have one foot out the door for retirement. Things are not great. But let's talk about what they could do if there is not a quarterback available 21st overall. Which direction do they go? And we will get into that coming up next. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Breaking news this hour, Diana Rossini reported that the Steelers may be involved in some sort of negotiations or trade talks for Kirk Cousins. More, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Dorn sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Amigos, Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Detroit Lions took some hits this offseason, losing both their offensive and defensive coordinators, but don't count them out. The team is still a serious contender in the NFC. I'm taking the Lions over 10.5 wins at +100. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Find everyday savings and bargains on produce, meat, and more. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting long-term lower prices. With our weekly sales, deals for days promotions, and My Perks loyalty program, Giant Eagle helps make the most out of every shopping trip. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle and Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Chris Muller here. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks? Who can wait that long? The good news is you don't have to. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet is family owned, and they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock with delivery available in as little as 3 days. Plus, Choice will deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure there's no damage. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Wash off winter with the new unlimited package at WetGo. Introducing Ultimate, featuring graphene and ceramic wax for enhanced protection, durability, and shine. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months of unlimited washes. Sign up now and save.
Asbestos-related deaths in Allegheny County are 50 to 100% higher than the national average. In a city defined by its history with steelmaking, many local area tradesmen and steelworkers were exposed to asbestos on the job and are now suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma. If you have been diagnosed with lung cancer or mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation even if you smoked. For a free consultation, contact the Pittsburgh-based law firm Goldberg, Persky & White at 1-800-COMPLEX or online at gpwlaw.com.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 for the blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. If Shedeur Sanders is off the board, who should the Steelers be looking to take at pick 21? That was the subject of our Fan Morning Show Twitter poll today, brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. Couple of the potential names: Marion Hampton, running back out of North Carolina; Derek Harmon, the defensive tackle out of Oregon; Emeka Buka, the wide receiver from Ohio State. A couple of other defensive linemen as well. Kenneth Grant could be there. What are you looking at, Doug?
I would say, after talking off air with Dorn, I would go Hampton, because if Hampton, it'd be between Hampton and Harmon. Those would be the two I'm changing. And if Hampton's there, I'm talking to Dorn. Let's flip the thought process of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's be a team that scores points. Don't win on defense. Score points, light up the scoreboard. Have the defense is good enough. As long as you put points on the board, you can find a replacement for a Hayward later in the draft or next year. Especially if you are going in with Mason Rudolph, surround him with enough weapons to elevate his game.
Yep. I mean, you got to get aggressive. And, they've played, not to lose and controlling the game based off of their defense and trying to slow teams down. Take the game to teams.
Yes.
If you have a dynamic running back, a guy that is, can take it the distance, a guy that can catch the ball in the backfield, win those one-on-ones on linebackers, like you think about if Mason Rudolph is your quarterback, you have Hampton, Jalen Warren, Pat Freiermuth, Darnell Washington, then you have DK Metcalf and George Pickens and Calvin Austin in slot formations like that you can win games.
That's a good offense.
You can win games.
And plus, it helps your defense because they're going to be on the field longer and gives them breaks. And then also score points so they're not always chasing the offense.
You could still get a D lineman. I mean, this is, as we said, this is a deep draft for running back and D line. I just am my thought process is I can get a starting defensive lineman in the third round. I can get a decent running back in the third round, if that makes sense. I can get a really good running back in the first round, but I could get a starter, in my opinion, defensive line in the first round. So to me, I evaluate them different. Yeah. I evaluate those positions different.
Kiesel, Aaron Smith, those guys. Round guys.
I think you can have the exact same conversation backwards. It just depends on whether you value the running back or the defensive line better. This is a deep draft at both positions. The Steelers had visitors at both positions. You guys know where I stand on it. I'm the opposite. I love Marion Hampton. Love the guy. Mm-hmm. He's a stud. I think he's going to be a multiple-time all-pro kind of player. I think he's that good. I just think you can get running backs later, too. Bashal Tootin, Virginia Tech, ran a 4.3 240, the fastest guy in the draft, fumbles a lot. So I don't know that Tomlin's going to be interested in that. Me, personally, don't care, figure it out. But I don't think Tomlin's going to have Tootin and Jalen Warren as your primary two backs. Two guys that are fumblers.
But we all are saying they better come out of the draft with those two positions.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. First two picks.
If you don't at running back, do you kick the tires on Nick Chubb?
No.
I thought you were pro Chubb before. Now you're just, what are you now, half Chubb?
Yeah, I'm half Chubb now before he got hurt.
Is it Chubb?
Yeah.
From Cleveland.
Or how can you have half Chubb is what I'm asking.
You're just.
It's either Chubb or Chubb.
I think you're going Chubb. I think you go full Chubb.
You got to go full Chubb. There's no half Chubb. You got to be all.
I mean, I think at like $2 million after the draft, if I don't come away with the guy, I'd be interested in kicking the tires. But he ain't what he used to be. He turned it around a little bit towards the end of the season, but at his best, he might have been the best pure runner in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I would bring him in as a depth guy and see what he's got. But that is not my preference when guys like R.J. Harvey from UCF could be around in the middle rounds. Who else did they have in on visits? Ollie Gordon, who his Caleb tape Johnson. 2 years ago was awesome. Mm-hmm. Caleb Johnson, to me, great fit. If I get him at 83. So, look, I think it's in the eye of the beholder. You could take a defensive tackle in the first round and get a running back later, or you could get a running back in round one and a defensive tackle later. We just have different preferences.
Right. I think it's just who is higher rated when they're on the clock.
I'll say this. I think Hampton would be a player that they would have higher on their board, like grading him against other running backs he's a better prospect.
Right.
It just depends on whether you want to do a running back in round one. Now, we know that the last administration had no problem with that. They took Najee Harris. And we know, and you brought this up moments ago, the NFL's taking a different look at this now.
Mm-hmm.
Jahmyr Gibbs goes to Detroit.
Bijan
Robinson in Atlanta. I mean, that list goes on. And I'm seeing these mocks. Some of them have three running backs with Travion Henderson getting into round one. So running backs are back in vogue. They're hot again. They're getting paid in the offseason. They're getting drafted in the first round. Personally, if Shedeur Sanders isn't there, Derek Harmon's my guy 10 times out of 10. Love him.
Let me jump in. When we talk about entertainment and sports, Kelsey, the center from Philly, was supposed to be this great player. He propelled himself into a media star. He leaves. They win trophy, and Cam Jurgens just gets $68 million. The guy was not that good. Just telling you. He was an okay center,
right,
but he's not even close to like sniffing like a Hall of Fame. He was just the brother of Kelsey, and and I'm not hating on him. Good that he parlayed it, and his wife. I'm just saying you just got to be careful what the media spends and the true value of a football player, especially.
They didn't miss a beat.
They did. What do you mean?
They didn't miss a beat.
They didn't miss a beat. They actually upped their beat and won a championship without him. Everybody's like, oh, Kelsey's going to leave that offensive line. He was the heart and soul of it. I don't think so.
I don't know where they keep finding money, these damn Eagles.
I know.
We got the damn Dodgers. We got the damn Eagles. They paid everybody.
Yep.
They paid the linebacker.
Yep.
They paid the running back. They paid the center. $68 million.
It's elevated structuring of the contract, not we did it this way all the time. You got to get up with the times. There are ways to manipulate the cap as long as you're willing to think outside the box instead of saying, this is how we've always done it.
Yeah, and for all the relative failures the Steelers have had, I think Omar Khan's very good at that too. I think that might be his number one strong suit. Social media's biggest loser can just be me. Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. We got one more segment with Doug Whaley coming up on the way, but first got to tell you about an awesome opportunity. You could join me and True Fan Travel for a once-in-a-lifetime adventure to Ireland when the Black and Gold play across the pond this fall. 5 nights in Dublin. That includes tours of Guinness and Jameson, pregame tailgate party, game tickets, and more. Hotel and air or land-only packages are available. For information on how you can take over Ireland with me, you can go to 937thefan.com, and you can find that link right there on the homepage. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight against the Los Angeles Angels in Game 2 of the 3-game series. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. We got coverage beginning at 8:40, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In West Mifflin, crews still on the scene of an earlier accident tying up the intersection of Route 885 Lebanon Road and Main Entrance Drive. Meanwhile, the Parkway West jamming between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Route 28 just heavy approaching the 31st Street Bridge. Parkway North is steady, but the crosstown jammed from 6th and 7th Avenues past crews blocking a lane near the Boulevard of the Allies off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SC all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 26th. Find a collection site near you at deatakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement. and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Looking for the ultimate getaway? Stay and play at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Whether you're here for a weekend escape or a midweek retreat, we've got everything you need under one roof. Wake up refreshed in one of our stunning rooms and head straight to the action, just steps away from the casino floor. Enjoy a variety of gaming, dining, and entertainment, all just outside your door. Visit riverscasino.com and book your stay today. Experience the best of both worlds at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, weekend warriors. How's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Doug Whaley in with us for one more segment. Doug, did you ever watch the Kevin Costner film Draft Room? Draft Night.
Draft day. Draft day.
Whatever.
Draft room, draft night.
I never did.
I never saw it.
Lakers
Clearly.
in 5.
No. But it was actually
Draft night, draft room, Lakers in 5.
It was
shoot. So you saw it? You liked it? It was
no,
good?
I didn't. Never saw it, but it was actually filmed in Buffalo, and our team president at the time had a role in it too.
Oh, how about that?
Yep.
I
I never watched it.
I've never seen it.
You never seen it?
It seems like people either love it or hate it.
Not like it.
It doesn't take much for me to be entertained, honestly.
It's pretty. I mean, it's pretty accurate. It's pretty accurate how things kind of go down. It's kind of like Any Given Sunday. That was pretty accurate in my opinion.
Definitely didn't see that either. Yeah.
You know, the program was pretty accurate in its time.
But from what all the reviews, it was not a cinematic masterpiece.
No. It was pretty boring.
Yeah.
Like it's like probably exactly how the day is. Like
Tell you,
like
draft day, you're just because think about it. Especially in the first round, you're at 21. You're just sitting around. You're eating. You're trying not to snack. You're not trying to get too full. And then 2 picks before, that's when things start. All right, everybody gets in the room. You start talking. You may pick up some calls and stuff like that. But other than that, you're sitting around just like everybody else, like, oh, that guy went. Oh, that guy went. Oh, I didn't think he'd go. Oh, I don't like that pick. Just commenting just like anybody else until, like I said, 2 picks before you. Then you start saying, okay, let's get focused, fellas.
59% on the old tomato meter there on Rotten Tomatoes.
Not bad. Yeah. That's not bad. There's a lot. There's worse movies out there.
Didn't we find that Ace Ventura: Pet Detective was like really lowly ranked on Rotten Tomatoes?
It was ranked really low.
Yeah, that's bull.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Austin Powers movies are ranked low too.
Right.
They don't know what the hell they're talking about.
So what's a good tomato score?
Around 60 to 80.
Okay.
None of the horror movies do well, right?
The new Sinners movie that just came out, Michael B. Jordan and Ryan Coogler.
Oh, yeah. How's that?
It got like 99%.
Holy hell.
Yeah.
Whitlock said he hated it.
Of course.
But then he also said he didn't get popcorn, which good for him.
How do you not go to the theater?
Especially if you're Whitlock.
Yes, and get popcorn.
I mean, because you're probably, one handful of butter and salt away from that being it. No offense.
No offense.
May it please the court, with all due respect. Big old, never mind. All right. Give us a prediction, Doug. 21 overall tomorrow night. Is it going to be Shador?
Shador's going to be off the board. And the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21st pick in the 2025 draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin, take Derek Harmon,
There we
DT
go.
from Oregon.
Wow.
I think
All right.
Hampton's going to be off the board as well. That's why.
If Shador is gone and it comes down to Hampton and Harmon, we are going to have a fight on Friday, and it'll be really fun.
Yes, it will.
That would be good radio.
That's right. And we'll talk to you next week, Doug, when it's all
Absolutely.
figured out. Maybe Kirk Cousins will be a Pittsburgh Steeler at that point.
I'm sorry, I just threw up in my mouth.
Me too. Thank you, Doug. Doran, talk to you on draft day.
One more
day.
Yep.
34 hours, 4 minutes, and 53 seconds away from the NFL draft. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Pump and Joe up next. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. You've heard us say this before. It has a cool ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe it said 300. Wouldn't the 260 be a little bit nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I have dropped over 50 pounds with Awaken 180. There's no reason you can't drop 40 or more pounds by the 4th. Ringing Independence Day, shirt off, confident, most importantly, you're feeling happy. You reached your goal weight with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open that beer, roast up the hot dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. And they stand by it. I haven't put a pound back on for almost 2 years. In fact, I've lost a couple more pounds. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling our heroes at Zero Res. The sun's coming in. You've got longer days. You don't want the sun to reveal dirt, dander, and disgustingness. No, step into a fresher, cleaner home this spring with Zero Res. Zero Res removes winter's buildup and lingering odors, giving your home a fresh, spring-ready feel, preparing your home for the brighter days ahead. Don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. And just check out the 10,000-plus raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms, Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Earlier accident cleared, reopening the intersection of Lebanon Road and Main Entrance Drive. That's in the West Mifflin area. This report brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. Parkway West, you are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28, the Parkway North has cleared out. Also on the crosstown, you're a little bit heavy approaching the ramps for the Liberty Bridge and the Boulevard of the Allies. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Mitsu by the Mall has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. Jim Shorkey, North Hills, Mitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles. Plus, all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Alice Cooper.
No more Mr. Nice Guy.
And Judas Priest. The godfather of shock rock. Alice Cooper.
I get confused every day.
The Metal Gods. Judas Priest. October 1st, the Pavilion at Star Lake. With special guest, Corrosion of Conformity. Get tickets Friday, 10 a.m. at LiveNation.com. Alice Cooper, Judas Priest, part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions Concert Series.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, on their first game of their 6-game road trip out in Los Angeles, were able to take down the LA Angels yesterday as Andrew McCutchen helped spark the offense. Buccos won it 9-3. They added 3 additional runs in the 9th inning as McCutchen hit a 3-run homer top half of the 4th. Kiner Falefa with a couple of RBIs, including one in the top half of the 9th. After driving in a run in the 5th, Brian Reynolds also drove in 2 runs in the 9th as well. Buccos and Angels will do it again today, 9:38 first pitch. Andrew Heaney with a 2.13 ERA in 25 1/3 innings will start for the Pirates. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 8:40. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey. The Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Good morning, Bob. Good morning, Limits.
Good morning, Joe.
And good morning, Pittsburgh.
What a beautiful day.
And
Hi,
thank
Joe.
you for saying good morning back to me, Bob. I'm mildly depressed, and I'm reminded of, I think it was Albert Camus. Was he the French novelist who, when people would say good morning to him, would say, I wouldn't go that far. That was his his typical response. But
Hopefully that's not going to be your response today.
No, I'm actually very happy. I played at Youghiogheny Country Club yesterday, And this has happened before, Bob. I parred the first hole and never parred another one. It's almost like a jinx. It's unbelievable. However, I parred number 13 at Oakmont with you when we recently played there. Didn't I, Bob?
Yes.
Even though I was horrible.
I have to say that was one heck of a par. And I started to roll videotape, and then I realized I didn't press the on switch, and it was one for the ages. But I will attest that you made par there, and we got a glimpse of what that golf course is going to be like for the U.S. Open coming up here in June.
I couldn't believe I was out there, and I've been telling people it was so interesting because, as our host was telling us,
yes, Greg Sipos, really nice.
What a nice man he is. I didn't know if, okay. What a wonderful man. I like him. He said right from the start that if you're really bad on your drives at Oakmont, you don't get punished. If you're just a little bit off, you do. That is fascinating to me. It's like unless you're down the fairway, you're in trouble, because if you're just off it, that's where a lot of the sand traps and then ditches. I haven't dealt with ditches. It's like having a castle, which is the green, surrounded by moats and alligator moats and traps the whole way there. But if you go way right or way left, because there's no trees virtually, then you're in okay shape. So I almost think, do some of these guys at the Open think to themselves on a certain hole, forget trying to be close to the fairway, I'll just blast it directly to my right,
well,
things like that.
They are too good to do that. They know how to put the ball in where they need to put it. But you're right. That's one of the things. If you miss it wildly, left or right, you actually have more of an opportunity to do well on that particular hole, even though you're going into a different fairway, which I don't think they want people to do. But, yeah, it's going to be, they pinched the fairways several years ago. They've made the bunkers better, deeper. The ditches, they come into play a lot quicker than you want to.
I hadn't dealt with ditches before.
Yeah,
no.
It's not easy to
I had
get
to
in
pull
out
up
of
my
those
ditches
things.
on that one. I didn't like that, Bob.
But the greens are good. They weren't as fast as they're going to be during, but they were fast. They're always fast.
What a treat that was.
Yeah, and it's wait till you see, ladies and gentlemen, if you get out there, some of the work that's being done on these suites that are along several holes, and how much time and effort. It's like building houses.
Yeah.
Temporary housing, and they'll come right down when they're done. It's a big process.
Bob, there were a couple of times where, I don't know, I might be on my second shot from 160 or something, where I would just stand there and look around and look back to the clubhouse and say to myself, how many people are going to be having approximately this exact same shot on this hole? And how many from history have had virtually this shot on this hole? Tiger Woods probably took maybe not from 160. After a drive
of 380,
yeah, maybe from 20. But you know what I mean? It was just the history of the place was powerful. That's what I would say.
Oh, it's the only course that has hosted this many majors. It'll be 10 this year in 2025, and it's going to be spectacular. And they keep making the course better, because they're going to be there again. It's classified as an anchor course by the USGA, which means it's going to return there time and time again, whether it's U.S. Open, whether it's a Women's Open, whether it's a U.S. Amateur. So you'll see a lot of great stuff there over the years.
Man, was that a treat. All right. Hopefully we'll be around there at the Open. Perhaps we'll do a show or two out there, Bob. I don't know of our plans yet, but I do plan to be there. The other thing, before we get into a six-pack, and man, do we have a lot to talk about, is I was just talking to Amy Mock over by the coffee limits, and I've overdosed again today. Your hair is wonderful today, Bob, isn't it?
Do you put gel in it or mousse?
I put like a paste in it.
A paste.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my hair was a topic at the water cooler today, is what you're saying?
No, that was a separate topic that I just noticed when I looked to my left, and there you were, looking again, and I mean this as a compliment, like the spinning image of Jimmy Neutron. Does he not,
Very
Bob?
much so, yeah. As that look, for sure.
It's unbelievable.
I take great pride in the hair I have.
Coiffing.
Yeah,
the coiffing. Because one day it might all be gone.
You look great. I think that there's a growing resentment on your part about how close to the show I call you to get sound bites. I sense that coming from you, Limits, but we're going to have to deal with that in Forge On.
Yes, we will. We always forge on,
Yes,
Joe.
we
You know
do.
us. You know us. We always forge on and get it done.
Bob, I was filling yet another coffee when Amy Mock walked up, who we all love, right? And for
great.
some reason, I asked her, have you ever been hit on the funny bone? Because I was yesterday. And she said yes. And then we said, has everybody? Is there anybody out there who never has experienced getting hit on the funny bone? I'm assuming both of you have. Bob?
Oh, multiple times,
Yeah.
yes.
Limits?
It's
I've
terrible.
done it to myself. You know, when you
Right.
actually do something right, and then it sends that feeling through your arm.
a charge, an
yeah.
electrical charge, and a painful one.
It is.
That happened
So-
to me playing a basketball game about a month ago, and like I was like shaking out my arm for the next like 20 minutes, and I couldn't shoot for like 10 minutes. It
Yeah,
was terrible.
It happens, and it led us all to wonder, and a couple of other people wondered in, including at one point, I think, Doug Whaley. Has anybody not experienced that? Bob, Limits? Maybe somebody could text us if they don't know what that sensation is like. Is there a person out there, Bob, in the entire world who has never hit their funny bone?
I would doubt it. Even
Me
if you
too.
don't know that it's called
That's
a funny bone, but you've done it, and you may not know what it was that happened to you, but it sent a tingled in your arm.
Yeah.
A painful one.
I think how many people are on the planet, Limits?
A
8
few-
billion or
few
so?
billion, yeah.
I think every single one of them, let's say, Bob, once they reach age 7, has hit their funny bone once. Would you agree with that?
Age 7?
Yeah, well, maybe 17. I don't know.
Yeah, at some point. I
Yeah.
don't know the age demarcation there, but
Well, there needs to be one though. I mean, maybe there has to be a grounds to work here.
By
Maybe
the time
10,
you graduate
12?
from high school, you have hit your funny bone.
No doubt.
Yeah. We all agree on that,
oh,
Bob? Yeah.
definitely.
You can text us on that. And we may get some texting. I'd like to find the person who hasn't, who's never done that. 412-928-9370. And in honor of retired Ron Cook, who's probably on number 11 right now, and I don't mean a golf course, I mean Stroh's Light in Fort Myers, Florida. Let's crack a six-pack, Limits, shall we? And let's hear about the big hit from last night. Let's open with that. Let's open with McCutcheon.
2-2. McCutcheon sends one high and deep out to the left center field. And this one is gone! Andrew McCutcheon, a 3-run homer here in Anaheim. And there's that crushing blow. 5-1 Pirates.
Vantage cuts.
Yeah, baby. A shot by McCutcheon, and Bob, it leads to the obvious question. It's a lot of work to run around them bases. Does he need a day off tonight? Will he get one? Does Cruz need to get off his feet? How many guys get the day off
A lot
tonight?
of guys have got to get off their feet. I say nobody needs to be off their feet for the entire rest of this month. At least your best players need to play every day. There are built-in days off on your schedule. You don't have to worry about just play them.
Yeah.
They're now 9-15. They got to keep winning. They can't afford to have somebody sit because it's you're tired. That may more apply
Or you
to
might be
McCutcheon,
tired in July
but it
if we
doesn't
don't sit you
apply
now.
to O'Neal Cruz.
No, it doesn't apply to anybody right now. Play your best team. I don't care what the matchup is tonight. Put the same guys out on the field. Please do that, Bob. Just put the same team out on the field.
Yeah, and you know, normally when you get a winning night, you want to keep the same lineup the next day. Derek Shelton has gone away from that.
Yeah,
I
normally.
mentioned last week when Henry Davis hit a home run and had 2 hits in the game. Next day, he wasn't in the lineup. I think
Right.
sometimes you have to just keep rolling what you have. Again, we use the example of the Atlanta Braves. Every day, it's the same lineup, win or lose. They keep trotting them out there. They don't care if they have rest or not. They play.
Right.
In the game. Sit down. What do you mean? You gotta have 5 out there.
Sit down. Sit.
Coach, need one more. My team's on the floor.
They're on the field, Joe. The
Even if
team
it's
is on the
only
field.
8. Even if they have to go with 8. Just everybody got a hit except the Exxon Valdez, and he scored a run and then was taken out for a defensive replay. Everything made sense. You know, Cruz leads off. He's your best hitter. He's got your best on-base percentage of guys who have played the full season. Maybe Joey Bart might be higher. But that makes sense, Bob, doesn't it? You know, the guy who gets on base the most
Especially
gets
because of where
bats
you
first.
are. You're in
Right.
April, and you're 9-15. You're in April, and you're 9-15. That
Then
means
Brian Reynolds, yes, and then McCutcheon batting third. I'll tell you who I really like, and I think there was, at least on my part, some concern based on all of baseball history with Joey Bart because it was a very tiny sample size last year, Bob, after he had busted in San Francisco. So I was waiting, and to some degree still am. But I really like this guy. And it's not just the numbers, and he's batting .291, 400 on base percentage, and 55 at bats, 800 OPS. It's more just the feeling of what, like, I get the feeling when he steps in the box, something good is going to happen, don't you?
Yes. And again, when you have that opportunity in your lineup, it helps your lineup overall. So I totally agree. I think he's discovered where he is as a hitter, and I keep rolling it out.
Limits, any days off today? Does McCutchen need to get off his feet?
I think O'Neal Cruz might have to get off his feet again. Or, maybe we'll see Key Brian Hayes not playing just to be able to rest his back. Who knows?
Please just put that same lineup on
same
the field.
exact lineup.
Please.
Yep.
There's just
That's all they need.
the exact same one. Just try it. Try it. Have they had the exact same lineup in 2 straight games all year?
No.
Okay.
They have 23 lineups in 23 games going into yesterday.
All right. Next. Bob, the Shador Sanders drama is only growing. It's only growing. I wrote about that for the Post-Gazette this morning. I still have Jackson Dart #1 on my board. But you know what? I think that Sanders is a worthwhile risk. I think he has a lot of attributes. There's also some weaknesses there. I get it. Like the velocity isn't there. Like I look at him like good old Thomas Harrington. Like he's unbelievably accurate, but it's real tough to survive if all you're doing is painting corners. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know about the arm strength, the velocity on the ball, things like that. He took a lot of sacks. He also had a crap offensive line. I love his football IQ. I love his toughness. I love his accuracy. I love the touch he's able to put on the ball. I've read pieces about him doing things, that they used to talk about with Brady's and Manning's, which is, reading where you have leverage on a corner, like the deep inside game. You know what I mean, Bob?
Yeah.
Can you recognize something before the snap? Things like that. This dude has a high football IQ. I love that. But now we get to Tomlin from yesterday, and that's where my question will come in, Bob. As Jerry Dulac said, in 18 years of these pre-draft news conferences, he's never heard Tomlin go into detail on a draft prospect. He did yesterday. Let's hear it, and then I want to get your thoughts on Sanders and what Tomlin was trying to do here.
I think the things that stood out were evident in his video. There's a toughness there that doesn't get talked about enough. There's a competitive spirit there that doesn't get talked about enough. I know he's very talented and has made a lot of plays for his university and his team, but the intangible qualities displayed on tape were impressive to me.
Bob, why this guy? Why now? 18 years in. As Dulac said, in 18 previous years, I don't think I ever heard Mike Tomlin talk about any draft prospect, much less the detailed evaluation he offered today of Shador Sanders. Tomlin, though, Dulac says, freely admits he likes to create smoke screens and throw the draft experts off their scent.
Right, and we saw that with the Malik Willis situation where everyone thought because of where he went and what he did and had dinner multiple times and did this and did that, people came to the conclusion he was going to be the pick. After all, he wasn't. It was Kenny Pickett, who he said the same things about, and this is what concerns me. When you emphasize the intangibles more than the tangibles, then I have a little bit of an issue with that because I think intangibles are great, but you're only as good as your tangibles. You know what I mean? In this league. And I think that's one of the reasons why I saw this tweet yesterday, and I was thinking about it anyway, but Warren Sharp, who does this stuff, since 2001, when you look at quarterbacks taken outside of the top 12 in any one of these last several drafts, you have Mac Jones, Kenny Pickett, Will Levis, Desmond Ridder, Malik Willis, Davis Mills, Matt Corral, Kellen Mond, Kyle Trask, and Hendon Hooker. They were all either late first round, early second round picks, or in Willis's case, a third round.
Yeah.
None of them have done what you'd expect them to do.
Right.
Which, again, you would expect to be the case because they're not highly thought of in terms of top 10 guys. So there is a little bit of danger there in a buyer beware situation. But, again, for my sake, I hope they don't draft a quarterback in the first round. I don't want to see one in the first round. They have other needs. Do it later in the round and then next year again.
See, one of the things that happens here, Bob, and I'm certainly, I might be a little worried that you have a case of this and I might seek some treatment. I think there's a lot of people around here who have PTSD. Pickett traumatic stress disorder, which is that anybody who's drafted in the middle of the first round is Kenny Pickett 2.0. Nope, like forevermore. If the Steelers ever draft another quarterback between like 13 and 23, it's going to induce Pickett traumatic stress disorder. Now, the Steelers are desperate. I don't think that means you reach in the first round. Like, you could compare that, Bob, to shopping while you're really hungry.
But if you're desperate, don't you do things you would not normally do?
You might. But on the conversely, it also doesn't mean that every guy out there who's projected to go mid-first round is the next Kenny Pickett. I'm not accusing you of that, but I hear that all around. That that guy, see you do that, that's another Pickett selection. Well, not every guy is like that. Plus, here's the bottom line for me. Yeah, they have many needs. They have one. It's a franchise quarterback, and this is just rearranging the deck chairs until they get one. So you got to take big swings, and you got to keep taking them until you get that guy. And there's two guys that I think here are highly intriguing. Jackson after Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, and Shedeur Sanders. Dart's first on my board, so to speak. Bob, my dart board. Do you like that horse?
I like it, yes.
And Sanders is second after that, and I'd take him. And I wouldn't rip them for taking him.
Swings is when you miss a lot, you're going to keep taking swings. And when you do that, you're going to ignore other things that you should be swinging at.
And what's the worst that could happen if they swing and miss?
You turn into Indianapolis, where you're constantly looking for a replacement for Andrew Luck how many years later?
Or you turn into like a 9-8 team that never comes close to winning a playoff game. Oh, wait, they've already been that for nearly a decade.
Listen, this all to me is going to come down to whether or not Aaron Rodgers signs here. And I know that even if it goes beyond this week, and if they do take a quarterback, I think people would expect that quarterback, if you're a first-round pick, to play more. I don't know if that's the right thing if Aaron Rodgers is here. They're not going to bring someone in and then have Aaron Rodgers sit. So this whole thing is still very complicated based on the future of Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if you bring in a first-round guy and you really like him, should he play right off the bat if he's worth it to you, if he's that franchise guy?
That's an entirely different question, and I don't think it hurts to sit for a while. I certainly wouldn't put somebody into a game at halftime when they haven't had any reps with the number one team like Tomlin did to Kenny Pickett. That was just ridiculous.
No, but you know my point. If Rodgers is here, he's not going to sit. He's going to play.
No, he's going to play. He didn't sound like a guy who's really just burning inside to play football and can't wait to get to Pittsburgh, however, right?
No, not at all. And yesterday it sounded like the Steelers have pretty much, and I think it was, I don't know if it was Omar or Mike who said that we're not going to let what happens in free agency determine what we're doing with our draft. Well, does that mean you're not going to worry about Aaron Rodgers now? Well, I don't know. It's hard to read between the lines when you have so many fluid parts here.
Well, we're going to hear Mike Tomlin in a moment on that. But first, one more thought on Sanders. I think, and this was a guy from Walter Football. I think his name is Charlie Campbell. Do I have that right?
Yes.
This guy's the most accurate mock drafter in the country, Bob. He won the mock draft title last year. I don't know if there's a trophy involved.
There should be.
Perhaps a check, but he's very good at what he does. He thinks that the Browns are going to get Shedeur Sanders at pick 33. What do you think of that?
33?
Yeah.
I mean, it could be. I've seen a lot of people who do this for a living also have Shedeur Sanders rated as the 52nd best prospect in this draft.
And maybe go back into the late first round to get him. He thinks the Browns are on him, but not with their early pick.
Don't forget about the Giants, who invested a lot of time and effort into trying to bring him in a couple of times. They did a lot of work on him, and I don't know if that's a smokescreen or not. I mean, we could talk about all these things.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I saw Graziano today, who I like very much, saying that Brian Daboll is on the Jackson Dart bandwagon, Bob. Which brings up our next item. Could you crack a fresh one cold, and I'd like my glass right out of the freezer? Bob, do you like beer that way? The frosted glass?
Yeah, if I'm going to drink it, that's the best way to drink it, especially on a hot summer day, whether a round of golf or cutting the grass. Not that I cut the grass.
Do you know Limits doesn't like beer that much? He goes for the hard stuff. Old Granddad, things like that.
Old Granddad?
Old Granddad. What
What's
do you
that?
What's that? It's the most powerful form of whiskey, at least it was in Pete Nussbaum's house when we stole it from his dad.
Wow,
what
how
do you
about that
drink?
crime right there, Bob?
What do you drink again, Limits? Crown Royale?
No, Captain and Coke.
Captain
Morgan
How
is
about
the
Can
that,
I
Bob?
interest you in a French martini? I'm
You
telling
could,
you're
Bob,
you're
yes.
missing out on the world's best pleasures.
Bob, if I'm sharing it with you, that is completely
What's
fine
a French
by me.
martini, Bob?
It's not dirty because that's to me that's very medicinal. This has Chambord mixed with vodka and pineapple.
What's Chambord, Bob?
It's an after-dinner liqueur.
Like vermouth?
No.
Hmm.
No, it's something you would drink afterwards, like
Cream de menthe? Benedictine, yeah.
Do you know about that?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I've heard of it, yes. My dad, John Starkey, Bink, we call him, still kicking, I might add. He was a college professor. He would come home every night and smoke one cigarette and have a whiskey sour, Bob. Remember whiskey sours?
Oh, yeah. Popular
It was
back then.
unbelievable.
My mother and father used to love Manhattans. You ever had one of those?
Yes, I've had,
Oh,
well, a million of
they'll
those.
They'll knock you out.
Yeah.
Did
You
you
ever
have
had
a French Connection?
What?
French Connection?
No.
I should enlighten you guys with that one. I'm going to take you out and give you a French Connection.
All right. I don't drink anymore, probably because of experiences like that.
I've learned from my friend Tom Grealish, who knows all about those drinks, and he's great. It's different. It comes heated over
Heated?
a fire. Yes.
A hot drink, like a flaming rum drink. I had
Yeah, I
those
mean,
when
those
I went to, what's the thing that spins in Canada, that big, huge
The
thing?
merry-go-round?
No, a restaurant, right?
Yeah, the big
top of the
sky, the
something.
CN Tower, whatever it is. I had one of those. What is it?
The merry-go-round.
merry-go-round.
It's like we're playing a game.
I had one of those.
Yeah, merry-go-round. No, spin higher. Go up.
They came over with a flaming rum drink, Bob. Also, have you guys ever had a rum and jolt?
No.
No, that's bad.
Remember jolt?
Yeah, but that's bad for your heart.
Yeah, that's why I wound up in the emergency room after 11 of those one night, Bob, a long time ago.
11?
Yeah, rum and jolts. Yeah, I wasn't really a one rum and jolt kind of guy. Needless to say,
That's
that was
a big jolt right there, Bob.
It was a jolt, Bob. It was a jolt.
I'm surprised
Anyway,
you're still talking about
Yeah.
it. That could kill you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot.
it wasn't good. I mean, it was for a while. Then it turned bad. Limits? Thank you. Let's hear from Shador himself. Was this on the Max Crosby podcast?
Yes.
This was Shador. I think they were talking about Hall of Fame, receiver quarterback connections, and he was naming some, and he winds up naming whoever gets to play with Pickens and DK Metcalf. Let's hear this, Bob.
You got one more.
Whoever gonna be the quarterback for DK Metcalf and George Pickens, whoever that is.
For sure. I love that.
He's thrown it out there, Bob. Now, he also threw out Neighbors and Olave.
Yeah, a lot of them.
So the teams that could draft him, he wanted to throw a little bone to each one. Man, I don't think the George Pickens thing's going to go very well. And now that I'm thinking ahead, the idea of Sanders, Pickens, and DK Metcalf has great potential for good things and for not so good things.
Well, I found this interesting, too. Again, when you're hearing good, you're going to hear some bad. Tom Pelissero put this out yesterday. An NFL coach who was at a meeting with Shedeur Sanders said this, quote, "Worst formal interview I've ever seen in my life. So entitled, takes unnecessary sacks. He has horrible body language. He blames teammates. The biggest thing, he's not that good." Now, you can take that for what it's worth because everyone has pros and cons on players. Some like, some don't. But I found it interesting because while everyone is talking about the good things, there are some people out there who have a different viewpoint.
And that brings us back to those Tomlin quotes on Shedeur and how unusual, unprecedented really it was for Tomlin to speak so glowingly and in detail of a draft prospect. And I wonder at least, I have no idea for the motivation there. Is he doing his old friend, and they've been friends apparently for a long time, Dion, is Tomlin trying to counteract some of the narratives that you just mentioned by saying, yeah, I met with the kid, and basically I love the guy, and we don't talk enough about his toughness, about his competitive spirit. At least that occurred to me that maybe Tomlin is going out of his way to sort of contradict some of the negative narratives about Shedeur.
Or he's playing a game, and he seemed to smile when he was asked about gamesmanship later in that press conference. And
Yeah.
I know he likes playing that game, which is cool. It's part of the whole thing when you're talking about, competitive fun at this draft that they do every year. You're trying to throw people a different direction. He may be doing this because he likes Jackson Dart. He may be doing this because he likes Jalen Milroe. He may be doing because these guys, there are mocks out there that have them all in the first round.
I'll tell you this much, Bob. I saw some numbers on Milroe where I think on passes intermediate to long, like 25, 24-plus yards, something like that. Passes down the field, this dude was like the best in the country. He had 10 touchdowns and no interceptions on those kinds of passes. And do you have that quote from was it Pelissero on Jalen Milroe yesterday? Limits, where this is undeniable about him, whether you love him as a prospect or not, is he is the most talented guy in the draft, up to and including Cam Ward.
Yes.
And this was Pelissero a couple days ago on Jalen Milroe.
On the NFL Network.
The eye-opening thing that several, not one, several coaches and scouts told me as I was making calls about all these quarterbacks is Jalen Milroe is the greatest runner of the football they've ever evaluated at the quarterback position. Not Lamar Jackson. Jalen Milroe is the best runner that they've ever seen.
How about that, Bob? He makes, I guess he makes Michael Vick look like who? Derek Watt? He's the greatest runner in history at the quarterback position. What do you make of that?
Well, he may be in college. We'll see what happens in the pros. I would have, Lamar Jackson was still, but you see, that's fine. He's got it. Lamar Jackson, when he came in, was known as a runner too, but he's developed into an all-around MVP type of player. He's in that running every year. Can Jalen Milroe do that? How hard is it to advance? And I'm not ruling anything out. I think it's all possible, which is why I thought Justin Fields could still take that.
If you could move into the second round and get him, or get him in the third, would he be available in the third round, well, Jalen Milroe?
This is why I think they have the potential and maybe thinking about trading back. If some of these guys hang around and you do your investigation, you realize teams are not going to draft quarterbacks maybe after the first round, or if they do, it's going to be a little later after that. You could put yourself in a position by trading back, getting some extra picks, and setting yourself up for not only the quarterback you want, but also other things as well.
I'll tell you this much, Bob, and we're looking at Stephen A. right now, and the topic is Steelers under most pressure to nail draft. We had Dan Orlovsky the other day saying the Steelers may have the worst quarterback situation in the entire NFL. So I will say this, for our purposes, the drama here is undeniable, and the Steelers might be the single biggest story in the NFL going into this draft. Would you guys agree with that? Like, who's a bigger story than them right now? They're linked to Aaron Rodgers, which automatically vaults them into like a top 3 story in terms of things people are talking about the most. And then you add, okay, Jackson Dart, Shedeur Sanders, who has a lot of attention on him. And their desperate need for a quarterback. Do you agree with that, Limits?
Yeah.
They're the biggest story.
Thinking about it right now, they really are, because they have one of the most polarizing players in the NFL just clutching them and not being able to really let go, or maybe they're not able to let go of the idea of Aaron Rodgers, while still Shedeur Sanders, one of probably the most polarizing draft prospect that is available outside of Travis Hunter, being mocked by many, including Peter Schrager today, to the Steelers. Like, I don't know how much, for a team that's like never so flamboyantly in the news, or likes to, obviously a big brand, likes to keep a little bit of a lower profile than like the Cowboys. This is very Cowboys-like, Bob.
It is. And speaking of that, Austin, yesterday there was Jerry Jones speaking in advance of his draft, and he mentioned a couple of big trade potentials that he's working on. You wonder, because they're looking at a number 2, just like a lot of teams are with wide receivers. So if that's out there, that could lead to a George Pickens trade. Who knows? Then there's this from Diana Rossini today. And again, some of this stuff, I wonder if it's just an attempt to get people to listen and like and follow. The Steelers, the Browns, and possibly Vikings could be involved in a multiple-team trade involving Kirk Cousins.
No, thank you.
I mean, if we're going to go in that direction, then
as I often say about him, Bob, he's the only active NFL player with a statue. Unfortunately, himself is the statue.
Rodgers would have one too, it looks like. I mean, they're similar kind of guys, and the fact that that's even being mentioned makes me think that maybe there is no.
You like that?
You like that? Do you like that?
Don't worry, Joe. I had it queued up.
Austin's amazing. He comes up with this stuff all
He's
the time.
like
How did you
Radar
know
O'Reilly, Bob.
Yeah, he is. That's
Yeah.
a good. We're going to
Yeah.
call you Radar now. One of many nicknames.
Oh my God, that's a great name for him. Is Radar.
Radar.
We might have to switch that. Are you familiar with the old show, MASH?
Well, I know it. I only watched like an episode or
Yeah,
two.
there was the general, McLean Stevenson, Colonel Blake, really,
Colonel
right?
Blake. He was
And
hot lips Houlihan.
Radar knew everything that Colonel Blake was going to do before he did it. Like he would complete a task before Colonel Blake even asked him to do the task. That's you. You're unbelievable. Bob, he's on top of his game, isn't he?
I don't even know how that works. It's like a symphonic orchestrator.
You like that?
Yeah.
You like that?
Yes, I do.
Do you like that?
I do.
Do you, no. Do you like that?
What?
That.
Yes.
No, not that. That.
You like that?
3-team trade for Kirk Cousins. Do you like that?
God, no, I don't like that. Keep Kirk Cousins. I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers in here with his 42-year-old self complaining about everything and playing the victim. Wouldn't you?
Oh, no. I just wish Justin Fields had signed.
I know. We could have avoided all this and gone 10-8 and been blown out in the first round of the playoffs again. Bob, coming up next, George Pickens. You mentioned the Cowboys. A lot of people are mentioning the Cowboys and wondering if Jerry Jones is talking about one George Pickens. We have a new member of the Jackson Dart bandwagon on the record, and I'm proud to say this might be the most prominent member yet, aside from Jack Ham and Dan Orlovsky and our very own Pat Bostic. We got a new one, and he may sit next to me and drive the damn thing. He might get some driving duty on the Dart bandwagon. And then we have Chad Brown, former Steeler. You remember him, Bob?
The Snake Man.
Yeah. Yeah, he collected exotic snakes, didn't he?
Yeah, I never understood that.
Me neither.
But I remember he showed us once. We did a story on him, and I was scared to death.
I'm
I didn't
afraid.
want to go near any. I hate thousand-leggers.
I'm afraid of worms, let alone snakes. So he was on with the afternoon guys yesterday. He's out in Colorado, does media, not afraid to share an opinion. He absolutely shredded Russell Wilson when the Steelers got him last year. So I take his opinion. You know, he's not just repeating a company line because him and Shador both went to Colorado. I don't believe that. I think if he didn't think he was good, he'd say, well, we'll play what he said next. He had a really interesting line about Shador Sanders that I think a lot of people will remember whether he turns out or not. We'll do all that next on Pomp and Joe. Limits, you say the printer's down. That presents some problems, doesn't it?
It does, yes. The printer being down, especially for draft week, not ideal. But there are other ways with modern technology that we are able to get around that.
Off the top, presented by
Thank you
JP.
for the filibuster there.
Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We got a lot happening on today's show. If only I knew what some of it was. Limits. Who's coming on today?
I will fill you in. Jake Caulfield will join us at 11 o'clock. The General will join us momentarily as well. We'll also talk to the big boy, Mark Cabali, at 12:30.
Oh,
and
boy.
Zangrilli will join at noon.
Oh, boy.
We have a huge potpourri of guests today.
We do. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Our six-pack, as always, brought to you by Bet365. It's going to turn into a 12-pack in honor of Ron Cook. That's coming up next. And the hotline, of course, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Wonder Twin?
All right, Joe, I want to tell you first, before we get back there, about my friends at West Shore Home. Let me tell you, Pittsburghers have raved about West Shore Process, what they do. It starts with an interactive design process where they involve you. That's right. You're paying for it. They want to involve you without the high-pressure tactics that you get with other companies. And the best part is the installation process. It's seamless. No long delays. They aren't camped out at your house for days, even weeks. And listen to this. It's the last week of their BOGO sales event. So for this week of April 21st, you can get an entire house of windows and a new patio slider or a new front door. Also, West Shore Home is offering our listeners here today a special savings of $500. So go to westshorehome.com/fans and save $500 more. The website has all the details. So again, if you're looking for new windows, do what so many other Pittsburgh customers are doing and call West Shore Home. The owner, BJ, he's a Western Pennsylvania guy. He does things the Western Pennsylvania way. No pressure. He makes it fun, interactive, and very, very good. Check them out today, westshorehome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The NFL Draft tomorrow in Green Bay as the Steelers will pick 21st overall. And our NFL Draft Show with Donnie Football will be tomorrow beginning at 6 o'clock through 8:30, leading into Pirates baseball. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is Bummer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. College sports awaits U.S. District Court Judge Claudia Wilkins' ruling on a proposed settlement that would introduce revenue sharing and direct payments from schools to their student athletes. The deal terms include a year-one salary cap of $20.5 million per athletic department. Sensing a last chance to maximize rosters, some schools are going rogue. They are now frantically spending NIL megabucks to lock in targeted recruits and transfers. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify, and stock units only. Offers end 4/30/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE, both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months, or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Are
you sports betting again?
No, I just got outbid on some sweet headphones on Mac.bid.
So how much money did you lose?
None. I'm just not winning.
So you can't lose money?
Nope. In fact, if I win, I could save up to 80% off retail prices.
So you don't lose money, but if you win, you save money?
Exactly.
Well, is it over?
No.
We'll get back in there and win those thingies.
Headphones.
Yeah, whatever.
Save up to 80% off retail at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, I won.
Attaboy.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes Dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And, as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
BeyondYourLincoln.com. Neighbors, not strangers. 2025 Lincolns in stock.
Independence Health System has joined the Center for Organ Recovery in celebrating National Donate Life Month and encouraging people to register to become organ and tissue donors. A single donor could save 8 lives and positively impact hundreds more. Nationally, more than 100,000 people are waiting for an organ transplant, including 6,000 in Pennsylvania and over 500 in West Virginia. This April, help Independence Health System and CORE save lives. Sign up to become an organ, tissue, and cornea donor at core./register.
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code FAN25 and save $25 with 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, I'm very excited for the Golden State Warriors tonight. I hope they go up 2-0, and I'll be up till 1 o'clock in the morning watching that.
Yes, as I watched my team, OKC, destroy Memphis again last night, and, you know, that's a team that really has no weakness.
Oh, my gosh, they're breathtaking when they're good.
They move the ball like nobody. Wow. But Golden State, if they get hot, Jimmy Butler's giving them a new dimension. Their outside shooting with Steph is incredible. What he did the other night with, hands in his face all night long. Well defensed, and yet he still pumped up threes.
One of the greatest entertainers in sports history.
I don't think there's any question about that. And if you get there early to watch his pregame.
I did in Cleveland last year.
I know you did. It must have been pretty entertaining.
It was better than the game. His pregame is a show unto itself. All right, Bob. As I mentioned, and we're in the middle of a 6-pack that is rapidly becoming a 12-pack.
Before too long, it'll be a keg.
It might be a keg or a beer ball. Remember those, Bob? It's like a big yellow plastic sphere filled with beer, a beer sphere. Remember those limits? Did you experience those?
No, never experienced the sphere.
Maybe Joe should try some old grandfather.
Yes, I think
old granddad. You've heard of that, right, Bob?
Yeah, I know his relatives too. Yeah. Jim Beam,
Jack Daniels,
Jack Daniels, right? An entire family. There's a new member of the Dart bandwagon, a new passenger, and it ain't just anybody. It's Big Ben. On his footballing podcast, Bob, this is what he said.
So I've watched him play a few games, and I really liked what I saw from Jackson Dart from Ole Miss. Yeah. Like, just seems like he's got a gunslinger mentality, but he can run. There's just something there.
Was that it?
There is another clip, a longer clip, but I know you wanted a short one first. I have the longer one whenever you want.
No, I like that. There's just something there. He says, Bob, he likes the gunslinging mentality. He likes the ability to make something out of nothing. I've seen Dart, and listen, it's amazing to look at all these guys and read and watch everything about them and hear the contradictory opinions. Shedeur Sanders is an anticipatory thrower. Well, no, he's not. He's the exact opposite of that. You'll get both of those opinions. I'm not saying either way, by the way. I didn't mean to say that I don't think he's an anticipatory thrower, but you can get either one. You can get on Jackson Dart that he's really good at improvising, and then you get, well, he's only good in Lane Kiffin's system when basically everything's spelled out for him and he has a clean pocket. You get both these things. What I see from Dart is a guy who can improvise. I saw a guy roll into his left by the sidelines, keeping his eyes down the field to make plays and drilling balls down the field right on the money. That's what I see with this guy. So I now count Jack Ham, Dan Orlovsky, Pat Bostic on this very station, and perhaps most prominently of all, Mr. Ben Roethlisberger on the Dart bandwagon. We're going to have to update the Trubisky bandwagon. Let's take a listen, Bob, because I invented this. It's the Trubisky train.
There was no doubt about it.
May I interest you in a seat, Bob? First class?
This is the Dart train that's coming in. It's sort of like the bullet train in Japan.
Exactly.
Comes at you fast and furious.
Yes.
You know, I'm willing to take a ride, but I'm not going to sit in the front seat.
No. So if we get to pick 21 and he's on the board, you wouldn't take him.
I've told you before, my intention, if it were me, is to stay away from quarterbacks in the first round this year and instead concentrate on really big needs they have elsewhere. Worry about quarterback later in this draft and then next year specific.
I think Jackson Dart's going to be really good. I think he's Bo Nix.
He might be.
Limits, you don't like him, do you?
No,
in fact, you hate him.
I don't hate him. I just don't want them to pick either him or Shedeur Sanders. I don't want them to reach on a quarterback that I don't think is worthy of them selecting them at 21. And I, like Bob, at this point would rather just see them get a quarterback in the 5th round, like if Shuck's there, because we're talking about so many of these guys. Some of them are going to fall. It's just natural.
Well, what's the point
most of them are going to fall.
Yeah, very likely. There'll be multiple available in either the 3rd, 4th, or 5th round. And I would rather move it further on down the road for guys that I think have higher upside.
Then why take a quarterback at all and waste a pick on a project that there's a very, very low percentage? I mean, Tyler Shuck is older than Ron Cook.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't take him until like the 5th or 6th round.
But why even then? What's the point?
Because those type of picks. And look, I would rather, if it was completely up to me.
It's completely up to you.
Completely up to me then?
Yes.
All right, then I don't take one quarterback in this entire class.
We got Limit's opinion there, Bob.
Well, he's sort of like me. I'm not taking anyone until later just because.
Well, why take one later?
Because I think if you have an opinion on someone who could be a developmental kind of guy, as you said, it's the most important position out there. They need to fill. They say they only have 2. They need 4. They're going to have to find somebody. So that, to me, sounds like the wrong reason to do it. But if they're, and I wouldn't do it if I felt that way, but if there was somebody who I felt has an upside that I could work with, and especially comes at minimal cost, I would do it this year. Next year, I shoot much higher.
Give me one name. You are forced to take Milroe, Sanders, or Dart with the 21st pick. Who you got?
I'm forced to take one of those 3?
Yes, one of those 3.
I'm going to take Jackson Dart.
If I was forced to take one out of the 3, I would also take Jackson Dart.
I'm not forced to take one of the 3, and I'll take Jackson Dart. Now put them in order at pick number 21 if you were forced. For me, it would go Dart 1, Sanders 2, Milroe 3rd. You?
Same.
Would you rip them on every one of those? If they take Dart, if they take Sanders, if they take Milroe, is Bob Pompiani coming on Monday, the Monday after, or no, Friday, I'm sorry, Friday, or wait, you're off that day, Bob. Monday, and ripping them.
I don't make a habit of ripping just to rip.
Are you criticizing the pick?
Yeah, I would say I wouldn't do it, as I've said all along. I'm not interested in doing that this year. If they do it, okay, then we have to wait and see, like with Kenny Pickett or any other quarterback. Give it a couple of years. The answer won't come for a couple of years.
Are you criticizing? Sorry, Bob, go ahead.
I'm not going to do that because they have business to do. They'll do it. I'm telling you that I wouldn't, approve of it. I think there's a different way to go. But, and by the way, Matt Williamson, who's former scout, does a lot of stuff. He just said Jackson Dart attempted only 80 passes in the middle of the field in 2024, if that has any significance to you.
That's because Arthur Smith was his offensive coordinator, Bob.
Works perfectly for them, huh?
Yeah, maybe that's why they want him. I don't know.
They're not going to discover it
Blame
together.
Lane Kiffin for that. I mean, is that his fault? Is that Dart's fault?
No, I mean, it might be partially Dart's
It's part
fault.
of progressions, I would imagine, right? You're looking places.
Well, that's another thing. You can easily find people who say, he doesn't go through his progressions, and then you have Orlovsky sitting there with a pointer and the game tape saying he does.
Should that be a concern, though, that Lane Kiffin did not trust him to throw over the middle of the field much?
I don't know, limits. I mean, we get to the point. Did he not? I don't know.
According to that number, it doesn't seem like it was pretty frequent.
Okay, so what do we draw from that?
That he still has to evaluate progressions and improve in multiple areas.
I don't know that I draw all of that from that. The dude threw for 4,200 yards, 29 touchdowns, and 6 picks. He must have been going somewhere on the field,
Yeah, but those
Bob.
6 picks came in the highest leverage games. I think, those are things you have to look at also.
Let me quote my good friend Pony. How many big college games against great teams did John Elway have? What was his record in big games in college?
You can look at any quarterback that's also failed and said the same thing. My point is it's a crapshoot regardless of all the information that you have on guys.
Yes.
Whether or not they're willing to assimilate to the NFL and know that every guy on that defense is good enough to be an all-pro kind of player. In college, you have maybe 1 or 2 that you can shy away from.
Yes, of course. And that's the problem with Sanders. Is he was a great tight window passer in college. One of the questions is if you don't have enough velocity on the ball in certain situations, you're going to have elite athletes defending you or defending your receivers. The same passes that were pinpoint in college, if you don't deliver them quickly enough with enough velocity, are not going to be completions and might even be very bad in the NFL. Limits, one more. Chad Brown with the PM guys yesterday praised Shedeur Sanders. He's watched him in his whole career at Colorado. Of course, Chad played at Colorado, ex-Steelers linebacker, shredded Russell Wilson before Wilson got here last year. And he says of Shedeur, and I thought the money quote was basically intimated he could be Jameis Winston without all the interceptions. Bob, Jameis Winston without all the interceptions would make for one terrific quarterback, no?
Yes, that's the problem. You have to analyze the entire package here when it comes to these guys and what their strengths are, weaknesses are, what you're going to improve them on, all this stuff. So I think it's going to be fascinating because I do think there's been a lot of misdirection comments going on here all over the league. I think all these guys know that they're playing this little high-stakes poker game in which they're trying to throw people off. It's not like when you're involved in poker. I can look you in the eye, Joe, and I'm trying to figure out how you are going to emotionally respond to knowing that you have a royal flush in your hand.
Right.
And I can tell. In my case, you can listen to my heart because my valve clicks. You'll be able to listen to it and hear click, 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 click because you know I have a good hand. I'd have to look at your eyes. They're playing this game. They're playing a game of, okay, I'll throw you off here.
Back to the interceptions, though, is that when you go back and look at Jameis Winston's college career, there was actually a very clear clue there in his second year, which was his final year. 25 touchdowns, 18 picks, accuracy, and nothing is 100% transferable, but accuracy and turnovers, at least in my experience looking at this, they translate a lot of times to the NFL. And Shedeur Sanders is extremely accurate and doesn't have those interceptions. I think he had 13 in 2 years.
He has a lot of sacks.
Ton of sacks, and he also had a crappy offensive line. So there's 2 ways to look at that, too. Like, he hung in there and took a lot of hits and delivered on time, but he also held on to the ball and took a ton of sacks. He did. That's undeniable. Like, I'm not saying in the end that I would bet the house on Shedeur Sanders being a really good quarterback. I'm just seeing where there's enough attributes where I would take the big swing. And again, they got to keep swinging until they find a guy. They don't have one.
The thing about swinging on a guy, like let's say it's the 4th or 5th round that concerns me is I just don't think you're going to find a starter at that point. And I think there's going to be so many people that will be saying, like, well, maybe Tyler Shuck, we picked him in the 5th round. Maybe he could be our starter. If you only just give him an opportunity, you give him like a 7, 8, 9 game opportunity and a chance where realistically he's going to be more of a backup, or we just kind of try to talk ourselves into it.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. It's time for Starkey's Card of the Week. It's time for the General. General Patton, Jeff Patton from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Bob, we need a card of the week. I'm trying to think of records. I'm trying to think. We already did Ovechkin, didn't we? Didn't we have the General on after that record?
We could do it again. He had 2 goals and assists and 7 hits the other night in their first game.
NBA, NHL, were there any records in the NBA set? I'm going to go Steph Curry just for the heck of it. Who are you going with, Bob?
Oh, man. I'm trying to think of different things that happened besides those obvious ones. How about if I go Connor McDavid?
Connor McDavid. Limits, who do you got for Starkey's Card of the Week?
Man, I'm trying to think somebody in terms of the draft.
Jackson Dart, Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur Sanders makes the most sense. I think we've had this conversation with the General. If there is a Shedeur card available, let's go Shedeur and Dion custom-made card that probably hasn't been made yet.
I was just going to say that. How about a family affair, General? How about one of Dion and one of Shedeur? What do you got?
Gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for having me. You got it right on the head. How do we go away from Shedeur? That's all the talk. Local media, national media is Pittsburgh Steelers being linked to Shedeur Sanders. We have one of his first cards. It's made by Illumination. Beautiful card. Serial numbered, only made 50 of them. And on top of it, we're throwing a primetime rookie card also.
You're right on with that, Austin. You had it nailed.
There we go.
Very nice. Actually, Bob, I was more accurate. He said a combined card that doesn't exist. I said a card of each.
You're right. I take that back.
I'll come pat you on the back, Joe. I'll walk in there and just pat you on the back.
It was you, Limits. It was all you. I'm trying to deflect. I'm sorry, General.
There's going to be plenty of time for Steph Curry. We'll get him as the playoffs go. This week it has to be draft. Actually thought about Kutch making a late rise after hitting the big bomb last night.
Do you have a card of Kutch taking a day off?
We probably could find one of those, but let's hope that's not very prevalent in the future.
Could we get one of those, Kutch?
Sitting on a bench?
Yeah, sitting on a bench in his flip-flops. Kutch taking a day off would be a great card.
Cruz also. Cruz, but you wouldn't find him on the bench probably. He'd be someplace else.
Exactly. All right. Thank you, General.
You're welcome, gentlemen. Have a good week.
All right, Jeff, you too.
Thank you. Take care.
He gets nicer every week, doesn't he, Bob?
Yeah. That was a good one, but honestly, there hasn't been much going on in the actual – I was thinking more of stuff that's been played, not so much guys we talk about, but you know, that's how I look at this stuff. Now I need to expand my
horizons
about this kind of stuff.
Sure. All right. We have Jay Caulfield. The Penguins have finished their season. Now we look ahead. What may have gone on in the Dubas-Sullivan meeting? Bob, have you seen any reports of that yesterday? It was an awfully cryptic answer by Kyle Dubas the other day. Would you agree on that?
And the leading name being brought up for New York Rangers replacement to Peter Laviolette is Mike Sullivan. He's the betting favorite right now.
Let's talk to Jay about whether Sullivan's message is still getting through and about where this team goes with certain veterans. Should be interesting. Stanley Cup champion Jay Caulfield next on Pomp and Joe, but first, Pomp has a message for the the populace. It's called the Pompulous, Bob.
Yes, we'll talk about West Shore Home. Why not? They're my friends. They do a great job. And let me tell you, Pittsburghers have raved about the West Shore process over the years. It starts with an interactive design process where they involve you. And if you're paying for it, don't you want to be involved? I say yes. And without the high-pressure tactics that other companies could give you. And the best part really is their installation process. It is seamless. They don't have any long delays. They aren't camped out at your house for days or weeks. They get it done quickly and efficiently. And listen to this, on top of everything else, it's the last week of their BOGO sales event. For this week, April 21st, you can get an entire house of windows and a new patio slider or a new front door. Also, West Shore Home is offering our listeners a special savings of $500. So go to westshorehome.com/fan and save additional money. $500 to be exact. The website has all the details. So again, if you're looking for new windows, do what so many other Pittsburgh customers have done. Call West Shore Home. The owner, BJ, he's a Western Pennsylvania guy, and he does things the Western Pennsylvania way, which is no-pressure tactics. He makes it fun, interactive, and most of all, tremendous satisfaction. You're going to get all that when you go to westshorehome.com.
Now, fan headlines. Sports, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Game 2, Pirates and Angels tonight, 9:38. First pitch. Our coverage on the Fan will begin at 8:40, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Andrew Heaney starts for the Buccos. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Crowley. Join me and True Fan Travel when we take over Dublin this fall when the Black and Gold plays across the pond. Hotel, airfare, pregame party, and game tickets. Information at 937thefan.com's event page or truefantravel.com.
If you're looking for something refreshing to drink, you don't always need to reach for a beer. Sometimes you need a little twist. Twisted Tea, hard iced tea. Tastes like iced tea because it's brewed with real tea. Ask for Twisted Tea wherever you buy beer.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Looking for the ultimate getaway? Stay and play at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Whether you're here for a weekend escape or a midweek retreat, we've got everything you need under one roof. Wake up refreshed in one of our stunning rooms and head straight to the action, just steps away from the casino floor. Enjoy a variety of gaming, dining, and entertainment, all just outside your door. Visit riverscasino.com and book your stay today. Experience the best of both worlds at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412
655-8411.
PA 1565.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Crazy how life worked. 1 minute you're fine, next minute you hurt. All you did was go to the store and you got yourself into a crazy accident. Broke your arm, 2 broken ribs, lost your eyesight in one of your eyes. Crazy accident. All from just going to the store? Life is crazy. Medics came, put you on a stretcher. They ain't tie you down right, they dropped you on your face. All your teeth got knocked out. This is crazy. All from just going to the store. You see how life works? You got 1 broken arm, lost your vision in your eyes. Now you ain't got no teeth. Every action has a reaction. You called the dog, top dog. That dog went and bit him. Now you up. Now you way up. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Top dog law.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. Over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. Get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com today.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, NHL playoffs, Tampa Bay and Florida yesterday. The Panthers beat the Lightning 6-2 in Game 1. Carolina takes a 2-0 series lead against the New Jersey Devils with a 3-1 victory. Today, Washington and Montreal at 7 o'clock, Game 2 of the first-round series for the Capitals, who won the Metropolitan Division standings, best team in the East. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Jay Caulfield joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bob, I'm deeply saddened to report this is our final visit with Jay Caulfield because the Penguins didn't make the playoffs again.
Yes, but it opens up plenty of golf opportunities on the calendar.
That's very true. You're going to be free on Wednesdays now, aren't you, Jay?
Yes, I will, Joe. Bob, how are you guys?
We've
Beautiful.
never been
it's
better.
a great day, Jay. I imagine you sound like you're getting ready to tee him up, if I guessed correctly.
Well, I'm out of town with my good friend, my buddy Brad Dressen, the North Park Lounge in Cranberry. Yeah. We're out. We're on a little golf trip now.
I remember Brad from last year. Yeah, good dude.
Yes, great guy, and hits the ball forever. But great time we're having. But it's good to talk to you guys. And Joe, I hope you get out today.
Well, Bob and I recently played Oakmont, Jay, and I'll have you know that while my score was incalculable, I did par number 13, legitimately parred it. So I can say for the rest of my life, I parred a hole at Oakmont.
Congratulations, Joe. That's awesome. And Bob, it's great you guys went out there, and what a treat that is, Joe. Huh? There's nothing like that.
Oh my God, yes.
And wait till the U.S. Open comes and all these new things they've done, Jay. It's going to be interesting to see how they score.
Yeah, no, I know, Bob. Right in the rough, what that'll be like, Jesus.
5 inches all the way
Amazing.
through.
Yeah, they're guys they're just at a different level, completely.
Well, unfortunately, the Penguins are at a different level right now, but not the good kind, Jay. They're not making the playoffs anymore. It's 3 years running. And I want to ask you first here, and it's Jake Caulfield, Stanley Cup champion, on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Kyle Dubas had an interesting answer when he was asked about Mike Sullivan, whether he'd be back, and he didn't necessarily say yes. He said, essentially, all indications are yes, but I have to meet with Sully. So let me ask you, if you were making the case to keep Mike Sullivan, what would be the first couple of items you'd have on that list?
Well, I think number one would be the respect that Sidney Crosby, the elite players, have for him. That's number one. I think they all understand the roster is not where they want it to be. So, but I do think when you have respect of your leadership in the locker room, then that's going to carry a lot of weight. I believe also the term, what he has left on the contract, if he wants to be, or Mike Sullivan can go anywhere he wants. Anything that's open, he could go grab it. But when you become the loyalty and what it's all about, and I've also said over time, right, guys, I've also said at some point the message falls on deaf ears. I've made that comment too. But if your leadership and the way Sidney Crosby performs and the comfort zone that they have with each other, that's what I mean. That you have to make sure all that stays smooth. That's just the way it is. And I think with Sidney Crosby behind him, that's why I think, and Mike Sullivan wanting to be loyal and not jumping ship when things aren't good. I think that's why he would still be here.
Yeah, and he still has time left on the contract, and he seems to be okay with that. At least that's what Kyle Dubas said. I want to ask you about another former Penguin coach who has an interesting dilemma on his hand. That would be Rick Tocchet out in Vancouver. Jim Rutherford the other day had a press conference, and he said that they are not going to pick up his option. However, they still want him back. And translation to me, that means maybe Rick doesn't want to be there. I'm not sure. There are a lot of openings, and I would imagine he's going to be there. They also plan to make him a really good offer, maybe one of the best offers any coach in the NHL has, to remain in Vancouver. But again, they didn't pick up his option. How do you read that situation, Jay?
I think between the communication that's going on probably between Jim and Talk, there's more to it than that. But I also think that organization is going to have to ante up. They're going to have to give him the right number to have him stay there, because as I mentioned about Mike Sullivan, Rick Tocchet right now could go anywhere too. I will guarantee that the Rangers would be calling, the Flyers would be calling, Boston would be calling. Anything that's open, that's worthwhile, that you have depth in your organization, you've got great goaltending. Those two, Mike Sullivan and Rick Tocchet, can go to any of those places, and you're going to have to find the one that's going to pay you the number that you feel is worth making that move. I do believe Rick Tocchet is going to be one of the highest. He'll be the highest paid that's ever been in Vancouver, number one, but he's going to get a good number, a really nice number, and I would bet if they don't come up with the one that just is a sweet spot for Talk, he won't be there. But I expect him to come back with a really good number, Bob. But I also think Talk's going to he has the opportunity to weigh his issues and what are his opportunities. And this is, you look at it, if you're a guy like that, your next choice right now, this is the one, right? You've got one more to make, in a sense, right? Even though coaching can go on for a long time, you've really got one more choice to make, and he wants to make the right one. And let's say New York is primed. They have the right talent. They have great goaltending. Is that where he would want to go? Or does he want to just stay in Vancouver that has a loaded talent but had a lot of issues this year? And the superstar, Pettersson and Miller, that blew up, and the better player went to New York.
Yeah.
So now I do think, though, they got to come up with a big number to keep him, and Talk is going to certainly have his opportunities and options, and he's going to weigh what's best for him at this point. And the way it's worded did sound funny. I agree, Bob. Like, we're not picking up his option, but we want him back. Well, I'm not sure what that means. Well, you don't hear it that way too often. But I think inside between their discussions, I think it's more about if they come up with the right number, he'll stay there. If they don't, he's going to move on.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, I think, because it was, to me, a classy move by Jim Rutherford, actually. That he wasn't going to hold him to something he wasn't going to be happy with.
Yeah.
Gives him the option of doing what, but we're going to try to entice you to stay. So it's kind of a interesting dilemma. Most GMs, I don't know, would do that.
That's the way you read that, huh?
That's the way I read it. I don't know if that's right or wrong, but why would you not pick up his option if you have an option to pick up and yet say you want to bring him back at a bigger offer or a better offer?
What if he wants to bring him back at a worse offer?
I don't think that's going to be the case.
I mean, if you don't want to pick up his option, one of the things you might want to do is lessen his salary.
But I think they want to keep him. He made it, they like him a lot, and what happened out there this year may have put a bad taste in his mouth. Plus, as Jay said, there are a lot of openings out there, and maybe he's just trying to be fair with him, I don't know, Jay,
It's a strange situation.
You know Rutherford. I don't think he operates that way. I think he's trying to do what's best for the player or for the coach in this case.
Well, I think I think the respect level that Rick Tocchet has earned and deserved, anything that's going to go back and forth, I think he's giving them a look, and I still find it was a weird, the comment is kind of strange. Like you said, you really don't hear it that way too often, but I think they've had communication between each other, so Toc pretty much understands or knows where he's coming from, and if he gives them a look, and I do know, that those options out there, there's big money in New York. Boston's never been big money, right? They've always nickeled and dimed that side. So that's an option, but it won't be the one for Toc, right? But I think New York, Philly would ante up, but Philly dissed Toc a couple years ago. And I don't think and I think if he looks at the roster, where does he want to go? Can he win in Philly? All those things. That's why I lean in New York, and then what you have with Vancouver, and what do you want to do? And if it's the right number, I still just go back to that. What's going to be the right number? Because you almost have to look at it like it's your last. This is like your last shot to get just like a player would. I got one last shot at free agency, or I got one last look to get a big number, and that's what he's going to go after.
Jay Caulfield on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line on which you may communicate with City Limits.
Radar.
I was just going to say that. Should we go with Radar, Bob?
Yeah, why not?
Limits? Are you open to that?
He doesn't know Radar O'Reilly, Jay, but we try to tell him about that MASH program.
Yeah, he knows what we're doing before we even do it. He's incredible, Jay.
I would be open to it, but I think we've created such a huge lore around City Limits where people call me that in public.
Now you're endorsing your own nickname, which I thought you wanted people to know you're Austin Bechtold. Austin Bechtold.
When he's out on the town.
Want that to be known.
People call him Limits when he's out on the town, Bob.
I get both. I like it legitimately half and half. Like I get half Austin, I get half Limits.
This is like Joe Comp when he would go out on the town. When he coached football, people would go up and say, "Hi, Horse." It was his name was Horse, basically. I don't know what to do. But anyway, you can communicate with Radar on the text line. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Jay, I'm a little confused on the Kyle Dubas message. Are they going to go all out to contend next year? It didn't sound like it. He said the other day that it's one thing to contend for the playoffs. It's another to have a longer-term plan. I'm just a little confused. But let's say they're trying to win next season. What's the one area that you would seek to shore up first? I know goaltending, but they apparently have Jari and they have young kids coming up. So I'll say other than goaltending, which part of this lineup would you be seeking to shore up going into next season?
Well, you know what you have with the Crosby line. Even if you just went with Rustin McKell and went back to that number one, there's one line right there. But then we saw McGroarty, we saw Koivunen, and that can balance out the top six. You need to really find wingers. How many times we've said this over a lot of years too. Like Malkin just needs to find some consistent wingers that can be like how Rust is always on Sid's right side, whatever it might be. So I think wingers balance out the top six, and if that's Koivunen and McGroarty in that mix, and Raquel funnels down, now you've got top 6 and it can roll, whatever that might be. And then depth. I thought a number of players you come up and the couple moves that they made late. I think there's something to the guys they brought in a little bit later on. So they're finding their depth. They're finding what they have as far as role players, who are their penalty killers, and they've got young D, Joe. So I still think you got to spend money on a top 6 forward and make sure you round out the bottom 6, that you have a mix of toughness, a mix of, guys who can produce still to come. I mentioned Kevin Hayes before because he pushed around 15 goals, and if you can get that out of your bottom 6, that's what you're looking for, whatever type of player that is. But you need to find depth scoring in, the lower half, but you need those guys to fulfill that role. Guys who are going to change the dynamic of a game when it's going sideways. Guys that, you can rely on defensively. That's what I would go about, because certainly they are just relying on Sidney Crosby again, running, controlling this, what they do as far as on the ice. You've got that set. You can have your top 6 almost set, and then you get a round out, and that you really like what you put on the ice, that you're not deficient. And throughout this year, they didn't have it. They just never looked like they had that. If anybody went down, the depth was really challenged. Even though it's better than it was in certain years, it just wasn't there to Mike Sullivan's liking, the fan base, how the games played out. And then certainly you go back. I think young D are in the system, and I think they're going to be happy with what they have down the line. I'm not sure what's happening with the Carlson thing. That was pretty straightforward about that. If they can move anybody and move that, I think they certainly would do that. I'm not sure how it's going to play itself out, but there's enough young D in the system that they're really developing, that they're really happy with. And that's a great sign. And then certainly, as we said, we can't talk about goaltending, but the fact of the matter is that needs to be something truly. Whoever comes into the locker room next year, you need to have a mindset. I felt it almost needed to be different than what we saw this year. Now, they know what they have with Ned. They understand what his role is as a backup. He understands it. They got to make sure the other side is taken care of. But that's what I look at, and I think that's the only way you can contend. It can't just be Sidney Crosby's line scoring 50%, 40-some% of the goals throughout the year, and you're not going to be successful. It won't happen. You got to make sure Malkin has wingers that can produce.
Well, let me jump in here, and I'm interrupting Bob, and I apologize for that, Bob, profusely.
Yep.
But I thought that this could be kept linear here, because you mentioned the goaltending, Jay. Do you trust Tristan Jarry to be that guy next year, and do you think the Penguins trust him? I don't. I'd prefer to move on. Your thoughts?
I feel like what he did when he came back, Joe, I felt you got to tip your cap to him, because going through something tough as an athlete where it's gone completely sideways, and he righted the ship. He came back and he was producing in numbers that made him look like what he had done in the past. With that being said, I still feel like almost for him as well as a player and the organization, I almost feel like you need a different. It almost like unless they have great conversations over the summer, whatever it is, but we won't know that until they get into the games, and then it'll be hasn't won in the playoffs. There's a lot of things going on, but Joe, for me, and I mentioned it before, what he did was outstanding as an athlete. Regrouped and came back and was better than he was before. But I still think they almost have to come back with a couple different things on the back end. You need to see somebody different, and I think the locker room needs it. I think he as a player needs it, because the first thing that goes sideways, everybody's going to be on him again, and then if you go down that black hole again, it's a tough situation. But he certainly did something pretty spectacular that athletes have to battle through, and he did it. I still think it might be better for him to be elsewhere, and I think it might be better for the Penguins to have that happen and start anew. That's how I would look at it. And they might not be able to do that, guys. The contract, a couple years left, all that stuff that goes with it. So there's all that side of it. But I would like to look at it like I want to be when I'm coming into that training camp next year. I want to see something. I need to see something different, because the last 3 years it's tanked us. It's taken us. We haven't made it. We haven't got to the playoffs. And there's a lot, and we can point at that more than a lot of other places. But truly, the team wasn't good in front of them, but the goaltending let them down. And I would not want to start the year the same as I did the last 3. If I can make a move, I would do it.
Yeah, I think most of us would agree with that and trust if you make a move, do you need to get if you're going to trust a young goaltender, whether it's Sergei Miroshov or Philip Larson or Blomqvist or any of them, don't you need someone, though, and maybe it's Nedeljkovic still because he's signed for one more year, but Dubas has made it sound like anyway, all of these goaltenders are going to be in a fight at training camp, whoever they are. But do you think if they do part company with a guy like Jari and even Nedeljkovic, would they bring in somebody else to support a younger goaltender?
Yeah, I still see that's the tough part of this whole thing. That's why it's got. They certainly want to see this. What we've heard about the young goaltender Miroshov, what he's doing, that's a really bright spot. But at the same time, we heard it about Blomqvist too.
Mm-hmm.
And then Blomqvist, you get up to the NHL, it's a completely different. Now it's a different world. Like everybody says, it's different in every role, every position you play. But you don't want to. What if he's not the answer quite yet? You don't want to blow him out of the water. Let him. I think they prefer to let him keep developing. I think that's why they made the conversation about probably Jari and Ned being back, and there's going to be a competition. And you still do need what you just mentioned, Bob. That's the tough part. Either if you're going to move on, you need to bring somebody else in and let these guys continue to develop, and then it's going to be this guy's team in the future. And that's all the tough decisions that Kyle Dubas has to make. Truly, the contracts, how long do you wait for the young guys to come up, or do you just run with them? It's tough question marks for that.
All right, Jay. Last question here, and it's been a pleasure again working with you this year. You were fantastic every single week, and we really appreciate that. My last question, before we let you go, is who's going to play in the Stanley Cup Final and who's going to win it?
Yeah, wow. I thought Florida just there's a different element about Florida. So, Bobrovsky is that good. They're town up top. I still thought Tampa might come back, but I'm going to go out of the West. I'm going to go with Winnipeg and take Winnipeg. And I'm going to go with, I know.
I like it.
I'm also going to take, I'm thinking that, listen, I can't go against. I said I'd pick Tampa last night, even though they got beat, but they scored 6 goals on 16 shots. Vasilevsky will be better. Tampa Bay will be better. I think Tampa's going to come back, and I'm going to go Tampa, Winnipeg. And I might have just shot myself in the foot because Florida looked pretty good, but I'm going to still stay. I can't change my bet. I'm going to stay Tampa and Winnipeg, and Winnipeg wins.
Wow. The Jets have had the best record in the NHL. I like Tampa, but I had Dallas going against them, and I thought it was a key win the other night against Colorado in overtime. If they had gone down 0-2 going back to Denver, that would have not been good. So I think it's wide open, though. It really is.
It is, guys. And listen, it was a pleasure to talk to both of you all year, too, and really enjoy it, guys.
All right, Jay, we'll be in touch.
Hit them straight, but not often, Jay.
Jay is good with all the aspects of the game.
He is.
He's the VJ Singh of the local golf scene. He's always out on the range improving.
I'll be waiting for the text, the invite. Goodbye, Jay. There he goes, Bob. He's out on a nice course somewhere. He said he's on a golf trip. Where is he?
Yeah, I don't know where he is.
We should have
asked
Brad
Dreesen, his friend, is a really good dude, and he's had a chance to meet him and play with him last year, too. He can play. All these guys can play. They hit it far.
I wish I could, but I can't.
You can.
No, I can't.
You made a par at 13 at Oakmont.
I did do that.
Circle the wagons.
There's a lot of people who could play 18 at Oakmont and not make a par.
I know.
I made one.
It's hard.
And I remember it, and I'll remember it for the rest of my life. I missed it a pitching
I had it
wedge.
on video, and I pushed the wrong button.
I missed it a pitching wedge. I'd say it was 135 to 40 yards, but luckily, for once, I didn't go in a bunker. I went in between 2 massive bunkers up to the right of the hole in the rough, and then I made a very nice little chip out of the rough to within, I'd say, 5 or 6 feet, Bob, and then I drilled the putt.
Above the hole, though.
Above the hole.
That's a hard putt to make coming down the hill, but you did it.
I did it, and then we celebrated like it was Mardi Gras, didn't we?
Yes.
And I'll never forget it. Jerry Dulac is adamant on whether or not he thinks the Steelers would take Shedeur Sanders. Should he still be there at 21? I'll tell you what he said on his chat next. One of the most well-known play-by-play voices, probably that we've ever heard, passed away yesterday. We'll talk about that. And also, which Steelers legend will be calling out their draft picks? We've heard other legends. Franco Harris, I think, called out Kenny Pickett that year as the Steelers' first pick. Which one is going to walk, or two are going to walk to the podium this year? I'll tell you that next as well. It's Pomp and Joe, and I want to tell you about Gina Giampietro. In the meantime, the big boy Mark Cabali and Dan Zangrilli in the noon hour. Amy recently worked with Gina to sell her home in Dormont and said that she had an incredible experience from start to finish. Amy said Gina's one of the best agencies she's worked with nationwide, and that Gina was always responsive. Bob, they told me on the course yesterday I had a good radio voice. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do, actually. You've done it long enough where I think people identify. You can go to a bank, stand in line, and not see you, but hear your voice. And that's, I get that a lot, too. It's all about, it's sort of your calling card now.
But it sounded better when I worked with Ron, because he has a horrible radio voice, but now I'm with you, so I feel shamed every day because you have the ultimate radio voice.
You're a pathetic person,
Joe. Let's go, baby.
I can't match that voice.
Great for talk radio, my man.
So,
right?
You'll be known not only as Radar and Limits and whatever else Joe has called you, but voice.
Yes, I thankfully have been told that I have a good voice for radio.
You do.
I don't know if I have a face for TV like Bob Pompiani does, but I certainly have a voice for radio, I'd like to think.
I took it as a compliment. Of course,
it should be.
Now I'm working with the guy who has the single best voice in all of Pittsburgh sports. We heard that on Mulsey the Snowman with Bob Sola.
Don't cue that up again.
Well, we played it yesterday.
I don't want to hear it.
Amy said Gina's always responsive, professional, offers great feedback, and did everything she could to get her the most money possible for your home. She said, if you want the best, work with Gina. I agree with Amy. You can't lose. You choose a price and a deadline. The home doesn't sell by the deadline, and Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So, again, how do you lose here? If you're in the Pittsburgh area, ready to sell or buy, call my friend Gina Giampietro of Remax Select Realty, 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates were winners 9-3 yesterday against the LA Angels, first of a three-game series. McCutchen hits a three-run homer. Pirates, 18 hits for the first time since 2023 as the offense came alive. RBIs from Joey Bart also factoring into the victory. Bart with an RBI, Hayes with an RBI, Kiner Falefa drove in 2, Reynolds drove in 2, McCutchen on a 3-run home run drove in 3, O'Neal Cruz with 2 hits, Reynolds ended the game with 3. How about Tommy Pham and IKF, each with 3 hits? As David Bednar also recorded a scoreless inning. Pirates and Angels will do it again tonight, 9:38 first pitch, as Andrew Heaney will take the mound. 8:40 North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Getting pumped for the draft.
The future stars of the NFL will soon be selected. It's the NFL Draft, and you can follow all the action here. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Donnie Football gives you all the updates on our future black and gold players.
The NFL Draft has finally arrived.
I'm ready to get to work. Let's go get some wins.
Our draft coverage is brought to you by Globe Airport Parking, Pool City, Cayman Jack, Armstrong Business Solutions, and New Flow Men's Health. The NFL Draft plays here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL Draft has given us some wild moments. Remember when Aaron Rodgers fell all the way to 24? Or when the Browns took Baker Mayfield #1 overall? And who could forget Laramie Tunsil's gas mask video dropping minutes before the draft? Well, buckle up. The 2025 NFL Draft kicks off tomorrow, and with quarterback drama, trade rumors, and front offices looking to save their bacon, we're never far from pure chaos. I'm Maggie Gray.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
I'm at the movies. asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Discover unbeatable value at Get Go Cafe and Market. Every day is Fish Fry Day with the Captain back in town. Savor wild-caught beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain Platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Wash off winter with our new Wet Go Unlimited package featuring graphene and ceramic wax. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Baseball is in full swing as summer is quickly approaching. Two of the hottest teams in baseball right now will face off as Toronto will head to New York in a heated divisional battle. The lead in the division is narrow, but both of these teams will hope to rely on their all-star sluggers to lead the way to a series win through the weekend. Will the newly named USA Baseball captain lead the way, or will the legacy first baseman in Toronto come away with the series? Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you from that truck drifting toward your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers available class-exclusive advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you, and Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't get you, IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus Awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 60 years. There has never been a better time to let Sullivan Super Service install a new air conditioning system in your home. And for a limited time, get 0% financing for 60 months or up to a $2,000 instant rebate on eligible systems for those who qualify. Let the Sullivan Super Service family keep your family cool this summer. Visit SullivanService.com.
Visit Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct's Spring Home Improvement event. It's the perfect time to freshen up the way your home looks to make your home more energy efficient. They've got a great offer right now. In fact, multiple great offers. First, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. it. Plus, they're offering no interest until 2030. And right now, get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. Now is the time to give them a call, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Mitsu by the Mall has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. Jim Shorkey, North Hills, Mitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. You've heard us say this before. It has a cool ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe it said 300. Wouldn't the 260 be a little bit nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I have dropped over 50 pounds with Awaken 180. There's no reason you can't drop 40 or more pounds by the 4th. Ringing Independence Day, shirt off, confident, most importantly, you're feeling happy. You reached your goal weight with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open that beer, roast up the hot dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. And they stand by it. I haven't put a pound back on for almost 2 years. In fact, I've lost a couple more pounds. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com, download the app right now, and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino right at your fingertips. Betparks.com for details. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Michigan for the BetParks app. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's your weekly O'Reilly Auto Parts checkup. Have leftover or used oil or a dead battery laying around? Visit your local O'Reilly store and take advantage of free fluids and battery recycling.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Sunny clouds this afternoon, the high 77.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, pizza by Slice on Broadway is absolutely incrinculant. So was the salad I had with the pizza. You had the Sicilian pizza. Is that what we would call that? The thick square one?
The thick ones are very interesting. I think they're a little bit too thick for me, but...
What a man you've become, Bob.
Just to try it. I haven't had one of those. My grandmother used to make those things, and, man, she made them great.
So good. Did you partake, Limits?
Oh, I did. I had a piece of cheese, and I had a pepperoni slice. Incredible.
It's one of my favorite parts of the week.
Me too. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Bob, we had a prominent play-by-play voice, one that, if I say his name, we can all conjure his voice. Passed away at the age of 80 yesterday, and that was Mike Patrick. Did you ever run across him?
I have done that. Really outstanding guy that I've met a few times. I always admired his. I can't believe he's 80, though. That when I saw that, I was like,
yeah.
For me, I still think of him much younger than that. But, yes, he made tremendous job with his play-by-play over the years, and it was very distinctive. He had some great calls in college football.
Yeah, he did. I can just limits are you of an age? I can just hear his voice on college football. He worked with Paul McGuire. Yes. He worked with Dick Vitale. He worked with Jay Billis. I got a text yesterday that Mike Patrick was on the call for one of the most famous games in Pittsburgh sports history, 13-9.
13-9, yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, that was a big one. But he always got the big assignments too, which is great, and he did a wonderful job with it. And that, again, speaking of voices and what it means, if you hear a voice, you can often know who it is without seeing the person.
Right.
Conversely, I've always been in it when do you ever hear a voice and you don't know who it is, and you think how that person would look, and then you're wrong.
Yeah.
Find out. But he was great.
He was a pro. Is what he was. And just, again, one of those familiar voices. And when it's a local guy, it's almost like they're a part of your family, like when Mike Lang passed away. And I think of people back in Buffalo that I grew up listening to. Mm-hmm. They're literally in your living room, right? Especially the way it used to be when families were in living rooms together watching sporting events. That voice was it was a family member. You know what I mean, Bob? Who were some of yours growing up? Bob Prince or
Prince was one of them, and
Myron Cope.
Myron Cope was also, but the cool thing about that, and I know you've had this opportunity too, when you meet them and get to know them beyond the voice and beyond that, you have one idea of what they're like, and then you meet them and you gain even more respect for them. And that's how I felt both about Bob Prince and Myron Cope. Bob actually did some work at KDK, so he was in our office quite a bit, and it was fun. We had a chance to play golf with him.
Really?
Yeah. And he cheated, but he didn't keep it secret. He knew that he was going to cheat, and you had to deal with it as on the golf course. It was funny to play.
That's cool that you had those experiences.
Jack Fleming, got to know him a little bit. Bill Hillgrove, of course, over the years has become like a mentor type. And just all these people you get to know, and it's awesome.
That's cool. Meanwhile, Teresa Varley from the Steelers tweets out who's going to be announcing their picks starting Thursday. We've heard Steelers legends, throughout the years go up to that podium and announce the pick. As I mentioned, I think it was Franco who called Kenny Pickett's name, if I'm remembering correctly. This year, according to Teresa, who's announcing the picks? Lynn Swann and Brett Kiesel. How about that, Bob?
Two good choices.
I'll say.
Now, I wonder if a wide receiver will be available when Lynn Swann makes the pick. That would seem to be the right way to go, but I don't do this say what rounds they're doing it?
No, it just said those two will be among those announcing.
Among those there'll be others.
Maybe, yeah. Brett Kiesel says it's a great honor to make a pick for the Steelers, my team. I love that team. He's a good guy, and I imagine, have you done events with him? You've spent time with Brett over the years, yes?
One of the best. And just outgoing, pleasant to everyone. He's got that beard that he made a lot of money on for a children's hospital. And he has his mind and his heart in the right place. He's very, driven to help community events, whatever they may be.
Yeah.
He's always been like that.
And he's not afraid of exotic animals.
No. And he's another guy who overcame a lot of odds. What was he, a 7th-round pick?
Yes.
I mean, that's not easy. He and Chris Hoke both, overcoming it to having long double-digit careers.
Unbelievable athlete. What is he, 6'7"? How big is Brett Kiesel? Can you look that up? Is he 6'9"? I don't know what he is.
He's 6'6", in that range.
He used to be he started out special teams just like Hines did. And he ain't slow, I can tell you that. He's an athlete.
He's 6'5", but he looks like he's 6'7".
Yeah, he does. And I saw him on the basketball court as well, going against Mike White and the people from North Hills one day, Bob. And he was really good. Now, of course, they had some guy on the other team. It used to be, when the Steelers had a basketball team.
Yeah, those
they
used
would
to be
travel
big events. They would
around.
go to all these different high schools.
Right. Some of these guys they'd show up with goggles and knee pads ready to take charges. And I remember Kiesel telling one guy, dial it back a little here, buddy.
Yeah, it's a friendly game. You don't want to take out a civics teacher.
Can you? Well, no. It was the civics teacher who was endangering the Steelers by taking charges and doing all that kind of stuff. I don't know if it was a civics teacher.
But a teacher would take a charge on Brett Kiesel coming down the lane.
Well, you know what I mean. It was some of these people who played the Steelers were a little bit too gung ho.
No, I get that. I thought it was the other way around. That some of the Steelers, because they're so competitive, in those situations, you never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, I think the games I saw, at least, they were able to dial it back a little bit. Can you imagine limits on the court against the Steelers? He'd be diving for loose balls. He would be taking charges, wouldn't you?
And he also would be trash talking, I suspect.
He'd be trash talking. I've seen him out there with the Pitt players.
I don't know. If Brett Kiesel is running into me and I have to stand there, I think I might just completely fall flat over.
Yeah, that may have been a poor example.
Yeah.
I did not see anybody attempt to take a charge on him.
I'll be shooting a lot of threes.
Jerry Dulac's chat is out before we get to Dan Zangrilli, top of the hour. And he remains adamant, Bob, that there will be no Shedeur Sanders. He just completely cuts that off at the pass. Somebody says to him, Shedeur Sanders, Derek Harmon, Kenneth Grant, who do you believe the Steelers take between these three at 21? Dulac's answer, and I quote, not Sanders. How about that?
I'm not surprised. I mean, that's why I look at it, too. They need real big help on their defensive line, and there's some really good potential people there.
That's not an opinion. That's him saying they're not taking Sanders.
I think that's an opinion.
No, that's reporting.
But he's done that before on certain things, and it hasn't worked out that way.
Well, he did. Well, that's because sometimes sources might not be accurate. Like on Pickett, he said zero chance on Pickett, but his sources said that, really.
Well, he didn't say his story. That was from his response.
Yeah.
Now, if you think that source is fine, but it could be that he just doesn't believe it at all after everything he hears.
Somebody else says, to Dulac, I'm starting to think that Shedeur Sanders, these talks are smoke screens. What's your opinion? Dulac, very perceptive. So tell me more about the smoke screen. I have a small brain, Bob. What is Tomlin setting when he's praising Shedeur? What's the smoke screen?
Well,
Who's it designed to fool and why if he's not taking a quarterback anyway?
If he's doing it to make them think that the Steelers are interested in Shedeur Sanders, and a lot of people have come to that conclusion, then maybe he will force somebody's hand into taking Shedeur Sanders so that somebody else he may want drops to him. I don't know.
A defensive lineman, for example?
Or another quarterback like your friend Jackson Dart. I don't know.
Well, the next question is, from Trey to Dulac, who do the Steelers like more in your eyes, Dart or Sanders? Dulac said, I don't think it's going to matter. He doesn't think they're taking a quarterback.
No, and I don't either. So I'm on the same page with him on that. But then I don't know what the gamesmanship is, other than Mike Tomlin seems to take great delight in throwing people off. He talked about it yesterday, and I think the Malik Willis was the best example.
Well, he sure has thrown people off by not competing in one playoff game in 10 years, right?
Yeah, but
they haven't been competitive in one.
That's these guys, and maybe Jerry Jones is doing the same thing down there in Dallas. I don't know what he's up to, bringing out things that he wants people to talk about.
That's interesting. Now,
may not be true. I don't know.
He said there are big trades in the works, and a lot of people talking about George Pickens maybe going to Dallas. Dulac is asked by a man named John, do you think George Pickens is getting a contract extension since he is not getting traded? Dulac says, nope. And who said he's not getting traded? They have until November to do so. I still think there's a good chance that George Pickens gets traded. I think we've all lost our minds. I think that time sometimes.
That's also part of the misdirection stuff. They made it sound like he's not going anywhere, and for now he may not be. But in the long scheme of things, they may have a different opinion.
Or for now he may be. I think that time tends to soften, what our perceptions. And the George Pickens year did not end well. We all remember the Bengals home game, and I think we all remember them not picking up not renewing his contract, Bob, but bringing in another guy to be their number one receiver. They gave their receiver money to DK Metcalf and essentially told him, you're our guy, which by extension is telling Pickens, you're not. And call me crazy, Bob, but based on George Pickens' history here, I'm imagining he might not handle that very well or very maturely.
Well, listen, if his aspirations are to be a, quote, number one, then no, this is not the right place, and neither would be Dallas.
Of course those are his aspirations.
Okay.
He thinks...
If he is, then something's going to happen, or he better understand that he doesn't have that role. I think T. Higgins once thought he was a number one, had to settle for number two, but he still got a lot of money. Maybe not as much as Jamar Chase. At some point, you have to deal with the reality of the situation, and I think that's part of what George Pickens has to go through. He has to understand where he is, why the money was given to DK Metcalf. There's a longer history of success there, and deal with it.
Well, he's not going to. I don't think he is anyway. That's not my bet, which is why I think the Steelers, there's still a decent chance he could be traded this week. I think there's a decent chance of that. Do you?
I wouldn't rule that out, only because I think they really do covet these picks, and they had to give up a 2 for Metcalf. They may want to get somehow that back, and it may take more than George Pickens. I don't know that you can get a 2 for George Pickens.
Holy ostrich milk.
Do you
Bob.
think you could?
Probably not.
3.
No, but, the whole half the thing with avoiding Pickens or with trading Pickens, if not more, is avoiding the distraction, the blow up, the moping, the whining, the erupting. That happened before they announced to the world that he's not their guy and that somebody else is.
And that happened in that Kansas City game where he showed up very late.
Come on. Yeah, and then didn't run a pattern and may have caused an interception. And then we saw Mike Tomlin completely absolve him of it. And when somebody asked Arthur Smith what happened on that play, what was Pickens supposed to do on that play, Smith's answer very memorably was, not that. Remember?
I do remember that quote, yes.
As I was mentioning, Bob, holy ostrich milk. Bill in L.A. asked Dulac, can you milk an ostrich, Bob?
I'm not going to answer that because I have no idea. And if I say yes, I know what people will say back. So,
limits?
Don't even ask.
Okay.
No idea.
Pretend I didn't ask. Bill in L.A., what do you think the Steelers believe Mason Rudolph's weaknesses and limitations to be? Dulac, he's not a legit running threat. Otherwise, none. What? Mason has no weaknesses or limitations, Bob, other than he can't run. That sounds like Tom Brady. So hold on a second here. He's good throwing, like he's good on broken plays. He's good making something out of nothing. He's got great pocket presence.
I think he does have good, not great, but good pocket presence. I think we saw that in those games at the end of the year 2 years ago. He stayed in there, took hits to make plays. The one that sticks out to me is one to Pickens in the Seattle game. He took a hit just as he released the ball, but he was not afraid to stay in there.
Surely you're not endorsing the idea that other than running, he has no weaknesses or limitations?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. What I'm saying is he does have good pocket presence. If I'm highlighting what he does best, that would be it. He's not afraid to stay in there and make plays and step up to make the plays.
Well, that's part of pocket presence. The other one is processing the game. I would say I don't consider that to be a strength either, honestly. Big moments, things like that. I don't know, man. That seems to be way over the top. If that's the case, then he should be their starter. Because that person asked, what do you think the Steelers believe Rudolph's weaknesses and limitations to be? He says he's not a legit running threat, otherwise none. So if he's not a running threat, but otherwise he's basically perfect, no weaknesses or even limitations, then why are they courting Aaron Rodgers? Yeah, they have a perfect quarterback other than he can't run.
Well, I don't think the plan, I think the plan at the beginning of the offseason had nothing to do with Mason Rudolph or Aaron Rodgers. I think this plan has developed this way because of things they were not able to get done.
This is incorrigible, Bob. Yes.
There's no way that you came into this.
They're scrambling. They're desperate.
January and said, we're going to go after Rodgers and Rudolph.
Yes.
I just don't think that. But it is where they are, so they have to
This is like when Ron was looking for a prom date, Bob. Nobody said yes, and at some point he was just scrambling. And he wound up with Gretchen, and she puked on the porch after they went to the prom together, and it forever became known.
What was the source of the throwing up? Was
I don't know if it
or was it just being with Ron? Oh, thank you, Ron, for laughing at that, because I didn't call you stupid.
That's why it became forever known as the Retchen for Gretchen episode, Bob. It didn't
Is
go
that
well.
right? Is that what it was called?
Yeah.
He's called it that?
No, I labeled it that when he told me the story.
Okay.
But this is similar to that. Like, all right, I'm so desperate now, it doesn't matter. Please, I need a prom date, I'll go with anybody. That's what they look like to the rest of the league right now.
Well, we'll see what happens after Thursday and Friday, Saturday. I want to see how this all plays out and what they're doing with it. And it'll tell you a lot about where they're going to go with regard to the quarterback, I think.
Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And the Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Dan Zangrilli on the Pirates next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Buccos, after winning 9-3 last night against the Angels, will play again with a 9:38 first pitch. Zangrilli will have the leadoff show for you. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Zangrilli beginning at 8:40 as Andrew Heaney will start. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, and Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by 1-800-BORDA, National Fire Sprinkler Association, Julian Gray and Associates, Guardian Protection, Firehouse Subs, Aircraft Management Group, North Country Brewing, Firehouse Red, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Don's Appliances. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Taylor Bishotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Titans are officially on the clock on the eve of the 2025 NFL Draft. GM Mike Borgonzi confirmed the team will keep the #1 overall pick, despite strong trade interest from several teams. Meantime, Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones says they're confident they'll land an instant impact player with the 12th overall pick and confirmed the team is actively exploring trade options both before and after the draft. In Pittsburgh, GM Omar Khan says the Steelers plan to add 2 more quarterbacks, and the uncertainty around Aaron Rodgers won't affect their draft plans. And 8 more teams, including the 49ers, began voluntary offseason workouts this week. Quarterback Brock Purdy did report, even as he seeks a new contract. However, tight end George Kittle did not report as he enters the final year of his 5-year, $75 million deal he signed back in 2020. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Spring is here. And so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Pool City's Patio and Hot Tub Showcase is here. Huge savings on premium patio furniture with free delivery and setup. Save up to $5,000 on hot tubs plus 0% financing for 72 months. Hurry, event ends May 4th. Shop poolcity.com.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with a smooth, relaxing sound.
A face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing on autopay, stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, it's Crowley here for True Fan Travel. I am taking over Dublin this fall and want you to join me cheering on the black and gold. Packages from True Fan Travel include hotel, airfare, game tickets, and more. Go to 937thefan.com's events page for details.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. It's about employee pricing right now. Over 1,900 new Fords at Schultz Ford. Listen, be sure to ask about that best price guarantee, that employee pricing right now. This spring, it's time to get in a new Ford. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. That employee pricing, simple. You pay what everyone who works at Schultz Ford is paying. So how about that? It is gigantic. They got the best service. They got the best people. You're going to be treated oh so well at Schultz Ford. So again, employee pricing. You looking at that F-150, maybe that Mustang, an Explorer, anything really. Get into Schultz Ford and do it right now. And you can shop online 24/7, 365 right now at schultzford.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
The draft is tomorrow from Green Bay, and Donnie Football will have our draft show beginning at 6 o'clock tomorrow. You can also listen to it on your Odyssey app. Steelers will pick 21st. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Dan Zangrilli joins us next. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I was just singing limericks when Dan Zangrilli turned to Bob and said, "How are you enduring this?" And Bob said, "I'm in counseling." Is that right, Bob?
Yes. You forced me to get counseling.
I got Rodney Pete into a limerick during the intermission, didn't I?
That's another thing that I have to go through even more counseling because at least twice or 3 times an hour we hear this.
That sounds like a baby goat at a petting zoo.
Yeah. I thought it sounded like a baby on an airplane. Bob says a dying sheep. Would you like to hear it one more time, Dan, to identify? What do you got?
I'm going to go petting zoo.
Yeah. I often thought that Folsey should open his own petting zoo and people could pet him, Bob. Remember Folsey?
I do. I haven't seen him in a long time. How's he doing?
We tried to get him an endorsement with a local petting zoo. It didn't work out. He's doing well. Limits, have you heard from him? Does he still have a file here?
I think he still does. I have not heard from him in a while, though.
Ron in Cooks Forest wants to talk about Jared Jones. Hey, Ron.
Hey, Folsey, you know what they say. You can't make the club in the tub, Bob.
We'll always remember that.
Ron in Cooks Forest.
Yes, we will always remember that, Dan. And welcome aboard.
It's great to be here.
Pirates won a game, and Andrew McCutcheon hit a home run. So my first question to you is the first I presented to Bob today. Surely he needs a day off now, right?
Man.
Got to rest today?
Those arthritic knees.
Why? What happens with this lineup with Shelty? Like, O'Neal Cruz is 26. He's now far removed from the leg injury, leads the league in steals. He looks like he runs fine. Why does he need to get off his feet on a Saturday and then not play on a Sunday? That was just baffling.
So, like everything else, we've gone way too far to one end of the spectrum in following science and data and biomechanics. The intent of doing this is to try to prevent injuries. And the theory and the logic behind it, which I don't disagree with the theory, but the over execution of it I think is definitely problematic. Is your logic is, okay, if we give him 10 days off and we script those out and we do it based on matchups and we try to do this maybe with an off day right there so you get 2 days down, you're trying to avoid and you would otherwise sign for, okay, I'll take him out of the lineup for 10 days because he may be out of the lineup 30 if he gets injured. The body wear and tear on it over the course of the year tends to break down and be susceptible to injury sometime in June or July. And then what happens? Soft tissue this, calf that, a hamstring that. then you're out of the lineup for 30, 40 days maybe. So that's where they're trying to go with it, with load management. If you remember, this all really started about 10 years ago. Remember when Neil Huntington would talk about, ironically enough, Joe, you have the Golden State Warriors hat on, how they were actually maximizing performance of players by playing them less.
Yeah.
Rather than running them out there for 159 games and they're not at their fullest potential. It's an attempt to, number one, prevent injuries, because the Pirates, as a small market team, can ill afford, as we've seen, attrition. But, they've just gone way too far here, and they haven't balanced the science with logic. And like everything else in baseball, and now it's infiltrating in every avenue of sport, they're following so much data, they just don't pick their head up from the information and say, okay, let's just take a breath here and deploy some common sense and have some feel for the situation at hand, because they are so married to the process, right? They're so married to the 162 and respecting that they fail to, I think, capitalize on the moment and be in the present with stuff. And I think that, what we've seen over the last week, and there's many instances, say, for instance, the Jared Jones game last year where, he's mowing down the Mets, 59 pitches, 50 strikes, because they have this bigger vision for the season. And they weren't in the moment. And not only did they disrespect the game, they lost the game. And, well, Jones gets hurt anyway. So they're like anything else, truth and true logic lies somewhere in the middle. And striking that balance is something that, well, the ones that can, they're the most effective.
I would understand a 38-year-old who needs more time just because he has arthritic knees, all that. But when I see Cruz, this past weekend, in really big games, I thought at the time, given where they were, and it's Cleveland in town, part of a homestand you want to take advantage of, and then he was given a day off too when they had a following day off, a natural one on Monday. So Dan, that I didn't understand, and I look at the Atlanta Braves. I've always said this, and I know that you talked to Brian Reynolds. Maybe it was your interview where he talks about the Braves and how they run that same lineup out there every single day, and Olsen more than anyone doesn't miss. But you could say that about all their players. Every now and then they get a day, but mostly that same lineup. Like, for example, tonight with the Pirates, after with that winning lineup last night, I would trot the same exact lineup out tonight.
I would do that, yes, more often than I would err on, looking for ways to give guys rest. The Cruz thing on, what was it, Sunday. It's left on left. They're trying to back up days off, and they're also thinking about, maybe certain pitches and certain swings from certain guys, so they go with Canario. They want to put him in because they believe that he would be a better matchup against the left-hander. And it might be as granular as, Canario's really good against a slider. Canario's really good against a fastball. Cruz, left on left, is really struggling against a left on left slider. And Logan Allen goes to this pitch 35, 40% of the time. And what's the point in putting O'Neill Cruz in the lineup if he's just going to see at-bat after at-bat 3 times with slider, and he's hitting 089 against him? And we have a day off coming up. So why not back up 2 days off for that guy? It checks the box of everything from a preservation standpoint and also a matchup standpoint, because, well, maybe Canario is the better option. That's their line of thinking. But that's on paper, right? There also is the other side of the logical and practical application of this. Cruz is swinging a hot bat. Maybe today is the outlier. Where's the gut? Where's the touch, the feel? Okay, this guy's hot right now.
Yeah.
Run him out there. So even though the numbers and the data, I'm going against the grain on the numbers and the data, which everybody's scared to death to do, by the way, because they all get called to the carpet and everybody wants to throw data in their face, and they're so afraid of something not working. And if it blows up in my face, and if, Cruz does go 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts, 0 for 3 with 3 ugly-looking punch-outs against the left-hander, everybody say, well, what are you doing? Why would you go left on left? That makes no sense. He's hitting 089 against this slider. Coaches are petrified of that scenario. So what they do is they then, in turn, hide behind the data. And it's just a bad situation where everybody just runs to that stuff like a moth to the light. They use it as a shield to protect themselves when they are indeed called to the carpet, and they just don't back it like Leland would do, is go up against the grain.
Yeah.
I'll never forget.
Isn't that what a manager is paid to do, though, is to make gut decisions sometimes on these situations and just say, look, I know what all that data says. I ain't using it today. We're going to go with what I think. He's swinging a good bat. He's hit lefties fairly well based on where he started. Let's roll with it.
I'll never forget one of my first days on the job. Paul Meyer asked Lloyd McClendon, why the F would you pinch hit Rob Makoviak
and Paul
against
Meyer
a left-hander?
like that,
he did. And then McClendon would laugh and said, Paul, we're on live TV. And then he proceeded to say even louder, I don't give an F. and then, and then, McClendon said, basically I had a hunch. That was 20 years ago. I mean, a generation, a lifetime ago. But those things, those instances have been stomped down 6 feet under because of metrics and data, which, listen, I enjoy all of that. It's good to follow all that, but it's also a game played by humans, and you have to have some touch and feel. It's always going to be more art than science. Where's the
man? That's Dan Zangrilli. You hear him on pre and post game on the Fan. Great at what he does. The post game is just a must listen. His interaction with the fans. You just reminded me. I got sent on a road trip. I don't know, 2004 or 5, whenever McClendon was here. My first road trip to Cincinnati. So the first game I get there, and we go in to see McClendon before the game, and Paul Meyer's in there smoking like a haystack. And the room was like a bar room. So, and I get really bothered with smoke. So
tough.
I go outside the room after and talk to Jim Turdinich, the PR guy. Then I'm like, Jim, was I imagining things, or are we in the year 2005 and I was just in a smoke-filled room talking to the manager? It was incredible. But that was Paul Meyer, an absolute legend.
Sure. And we don't ask questions like that anymore. I wish we could, and maybe we should.
Right.
And the game was obviously approached and managed in a different manner. And listen, it's hard to combat sometimes just cold, hard, black and white data. But
does McCutchen have a point? And he piped up, this past series over the weekend. And then the next day on Sunday, blatantly said to people, I want to play more. I want to play. This is essentially said, I'm paraphrasing, I don't know how much longer I have left. Run me into the ground here. And he gets more rest than I think is warranted right now from Shelty. What did you make of the whole McCutchen flap?
So I think his direct response into Noah Heil's tweet was more so he just wasn't in the lineup, not that he wasn't available to play. I think that he wanted to make sure that was clarified. So that was the intent of the tweet. Obviously, it was perceived as him challenging his manager directly, more so than I think the term day off. He was available. He had the cleats on, as he then later clarified. If he was in his, sneakers, then that's a true day off. There's a big difference between the two. And I think that it was important for him, at least in his mind, to clarify that. As far as him playing more, I would run him. I would run him out there. But again, it gets to the point. Well, you want somebody to be there for the marathon. You don't want them there for just 12 of the 26
To which I would say, what marathon? They need to go 80 and 59 to get to the wild card number. This is game. Unfortunately for them, in April, every game has become now Game 7. That's how I'd be managing them.
Yeah, and I mean, he's one of your better hitters right now. I love the way that he's taking his at-bats. We're 24 games in. I'd say for at least half of them, he's been their best hitter. For the entire 24, he's been certainly somebody who would be considered in the top 3. I would run him out there more often than not, especially if the body is responding well.
Apparently, Radar wants to jump in.
Yes, I just saw this tweet from McCutchen that just came down about this very topic. David Todd tweeted yesterday, Kutch deserves all the love he gets, but this Pirate season is basically already over. Kutch has a 92 WRC plus so far this season and is a below-average outfielder at this point. It's not like they're sitting Juan Soto when he doesn't play. Play him, don't play him. He shouldn't be a priority if there is another guy that they can give at-bats to and try to develop. Sawinski, Davis, Cook, etc. What they should do right now is trade him to a competitive team if he would be interested, and there are any takers. To which McCutchen quote tweets and says, well, thank God you're not a GM. Didn't know the season only lasted through the month of April. And then he subtweets his own tweet. I'm going to get off this app. It truly is a dark and depressing place with a peace out sign channeling his inner TJ
another peace
Watt.
out. We got how many peace out signs? We're still trying to figure out the
touch
what
grass.
one.
Dan, is the news there that David Todd dropped the WRC plus or McCutchen's response?
I guess, let's take them on their own merit. I would completely disagree with the logic and the premise because there's not much of it in the original tweet, frankly. He's actually grading out as a top 10 defensive outfielder, McCutchen, which is amazing because I don't think he's a particularly great defensive outfielder.
But you would make the argument that would last through the season. Here's the thing I agree with is the season is on the precipice. I just told you they need to go 80 and 59. They've put themselves in a horrible position. And sure. Bob and I have talked about this. Much as I love McCutchen, at some point, the decision might have to be made. Let's go with young guys. That's valid.
It is until it is.
Yeah.
It's not a tough decision. That's also a backhanded indictment. It's not a conversation. It should be a conversation, but it's not. It's not anywhere near being a conversation.
Which are you talking about?
Whether or not McCutchen is taking at-bats away and being pushed out of the line. He is right now their second or third best player.
Yes.
So, and that is not necessarily a great thing. I'm not heralding that as this wonderful, amazing thing. So when people come with, we'll get rid of him or send him off to pasture, he's their number 3 hitter for crying out loud. He should be hitting 7th. He should be a complementary piece to this team. He should not be somebody who we are discussing running him out there for 159 games. Why isn't he in the lineup? Well, there should be somebody else to easily take his place. We should be having vigorous debates as to whom McCutchen is blocking. He's blocking no one.
Therein lies the biggest problem of all.
Yes.
There's nobody down there. And if there was, hopefully they would have elevated that person, but there's no reason to do it. They don't have anyone hitting. The only guy out, and we said this the other day to you, Dan, I'll say it again. Gorski continues to rake down there. But
where's Gorski?
And I only say that because there's so many guys struggling. Why not get one chance?
Bob, did you ever see the movie The World According to Gorski?
No.
It's wonderful.
So
Where is he, Dan?
Do we want Gorski for the Pirates or the 32nd Ward team? Because that's where I think his long-term future is.
I don't know, but he was a second-round pick who crushes AAA, who crushed it in spring training, and they opened with the Exxon Valdez at first base. Now, he's actually hit a little bit.
Sure.
But why not, even in the interim, just say, what do we have here? They got a bunch of guys hitting 125, so any option is reasonable.
I mean, he's a right-handed bat, so it's a little different, but sure, you could make the argument that those ABs should go to him versus, say, a Sawinski. I don't know if he's a big leaguer. I'd be more interested in seeing Peguero, who I think is up over an 850.
We talked about him,
Me too.
What happened to him?
What happened to him, Dan?
He's maybe just not that good.
Well, that would give him plenty of company here. Yeah. Maybe he's not that good and still better than half their team.
I thought he was once the guy
he was traded for Starling Marte.
Right. So based on that and based on some of the things you've seen him recently, he's hitting the ball. I just don't understand why he can't get a chance somewhere. That's all I'm looking for. Just because if this team was all hitting, then there's no then he's being blocked, as you said. There's no blocking going on out here.
So, well, I guess Frazier's actually playing a pretty good brand of baseball for me.
Okay, but he is what he is in my view. I didn't want that signing to begin with, and that's all due respect to Adam Frazier. I felt like that was just
they'd have to go
$1.5 million just to spend it.
Yeah, they would have to go one less man in the bullpen because right now you have a 4-man bench. You've got Canario as the extra outfielder. Triolo plays everywhere. Davis and Sawinski. So there's just really not a logistical spot. I think if there's an infield need, he's the first guy up, but just the way that everything's configured, he's the 27th man at this point.
Or riddle me this, Dan, and we have Dan Zangrilli in studio here. We're about to go to the big boy, Mark Cabali. We'll let you go with this one. This kid for the Oakland A's just rocketed through their system. Nick Kurtz, fourth pick in the draft last year. Played college baseball. Goes right through Class A, goes right through Double A. Hits 308 in Double A. Goes right to Triple A. 1,000 OPS, on pace for 45 homers at Triple A. And suddenly he's making one of the quickest, trips through the system that anybody's ever made there. Why can't the Pirates, in a matter of years and years and years, have one guy who does that? Given all their high picks, just one guy who everybody in baseball is talking about, like the hitting version, not quite of Skeens. I know he's generational, but just a star hitter rocket through the system. How has that never happened? Or at least in a long time.
Of all of the things that we talk about, and there's a laundry list of items to discuss in the pecking order as to why or why not. To me, this is right at the top of the list. I watched him. I was the broadcaster at WVU for 6 years. And I watched Victor Scott fly under the radar, under the nose of the Pirates. I mean, it's not exactly a far drive from PNC Park to Morgantown. The Cardinals pick up Scott, I think, in the 5th, 6th, or 7th round. He was like a between 5 and 10 pick, and he's basically their leadoff hitter and their center fielder, and he's, an absolute menace on the base paths. And it was a great developmental story. And that they don't have many of those from an offensive player standpoint. That is the biggest, to me, the biggest item, far more than bobbleheads, bricks, sponsor logos, off-season spending. It's about your draft picks, what you do with them, and how, once they are in your system, how quickly, efficiently, and effectively they graduate to the big leagues. And the issue isn't, what did you sign or what didn't you sign in the offseason? The issue is Sawinski, Davis, Hayes, while he's better. All of those guys, Triolo. That's the core of your foundation. And that is supplemented with spending, free agent signings. You can't, especially as a small market team or any team, build your club through free agency. You need more success stories. When Henry Davis, as a college bat, a polished bat, a mature bat, is taken 1-1, he's got to get to the big leagues, and he's got to help your club.
Yes.
Period. End of sentence. And when that doesn't happen, there's plenty of frustration, right, for fans to have. I think it needs to be directed in that area far more than the other areas.
Thank you, Dan. Bob, would you like to thank Dan personally?
Yes, Dan. Keep up the good work on the pre and post. Hopefully we'll have another good game tonight where you can talk about 9 more runs.
What time do you have to stay up till for post games on these West Coast games?
Got off the air at 1:30 last night.
Yeah. Are you able to get to bed after that, Dan, or do you need a snack and some TV?
Yeah, a little.
You can't go to bed. I go home every
wired.
night. You can't do it. It's just impossible.
Wired. Bob goes home on Sunday nights when he works late for the showdown and eats, he used to eat potato chips. Now he's trying vegetables, but he can't get to sleep when he gets home.
Oh, yeah. You're so wired. You got that adrenaline going when you're on air.
Right.
And there's a come-down period, and you have to gradually take steps. I agree with that.
I always tell people, when you come home at work, let's say you go 8 to 5, 9 to 5, you're not going to go right to bed, are you?
Correct.
No.
Yeah.
You got to do something.
Yep. You have to wind down, scroll through some mindless stuff.
Do you sleep in, Dan, then?
No.
No, you have things to do in the morning.
Young children get here early. Yeah, you're getting kicked in the head at whatever time it is at ungodly hours. And
we had an interesting question earlier, and I will leave you with this one. I saw Amy Mock, one of our MVPs here at the Fan before the show, and I had hit my funny bone yesterday.
Yes.
Of course, she's hit hers. Everybody has, right? That's the question. Is there any human being, let's say 16 years or older, among everybody living on the planet, who has not experienced hitting their funny bone at least once?
I mean, of all the doorways that you walk through over the course of your lifetime, I think it's a mathematical impossibility.
So do I, Bob. Did we get any texting feedback? Is there a person out there, Limits, who has never hit their funny bone?
One person claims that they did not hit their funny bone.
No,
yes,
it's
just
happened.
one.
It happens. They just don't realize it or remember it.
You could bang you're getting out of a chair, and then it sends a little shock down your arm.
Yeah.
I think the highest...
It's universal, Bob.
I think the highest funny bone bang per capita comes when carrying something through a doorway.
Yeah.
Or when you prematurely turn.
Yeah.
And then, boom, it's over.
I agree with that, actually. Thank you, Dan.
All right, Dan.
We had a wonderful time. Mark Cabali, the big boy next. Is this momentum, the storyline around Shedeur Sanders, a smokescreen of sorts, as Dulac seems to indicate, as many believe, or is momentum building for them to make him the 21st pick? There's a very prominent mock drafter out there who just said they are going to take Shedeur Sanders. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Bob, you have a message for the Pompulus. You don't have a message for the Pompulus.
No, we have to get to the big boy. The message will be delivered soon.
Well, why didn't you deliver me that message, Limits?
I delivered it to Bob. I delivered the message to Bob.
But
Bob
I'm
looked at me.
running the show, and I'm the one who
You
would
saw
deliver
Bob
that
out of his
message
chair.
to Bob.
Bob is the one that's looking somewhere else.
How am I
and he's out of his
supposed to know
chair.
what Bob is doing?
Social cues. Zangrilli will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show tonight for Pirates and Angels. It'll begin at 8:40, 9:38, an obscure time for a first pitch, but that's when it'll be. Andrew Heaney will throw the first pitch for the Pirates in the bottom half of the first inning. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis System in Roeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Pirate season is off and running.
Grand slam for Brian Reynolds.
Our Pirates are here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. 11 strikeouts for Skeets.
Catch our Pirates live all season long here. Our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hard-working pros they serve. Jerry Jones says the Cowboys are cooking up substantive trades before the draft. Cool story, Jerry. Cowboy fans have heard this before. Dallas hasn't made a real splash trade since Amari Cooper in 2018. And when the draft rolls around, they're usually playing it safe. Big men in the trenches, not big moves. Until we see action, this feels like classic Jerry noise. I'm Maggie Gray.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment. Not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Men with ED, if you think taking old, outdated pills or injections is going to fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, NuFlow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call NuFlow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
It's Jeep season. Stop in and see Bill Winter and his team at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for amazing deals like a 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport. Payment starting at $249 for 24 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains, and delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard. Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brooks Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to BrooksNightGuard.com and enter the code BRUX91. That's BRUX91. Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
The April wine selections at Fine Wine and Good Spirits are so good, you might wonder, what's the secret ingredient? Here's the secret. There isn't one. Just organic grapes and just in time for Earth Day. Natura Organic Rosé, made with 100% organic grapes, is now $2 off. Bonterra Vineyard Chardonnay from America's #1 organic winery is $4 off. No tricks, no magic, just really good grapes. Shop more organic wines at FWGS.com. Both bottles 750 milliliter. Offers end May 4th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pomp and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It was a joke.
Not sure where Bob went, maybe for seconds on the pizza, but let's get to the big boy, Mark Cabali of the Pat McAfee Show. He's on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. Is he on our? There he is. He's on our YouTube channel as well, and you should go there via 937thefan.com. You can watch the show as it happens here. 50-minute mark on the Fan coming up here. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township. Let's not beat around the bush, big boy.
Joey!
In very succinct terms, who do you think the Steelers will take with the 21st pick, assuming they stay there? And who do you think they should take, assuming the draft falls as most think it will?
You're not going to give me multiple choice here?
No. Who do you think they will take? Who do you think they should take?
I think they should take Derek Harmon. Now, is he available at that point? That's up in the air at the time. I do think they need to, regardless of try to find themselves a defensive lineman within those first 21 picks, depending on who it is, if it's Nolan, if it's Harmon, somebody to that ilk there. If not, if those two are gone, I would then move maybe a little bit past that and really look hard at a running back at 21. That's my top 3 picks. Running back, Joe. I've been saying this for 2 months now, Bob.
That was Bob.
Thanks for joining us, Bob.
Mother Nature called. You saw what happened to Shaq O'Neal the other day.
That was great.
And I've had my share of those kinds of things, and you can't ignore Mother Nature. So I wasn't trying to ignore you, Mark, but you say running back maybe?
Potentially. I mean, it would have to fall a certain way. But I think if the defensive lineman would be off the board at that point, I would think that a running back would be in play at that 21st pick. I don't think they're going to be able to move back because I don't think they're going to get enough value to be able to move back. First of all, if you move back from 21, you want to move back within range to get the guy that you truly love. You're not going to move back into the middle of the second round, then take a flyer, so to speak, on somebody. You're going to have to absolutely love somebody. What I'm saying is if you move to 21 to 26, you better well be sure that there's 5 people you would love to have it if you move back 5 spots. And I just don't think anything more than that would be possible.
So you think they will take Harmon, and who do you think they should take?
I think they should take Harmon if he's there. I mean, he's been mocked in many different places, anywhere from, top 12 to top 20 to all the way down to 30.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess depends on what the needs. There are some needs. I mean, Carolina needs a defensive line. The Bengals need an defensive lineman, which you got to be a little bit worried about because they're right in front of him. So he might be off the board, but I'm sure that there's 2 or 3 other ones that they would be willing to take at that spot too.
So if Nolan, Harmon, and Grant are all on the board, the defensive linemen, the trio, you would take Harmon out of those 3?
Yeah, I see Grant would be a little bit down on my list because, I mean, he is a big, powerful guy, Jordan Davis-like, but not like Jordan Davis because he's he's a little bit different because he's just a freak. I don't want a 20th first overall pick to be a guy that's limited to a nose tackle and may or may be able to play in sub-package football. I want a guy that's going to be, Cam Hayward-like, Stephon Tuitt-like eventually. I don't want a guy that can, potentially play 18 to 20 snaps. So he would be there, but he would probably be my last of the 3.
So, Mark, yesterday at that press conference, you heard Mike and Omar talk. You weren't going to get much information. They're not going to show their hand, and I totally understand that. But they did say they play a game, like most teams do, of misdirection, of making you think one thing when they're trying to do the other. How much of this pertains to what they're doing with Shedeur Sanders? Do you think they're legitimately interested, or are they maybe just trying to throw somebody off so that they can create a different scenario for themselves?
Well, Bob, you've been covering this team for a while. You too, Joe, and you have your own show with Mike Tomlin. How much effusive praise does he ever give to an opponent when it comes to a draft guy? Never. He went on and on and on and on.
Which is why I asked you the question.
Why?
Is it
He
true?
wants you to make you believe that you're going to potentially, hey, maybe if somebody's at 25, 24 or whatever, hey, let's move up to the Steelers, see if we can get ahead of them. Maybe they give them a call or something like that. Then he drops it in. He goes, even the top 30 visits we're not always truthful with. Who in the world are you talking about there, Mike? You have to be talking about Sanders, in my opinion, there as well. Like you said, they give no information for whatsoever. And all of a sudden, I thought he was going to tell us what, Shador Sanders' favorite color was and what's his favorite type of seafood and salad dressing at a point. So that was a red flag to me. I'm like, what are we doing here? He doesn't say this about anybody. If you would have called him Mr. Sanders, then we would have known he was really meaning something.
Limits, would you like to hop on board here with the big boy?
I would love to hop on board. Hello, big boy. Do you think that there's a chance that the Steelers in the third round might end up taking Tyler Shuck, or do you think that it's something they shouldn't even consider?
Wow. See, first of all, Tyler Shuck might be gone by then, right? That's the case. But if he's there, I think you have to explore it. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind a quarterback in the third round where you're saying if worst case scenario happens, he could be our backup, he could be our Landry Jones, he could be our, for lack of better guys, I mean Mason Rudolph or guys like that. I'm all for that, and that's what you're going to get when you look at a guy in the third and fourth round. So if he's there, I mean, even potentially a Will Howard. Somebody like that late in the third, late in day 2, early day 3, I would be willing to go down that route right there. But I don't want to grab a quarterback at 21 where you're looking at he's being viewed as when you're picking a quarterback in the first round in 20, you're thinking he's going to be a slam dunk. And I just don't think anybody that's going to be around at 21 is going to be a slam dunk for them, but you don't need that in the third. They need to add to people. I still think Aaron Rodgers comes, so I mean, take that for what it's worth.
Well, let me ask you what I asked these fine gentlemen earlier. If I told you had to take a quarterback at 21 and your choices were Milroe, Sanders, or Dart, who would you take?
Ooh, Milroe, Sanders, or Dart? Probably Dart.
That makes 4 for 4 then. We're all of that.
Yeah, I mean, Milroe's a guy that I don't know. He seems like a guy that just keeps moving up on the draft board for reasons why nobody seems to know. He doesn't have that intangibles, I don't think so, where he's a sure bet. I mean, Sanders, if he was a sure bet, Joe, Bob, Austin, the Browns and the Giants would not be trying to get rid of 2 and 3, right? You would be like, we need quarterbacks. Shador's there. He's a can't-miss prospect. We're taking him. No, they're like, hey, let's try to get out of this position. So I think a lot of people might see Shador that way, but you only need one guy and one team. And there will be a team that grabs him. I just don't think it will be the Steelers.
All right, let's talk about something that's been brewing down in Dallas, and I have no idea what to say. Maybe Jerry Jones is doing this as well, playing little games. But he said that he's working on 2 significant trades that are designed to bring in a number 2 receiver. So given where George Pickens is right now, 1 year left on a contract, just witnessed $150 million going to the guy who is the number 1 guy here, do you think that includes the Steelers? And if so, what would be the compensation for George Pickens?
I see. I wouldn't take anything less than maybe a second. I'd take multiple picks. If you're coming out here and saying we want a number 2, we're looking for this. First, number 2 is the first thing out of my mouth. Okay, we're getting the number 2, plus we're getting a 4 or 5. They got to come and knock the Steelers' socks off for them to even consider this. Even then, they might not even consider it. It's going to have to be a great offer for them to be able to make this move because they feel that they have finally a good wide receiver crew that they can move forward here at least this year and give them a chance to win. And the worst case scenario is, you get a 3rd round pick next year for if George leaves, you can franchise him next year. So you're gonna have to make it worth the Steelers' while and some. Saying that, I just don't see it happening. But if it's Jerry Jones and being how much of a wild card he is, man, who knows what's going through his mind? Maybe he's willing to give you way, way too much.
Well,
and you're like, man,
he got a 2nd round pick for Chase Claypool, right? Omar Khan.
Yeah.
So who knows? Maybe he waits it out and something happens that I guess I'm asking that, Mark, with the thought that I don't think his future is determined right now. I don't think, you can say right now he's on the team, and I know they talk glowingly about him, but that can change very easily depending on what people call you on either draft day or before draft day, right?
I mean, you could probably say that about a lot of people. I mean, do the Steelers want to trade Minkah Fitzpatrick? No. But if somebody says, hey, we're going to give you X, Y, and Z, you're like, oh, man, maybe I should do this, It all depends on what the offer would be coming back there. But I don't think they want to trade him. I don't think George, anything that I've heard, wants to be traded right now. So, like I said, unless
wait a second here. Wait a second here, big boy.
Dallas.
Everything you know about George Pickens right now, you think things will go smoothly through training camp in the season? Well, nothing's happening now. Of course he's not piping up now. Nothing's happening.
He could. He could just say, knock on Tomlin's door and say, hey, I'm out. You got DK, you go live with him. I'm going somewhere
Or just quit on routes like he's done in the past, or get upset on acting out in any form.
Address it then
it might be too late. I would address it in anticipation that this guy's going to be a problem, because they told him essentially this offseason, you are not our guy and you might not even have a future here. Here's all your money going to DK Metcalf.
Yes, but he also knows, he's smart enough to know, hey, T. Higgins shut his mouth for a year and he got paid $30 million. Why can't I do the same thing here right now?
Yeah, I brought that example up before.
You sure about that? You sure he looks at that and says, I'll do the same thing?
Absolutely, I'm not sure about that. But he better look at Deontay Johnson right now and say, you know what? I asked for a trade and wanted out of here, and they sent me to Carolina. They sent me to the purgatory. And how did that help my pocketbook?
Well, we'll know there's problems when he starts.
That.
When he starts running backwards during games, Bob, we'll know there's problems. You're up.
No, you always got the draft. You always got the trade deadline. If something doesn't work well in training camp, there's always that option to be able to move him if you feel that's.
Look at this big boy.
Wait a minute, Joe. May I gauge the boy in a game of free association?
Ooh, wow. How about this? This is like when Ron came in and did everything but football with Al.
It's actually not actually free association. I want to give you guys names and an over and under that I just checked on one of the sports books I look at, and I'm just curious what you would think on these positions. I'm going to give you the name of the player and the draft position. You tell me over or under, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's the first one.
You go first,
Ashton
big boy.
Genty. Over and under, draft position 6. Will he go over or under that?
Is that where he's supposed to go? To the Vegas?
It opened up at 9. It's now 6.
Can I say push?
You sound like me now.
Yeah, if you think he's going to go 6th. Who's drafting 6th, Bob? I think he's going to go to Jacksonville right at number. Are they 6th?
The Raiders are 6.
Where's Jacksonville?
5.
Over. He's going 5th.
I'm pushing as well, Bob. I think he's going to go 6 to the Raiders.
Next.
Okay, Jackson Dart. Draft position 24.5.
Funny you should mention him.
He opened up at 19.
It's funny you should mention him, Bob. Chase Daniel, former NFL quarterback. Jackson Dart's film versus Georgia, the kind of game scouts circle. Played through pressure, made clutch throws, never blinked and played hurt. He's a first-round QB for sure. I don't think he makes it past number 20, says Chase Daniel. I think he does. What number did you give
23.5.
No. I'm holding out hope the Steelers take him at 21.
So it'll be under. What about
who the heck's at 20?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, no, the reason he would say 20 is because someone who likes Dart would jump in front of the Steelers, fearful of them picking.
I'm not going to look into all the minutia here. I'm just saying that where he ends up originally was, what did I say, 19. He was originally, now he's down to 23.5. Do you think he'll be selected before that, under that, or over that?
I say under. It's a quarterback. People get nervous and take quarterbacks, so under.
Bob, we have to go.
Under.
I have one more. I have about 10 more, but since you occupied all the time and you're going to blame me for this.
How am I getting blamed? You were late for the segment, Bob.
Mother Nature.
Because you had to pee like a runaway billy goat.
No, it wasn't pee. Paid attention to the clock. Sanders.
It wasn't pee.
It wasn't pee.
Oh, jeez. What was it then, Bob?
I mean, it was BIB.
I'll tell you what it was. It was a bigger blowout than Patriots 55, Steelers 24. You remember that one, big boy?
Oh, yeah. Dick LeBeau lost it, remember?
Yeah.
Shadur Sanders, draft position, over and under 9.
Lower. Like
you're gonna
back, further down the draft.
You're going to go over.
Yeah.
It's over.
It's very confusing, actually, Bob, the way you've termed it.
I'm sorry about my Game of Free Associations going off the rails. I'll now leave the studio, and you guys can finish up today's show. Thank you very much for your participation.
Blowouts than Super Bowl 40.
That wasn't a blowout. That was a close game. Thank you, big boy.
All right, fellas. We'll see you.
Bob, would you like to continue? Bob left. I looked up and I said, Bob, you want to continue that game in the next hour, which we're already in? And Bob's gone.
Which we will do. Bob legitimately walked right out of the studio.
Peter Schrager. I like him very much. He was on NFL Network all those years, and now he's on ESPN, and he has a mock draft. And wait till you hear who he thinks the Steelers are going to take. We'll do that next. Do I owe you anything here? Yes, I do. Join Adam Crowley and True Fan Travel for a once-in-a-lifetime adventure to Ireland when the Black and Gold play across the pond this fall. 5 nights in Dublin. That includes tours of Guinness and Jameson, pre-game tailgate party, game tickets, and more. Hotel and air or land packages are available. Air or land. What is happening here, Limits? What does
I don't
that
know,
mean?
but we need to go.
Okay.
Land or air packages. There's multiple different packages.
Yes, there are. For information on how you can take over Ireland with Crowley, go to 937thefan.com's homepage.
Would you like to tell us about the fan hotline, Joe, that Cavalli was on?
Yeah. It's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Thank you, Falsey.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
All right, tomorrow, the draft. Steelers will pick 21st overall, and Donnie will have the draft show for you beginning at 6 o'clock right here on The Fan, getting you ready for the pick. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
And Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich, and this is an important message for all who ride motorcycles. Accidents happen, and when it comes to motorcycle accidents, there are no fender benders. Injuries are usually severe and life-changing. If you do one thing today, protect yourself by calling your insurance agent and make sure that you have at least $100,000 in uninsured and underinsured coverage. If you have questions or if you've been injured, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Big changes at Urbanowitz Jewelers. After 43 years, our Casti Village store is closing, and we're consolidating all operations into our expanded Peters Township location. To make room for the move, we're holding a massive inventory reduction sale at both stores. Save up to 60% off on select merchandise, fine jewelry, diamonds, and gemstones. Don't miss out. Shop both locations for unbeatable deals. For more details and extended store hours, visit PittsburghDiamonds.com. Urbanowitz Jewelers. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
That's the power of Bowser.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went...
I'm so excited.
Yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And Emily summed it up like so.
It's just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. At Giant Eagle, we combine exceptional customer service and quality foods, all at great value to make the most of your shopping trip. Visit Giant Eagle or Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th,
New customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Following a 9-3 win yesterday in Game 1 of a 3-game series against the LA Angels, Buccos are back in action with Andrew Heaney on the mound. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 8:40. Also listen on your Odyssey app. 9:38 first pitch from Anaheim. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob is so kind and Bob is smart. Bob's favorite ball cup is Paul Blart. Bob, I thought that was highly unprofessional when you left the studio at the end of the last segment. And then I looked up and you were gone, and I was still trying to, discuss a topic. What happened there? Did you leave in a huff?
No. You clearly made it aware that I was going over, even though I didn't. You put me in that position. I had to leave because I had nothing else to say, and I knew that we were over. If you watch Austin over here, he's been waving his hands left and right trying to get you, and you have just ignored him left and right.
Well, I know, but you were the one who was dictating a segment while he was waving his hands wildly. You were doing the over-under on this guy where he's going to get picked.
The only reason the segment went where it went is because you went over your allotted time, forcing me to condense what I was trying to do, therefore
That's a fair point.
making the segment completely useless, and so I left.
Very fair point. Listen to this. 2 guys I respect a lot. One is Steve Serby from the New York Post. He's been covering the NFL longer than Ron Cook. You know Steve, Bob?
I know of him. No, I don't know him.
So he has the Steelers. Okay, he's got, the typical stuff at the top of the draft. He's got Cam Ward going 1, Travis Hunter 2, which is starting to become widely believed, Abdul Carter 3, etc. Ashton Genty, he is the Bears moving up to 5th to take him. How about that, Bob? And then we go through the draft, and he's got the Steelers at number 21 taking Shedeur Sanders. And Serby says, good move for not opting for the Green Bay green room with Mike Tomlin still being held hostage by Aaron Rodgers. And then Peter Schrager. I really like him. And I know you do too, Limits, right?
Yeah, I do.
NFL
Really do.
Network just moved over to ESPN, I bet, for a pretty good buck, Bob. He has the Steelers taking Shedeur Sanders. He says, I know, and he's very good, Peter Schrager. He says, I know the Steelers had a good meeting with Sanders when he visited a few weeks back. I also know the Steelers don't have a QB1 on their roster. This might be viewed as a, quote, slip down the board for Sanders. He could go anywhere from number 3 to the Giants to the second round. Going to Pittsburgh here as the second quarterback in the class wouldn't be so bad. So there you go. The guy I mentioned from Walter Football, whose name I forget now, but he's the most accurate mock drafter, like multiple years, including last year. He hit on almost 40%, Bob. He's got the Steelers taking a defensive lineman, but he has the Browns taking Shedeur at 33, circling back in the second round and getting him. So I'm left confused by all this, much as we all were by Kenny Pickett. It's fair to mention that Dulac at that time reported there was zero chance the Steelers would take Pickett, that Mike Tomlin, quote, had eyes only for Malik Willis. Somebody over there threw some breadcrumbs in a different direction that year. Some years we all know. Najee Harris, the entire planet knew the Steelers were taking him. But this year is one of those drama years, Bob. Dulac says there is no chance they're taking Shedeur Sanders. Many other people have him pegged as going to the Steelers. What do you make of all this? Are you going to be shocked if they take him? I'm certainly not.
I'm not shocked at anything anymore because I hear all these different things. I don't think anyone knows. They're making their best guess based on information, but I see information on both sides of this. I've seen people who have been in meetings with Shedeur Sanders, NFL assistant coaches who say that it's the worst interview they ever had and blah, blah, blah. And then you hear other guys talking about how wonderful it is. And then you have BetMGM tweeting out here that Shedeur Sanders didn't go to any of his teammates' birthday parties that he was invited to, and they took that as whatever you want to use as your criteria.
Bob,
go ahead.
That was a joke made up back of Draft Day. You know the movie Draft Day in reference to Bo Callahan. Nobody went to his birthday party.
Whatever.
I think BetMGM
My point
was
is,
just trying
whatever. You just threw it out there, Bob.
Because I'm tired of all of this. There's so much of it. How do we really know? How do we know if Mike Tomlin's throwing you a little curveball
Well, that's been part of the draft for a million
I understand
years.
that.
It's subterfuge.
But we sit here and you're asking me what I think. What I think is I don't know.
What do you think of Shedeur Sanders? Let's get to the bottom of that. You and I and Limits have all now had more than enough time to hear from everybody, read everything.
I don't want him.
We watched him play.
I've said that a million
and we've
times.
seen all the reports. Well, let's get a little more specific. What do we like and not like about this guy? Limits, why don't you go first?
All right. What I like about him is that he's confident about himself, but on the other side of that, I feel like some of that confidence gets into a little bit of arrogance. I like the presence that he has in the pocket.
Let me jump in right
Sure,
there.
go right
Don't
ahead.
you want your quarterback to have some arrogance? Name me a great quarterback who wasn't arrogant.
That's a good. Was Jim Kelly arrogant?
Absolutely. There's a certain professional arrogance, I suppose, and then there's an arrogance that is more harmful.
Was Peyton
to
Manning
yourself and others
arrogant?
Absolutely.
I see. What I view about a lot of that is confidence not really bleeding into arrogance. When it gets into arrogance, I think of kind of like Baker Mayfield at Oklahoma. Like that was a lot of arrogance.
Arrogance compared to abject cockiness is different, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the better way to put it. I do worry about the amount of sacks that Sanders takes, and also do think he has a really good football IQ. But I think Malsey pointed out something really good a couple of weeks ago where a lot of analysts and scouts have said that some of the throws that Sanders made that were contested balls were going to be intercepted in the NFL. And when I watched Sanders' highlight tape a couple of days ago, I went back and watched like 20 minutes. The main takeaway that I had coming away from it was, wow, Travis Hunter is really good. Not Shedeur Sanders is a first-round type of quarterback.
Bob, what do you like and not like about him?
What I like is that he's willing to stand in there and try to make plays, which is good, and I've talked about that with Mason Rudolph as a strong point. What I don't like is sometimes he holds on to the ball way too long. It takes too many sacks. You can tell me about their offensive line, but I will tell you after watching some too that he held on the ball way too much. Missed receivers who were open because he was looking in one direction. Now, whether or not that's a product of what they were doing, I don't know all of that. What I do know is that I've seen inconsistency with regard to progressions that he's missed open, and every quarterback does. So that's not necessarily a slam on him. It's just what I see from him is inconsistency when it comes to when to throw the ball, how quickly he has to throw the ball, taking unnecessary sacks, and not going through all the progressions before he gets sacked. Now, that's a combination of offensive line and him both. I get it. So I don't know. I don't have a feel that he's the right guy for it.
Fair enough. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Shedeur Sanders has become the story of the week, the past couple weeks, really. He's lobbying to come here. You could hear that yesterday. Tomlin goes out of his way to compliment him. Smokescreen, doing a solid to his friend Dion. When there's other narratives coming out that aren't complimentary of Shedeur, is Tomlin trying to balance that? I don't know. What do we make of that? What do you make of Sanders? I'm sure a lot of us, most of you listening, saw him play multiple games. They were on TV all the time this past season, and you've read and heard and listened to everything. What's your take here? Now, what I like about him, this dude, according to PFF, was the most pressured quarterback in the country. In the country. Some of that was on him. Most of that was on his offensive line. And the one thing I love about him more than anything else, and I think it's the great separator between guys who make it and guys who don't, is he can stand in there, he can process under great duress with the threat of being violently hit and deliver the ball where it needs to go accurately. As PFF said, and I quote, "When quarterbacks are constantly under duress, they often panic, not Sanders." That is true. He does have a high football IQ. That, too, is a separator for guys who make it and guys who don't. He's extremely accurate. The dude completed 74% of his passes. You can put whatever qualifiers you want to put on that. That's a transferable stat, really, over history. When somebody's completing in a conference like that, over 70% of their passes across 2 seasons, that's transferable. The things I don't like is some of the tangible things. Velocity they talked about on PFF. Limits is right, I think. Some of those balls that he put into tight windows in college would be knocked down or worse in the NFL. You got to put a little more zip on the ball, and he also did, like you said, Bob, hold it too long. But overall, my position is the Steelers need a franchise quarterback. They need to take big swings on guys. They don't need to reach, but in a sense, you're always reaching because nobody knows about these guys. I think he's a worthwhile swing. He's not to the level of Jackson Dart, who I still have number 1, who just got an endorsement from Ben yesterday, I might add. But I think he's a worthwhile swing in this draft because if you don't have that, what do you really have?
So if you had Dart and Shedeur both falling?
Dart.
Okay.
Yeah. Dart.
So as much as you just opined about Shedeur, you think Dart is better?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I would agree with that.
I think I like the I don't think Shedeur can't run or can't
Dart's a better
or
runner,
isn't
for
athletic,
sure.
but Dart's better.
Yeah.
Dart's better. I'm with Ben on that. Do we have the little Ben clip on Jackson Dart? Oh, Limitless Wonder? I really like this. I think Ben sees some of himself in Jackson Dart.
From footballing.
So I've watched him play a few games, and I really liked what I saw from Jackson Dart from Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Like, just seems like he's got a gunslinger mentality, but he can run. There's just something there.
We also have more on what Ben had to say about Dart.
And that's kind of what I liked about Jackson Dart when I was watching some of his games. It's like, man, he could just make the ugly look good.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying he's perfect or, no one is, but there were just some things that I was really impressed with how he played the game. And because here's the funny thing about Jackson Dart. When I watched him play the games at Ole Miss, I'm like, man, there's something about him. I like it. And that's, to me, when you say that there's something about him, like, there's something about him.
Yeah.
That's that intangible thing, right? So anyway, when I watched him play at Ole Miss, I was like, boy, I like that right there. And there's something about him. Now, when I watched him at the Combine, I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
I wasn't impressed at the Combine. Like, I was kind of like.
He almost needs that.
Almost like, man, I don't know. And so usually it's the other way around. Usually it's like you're watching the game, like, and then you go to the Combine or a Pro Day, and you're like, oh, the guy impresses. Now, to me, what was more valuable is the game. I like that. I like that. That was way more valuable than sitting where it's pretty and not looking good.
That's incredible, Limits. You didn't tell me there was another side to this. I think that's a really balanced scouting report.
That was a very insightful answer by Ben, who knows quarterbacks. And, the Combine, that's another down part for Jackson Dart. A lot of people came away thinking that's not the person we saw during these games. So.
Well, that's Ben. Some other people saw him at the Combine and said he was fantastic. But also, to be fair, Bob, and this isn't an insult to Ben, Ben's a top 10 quarterback of all time who knows more about quarterbacking than nearly anybody on the planet, right? He thought Kenny Pickett was going to be really good.
Yeah,
and that was after watching Pickett play a handful of games. Why don't we play that again? And this is all of us. If this isn't proof that we don't know what the hell we're looking at with quarterbacks, this is from yesterday, Limits, Ben on Pickett.
Team.
Yes, teams. It started out yesterday's show. Bill Belichick thought that Mac Jones was the answer. Chuck Noll, again, one of the greatest coaches of all time, approved the pick of Mark Malone in the first round. It's everybody. It's everybody. This was Ben from footballin' when Kenny was, a half dozen games into his career, Bob, and I think he's like the rest of us. He was saying, you know what, I might have been wrong about this guy.
I will add my caveat, my asterisk from earlier, like it's Kenny's first year, I get that. But I wasn't sure what to expect with Kenny. I know he played great at Pitt and did a lot of great things. Coming in, I just wasn't sure what to think. I didn't know enough.
Sure.
And early on, I was kind of, okay, I think he'll be good. Like, I think there's no problems. And it's not like, I'm not jealous or anything there's going to be jealous of. But I think there was just like, okay, I think he'll be a good player for them. I think he's going to be what they're looking for. I severely, in my opinion, underestimated Kenny. I think he throws the ball better than I thought. He runs way better than I thought. I don't know if he's faster or just more elusive, but he runs the ball way better than I expected and thought. His decision-making's really, really good. His leadership, his toughness, just enough of an edge to him, it looks like.
And he went on to say is on his way to being the guy we thought he would be. Yeah. Now, having heard that, my ears are wide open when Ben is analyzing Jackson Dart. Like, I'm not going to hold that against Ben any more than I'll say, oh, no, I don't think Belichick really is one of the great coaches of all time because he completely missed on Mac Jones. Nobody knows. The brightest minds, people who have played the position, even after watching a guy for a half dozen games in the NFL, didn't know. We still don't know about Justin Fields. I could line up 10 former quarterbacks, 10 GMs, 10 great coaches, and they would all have different opinions on Justin Fields right now. And we've seen him play 50 games in the NFL. Who's to say Ben won't still be right on Kenny Pickett? What if Kenny Pickett gets a real chance somewhere where Matt Canada's not his offensive coordinator? I don't know. Pony went on here the other day, and he's given Mason Rudolph a second chance. He gave him the moniker Mediocre Mason. Now he says he could be the next Geno Smith. I don't blame Pony for that. He might be right. You know why, Bob? Because nobody knows. But I'll tell you, my ears are open when I hear Ben analyzing Jackson Dart. No matter what he's been right or wrong about in the past.
Right, and it can change just like it did for Sam Darnold, who is basically coming out of school. He was going to be this difference maker for the Jets. That didn't work. Seeing ghosts, out of a job. Next thing he moves on to 3 different teams, and finally It took some time and a good system, but finally he put himself in a position to get paid big time with Seattle.
And we still don't know about him.
No, we don't. And he could regress just as easily. That's why, I'll say this for the last time, I wanted Justin Fields to remain here because I do believe that guys sometimes take a little bit more time to get the right things in place for them to be successful. And I always thought he had more ability than he showed in the passing game. However, now that's gone by, they're going to have to make other assessments here. And like we said, it's not just us. It's teams themselves who put a lot of money, time, and effort into this who have no idea what the end result will be. Now, Brock Purdy's another good example in the reverse way because everyone didn't want to touch him.
Yeah.
Too many things are against him. So he gets picked in the 7th round, and now tremendous. All of a sudden, though, I don't know if they want to pay him what he wants. The market says $50
We still don't know
million.
about him either.
No, he can turn out not to be $50 million.
Two guys we do know about, to your point, in the opposite direction, were better than anybody thought, and every team almost passed on both of them, Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. Well, a lot of teams passed on Lamar Jackson, including the Steelers.
Yeah.
But he ended up going to a team that likes to run, used his run first, and then he's developed in time into the MVP of the league twice.
So I know that I could be very wrong. So could Jack Ham. So could Ben. So could Dan Orlovsky and anybody. But I love what I see and hear and watch when it comes to Jackson Dart. I think he's going to be a really good quarterback. I see a little Bo Nix. Best case, I see some Jalen Hurts. Other people see Kenny Pickett. Other people see bad things ahead for Jackson Dart. You know, Will Levis or something. I think he's going to be really good. So that's what we're all left with here is basically guessing. And in the end, guessing whether the Steelers will actually draft a quarterback. Do you think they will, Bob?
No.
At 21?
I don't. I'm going to go defensive line, one of those guys. I've said that from the beginning.
Why did they spend so much time with these guys then? That's what I don't understand.
Well, they spent time with 9 defensive linemen.
Right.
They spent time with 6 running backs.
And a bunch of quarterbacks. Those are the 3 positions.
Right.
So why did they spend so much time with them? I ask again.
Well, because they have that's part of what they do. Every team gets 30 of these visits.
Well, what would be the point of spending time with
because
guys
you want to
if
find
you're not
out
going to
more
take
and more
them?
and more. All the information should matter. It's not 100%, but you got to get as much information as you can.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Bob, you have a message for the populace.
I do, and I'm here to talk about West Shore Home. You've heard me before. You will hear me again. And let me tell you, Pittsburgh and its people around here have raved about the West Shore process. You know, it all starts with interactive design where they involve you. I mean, you're paying for it, so you should be involved. They want you to be involved without any high-pressure tactics that you get with other companies. The best part is the installation process itself is really seamless. There are no long delays. They aren't camped out at your house for days or weeks. And listen to this. This is the last week of their buy one, get one sales event. So this week, the week of April 21st, you can get an entire house of windows and a new patio slider or a new front door. Also, West Shore Homes is offering our listeners today a special savings of $500. You got to go to westshorehome.com/fan to save $500. The website has all the details you will need. So again, if you're looking for new windows, do what so many other Pittsburgh consumers are doing. Call West Shore Home. The owner, BJ, he's a Western Pennsylvania guy. He does things the Western Pennsylvania way. No pressure. He makes it fun, interactive, and the end result will please you enormously. Check them out today at westshorehome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thank you, Bob. Pirates and Angels will play tonight, as you can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan, with our coverage presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. 8:40 is when coverage will begin. 9:38 first pitch. Bailey Falter started yesterday for the Buccos, and the Pirates won it. Andrew Heaney will go tonight with his 2.13 ERA. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Right now, here's Joe.
Thank you, Limits, for your undying well of compassion. You can hit the jackpot when you bet the NBA on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sports book, because with FanDuel's Downtown Jackpot, you have the chance to win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. All you have to do is place a bet on player-made threes using your exclusive profit boost, and if your player has the most threes on the night, you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Steph is always a good bet, right? They said Thompson from the Rockets was going to shut him down like he did in that game late in the regular season. Please. That was a game where Steph had played 3 games in 4 nights and lit up the Nuggets, Grizzlies, and Lakers and had nothing left that night. That kid's not going to guard him. Nobody's going to guard him. He's always a good bet. They shoot, you score. It's that simple. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to enter the $1 million downtown jackpot. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
You have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Last night, Luka Doncic put any doubt to rest about who's the leader of the Lakers. He scored 31 points to lead them past the T-Wolves, tying the first-round series at 1-1. LeBron James is still effective, but if the Lakers are going to go anywhere in the playoffs, Luka has to bring it consistently. Minnesota has plenty of good defenders, but figuring out Luka is tough, which is why Lakers fans have to feel much better about their postseason chances. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Even if you've tried before and were unsuccessful in getting rid of your timeshare, call today and see if we can help. We offer a complete 100% unconditional client satisfaction guarantee. Make this completely free call and learn how we can help you legally put an end to your timeshare nightmare once and for all. You have nothing to lose, so call right now to qualify and receive a free consultation.
Call 800-838-8614. 800-838-8614. That's 800-838-8614.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct's Spring Home Improvement event. It's the perfect time to freshen up the way your home looks to make your home more energy efficient. They've got a great offer right now. In fact, multiple great offers. First, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, they're offering no interest until 2030. And right now, get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. Now is the time to give them a call, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Spitzer Toyota Monroeville is knocking it out of the park during the Bases Loaded Sales Event. Panda, ready to call your shot? Step up to the plate and swing for 1, huge Spitzer savings, or 2, special low financing. Whatever you choose, it's a grand slam deal. Plus, every new Toyota comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. So don't strike out. Get to Spitzer Toyota Monroeville today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Hey, weekend warriors. How's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here.
Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Chris Muller here. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks? Who can wait that long? The good news is you don't have to. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet is family owned, and they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock, with delivery available in as little as 3 days. Plus, Choice will deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure there's no damage. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, NuFlow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. NuFlow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call NuFlow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
This is Ryan Schlabel with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. We've been saving people time, money, and stress for over a decade. You don't have to list with an agent, make any repairs, or have a long closing process. Just call 412-500-9057 for a good fit, come to the house, make you a cash offer on the spot. My team will handle the rest. Dealing with a complicated situation? No problem. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Hey, it's Crowley. Join me and True Fan Travel when we take over Dublin this fall when the Black and Gold plays across the pond. Hotel, airfare, pregame party, and game tickets. Information at 937thefan.com's event page or truefantravel.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Bob, I wonder how the Sully-Kyle Dubas meeting went. Apparently it was today, was it not?
It was today. I haven't seen anything on it. But, yeah, he met with the media yesterday, said he was going to talk to Coach Sullivan today, and so far nothing.
It was an awfully cryptic answer that Dubas gave. He just needed to give a simple yes, but instead he went into a long thing about how, Sully said what he said the other day. I fully expect this. I fully expect that. Methinks he doth talk too much. And I just wonder, that's all. My expectation is that Sully will be back. But I would think if Sully really sat down and thought about it, I don't know if it'd be the Rangers, but a team that could actually win. You only get so many years of this, and I don't think the Penguins are anywhere near winning again, at least not anything of significance. Do you?
Probably not, but I would say the same for the New York Rangers.
Yeah,
I think they took a step backward after they went through their little quick rebuild. And this year was not very good at all. And those guys are getting a lot of their key players are older as well. So I don't know. I think if you're looking at Philadelphia, or at least they have what looks like a lot of talent in their system. Who else is in need of a coach at this point?
Well, I think if Sully's available, then somebody who has a coach gets rid of him to bring him in.
Yeah, and I think Tockett's in the same boat. If he makes himself available, he'll have the same opportunities that any coach would have. Who's in demand, and I think he would be in demand.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Second annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, takes place June 5th and 6th. This year at Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. Currently looking for 25 fire departments that will benefit from this year's fundraising. Register yours now at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Aircraft Management Group, Firehouse Subs, 1-800-BOARD-UP, National Fire Sprinkler Association, and Guardian Protection. Bob, I'm guessing you didn't even know there was a National Fire Sprinkler Association, did you?
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Well, consider yourself enlightened.
I learn something new every day.
Social media's biggest loser, Mulsey, is brought to you by Awaken 180. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. And What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Bob, yes, you have something
just
happened
before we
here?
go, just to this is, again, how opinions go.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently Merrill Hodge, who knows a lot about Football Breakdown, was on the radio this morning here locally on DVE, and he said he hopes the Steelers do not end up with Shadur Sanders. Quote, he's going to be an epic failure.
Epic failure. Wow.
So
epic, not just a failure, an epic failure.
I just saw this on Steelers Depot. They had, I guess he was on this morning. So
interesting.
And I'll tell you, Merrill knows a lot about everything with the film work he did, and so.
And like all of us, and like Ben, and like
I mean, you don't know for sure.
He ain't always right either.
No, but
he is very good.
That's an interesting, because I haven't heard that definitive of a comment really.
Yeah, me
until
neither.
This one.
That's interesting. Mm-hmm. Well, Bob, tomorrow we're actually going to step to the podium. Do you have that little sounder when we step to the podium limits and make our first round pick for the Steelers? Are you excited? That
with the 21st pick, or with the 10th pick, or the Steelers will be trading down. There's a trade. We could come up with any one of those scenarios.
Exactly. So we'll be doing all kinds of things. We're efforting the guy from Walter Football, who's the most accurate mock drafter in the country. We'll have all kinds of things happening tomorrow on draft day. But Mulsey remains front of mind here. And we really have done everything for him, Bob. And so in the various iterations of the recordings we did of I've Done Everything for Mulsey, I think that's a good place to end as we hand off to Pony and Muller. Do you agree?
I don't know, because I sound bad and you're good at this. I'm not. And no, why are we ending it with this?
Because I actually thought you sounded great, and I just explained it. We're handing the baton to these two fine gentlemen.
So it's a natural segue is what you're saying. We're going right into the next program.
Yes, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
I hope you do too. Austin, you too. We'll see you guys again tomorrow on Wednesday, 2025.
Yeah, man. See you tomorrow.
I've done everything for Mulsey. And nothing for me.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
All right, the draft's tomorrow. The Steelers will pick 21st from Green Bay. Who will it be? Donnie will have our draft show at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Getting you ready. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Game number 2 in the first round of the NBA playoffs takes place tonight in H-Town with the Warriors facing the Rockets. The Rockets are in a desperate spot at home, down 1-0 in the series, and they will get even here as 3.5-point favorites. Houston out-rebounded Golden State 52-36 in game number 1, and that advantage on the glass, along with their toughness on defense, gives them the edge. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. You've heard us say this before. It has a cool ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe it said 300. Wouldn't the 260 be a little bit nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I have dropped over 50 pounds with Awaken 180. There's no reason you can't drop 40 or more pounds by the 4th. Ringing Independence Day, shirt off, confident, most importantly, you're feeling happy. You reached your goal weight with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open that beer, roast up the hot dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. And they stand by it. I haven't put a pound back on for almost 2 years. In fact, I've lost a couple more pounds. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Crazy how life worked. 1 minute you're fine, next minute you hurt. All you did was go to the store and you got yourself into a crazy accident. Broke your arm, 2 broken ribs, lost your eyesight in one of your eyes. Crazy accident. All from just going to the store? Life is crazy. Medics came, put you on a stretcher. They ain't tie you down right, they dropped you on your face. All your teeth got knocked out. This is crazy. All from just going to the store. You see how life works? You got 1 broken arm, lost your vision in your eyes. Now you ain't got no teeth. Every action has a reaction. You called the dog, top dog. That dog went and bit him. Now you up. Now you way up. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Top dog law.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, baseball fans, want to boost the odds on your next MLB parlay? Take the field with a Parlay Boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Log into your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then place a parlay on any MLB game and apply the token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted parlay hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Feeling good about your MLB parlay? Step up to the plate for your chance to score. Claim your MLB Parlay Boost token today. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck. So join the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Columbia Gas, safety is their #1 priority. Remember, if you smell the rotten egg or sulfur-like odor of natural gas, or see or hear any sign of a natural gas problem, leave the area immediately and call 911 from a safe location. Never try to find the leak yourself. Light a match or candle or operate anything that could cause a spark, including cell phones, light switches, or garage door openers. Learn more at ColumbiaGasPA.com.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrought1d.org to find your local type 1 diabetes support network today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com
or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Angels continue a series tonight in Anaheim. First pitch at 9:35. Pirates win Game 1, looking for a series victory. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Wednesday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
When I wake up at 2 in the morning and I'm thinking about it all for the last week. So,
it's a game to be played. It's competition. It is fun, certainly. I think about it as pro days as you guys watch us move, who I interact with, where I go. Sometimes it's real, sometimes it's not. But that's a fun component of the competition. The same could be said about who we bring in on pre-draft visits.
Okay. That's a quote that's getting a lot of run today and a lot of publicity from Steelers media. Because we have a showdown playing out. We have a war being waged in the battleground of Shedeur Sanders. It's just like Kenny Pickett all over again. Local media versus national media. We're 1 day away from the draft. We're about 31 hours away, 32 hours away from the start of the draft. And the local media is now convinced, Kabali, Dulac, others, that Mike Tomlin said those things about Shedeur Sanders yesterday to try to convince the league and other teams that the Steelers are taking Sanders. The national media thinks that Mike Tomlin was being straightforward, rare moment of honesty, and wasn't trying to play games. They think the meeting went great here. They think the Steelers actually like him. Peter Schrager, who just got hired by ESPN away from NFL Network, in his one and only mock draft, which is not him as a draft expert of players, but just him working phones and working sources to try to accurately predict who takes who. He has the Steelers taking Shedeur Sanders. The betting odds over at FanDuel have just been updated again. You can bet over-under on where a player gets picked. What's the number for Sanders? 21.5. They've basically set the line at, will the Steelers pick him, yes or no? So who do you trust here, Chris? Do you think the Kabalis are right, or do you think the Schragers and Schefters and national media is right when it comes to the Steelers and their real interest in Sanders? Not who you're hoping for, by the way. I know you're hoping that the local guys are right.
So the last time we had a battle like this, the local guys all thought it was Malik Willis, I believe.
And definitely not Kenny.
Peter King.
Peter King.
To his credit, nailed
Peter
it and
King.
said Kenny Pickett.
Yep.
It's funny that you frame it to me in not who do you want to be right, but who do you think is right.
Because
I have to go with the – well, no. Omar's a little bit different because he wasn't there Kevin was the guy talking to people, not Omar, when they picked Kenny. We know Schefter, or we think Schefter has a good relationship with Omar.
Oh, we don't have to think. He absolutely does.
Who did Schrager have a good relationship with exactly? Not me, because every time I DM'd him to try to get him on the show, he would just ignore me, so that's a bad one.
Every time I look at him on TV, like I was watching him when I was at the gym today, I just can't help but think about how much he looks like Elf. Do you remember that puppet guy?
Alf?
A-L-F. Do you remember that guy?
Yeah, I don't see that with Peter Schrager.
You don't? Malsey does.
I kind of do, because as soon as he said that, we almost had a jet of water that was going to shoot across the studio because I could not believe what I was
Remember
hearing.
that sitcom from the 80s? Pull up
I know who Alf is.
Yeah. You don't see any Schrager there? I see a lot of Schrager.
A lot of Schrager and Alf. I'm just seeing if anyone has done a mashup. Oh, he definitely looks like Alf.
Come on, Donnie. He's got definite Alf characteristics.
He's got Alf tendencies.
He's got Alf traits big time. I'm sorry, I see it. I can't unsee it.
Now that I'm looking at Alf,
but
and it goes Alf, Schrager, I can't unsee it
because
now.
he always has that kind of happy-go-lucky, I'm so excited to be on TV, dumb expression on his face, and it reminds me of Alf.
I like that one of the pictures of Schrager, when you just do a basic Google image search of him, is him looking like he's bundled up to climb Mount Everest when he's just on like an NFL sideline. Anyway.
He looks like a sidekick in a
buddy comedy?
In like a Hangover type comedy. Yeah.
Let's go down to Pete's house, man.
Yeah, and Schrager's like one of the
He's got to talk to the he's the first guy talking to the cops. He gets punched or something. Anyway, I have to cast my lot here with I think that
No, I don't have to do that. I actually think the local guys are right for this reason. Here's the one thing that makes the local perspective that this is a Mike Tomlin smokescreen. He's gassing up Shedeur Sanders like he's at the pump right now, so other people will want to take him, and the Steelers have no real interest. Here's the one trait of Shedeur Sanders, or trait he lacks, that I still believe Mike Tomlin genuinely gives a crap about. He's not mobile. I know they're making overtures and they have pursued Aaron Rodgers to the ends of the earth, and he is no longer a mobile player. Once was. I know they signed Mason Rudolph back, and one of the major reasons everybody knows they'll never give him a real shot, he too is not mobile. And so, yes, they've pursued Rodgers and they have Rudolph. I still think when Mike Tomlin envisions his quarterback of the future, he wants somebody that can move around really well back there and be a legitimate threat with his legs. Shedeur Sanders isn't that. And so for that reason, I am going to choose to believe, with 90% of my head telling me this and 10% of my heart wedging its way in there, that this is more of a smokescreen than it is genuine interest.
Donnie, who do you think's right? National media convinced Sanders is coming here, or local media that's all joining arms
akimbo,
and saying that this is just Mike Tomlin messing with people?
I'm actually going to side with the local guys here too.
Wow.
The point that
what a
Chris
flex
made,
for Kabali.
The point that Chris made about Peter King, here's the thing with that. He was the only guy that had them taking Kenny Pickett. It wasn't like this just swoon of every single national guy, every single big-time mock draft that got put out there that had Kenny Pickett to the Steelers. The Malik Willis thing did have a lot of legs to it from both local and national people. If I remember correctly, Peter King was the only big-time name that had Pickett to the Steelers. You pull up any mock draft
wrong,
right now.
For the record, though, I didn't plan on this, but I just pulled up Daniel Jeremiah's final 2022 mock draft, and he did have Pickett to the Steelers at 20.
Okay, do we have any more than those two?
He's just the first guy I did. I'll do Kuiper next, but April 27th, 8 o'clock, so on draft night eve, he had Kenny Pickett going to the Steelers.
So we had two. We had
that
two.
we know of, yeah.
You pull up pretty much every
I'm looking at
major
Kuiper
mock
right now.
draft out there.
Kuiper, Malik Willis.
75% of them have Kenny Pickett. Every single guy at CBS.
You're not Kenny Pickett. You mean Sanders.
Yeah, Sanders. Sorry, we're getting mixed up
Sanders.
here.
Oh,
every single guy seems to have Shedeur Sanders. There were two guys that had Kenny Pickett.
Two big ones, but I agree. It's definitely more
Chad
universal.
Reuter at NFL.com had the Steelers trading up to 12 for, drum roll please, Matt Corral.
Oh, God.
In 2022.
He's in the UFL now, I think. He was throwing at the combine this year trying to get his NFL career back on track. That's an aside. Anyways, here's one of the reasons why I tend to think there's something to, even though I generally say Schefter and Traeger and these guys are more in touch with the agents than the local guys are. Agents lie a lot, but also, if they have a client that's affected by something, I think
their primary concern.
Yeah, I think they're willing to say, like one of the I represent this defensive lineman, but I think the Steelers are going to take Sanders, and I could see a conversation like that happening. But I think we've already seen what I'm getting at is I think we've already seen this phenomenon happen with Sanders in the last month. The reason why everyone has Sanders now going to the Steelers nationally is because originally they all went to New Orleans and said the Saints are going to take him once the Derek Carr news came out, even though the entire time the people that cover the Saints were saying, no,
Sanders
the Saints
never even had a visit with
the
them,
Saints
did he?
aren't they're not interested in Sanders. If they're interested in any quarterback, it's Jackson Dart. So it took like a few days, but eventually those people, the light bulb came on, and they switched the Saints pick to something else, therefore allowing for Sanders to drop to the Steelers. I do think it's very possible by the time we get to 8 o'clock tomorrow night that the pendulum is going to swing again, and most of the national guys are going to be saying this. Unless somebody trades back into the first round, Sanders is likely to fall out of it altogether. That's my educated opinion on this right now.
So
My uneducated opinion is that the Browns are trading back into the first round, and they're going to draft him after they take him.
And they're going to have Hunter and Sanders.
And when they fire Stefanski after 1 year, guess who's coming from Boulder?
Dion will be the Browns coach in 2026. That would be something.
Do you think it's really that far-fetched?
No, I don't.
The first two parts of this, draft Hunter, trade back in, draft Sanders, absolutely plausible. Now, I know they allegedly like Milroe.
But the owner meddles, and if he gets it in his head, wouldn't it be cool to have both Colorado players here?
Or wouldn't he
That'll put us back on the football map of relevance. I could 100% see something like that happening.
Don't we want to max out Shedeur Sanders as a pro by giving him his favorite wide receiver?
Yeah, look at Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase together in Ohio in the division with Cincinnati.
They've seen it work with another pair, yep.
Of course.
They've had to deal with that pair.
And the coach wants another quarterback, too bad.
Also, if you were Kevin Stefanski, would you really want to try to develop Jalen Milroe or take a more finished product in Shedeur Sanders and try to get the most out of him? I'd probably want to do the latter there.
So then what do you guys think is going to happen then? If we're all saying we agree now with a day to think about this and what Tomlin said and how he said it and what the local reaction has been from the people who cover the team. So if we're all saying it's now looking less likely that they're going to take Sanders, what do we think they're going to do?
I think they're going to do something kind of boring with a small twist. I do think they're going to trade back. I think they're going to find somebody who's willing to trade back into the first round or trade up. They're going to. I thought for a long time they were going to get their second-round pick back by dealing George Pickens. And while Charles Robinson yesterday with us, very plugged-in insider from Yahoo, did not rule that possibility out, I'm starting to waffle a little bit on their commitment to doing that. I think their way of trying to grab an extra pick between 21 and 83 is going to be to simply trade down in the first round, get that, pick 26, whatever it might be. We know the Bills want to move up, although that's not for a quarterback, it's for a cornerback. Trade down in the first round, grab a pick between their first round pick and pick 83, and they're probably going to do something boring and draft a defensive lineman.
Donnie, do you think we run PNC ads that say boring is good or something like that? Is that what you're hoping for and expecting to happen now? Boring move? Boring defensive lineman?
Defensive lineman.
I'm
I
saying
think it'd be the smarter move.
I'm planting my flag on specifically they trade down and then pick the best defensive lineman available. I do think they will trade back tomorrow.
I mean, I always want to tell myself that they will trade back because it's seemingly always a pretty smart thing to do. It's difficult to do, though.
You had that in last year's mock draft. You had them moving down with Buffalo, and then it didn't happen.
It requires another dance partner there, and, I mean, it seems like more teams always want to move back, not move up.
Well, the first team to publicly declare they're itching to move up, the next team to do that will be the first. No GM in their right mind is ever going to say, man, I just cannot wait to sacrifice a pick or two so I can get higher.
My thing is, if we're going to If we think that the whole crux of this is Tomlin wanted to use that press conference to lie yesterday and trick people, then I think the guy they're most likely to pick is Grant from Michigan, because he also made that comment about basically the nose tackle is an obsolete position. So did he decide to tell the truth about some things and lie about other things, or was the whole theme to lie? If the whole point of the press conference was to lie and try to talk people or convince people that something is going to happen that they don't want to happen or whatever, then Grant is the real nose tackle of the bunch, more than Nolan and more than Harmon. So just saying,
Dan Graziano and Jeremy Fowler now chopping it up on where Shedeur is going to go on their piece. They do not seem super confident that Shedeur Sanders is going to end up a Steeler.
Well, one guy is super confident that he's coming to the Steelers, and that is Shedeur Sanders. Why is that? You'll hear him, in his own words, tell you why next. Text us on the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line, a person in your law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
Pirates a 9-3 win against the Angels last night. 18 hits for the Buccos. Can't wait to see the lineup get changed up after that. Andrew McCutchen, a 3-run home run in the victory. Pirates and Angels again tonight, 9:38 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 8:40. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. I hate waiting, don't you? I hate waiting for pretty much anything. I'm not the world's most patient person. I really cannot stand waiting if what I'm waiting on or waiting for is something for my house, something we ordered, whatever it might be. I want it to be done. I want it to be here now. If you are trying to get a kitchen renovation done, a remodeling job, or you're redoing a powder room too, and you're waiting on cabinets, that has to be maddening. If you're a contractor looking to do more work and you're waiting on cabinets, got to be making you crazy. Why are you waiting? Because the average wait time for cabinets right now is 8 to 12 weeks. That's 2 to 3 months. It does not have to be that way, though. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. My friends at Choice Cabinet have over 65,000 cabinets in stock. Yes, at Choice Cabinet, over 65,000 cabinets in stock. Delivery is available in as little as 3 days, and Choice, they will deliver inside your house or your apartment on their own trucks to make sure there is no damage. This is an easy one, guys. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and powered by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Shanapin Country Club, Totter Ridge Golf Course, Drew Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Ashton Jeanty is now the favorite to go number 5 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. If that happens, the Boise State Star would be the highest drafted running back since Saquon Barkley back in 2018. You can thank Barkley for changing the direction of the whole first round. He was arguably the main reason the Eagles won the Super Bowl. He transformed the offense and helped the defense by playing keep away. In a copycat league, Jeanty could be the closest you'll get to Barkley, and that's why he won't last long on Thursday night. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Men with ED, if you think taking old, outdated pills or injections is going to fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, New Flow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Precision Pointing and Restoration. Free estimates, no money down. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You got one more. Whoever gonna be the quarterback for DK Metcalf and George Pickens, whoever that is.
Quick clip from Shedeur Sanders on Max Crosby's podcast, talking about who the breakout players will be, ranking wide receivers, things like that. And he's shouting out DK Metcalf and George Pickens. It's the same thing Cam Ward did. with Titans receivers. So he's taken a page out of Ward's playbook. We've seen Dion like things on Instagram regarding Sanders coming to the Steelers, his son. We've not seen him do that with any other team. So the Sanders camp thinks he's coming here. If this is a game, if this is a ploy, if this is a stratagem by Tomlin and the Steelers to use that press conference yesterday to drive home the point that the Steelers are taking Sanders to trick people, well, then the Sanders camp is being hoodwinked too. Because they think it's for real. And the
Or
one...
are they trying to enact like a soft pressure campaign? Oh, no, take him. Come on, you wouldn't want to make me, Deion Sanders, upset. I've been liking posts.
I just feel like if it were another prospect who didn't have Deion Sanders as a dad, Tomlin wouldn't care about, like, manipulating the player and making him feel like he is coming here and then on draft night pulling the carpet rug from underneath him. Like saying, having Omar call Shedeur and being like, hey, man, if you're there at 21, we're going to take you. We're going to pick you. We really love you. Your meeting was great. We think you're the guy for us. And they do that every day. And they're just reaffirming every day that he's their pick. And then it's draft night and he's on the board and they take Walter Nolan instead. I think that they'd screw with, I don't know, like a Will Levis or a Will Howard or somebody like that. I think they're less likely to do that to
Tomlin has
Deion's
too much respect
son.
for Deion?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. So that is an area where my argument that the Steelers are using this as a smokescreen kind of falls apart. Look, I think Tomlin has made enemies of a lot of important people with the way like Steelers' careers have ended and whatnot. I don't get the sense he wants to make an enemy out of Deion Sanders.
Deion's got a pretty loud pulpit, like a bully pulpit to use. Deion's not going to be shy. And Deion,
especially when it comes to his kid.
Yes, and Deion also has so much juice from his career as a player, and he did win 9 games at Colorado last year, kind of thumbing people in the eye who said he wasn't going to have a good season. I don't know if Mike wins a lot of PR battles broadly and with a national audience. I don't know if he would win a PR battle against Deion.
I don't think he would. I think on the get-up shows and the first takes of the world
Has
and
Mike
things
Tomlin
like that.
lost his touch? Why did Mike Tomlin do this?
Yeah.
Deion did this. Deion's got plenty of charisma, too. Like, Mike's not going to necessarily win the battle of just, like, presenting his point either against a guy like Deion.
Dulac in his mailbag got asked questions from somebody posing as Andrew Pony, and also Chris Muller spelled K-R-I-S today.
Like
and
Christofferson.
And also somebody named 9 Straight Threes. A guest did not have a name, just an anonymous person asking Jerry a question. What % chance do you put on the Steelers taking Shedeur? Dulac's response, how low can I go?
Oh, no, that actually is making me feel like they're going to take him.
Well, that's I told you at the beginning of this.
I know, but
Cavalli
I didn't realize
and
Jerry,
Dulac and these guys.
Jerry in his chat had said, how low can I go? That's making me antsy.
Another guest question. Jerry, Shedeur, Derek Harmon, or Kenneth Grant, who do you believe the Steelers take between these 3 at 21? Dulac, not Sanders.
Is Jerry helping the team, though, with a smokescreen? Is he doing somebody a solid with answers?
Thinking
He's
that
trying to
other
do like a
NFL
reverse
teams are
fake out.
going
Yeah.
to his
somehow a fake out. I don't
chat.
know.
John asks, I am starting to think that Shedeur Sanders talks are smokescreens. What is your opinion? Dulac, very perceptive.
What if he had said more smoke than at the Papal Conclave?
Has that happened yet?
No, I think their big meeting is in May.
So they just go
So
with
who's
like
the interim pope?
Yeah, is there an interim? I don't know how that works. There has to be somebody who's like,
someone's got to be running the church right now.
Yeah, I mean, we need
Well, I
like the
think there's-
Schefters of the news world to come out here and give us some info. Do you imagine if Schefter was the guy breaking that
I got
news
an
and how
answer.
he would word his tweet?
Cardinal Kevin Farrell, the acting head of the Vatican. So it's just a cardinal who's the acting.
How do they decide?
How would Shams write that up, man? It would be like a tortured agent, agent speak.
How does the Catholic Church decide basically who the vice president of the Vatican is?
He's the Camerlengo. If you ever read the Da Vinci Code, that's like a big position there.
I've never read the Da Vinci Code. Have you done?
The Camerlengo runs the Vatican after the death or resignation of a pope. So he got nominated by Francis 6 years ago.
These are so funny. 9 straight threes. Jerry, you're the best. Do you think the Steelers are more likely to trade up or trade down? Good question, says Jerry.
You're the best.
We have seen them trade up or be willing to trade up more than we've seen them trade down, which they haven't done since Casey Hampton. So, up is what he says.
I can actually believe that a little bit because, again, as I have pointed out, no team is ever going to.
I can't because they don't have the second-round pick.
No team is ever going to say, though, that they want to trade up. I don't think I could believe that Jerry's not just, like, spinning something out of nowhere there and that he might have, like, some sort of little indication that they might want to be aggressive.
Chris Muller asks, Jerry, Andrew Filipponi is reporting the Steelers are out on Will Howard. Are you hearing the same thing? Dulac. Oh, okay. I didn't really report that's... I didn't say the Steelers are out on Will Howard. All I said was, based on something I heard today, I see no way they're drafting him. Is that the same thing? Is that a report? That's more like...
You and I have heard the same thing about him and how they might feel about him.
Is it the exact same thing?
Pretty similar.
Okay.
I think you and I are hearing something pretty similar.
And it's not
flattering for Will.
And you don't think it's makes him a non-starter for them?
It makes me pretty sure they're not going to take him on further reflection. Pretty sure he's not on the board. He's getting mocked at them a lot, but I don't know if the people...
By who?
Well, your mockers. Your Chad Reuters.
I was going to say, it's got to be the 7th-round mock guys, the deep mockers.
The deep dive guys, yeah. We have not taken him in an official PM team mock. You know who has made it on one of our 4 mocks? Kyle McCord. In a 2-quarterback draft that we took. It was a blockbuster.
How about that?
Contraire, Malsey. We took Will Howard the other day.
Oh, we did? Oh, that's right. We did. I'm sorry.
How about that offensive lineman from Michigan State that we like?
Oh, Luke Newman's been a stalwart.
Yeah, he's always in
with
there.
With our 7th-round pick, he has been getting pushed up the board, I think, by our interest in his services.
Coming up next, a man who was at one point banned by Deion Sanders from covering Colorado football. Sean Keeler from the Denver Post. He's been around Sanders at Colorado more than anybody in the media. He's going to join us next and tell us if it's a good idea for the Steelers to take Shedeur. First, a Donnie headline, and we're right back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Couple of NBA playoff scores from last night. OKC taking a 2-0 series lead over Memphis with a 118-99 victory at home. The Lakers even things up with the Timberwolves, a 94-85 win last night in L.A. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. Big Wednesday at the Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app. You've got a lot going on in sports. There will be golf, pro golf again starting tomorrow, pro hoops and pro hockey playoffs as well. The Bucks out on the left coast later on this evening, so you got a lot going on there. With baseball, you can bet on individual player performances like player hits, home runs, RBI, strikeouts, and much more. But whether the Bucks or your favorite baseball team in the pros wins or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParks Sportsbook and Online Casino app, the only app I ever use and recommend to bet on sports and to play all my favorite casino games like blackjack, roulette, craps, poker, right in the palm of my hand. There's also great hot online slots as well for you to check out at BetParks. Go to BetParks.com. Download the app right now and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21. And in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for BetParks, you love to play, you play to win, you bet. BetParks. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like, a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by 1-800-BORDA, National Fire Sprinkler Association, Julian Gray and Associates, Guardian Protection, Firehouse Subs, Aircraft Management Group, North Country Brewing, Firehouse Red, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Don's Appliances. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Big changes at Urbanowitz Jewelers. After 43 years, our Casti Village store is closing, and we're consolidating all operations into our expanded Peters Township location. To make room for the move, we're holding a massive inventory reduction sale at both stores. Save up to 60% off on select merchandise, fine jewelry, diamonds, and gemstones. Don't miss out. Shop both locations for unbeatable deals. For more details and extended store hours, visit PittsburghDiamonds.com. Urbanowitz Jewelers. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And, as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia K4 LXS or the all-new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Looking for the ultimate getaway? Stay and play at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Whether you're here for a weekend escape or a midweek retreat, we've got everything you need under one roof. Wake up refreshed in one of our stunning rooms and head straight to the action, just steps away from the casino floor. Enjoy a variety of gaming, dining, and entertainment, all just outside your door. Visit riverscasino.com and book your stay today. Experience the best of both worlds at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona New Cigar CAO event on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, April 25th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon, and Lawrenceville Distilling. Meet Mark, representee of General Cigar. Save 25% on any CAO cigar box, or buy 10, get 3 free, plus raffles for great prizes. Event posted on Facebook, so be sure to like them. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Barring something big from the Penguins, our weekly visits with Tyler Kennedy are done for the year. He was sponsored by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business, and the certified elder law attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Fan Hotline is sponsored by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Sean Keeler has done an excellent job of covering Colorado football, even though at several points Deion Sanders has not been thrilled with what he's said and what he's written. He writes for the Denver Post. His latest column, titled, "Why is CU Buffs QB Shedeur Sanders NFL draft stock all over the place?" Great question. Mel Kiper's got him 5th on his draft board. Some NFL draft insiders think he's going to fall completely out of the first round and be one of these all-time draft drama characters like an Aaron Rodgers or Brady Quinn. Sean Keeler joins us right now to talk about it. Let's answer that question, Sean. Why is his draft stock all over the place?
Good afternoon, guys. Thanks for having me. That's the $50 million question on draft week, isn't it? I think the short answer is it comes down to two things. Bad mechanical habits, one, and his family, number two. There's a lot of detail in 1 and 2, but that's the short answer.
What is it specifically about his family that you think has stock all over the place, falling some places, maybe going up some others?
I think there is a fear because here's the thing. Now, having been in the line of fire and in the circles of Camp Dion for 2 years, as you guys have seen from afar, and I've had to live every day. When you get one, you get them all. There's probably a good Latin phrase for it. I keep going back to like Braveheart, but it's kind of it's like that. You get all of them. When you get Shedeur Sanders, whether Dad's not coming to coach the Steelers, you think? You get Shiloh, you get Bucky, who's Dion Jr., you get the sisters. You get the SMAC media team that's out of Los Angeles that runs Dion's business end, and they do a great job with that. The reason he's on TV every 30 seconds. You get all of it. And because you get all of it, there are going to be some teams that do not want that smoke. I don't think the Giants want that smoke. I sort of get that feeling that sort of the more older traditional mindset that your front office and ownership have, less that you want the air quote smoke. I mean, go on Twitter right now. If anyone ever criticizes a Sanders family member, 3 of them rise up on whatever nearest platform via the power of their thumbs and come after you with with 1,000 volts of fury. That's a real thing. And whatever franchise gets Shedeur Sanders, that is going to be a real thing. So if you all are going to be, get ready. I can tell you what it's like being in the penalty box. And if you get there, I welcome you to it. There's lots of room here for you, fellas.
Sean, Mike Tomlin hasn't shied away from polarizing players like that. Antonio Brown would bring his own media team to practices. He'd parachute in. He'd helicopter in. He'd show up late for things. Ben Roethlisberger did a radio show with me where he would call out the coach and players minutes before the coach would do his weekly press conference. So that's not unheard of for the Steelers under Tomlin to take chances on guys like that. Mm-hmm. The question becomes, is Shedeur Sanders good enough where you're willing to deal with all of those things because what he gives you on the field just makes the headache worth it? So you watch this guy play more than anybody else. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, that goes back to point one about the bad mechanical habits. And there aren't a lot of them. And I think the short answer to that question is he as good as Bo Nix? No. Is he better than, say, a high second rounder of recent years? Is he better than Drew Lock? And that's a very Broncos-centric comparison. But, yeah, I think the answer to that is somewhere in the middle. Is he better than Mason Rudolph? Yeah. Let's be clear on that. Is he better than Big Ben, who I am old enough to have seen in Miami? And I remember when he was just this big gunslinger coming out, and that career turned into something magical, obviously. I don't know that he's that guy. He's not a big guy. It's a mixed bag. I think the good outweighs the bad by quite a bit, but the bad can get you beat. Drifting too much in the pocket, looking to look backwards when you should be going forwards. Hero ball is kind of the short answer for a lot of complaints against what he does technically, because he's always been able to get himself out of whatever trouble on the field he's gotten into. I think there's a wall that you hit with that in the NFL. I've heard a Geno Smith comparison. I don't know if that's 100% on the ball, but I think that's a lot closer than a lot of the other comps I've seen on him.
Sean, separate all the family stuff, the Dion stuff, Shedeur Sanders, the teammate, the leader. We know that position, you have to be a certain kind of personality and a leader of men to some extent. How does he handle the intangible, the off-field, the being around teammates?
Tomlin was gushing about his intangibles,
He loved
Sean.
his toughness, his competitive fire and spirit, and his intangible qualities.
And here's the other side of that coin. I know it sounds like I'm dogging him. I don't know a single Colorado teammate, publicly or privately, that doesn't like him. Seriously. Like, that's the thing I think that is most unfairly lobbed at Shedeur by people who haven't covered him yet and haven't met him yet. They just see the Maybach and the commercials and the dad and the family, and they go, oh, I'm just getting Dion too. I don't think it's entirely that. I think you've got a guy who, one, really did make a bad team better here and a bad program better here. Two, you have a guy who is the most statistically accurate quarterback in FBS history with two different coordinators, one of whom was Pat Shurmur. Come on. You know, he was able to overcome that. I think the arm accuracy is real. I think the leadership is real. I think the hunger to win is real. I think the bar expected of him and the pressure that he puts on himself and the work that he actually puts in is real. Tom Brady is one of his mentors and someone that he takes very seriously, whether that you find that good, bad, or indifferent. I think that's someone that he wants to be. I don't know that he's there, but that's someone that he wants to be. And I think that's a healthy thing. I think that'd be a healthy thing for the Steelers or for any market. So I think the Sanders family stuff gets a little overblown because, again, you got to take it all. What it is, it's not just all one thing. I think Antonio Brown's a good comp that way. You're going to get some good. You're going to get a playmaker who, in the right system, is going to win more often than not and can handle whatever you throw at him because he grew up the son of a celebrity under a microscope. But you're going to take the other stuff too. And I think the question of is the good enough to outweigh some of the off-field stuff? I think the answer is yes, but I think it would depend on the team and the place. But I think Pittsburgh could be a great place for all the reasons you mentioned.
Well, the last thing I was going to ask you, Sean, is if Mike Tomlin called you and said, hey, you're going to give me an objective, unbiased opinion on this guy, do you think he can be our next franchise quarterback? What would your answer be?
Yes, but he needs help. He's going to need a good line. He's going to need one Travis Hunter level go-to guy, which they have and have had. I think, yeah, not a thundering yeah, but a yeah with some small caveats, and you got to be ready for the smoke too.
Sean Keeler, Denver Post, on Shedeur Sanders. All the mock drafts, all the NFL experts think he'll be the Steelers' next quarterback. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it, brother.
You bet. Take care, guys. See ya.
Why don't we have a Smack Media team running socials and stuff for us?
We do. Tenuda's our version of that. You had that experience today at Oakmont with him. Congratulations on all your success.
Thank you, Pony. Very good thing coming. Just a little teaser, something for Going Low coming down the pike that we were able to tape and put in the can today that I'm very excited about.
Does not give me warm and fuzzy feelings when I hear someone who's watched every single one of his games in the press box say, I don't think he's as good as Bo Nix. Bo Nix had a very good rookie year, much better than I thought. But
Didn't he say he's better than Drew Lock?
Yeah.
That was his big praise.
What's next? He's better than Duck Hodges. Thank you. We're clearing the world's lowest bar.
You know what still gets me more than any of that? Like, is this guy going to be a difference maker? Yeah, but he's going to need help. Again, gonna need help means you're not drafting like a savior. You're drafting hopefully a guy who fits really well as a cog.
Yeah, you're drafting more of a game manager type is how I hear that.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of
yes,
quarterback rumors, Diana Rossini, who I will now label a friend of the show, and we put her on the Mount Rushmore event. Wait, did she make Mount Rushmore?
Insiders?
Did she make the NFL Mount Rushmore?
Remember we had two NFLs.
Schefter, Rap Sheet.
Then I think she was the fourth one, right?
No, we talked you off of Glazer.
Yeah, I thought she beat out Glazer.
And she did, Donnie. We lobbied for her to get there over Glazer.
Well, she's reporting something about the Steelers' latest quarterback hunt, quarterback pursuit. And it's not Aaron Rodgers, and I'm sure this will make people very angry. Timeout, and then a long commercial-free segment. First, a message from Malsey.
Thanks, Pony. It is. You know what would make me angry? If my windows sucked and they were letting in all sorts of warm air when I wanted my house cool, letting in all sorts of cold air when I wanted my house warm. I would be pulling my hair out if I had hair. Of course, I do not. I don't want you to go through the same kind of situation. I don't want you to have that experience where you're frustrated by your windows. I want you to call my friends at Universal Windows Direct. Take advantage of their spring home improvement event, where right now you can buy 2 windows and get 2 free, and there is no limit. If you need 30 windows, congratulations on all your success. You must have a lovely house. You would only pay for 15 of those windows. It gets even better, though. That's not all. Universal Windows Direct is also offering no interest until 2030. That is a new decade. Plus, right now, you want to add vinyl siding, for example, with your window replacement. You can get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. Just call right now, 412-545-6003, or check out universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
My car!
But what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
From the diamond to the open road, performance matters. And Spitzer Acura delivers luxury that goes the distance. Like the powerful swing of the RDX or the all-star performance of the all-new ADX. Spitzer Acura has a lineup built to win. And just like baseball, timing is everything. So don't strike out. With every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty and a complimentary service loaner. Step up to the plate during the Spring into Performance event online at SpitzerAcura.com. See dealer for details.
Hey, baseball fans, want to boost the odds on your next MLB parlay? Take the field with a Parlay Boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Log into your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then place a parlay on any MLB game and apply the token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted parlay hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Feeling good about your MLB parlay? Step up to the plate for your chance to score. Claim your MLB Parlay Boost token today. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck. So join the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.2men.com. 2 Men in a Truck.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
BeyondYourLincoln.com. Neighbors, not strangers. 200 2025 Lincolns in stock.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates look to win a series in L.A. tonight against the Angels. 9:35 first pitch. You can listen to it on The Fan. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a hump day edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Back-to-back passes on this drive. Cousins scans over the middle and picked off. It is Deshaun Elliott in his Pittsburgh debut coming up with the interception.
At the minute mark, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Peters Township. Blast from the past. That was when the Steelers beat the Falcons in Week 1. Kirk Cousins' first game back from a torn Achilles. Cousins would lose his job in Atlanta. Cousins...
Not before beating the Eagles in one of the season's most surprising results.
They swept the Bucs too, and he played great against them.
You want to talk about a bizarro team? That's 3 wins right there that don't make any damn sense.
Then forgot how to play football or aged in dog years. Lost out to Michael Penix. Very expensive backup showed up yesterday to Falcons' voluntary workouts. Why am I telling you so much about what happened to Kirk Cousins and what's going on with Kirk Cousins? Because Diana Rossini this morning said the Steelers could be a team interested this week in trading for Kirk Cousins' services. First thing that pops into my head, if that's true, I have no reason to want to poke holes in Diana's journalistic resume. I'll leave that to others. A lot of people love to do that on social media. There's so many social media ombudsmans out there who just can't wait
to tear people down.
To just find the one story they got wrong, the one report that was incorrect, and then discredit every single thing that person says from here on out.
So are you suggesting like...
I'm not bitter about anything like that.
The numerous people who have already hit me up today or hit us up today on YouTube and said, is Ayuk over the goal line yet, Pony?
Yeah.
Okay.
If the Steelers really are one of the teams that is interested in Kirk Cousins, I mean, there's first of all, there's the whole, can Kirk Cousins still play football? Part of this. But the bigger, more macro point that is, I think, most relevant here is if you're waiting on Kirk Cousins or thinking about Kirk Cousins or looking to see what it would take to get Cousins and all the moving parts there, and that's something that is on the Steelers' radar, that makes me think that Aaron Rodgers is very, very, very far from a sure thing. Why would they even sniff around Kirk Cousins and see what's up with Kirk Cousins if Art Rooney still feels the way he did at the owners' meetings? Like it was fait accompli. It was just a matter of when, not if. They had so many positive signs and positive signals from Aaron Rodgers, including that throwing session with DK Metcalf, that, yeah, we're on Aaron Rodgers' schedule, but eventually he's going to wake up one morning in California and say, all right, enough of this. I'm ready to go play football again.
We're on his schedule, but that train arrives and its final destination is Pittsburgh.
You don't take a look at Kirk Cousins if you think you're going to get Aaron Rodgers. The other thing is if Aaron Rodgers is in limbo and is kind of undecided, and we heard yesterday that one of his best football friends, Devontae Adams, is waiting for a red carpet to be rolled out, this is taking that red carpet and setting it aflame. Because, yes, Aaron Rodgers loves to point out, I don't go find and read these reports myself, but I have people in my camp who do, like my sister. If he gets wind that the Steelers are thinking about a guy that he absolutely thinks is like way underneath him or below him in the ultimate quarterback power rankings and pecking order, knowing how sensitive he is, he might say, well, screw them. I guess they must not want me. I could see that.
I would think he would look at Kirk Cousins and be like, wait a minute, you want the off-brand guy who's coming off of a torn Achilles tendon? Like, you want the crappier player?
Especially when I said I'd play for $10 million.
Right.
And you still want to at least I don't even care if it's just due diligence. There's no diligence to do here. You saw him play. You beat him. He could barely move.
It would be the height of desperation. He would be the actual worst, I think, option for them.
So now you've moved on to the point about where you actually now looked into like what is left in Kirk Cousins, the football player, and you don't like what you see?
How could anybody?
I know.
He looks completely busted. He was never a mobile guy like Rodgers was. Rodgers, for all his kind of quirks, did seem to attack his rehab. And I think it's an easier case to make to me at least, that Rodgers could somehow be a little bit better and more mobile, even at his age, 2 years removed from his injury, than you could ever say about Kirk Cousins. The guy in the best of times, before he tore his Achilles, was an immobile player.
And also, like, the definition of a big game loser.
A choke artist.
Yeah.
A guy, I also, like, to me, Kirk Cousins, if he doesn't end up going to the Vikings for a chunk of years, what does his career look like if he's an outdoor quarterback?
No,
he's a dome merchant.
I was going to say it's just all about the amount of money he's made.
Well, yes, that's the other
first
part.
thing people think about with him. It's not his stats. It's, oh, my God, could you believe this guy has made this much money?
He's the ultimate business of football winner.
Hall of Famer. First ballot.
He and Darrell Revis, respective of their positions, are incredible.
And at least with Darrell Revis, he was a Hall of Famer.
He was a mercenary who just kept taking huge one-year deals. But like Cousins, relative to production, nobody's ever made. Maybe Sam Bradford's in there with him.
No one has cashed in more for being an above-average quarterback for a long time more than Kirk Cousins. Being like the 13th best quarterback in the NFL has made this guy hundreds of millions of dollars. And now it looks like he's at the end. And according to one very highly thought of reporter, the Steelers are looking to trade for him right now.
That would be rough.
Here's the other part of it. Again, if this is true, Tomlin loves the Falcons coach.
Raheem Morris.
Raheem Morris is like his little brother in football. Remember that time Brandon Marshall came to Steelers training camp and he was asked on that whatever show or podcast that was, "Hey Mike, name your 5 best coaches in the NFL." And he didn't name Belichick. He didn't name Andy Reid, but he named Raheem Morris. He put Raheem Morris like in the elite football minds going. So and they worked together in Tampa. So there's a connection there. There's a friendship there. You'd think it would be very easy for Mike
to call up Raheem and be like, "Does this guy have anything left?"
Yeah.
And Raheem
and he's
like,
not
no.
going to BS him.
No,
because he looks at him as a mentor figure, somebody that's
He's not going to want to do wrong by him just to try to offload Kirk Cousins. He's going to say, no, we benched him for Michael Penix, and we're not looking back.
Yeah.
He's done. He's
this would almost make me feel like Morris has given Tomlin positive reviews on the guy. If this is true, that they're...
Do you believe it?
I don't. This is going back to like what I asked you at the beginning of the show about the Sanders stuff. I really don't want to believe it.
What's the point of the chatter on this particular front? That's what I don't really get. Like,
the only way it's sensible for me is if it's a dirt cheap proposition like Russell Wilson, but it's happening so late in the offseason after the draft where there's no benefit to the dirt cheap part of it. You know, the benefit of signing Russell Wilson for the veteran minimum the Steelers did was that it happened the first week of the offseason, and you could do all kinds of moves and fill out your roster with better players because you were paying your quarterback peanuts. Well, now it's almost the end of April. Saving money on a quarterback is not going to get the Steelers extra good players. That part of the football calendar is behind us. So, like, if Kirk Cousins had come here, I don't know, at the beginning of free agency, a deal had been worked out, and it was just like Denver. Atlanta's paying his contract, and you've got him for nothing, and I could say, well, you know, maybe an extra year removed from the Achilles injury, he gets it back. Okay, then I would probably or maybe be on board, but I'm not now. Like, I don't think Kirk Cousins is a better quarterback than Mason Rudolph right now.
He's not.
For the Steelers' offense.
He's not. He was an atrocity down the stretch. Like, he was a far cry from the Mason Rudolph we saw for that handful of games 2 years ago. Kirk Cousins, in a 4-game span, games 10 through 13 of their season, not one touchdown for Kirk Cousins in those games. He was turning the ball over.
Yeah, there was nothing premature about that benching. It was almost like a mercy benching, like they felt sorry for him because he looked so bad. It was like putting down a sick dog.
Pretty much. I mean, a little graphic there but he was like Old Yeller. He was bad. No touchdowns. In that same span, he threw 8 picks.
It's just another example, if this is true. I keep saying if because it's one reporter's story. But it's just another sign that the Steelers are so clueless when it comes to the sport's most important position. They're waiting on Aaron Rodgers. Now they're digging into Kirk Cousins.
Well, I think that's the more relevant broad point is that
these are the guys you're trying to get to solve the problem to end 8 years of never winning a playoff game.
If they're even kicking the tires, let's say they're only being floated as a team that could look more seriously at Cousins. What are you trying to do here? You're trying to spackle over something. You're trying to hastily plug a hole that you don't know how to fill.
You're trying to catch lightning in a bottle with another has-been, is what you're doing.
A recently injured has-been. Or because he was recently injured, he has become a has-been.
Well, this has-been his personal problems and doesn't seem like he's going to come to Pittsburgh anytime soon. Who do we have next on our list of people to call? Kirk Cousins.
Can I interest you in one heavily used and damaged Kirk Cousins?
Like, what's going to happen if Rodgers is still in limbo and Kirk Cousins isn't acquired? Who's the next call to? Friggin' Carson Wentz?
Let me ask you a question.
I mean, how far are we away from something like that?
I guess this old Cowboys got a little bit left in him.
But the problem is Pony would celebrate that like a conquering hero.
I would, and so would Donnie.
And I would call both. I would be struggling.
Donnie's laughing in there because he knows I'm right. He knows I'm right about that.
Yeah,
if Ben came out of retirement and put a video out there, tell me that would not
get white horse, baby.
Tell me that would not get a huge pop.
I would be embarrassed for both of you.
Fine, I wouldn't care.
I know. I'd mock you openly on the air, both of you. Again, I would not spare either of you in my comments. More likely who is the most likely Steelers starter week 1 of the following 3 players? I'm going to name them. Both of you can answer. Mason Rudolph, Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins. Likeliest player to be the Steelers week 1 starter if I only
I'll go 1 in hand is better than 2 in the bush and say Mason Rudolph because he's already here.
Donnie?
I still think Rodgers, but that wanes pretty much by the day.
Isn't this another story that makes it wane even more? Why would you kick the tires on Kirk Cousins if you think Aaron Rodgers is a slam dunk? When you run the risk of alienating him by this story even getting out there. I'd love to hear from folks on just the Steelers quarterback situation and what they should do. 412-928-9370. And the best call on that is going to win 2 tickets to see the Pirates take on the Padres May 3rd at PNC Park. 4:05 first pitch. Amanda loves the 4:05 start time.
Worst start time for the NFL. Great one for baseball.
Worst one for the NFL?
4:05. Isn't that where they always slot the crummy game? 4:25 is where you...
Yeah,
4:25
I get what you're saying.
The ideal.
Yeah. But 4 o'clock football games, 4:05, 4:25, I love that time slot.
I know, but that's usually where you'll slot...
3:30 for college football, 4:25 for the NFL.
The 4:05 game in the NFL is like if they can stuff Jags versus...
No, you're right.
Jags Raiders is getting tossed into that spot.
Thank you. That's exactly
on the
right.
call.
First 20,000 fans take home an 80s themed Pirates t-shirt at this game. 412-928-9370. Diana Rossini, the Steelers are one of the teams interested in trading for Kirk Cousins. What's your take on it? 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. Donnie has a headline. We're right back. Mike Florio on the latest Steelers draft rumors at 3:30. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
18 hits for the Pirates last night. It was a 9-3 win in L.A. against the Angels. Andrew McCutchen had a home run in the victory. Pirates and Angels again tonight, 9:38 first pitch. Pre-game coverage on the Fan starts at 8:40, all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Donnie, thank you so much. Let's talk right now about the Wet Go Car Wash. I was there on Monday. I'll go twice a week, probably again on Saturday. And I just had somebody at the gym today say, that car looks so clean. It looks like you just left Wet Go. And I said, actually, I was there on Monday. Now it's Wednesday. 48 hours later, the graphene, ceramic wax, the whole shebang at Wet Go keeps that vehicle looking clean longer. Inside of your car, too, you can clean it as much as you want. Stella got blueberry muffin all over the place, so I took the vacuum in there, and thanks to the free vacuums at the Wet Go Pro locations, that was crisis averted in a very short amount of time. So, sign up today, $9.99 per month, unlimited car washes for 3 months. That means right now you're going to pay less than $10 for as many car washes as you can fit into May. then into June, then into July. So sign up today. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited is the Wetco Car Wash.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Linnell Willingham with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NBA postseason is in full swing, and I always like to say when certain teams don't reach expectations in this time of year, there will be major consequences that follow. That can be said for Giannis and the Bucks. They fell down 2-0 to Indiana last night, and based off of how lifeless they've looked in the first 2 games, I'm starting to believe that Giannis is going to put major pressure on this front office come this. Will Giannis be donning new colors next year? I'm Linnell Willingham.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Take worry and hassle out of Spirit Wear fundraisers this season with Keystone Custom Apparel and get back to enjoying watching your children learn and grow through youth sports. That's what I do with my 3 boys. Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. With top brands like Nike, Under Armour, and more, Keystone Custom Apparel has your organization covered. With their 24/7, 365 online Spirit Wear fundraisers, Keystone Custom Apparel offers the best and most convenient way to help your team raise money all season long. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Upgrade your home security with Guardian Protection and get a free Video Doorbell Pro. Right now, when you purchase an essential security package, Guardian will include a high-definition video doorbell at no extra cost. See, hear, and speak to visitors from anywhere with two-way audio and motion alerts. Don't miss this chance to enhance your home security for free. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
When the kids take the field, Sheets is there to fuel up families, teams, and future Bucko legends. Sheets is proud to team up with 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates to spotlight local youth baseball and softball across the burg. Just go to 937thefan.com and click on the Youth Baseball and Softball Showcase. From ballpark snacks to post-game made-to-order victory laps, Sheets has what yins need. So why the Sheets not swing by, fuel up, and play ball?
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the outbound side of the Parkway East, traffic moving slowly from the Squirrel Hill Tunnel back to Technology Drive. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This report brought to you by DEA's National Prescription Drug Takeback Day. Learn more at DEATakeback.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, April 26th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
In reference to Kurt, with any player, like we've always said, hey, look, we're going to do what's best for this football team, whether that's a trade or whatever it is. And so we're open to whatever it is if it's going to help the team.
That's the Atlanta GM on trading Kirk Cousins. I'm playing that clip for you because, according to Diana Rossini, the Steelers are interested in trading for Kirk Cousins. The only silver lining there for me is that it means that Aaron Rodgers probably isn't happening. And I still consider Aaron Rodgers staying far away from the Steelers a good thing for the Steelers. There is a report that the Steelers have not heard from Rodgers since he went on McAfee. Radio silence.
Man,
with Rodgers.
I just am sick of even having to say, oh, it's radio silence from Rodgers. Who cares, man? Tell us when you're all ready to make whatever decision it is you're going to make. Other than that, whatever, dude.
I like songs about radio. I like Video Killed the Radio
How about
Star.
Radio Gaga by Queen?
How's it go?
All we hear is Radio Gaga, Radio Goo Goo. I don't remember radio.
I don't think I know that one. But how about that guy?
I think you do.
How about that guy that talks about being on a Mexican radio?
I'm on a Mexican
that's a great song. Wall of Voodoo.
Radio.
that one's on the John Chedrick favorite one.
Now, do you but by this logic, your favorite band of all time should be Radiohead.
I don't think I like any of their songs. I just
That
like
is the
songs
ultimate irony.
where the song is about radio, not the name of the
No
band.
Creep? You don't like that song?
Little overrated.
Creep.
Speaking of the Chedricks, I like Bruce Springsteen, Radio Nowhere. You ever heard that one? This is Radio Nowhere.
Yeah, it's an okay
Is there
Springsteen.
anybody alive out there?
What else? What
Is
other
there
great radio
anybody
songs are there?
alive? I'm pretty much out of them.
Songs with radio in the title?
But that song that was the first song on MTV, Video Kill the Radio Star.
What about Spirit of Radio by
That's a
Rush?
catchy. Oh, that's another.
Jeff in South
That's a
Park, if
brilliant
he's listening, is pounding the table
What
for
about
that
1984 hit from Autograph? Turn up
the radio. Oh yeah, that's a banger
Now, how
too.
about another one?
Give me some more.
Does this count? FM by Steely Dan.
I don't know
It's
if I know
about
that
radio.
one. Can you sing it for me?
No, I'm just looking up. I'm looking up song. Oh, how about Guerrilla Radio? Rage Against the Machine.
Great song.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I've heard that one. Didn't something happen with Guerrilla Radio at the MTV Awards where the dude went up on one of the stanchions or something and wouldn't come down?
If it's
the lead
Rage,
singer.
Zach De La Rocha. If it's Rage Against the Machine, yes, it probably happened. I'm just glad that I got to we got to sing "I'm on a Mexican wall radio."
And he never came back with a second hit. That guy, did he?
How? I mean, I think you've pretty much done all you need to do in music, right? Just be like, hey, I'm the guy who does Mexican radio. Don't even say what your band's name is. We're just the Mexican radio guys.
I would go to a concert where there was 30, they assembled 30 or 35 one-hit wonder bands or artists. And I don't know how they would make it work with the band.
The bands would have to concede that we're not going to get our own stage show. The sound check's just got to be good for everybody.
But Mexican radio guy comes on, and then the next
Video
song.
Killed the Radio Star.
Yeah.
And then here comes REM's got a radio song, or the Queen, a Queen.
No,
cover
I'm
band.
saying all one-hit wonders.
Oh.
Not just
so you
all...
have Chumbawamba come on.
Yeah.
Who gets to close the show though? Who is the greatest one-hit wonder of them all?
Maybe a little Dexy's Midnight Runners. Come on, Eileen.
What would be the biggest pop if it's okay, this is the last one?
How about Big Country by Big Country from the album Big Country?
I think Chumbawamba would have a case.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that song. I love that song in 6th grade.
Mulsey, don't quit your day job after somebody heard me singing. Well,
here
too bad.
is,
I was thinking about going to Juilliard.
Here is Joseph. Good reference. Here's Joseph on the pursuit of Kirk Cousins. Hello, Joseph.
Wow, I'm surprised you took my call. Last time I called you, you told me not to bother. You said I wasn't worth the time. I'm Mason Rudolph's biggest fan.
Well, congratulations on all your success.
You know what? You've held on to that one long enough that I think it's come around to be in fashion. It's not throwing away bell-bottoms after the 70s.
Well, didn't you compare him to Joe Namath?
I am the guy that compared him to Joe Namath, yeah.
I mean, you still don't think that was a little bit of a stretch?
I mean, honestly, the way he was playing in those 3 games, I thought he was playing pretty damn good. I thought the team played together like I hadn't seen.
That is a very far cry from I'm going to compare him to Hall of Fame quarterback who authored one of the biggest upsets in the history of football.
Maybe he meant L.A. Rams Joe Namath.
Well, I heard that Super Bowl was fixed anyway, straight from Newcastle, from Anama. That Joe Namath called the pool hall, yeah. Joe Namath called the pool hall over in Newcastle. Put all your money on.
Forget about what you were going to say. I want to hear more about this.
Wait a minute. So Namath knew that the Colts were on the take there in that Super Bowl?
from Emma from Newcastle. Remember sitting there as a young man, and she said that Joe Namath called the pool hall over in Newcastle and told everybody, put their money on the Jets. We're going to win this thing.
And it wasn't because he was confident after watching them on tape.
It was because he knew they were taking a dive.
I'm just telling you. I mean, I'm a big Joe Namath fan. I'm a Beaver County guy.
Pony,
well, no doubt.
Just for the record, Joseph's thought about his Aunt Emma saying Namath called the Newcastle pool hall. That's a much more credible Newcastle story than our guy yesterday who sounded like Tommy Chong. Also, we had briefly on the line an Abraham, and on the next line down, Abram.
I'm sorry. You can't call yourself a Joe Namath guy if you compare Mason Rudolph to him, because that should be sacrilegious.
It's very disrespectful to Mason Rudolph.
Yeah.
Namath was like one of the last people we had on this show.
Is that
I got like a little bit of the holy crap, I'm interviewing Joe
Is that
Namath
one of the?
vibes.
Is that another? When you just made that comment about Rudolph, is that one of those ridiculous things like we see sometimes, where it's like if Babe Ruth faced Paul Skeens, he'd never get a hit.
Oh no,
Where it's like if Mason Rudolph was dropped back into the 1960s, he'd be one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
You know that I love the bit where Adam Ottavino said I'd strike Babe Ruth out on 3 pitches, and I said absolutely he would. If Mason Rudolph was a quarterback back then, I think he would have.
He would have revolutionized football?
No, he would have probably been solid because he would have been bigger than most of the quarterbacks back then. Pretty good arm. Stands in the pocket. He, like everybody else from this era, would they have done well getting tombstone pile driven into the turf and then gotten up and been able to keep playing.
Here's Brian in Wexford. Hello, Brian. Brian, you there?
Hey, Andrew, Chris. So just give me yes.
Go
Can
ahead.
you give me 60 seconds?
Okay,
60?
I'll start it now.
Starting now.
All right. So here's my thing. What are we doing? Omar, Mike, are we trying to get museum pieces here with Kirk Cousins and Aaron Rodgers? Why don't we call Warren Moon up and see if he can play for us? I mean, this is crazy. I mean, the madness has to stop with these people. I don't want nobody. I mean, I don't want Ben. I don't want anybody. I'd rather draft a quarterback or play Mason Rudolph. But what are we doing with these people? Why can't we get enough of the madness? It's insanity. We want to go to the museum and see these people, these dinosaurs. I'm not interested in this.
All right, Brian, I'll put you on hold and give you the tickets. It was a nice effort.
He only needed 35 seconds there. Pretty good job. The Warren Moon got a great pop in the studio right here. If you're not watching us on YouTube, there was a big smirk from both of us because we didn't see Warren Moon coming down the pike.
Warren Moon made a comment apparently about Cam Ward. I'd completely forgot that technically if Cam Ward wears 1 for the Titans, he's wearing Warren Moon's number 1 from the Oilers days because it's the same franchise. But my thing is, now that the franchise isn't in Houston anymore, the fans in Nashville don't give a crap about Warren Moon having worn number 1. So that number should be accessible to Ward, I think.
Sorry, I'm down the rabbit hole of Super Bowl III being fixed.
Oh, my God. And what are you finding on it? Anything?
Bubba Smith commented in 1983 that the game had been fixed, saying, quote, I knew something was wrong, through the whole day, because if you look back at the films, we were inside the 25 times in the first half and came away with no points. That just more sounds like a guy who can't believe that they didn't score.
Who fixed it then, the refs?
It would presumably be the Colts offense, I would think.
Oh, like at that point, Shula stopped calling good plays, or Unitas decided to take it. Well, Earl Morrill played in that game. What am I talking about? Well, Unitas did come into the game. All right. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Mike Florio on the Steelers draft buzz and quarterback buzz. Next, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
4 games on the NHL playoff slate from last night. The Hurricanes beat the Devils 3-1 to take a 2-0 series lead. Toronto beats Ottawa 3-2 to also take a 2-0 series lead. The Panthers beat the Lightning 6-2. Florida now leads that series 1-0. Minnesota beats Vegas 5-2. That series is even at 1. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thank you, Donnie. Awaken 180 weight loss. There's so much I could say, but I'll start with this. When I say something was life-changing for me, it really was in the case of Awaken 180. Carrying around 210 pounds, I was staring down the barrel of we were going to have our second child. This was in the summer of 2022. We had actually just had child number 2, and I was staring down knee surgery where I was going to be immobile for 6 weeks. I just knew I needed to make a change, and I had tried numerous times. And when I tell you numerous, I mean like 7, 8, 9, 10 times to lose the weight that I wanted to lose, and I had not done it. So that had become very frustrating for me and kind of depressing on some level. Awaken 180, man, the positivity that you get from your coach every single week when you're checking in, it's always positive, even if you don't lose as much in a given week as you thought you would. The approach, how tailored it is to you, how comprehensive it is, it was the perfect thing that I needed to lose the weight and now have kept that weight, 35 pounds off, for over 2 years. If you have that stubborn weight you're looking to lose and you really want to make a change, it's time for the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains. And delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Alice Cooper. No more Mr. Nice Guy. And Judas Priest. The godfather of shock rock. Alice Cooper. I get confused every day. The Metal Gods. Judas Priest. October 1st, the Pavilion at Star Lake. With special guest, Corrosion of Conformity. Get tickets Friday, 10 a.m. at LiveNation.com. Alice Cooper, Judas Priest, part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions Concert Series.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Tonight in the Pro Hockey Playoffs, Game 3 Western Conference Series between Colorado and Dallas. Series tied at a game apiece. Dallas winning Game 2 in overtime. Colorado a pretty big favorite, minus 190. Dallas plus 160. Total in the game, 6.5. Big story in this one. Colorado's captain will be playing in this game for the first time since Colorado won the championship 3 years ago. Crowd's going to be crazy. I think Colorado wins big. I'll play Colorado minus a goal and a half at plus 135. Colorado to win by 2 or more tonight against Dallas. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Need to feel power behind the wheel? Stop in and see Bill Witter and his team at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for a 2025 Dodge Ram 1500 Tradesman. Payment starting at $369 for 36 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Crazy how life works. 1 minute you're fine, next minute you hurt. All you did was go to the store and you got yourself into a crazy accident. Broke your arm, 2 broken ribs, lost your eyesight in one of your eyes. Crazy accident. All from just going to the store. Life is crazy. Medics came, put you on a stretcher. They ain't tie you down right. They dropped you on your face. All your teeth got knocked out. This is crazy. All from just going to the store. You see how life works? You got 1 broken arm, lost your vision in your eyes. Now you ain't got no teeth. Every action has a reaction. You called the dog, top dog. That dog went and bit him. Now you up. Now you way up. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Top dog law.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
The second annual 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union will take place June 5th and 6th at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. We're looking for 25 fire departments that'll benefit from this year's fundraising. Register your fire department now at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Aircraft Management Group, Firehouse Subs, 1-800-BOARD-OP, G.S. Jones Restoration, National Fire Sprinkler Association, and Guardian Protection. Time to talk to Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, brought to you by Goodrich & Geist, the good guys, Goodrich & Geist, and JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. All right, Mike, are you among the phalanx of national football media who believe Shedeur Sanders will be a Steeler Thursday night?
I'm not sure. I don't know they're sure. I can't ignore, and I'm sure they can't either, what happened 3 years ago with Kenny Pickett. They had a clear shot to him. Nobody jumped him. He fell right to them, and it ended up being not a good move. Have they gone back and rectified whatever went wrong in their overall analysis and processes to come to the conclusion that Pickett was the guy? I'd want to be sure I've calibrated my overall quarterback evaluation needle to be sure that I'm getting this right if Sanders is the guy at 21. So they have the need, and teams always say we want the best available player. I think your needs influence your assessment of who the best available is. We'll see if he's there at 21. If he makes it past them at 21, it's going to be very interesting to see where he goes next. But
do you think he will be there at 21?
The betting odds right now are nuts because as of this morning, and they change all the time, the Steelers were the favorites, but then the next two were the Browns and the Giants. So if he gets past 3, like, where is he going to be picked? The Saints have faded dramatically as the favorites to take him. They used to be. Now he's behind Jackson Dart in the betting odds to be taken by the Saints. So if he gets past 3 and no one trades up in front of the Steelers, then he should be there. And I don't know that anybody's going to trade up to get him. It really is confounding. I don't remember a guy like this since Johnny Manziel, where we didn't know where that magic number was going to be and that the drop could just continue and continue.
Well, my thought, Mike, was that the Steelers might not take him, and a team like the Browns or the Giants would trade back into the first round after the Steelers, like roll the dice that he's going to get by 21 and then just trade to 25, 26, 27 and grab him there. When you talk to people around the league who are evaluating players, like, would you say that there's a consensus on this player? Like, is there more positive than negative that gets said about Shedeur Sanders? Because I do feel like I have read more all over the map opinions on what he's going to be and what he is as a prospect than most guys in his position at quarterback.
Yeah, and it's interesting when we compare this year's prospects to last year's 6 quarterbacks who went in the top 12. Chris Sims, who I think does a very good job evaluating these incoming quarterbacks, he put Cam Ward at number 3 behind Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, but the rest of the guys wouldn't have cracked the top 6 from last year. And with Sanders, you ask yourself, what is the thing that really pops? What is it that he does incredibly well? Is there anything he does incredibly well that puts him ahead of his peers? And there's nothing that jumps off the page. The question is, when he's at the next level, what happens to his game? How will he play relative to the players around him? What is the thing that's going to set him apart? And it's so, I don't want to say subjective, but it is dependent on what team you're playing for, what offense you're in, what kind of a supporting cast you have, how comfortable you are there. You know, we thought a year ago that maybe Deion Sanders would make a power play with both Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders to get them to the right spot. If he's there at 21, that might be the right spot to come play with Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh and see what happens and see how he flourishes, if he flourishes. Every one of these picks is a crapshoot. We have no idea what they're going to do. So overall, though, there is a sense that, you know, he you know, where's the great thing that he does and where's the thing that sets him apart from the rest? And I think people are just taking a wait-and-see attitude, but that might not be enough to get somebody to draft.
How do you digest Tomlin And the consensus here is Tomlin talked specifically and in detail about Shedeur Sanders more than any player he's talked about at a pre-draft function in his 18 years as Steelers coach. So when you hear that analysis done by people that have covered Mike for 20 years or thereabouts, Mike, that he felt comfortable talking about Sanders as a prospect, unlike any prospect where their boilerplate answer has always been, we don't talk about prospects at these events. We speak in generalities in the most vague terms possible. What's your reaction to Tomlin breaking his rule and being comfortable talking about Sanders at great length?
Well, they're not big on smoke screens. This would be a hell of a time to launch one. 16, 18 years of never showing your hand and not wasting your time making it look like you're interested in somebody you're not interested in. If that's the game, it's a hell of a game to play. I don't think Tomlin wastes his time thinking, talking, focusing, addressing anyone he's not interested in. And maybe they have a degree of confidence he is going to be there. Maybe they've gamed this out 50 different ways. If he does get past number 3, it is amazing to think that there's a chance he goes 2 or 3 and then the bottom drops out and he's there at 21. But it may be that Tomlin is confident he's there at 21. And maybe at some level there's a hope that somebody will jump in front of the Steelers so they don't get themselves into another Kenny Pickett situation.
Mike, Diana Rossini over at The Athletic suggested the Steelers could be a team that would look into Kirk Cousins at this juncture. What do you make of that, and what benefit would be conferred by them trying to acquire him now?
Well, it would have to be after the draft. Cousins himself has, I don't know that he said this, but it was reported, and I think it's accurate. He wants to wait until after the draft to decide whether or not he's going to waive his no-trade clause. There was reporting earlier this week from Adam Schefter about how much money a new team would expect the Falcons to still pay, which is kind of surprising because I think if they had done this back in March, you may have been able to trade the whole contract with $27.5 million this year, which isn't all that much for a starting quarterback. But right now, where are the seats? You look around the league, who is it that would want Kirk Cousins? And after the draft, we're going to have a clearer picture if there's a seat. Cleveland, I think, is still a possibility, especially if the price is reduced by the Falcons paying some of the money. But Cousins, I don't believe is going to waive his no-trade clause to go be a backup. So he's going to want to see what happens tomorrow night specifically, but the rest of the draft, what's the depth chart look like? And then he can assess where he would fit on it. If he waives his no-trade clause, is he going to a place where he's confident he's going to be the number one guy when September rolls around? Because otherwise, just stay where you are. You're in a city that is fairly close, very close to where his wife is from and her parents are there. Why leave unless you know you're going somewhere to be the clear-cut number one guy?
Mike, it made me think that the Steelers don't feel good about the Aaron Rodgers situation if they're being linked to Kirk Cousins right now.
Well, I think until we know what Aaron Rodgers is doing, then Cousins is a possibility. If they don't draft anyone and it's Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson as of Monday, I think that you have to at least consider the possibility. You know, here's the issue with Cousins. Arthur Smith, the former Falcons head coach, he surely knows people in Atlanta, and he can get a better insight into what Cousins has left in the tank.
And Tomlin's best friends with Raheem Morris, Mike.
Well, and then there's and that would give them insight as well. The question is, what we saw from Cousins last year, is it related to the ongoing recovery from the torn Achilles tendon, where he's using his base to generate power and velocity on throws, and without that full 100% base, he was overcompensating and it finally caught up with him and just everything seemed to break down? Is that the explanation, or is it just he doesn't have it anymore and he just can't play at a high level anymore? You'd hate to find out the hard way that it's the latter after you've said, this is our guy. So I think that's the issue there. With Rodgers, I think he can still do what he's done because everything comes from his arm. He doesn't muster the whole body into the throw. So Rodgers physically can still do it. The question is, do you want to go down that path with Rodgers, especially after the 40-minute appearance with Pat McAfee on Thursday? The feedback that I've detected, the Steelers fans that were already not thrilled about it based upon the appearance, they seem to be even more hardened in their hesitation to go after Rodgers.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, PFT Live. Check him out tomorrow. Draft coverage, draft analysis, all over ProFootballTalk.com. Thank you, Mike.
See you guys.
I can tell that I can smell the wood burning here. I can tell the brain is churning.
Shedeur Sanders, Aaron Rodgers,
Kirk
Cousins.
Exciting. Do any of them seem like change?
I mean,
none of them are going to change the trajectory of this franchise.
I like Sanders more than you do, but I would be lying to you if Tomlin's comments about all the intangible stuff yesterday didn't
They should
feel
shake
like
you up.
a kick to the balls.
They should shake you up. You want him? He threw in as an afterthought. Oh, he made a lot of plays there. You should want to hear him
That's
gushing.
burying the lead, Mike. If that's what you saw most and liked the most, how about we get to that and not competitive spirit and toughness?
If he was talking about a guy who actually did have these traits, he's a special talent.
He's a dog. What if he came out and said this guy's a dog?
No, I wouldn't like that. Would he say it in like the McAfee bit?
What if he did?
Shedeur Sanders?
Dog.
You know what, Cavalli? He's a dog. A dog.
Presser.
What if Mike started doing it, then Omar just comes into the other mic? A dog!
I think Cavalli, now that he works for Pat,
bursts through the wall. A dog!
I think now that Mark works for Pat, he should ask questions like that. Mike, just out of curiosity, do you think Shedeur Sanders is a dog?
What if he said, do you think Shedeur Sanders is a dog, or is he more of a dog?
All right. On this show yesterday, we broke the story of George Pickens and possible trade wind swirling in Dallas with Jerry Jones and the Cowboys. Now, one of football's biggest insiders thinks George Pickens is on the verge of being traded. What's being said? Who's saying it? What it all means? Coming up next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. We're here until 6. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5 Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5 Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by 1-800-BOARD-UP, National Fire Sprinkler Association, Julian Gray & Associates, Guardian Protection, Firehouse Subs, Aircraft Management Group, North Country Brewing, Firehouse Red, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Don's Appliances. The Fans 5 Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, mostly sunny with temperatures in the mid-70s. Mostly clear tonight with temperatures in the low 50s. Highs near 80 on Thursday and sunny skies. Partly cloudy Thursday night with lows in the upper 50s. And Friday, showers return with highs in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers qualify, and stock units only. Offers end 4/30/25. Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai today for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE, both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months, or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate? That's a headache. Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Baseball is in full swing as summer is quickly approaching. Two of the hottest teams in baseball right now will face off as Toronto will head to New York in a heated divisional battle. The lead in the division is narrow, but both of these teams will hope to rely on their all-star sluggers to lead the way to a series win through the weekend. Will the newly named USA Baseball captain lead the way, or will the legacy first baseman in Toronto come away with the series? Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you from that truck drifting toward your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers available class-exclusive advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you, and Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't get you, IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus Awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Sharps versus Squares in Warriors Rockets. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Houston has gone from a 1-point favorite to a 3.5-point favorite in Game 2 against Golden State. But the public is all over the Warriors. I'm betting that Fred VanVleet won't miss 15 of 19 shots again. VanVleet over 13.5 points. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Warmer weather means that all the brick and block issues that you've been putting off and have been haunting you are going to really start to creep up. So may I suggest precision pointing and restoration. Serving the greater Pittsburgh area for nearly 25 years. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, and a whole lot more. Free estimates. No money down, so you don't have to worry about somebody running away with your deposit. No, not at Precision Pointing. Plus, a guarantee on all of their work. I'm really glad that
that I use them for my home project, so visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, April 25th and Saturday, April 26th. Come see the stunning Giselle Blanco, only at Cheerleaders.
Looking for the ultimate getaway? Stay and play at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Whether you're here for a weekend escape or a midweek retreat, we've got everything you need under one roof. Wake up refreshed in one of our stunning rooms and head straight to the action, just steps away from the casino floor. Enjoy a variety of gaming, dining, and entertainment, all just outside your door. Visit riverscasino.com and book your stay today. Experience the best of both worlds at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the outbound Parkway West, you're going to see slowdowns from the top of Green Tree Hill all the way back to about the county jail. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Angels, after the Pirates exploded for 18 hits last night in a win, try to make it 2 in a row against the Halos. 9:35 first pitch on the Fan. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a hump day edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Is George's contract situation play into either of those situations or scenarios for the club?
No. I mean, we're glad we have George and DK here. I think they're going to be exciting for everyone to watch. Excited to have DK here, but no.
Do you deem it to be an important thing for the club to get back in the second round? Or
we'll see how things shake out. I'll say this, we gave up second for DK, and I'm so excited that we did. It's having him here is great. Obviously when you get to the draft, you get excited about a lot of players, and you wish I had 50 picks right now. Because there's a lot of good players there, and we'll see how it shakes out.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. On draft day eve, Mulsey's here, Donnie's here, Aditi Kinkabwala's 20 minutes away. I believe she's in Green Bay covering the draft, so we'll pick her brain on things. Jeff next hour, lots to talk about. And this George Pickens scoop from our buddy Jordan Schultz. Best thing about working in sports media when you get embroiled in a controversy is that there's probably going to be a new controversy tomorrow and another controversy next week. So people have long forgotten the fact that Jordan Schultz almost got into a fight with Ian Rappaport at the NFL Scouting Combine in a Starbucks, which was funny because Jordan Schultz's dad owns Starbucks. Yes.
Howard Schultz. Sorry, distracted. Somebody doing a very slick Photoshop of Alf as Peter Schrager, which another motif
Donnie doesn't see
continuing.
Donnie doesn't see it at all. He thinks it's like ridiculous that I think Alf
I don't know
looks
why.
like Peter Schrager.
This one just looks like somebody actually got Grok to do it, but I feel like I retweeted it, Pony. I feel like you'll love it when you see it.
Anyway, so Jordan Schultz here, who's come on our show before, nice guy, trying to break in as an NFL insider, is pretty much Fox Sports' second biggest insider behind Glazer. But as you guys have pointed out, Glazer goes in these hibernation modes where we don't get a lot of like the day-to-day inside scoops from him.
If he were an NFL offense, he's going to go 3 and out a bunch and then hit like an 85-yard touchdown bomb.
Well, it's almost like Glazer gets saved for the special occasions now, like an NFL Sunday or draft night itself, and they like leave everything else to Schultz. So he puts out an NFL Confidential column on the draft. And this is what he says about trades. We've had no trades so far. It's the first time, like ever, that there have been no trades before the day of the draft. Schultz writes, George Pickens is one intriguing trade name to watch. Pittsburgh has taken and made calls on the talented wide receiver who's now extension eligible. After paying Metcalf, league sources are skeptical the Steelers will pay 2 wide receivers. And now here comes a quote from an AFC GM, an anonymous one. It's just not in their DNA to spend that much on 2 wideouts. Pickens is more available than people think. And closed with this. Green Bay's been serious, and they're not the only ones.
Doesn't Green Bay have like 1 million receivers already? Jaden Reed, Dontavian Wicks.
But remember,
Romeo
before
Dobbs.
the Steelers traded for DK Metcalf, there were rumors that the Packers were very close.
So they're just trying to add every wide receiver.
They're trying to upgrade on the wide receivers they already have. And
I like their wide receiving core.
Well, maybe in the trade for Pickens, we could get one of the wide receivers that they don't like as much back. I just made that up. I don't know if that's
If you do that, though, then you're getting
true at all, but
you're getting a much later pick anyway. So that, I mean,
I mean, there's
I planted my flag on the idea that they were going to trade him, that by the end of the draft or whatever, by the end of the second night of the draft, he would not be a Pittsburgh Steeler.
And how are you feeling about that prediction right now?
I'm feeling better about it than I did maybe a couple days ago when it started, especially yesterday when it felt like Tomlin and Khan, to whatever degree you have to take like what they say at face value this time of year, seemed to throw cold water on it. I also was just trying to read the tea leaves, and it just did not feel like there was a lot of smoke or chatter.
Well, Dulac said in the chat that he wasn't getting traded. He went as far as to say that it was
really
not
move the needle for me one way or the other. If anything, it might have moved the needle in the opposite direction that I thought he was. You're the one who said to another guest, yeah, Jerry's the biggest Steelers insider around, but he gets things wrong a lot.
He does.
I know he does. It's a fact. I'm torn because you know what? Schultz's report here makes me think it's as close to a 50-50 proposition as it can get. And what I mean by that is they clearly are open to the idea, if not actively trying, but it doesn't sound like they're just going to give him away for a song. I would imagine, Pony, that they want still somebody's second-round pick. Probably sweet spot for them would be the 45th to 60th pick in the draft range, I think. Does that sound about right to you for him?
I mean, that sounds ambitious, but I would start there.
Closer to the 60th, probably. Maybe 60th to 70th is more realistic. An early third instead of a late second.
Because you still have to pay him,
right.
And if you don't want to pay him, you're in the same boat the Steelers are in, where you have a disgruntled rental wide receiver that you just paid a lot for.
The disgruntled part is the more important part. And you'd have to have your coaching staff and your quarterback somehow convince the player. So you're not getting paid, but you will get paid. Just be on your best behavior.
There's two parts of this that are really interesting to me. The first one is when Schultz says the Steelers have taken, okay, you take calls and you listen on everything. Making calls is different. There's a huge difference between those two things. Like you owning a home and not having a for sale sign out, but if someone knocks on your door and offers you triple the value of it, you sit down with your wife and you say,
"Honey, we have to consider this."
Yes.
If I'm putting a for sale sign out there, or I'm actively saying, "Hey, do you want to buy my house?"
Yes, they're making calls. That means George Pickens is for sale. You can't spin it any other way. That means that he is, like Schefter reported the other day, he is expendable. And he is being dangled as a trade chip to get the Steelers something that they want, which is the pick that they gave up for DK Metcalf or something close to it. The Green Bay thing is also interesting. Like, here is somebody, I'm not going to, again, question a person's reporting here unless, I guess I did that with Jerry, so why am I picking and choosing here? I guess it's because I've watched Jerry get some pretty big things wrong.
Hasn't Jerry kind of occasionally thrown a barb in your direction, too?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, to each their own.
All is fair.
Exactly. I mean,
he doesn't come on our show. He's not allowed to. But we throw barbs at Caballi all the time, and he sits 5 feet away from me.
When I see Jerry, it's usually very civil, and I don't think either one of us are going out for cocktails with one another anytime soon.
Do you think if I run into him at the media day for the U.S. Open in 2 weeks that there will be any kind of exchange of words, civil or otherwise?
Interesting that my invitation to media day at the U.S. Open got lost in the mail, but that's okay. Anyways, this report saying this comes from Schultz is saying this comes from an AFC GM. So that winnows the list down to 15 because I don't think that Omar Khan is telling Schultz this. So then you have to figure out who among the AFC GM community would talk to him and have an inkling.
Wouldn't it have to be somebody that he did call? More than likely.
Possibly, and someone that has a good enough relationship with Green Bay
to know
that Green Bay's trying to get him, or that maybe Khan said to this GM, hey, just to let you know, like I already have one team that's very close in hot pursuit of George Pickens, and this is kind of what they're offering, and can you beat the offer? Donnie, you've Green Bay's draft list of picks pulled up. Do they have all their picks? Do they have extra picks?
They do. They actually have 2 picks in the 7th round, which I think, so they have 8 total picks. Now, here's what's interesting. It's that they usually pick around where the Steelers are.
Yeah, because
except the Steelers don't have that second rounder. They have pick 54 in round 2.
And then what's the 3rd round pick? 87. So would you take 80? So here are a couple options. 87 straight up, or would you do a deal where you got 54 and then you sent Pickens and a pick back to Green Bay? Like, let's say Green Bay says, all right, we don't really want to give you 54 straight up for George Pickens, but if you give us your 4th-round pick,
so pick 121
with Pickens, we'll do that.
That was the first thing I thought of when you brought this up was would they need pick 121 to do this? So the Steelers have 2183. I'm sorry, it's 122. So the Packers would pick back-to-back in that round. 157, 197, 239. I don't think 157 gets it done, do you? I would offer that first. I'd say Pickens and pick 157 for pick 54.
I don't think it. Well, I mean, we went through this exercise yesterday with the Cowboys, but it was also under
All right, here's the question.
We're working under the assumption that Jerry Jones overpays for
He's not a
things.
rational actor.
The Packers are like the most rationally run team in the league because they don't have an owner to answer to. They don't have someone who outranks their president of football operations and GM.
They've got 20,000 people wearing cheesehead hats sitting in cold, bleachers.
Honestly, people have said if you're a football decision maker, it's the best job in the league because you basically get to run the league without somebody barging in and saying you're drafting Kenny Pickett because he went to Pitt.
All right, let me do a hypothetical. Donnie, you are the Packers GM, Gutekunst. Is that how you say?
Excuse me,
Brian
what?
How do you say his last name?
Why did you say it like that?
Because it's a weird sounding name.
You sounded like you sneezed when you said it. You're like, Brian.
I know I did.
It's like when you basically
Gutekunst.
You basically did the
Brian.
Yes, you did the verbal version of when Billy Madison had to spell risotto in cursive.
Yeah,
I did there.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are let's just say Donnie's the Packers GM.
He's the Packers GM. I'm Omar Khan.
Yep.
Hey, Brian, like to offer you, how about this? Pick 54 for George Pickens and pick 157. Say no.
Hey, Omar. No.
It's got to be pick 122 in Pickens.
Hey, Omar. Yes.
Wait.
No, you're supposed to say I got to have pick 122 in Pickens.
All right, without the play acting here, where are we going with this?
I would say I'd offer 157 in Pickens for pick 54, and if they said we've got to have 122 in Pickens for 54, I'd probably do it. I think I would do that. That was the point of that tortured play acting session where Donnie debuted a new voice there. Gravitas-laden GM. Hey!
Yes, we'll hear Judge Donnie at 5:15 or 5:30.
I wouldn't do it for anything under pick 122.
Excuse me. We still have Donnie at 5:30 with Judge Donnie, and we're still waiting to find out what is on the court docket today.
No one's even, as usual.
That's funny because I'm trying to figure out.
We're going to find out what's on the docket at 5:29. I'm going to find out what side I'm defending at 5:29 in 50 seconds.
Yeah, possible.
Very fair court here.
Judge has a loaded courtroom today with many other issues to resolve.
Pony, would you do that? 22 and Pickens for 54. Yes or no?
I would.
Okay. I think that's where we zero out here then.
So we'll see what happens here. Jordan Schultz reporting the Steelers are making calls on George Pickens and that the Packers are serious. All Access with Aditi is next. Get her take on things. The Kirk Cousins rumor. Shadur Sanders. What she's hearing, the latest on the draft buzz. I believe she's there in Green Bay. Texas on the Edgar Slatter Associates fan text line. A person in your law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
9 runs, 18 hits last night. The Pirates beating the Angels 9-3 in their first game out in L.A. Andrew McCutchen with a home run in the victory. Pirates and Angels game 2 tonight, 9:38 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 8:40. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, Donnie, let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, and what a great place it is to bet the NBA playoffs and the player props right now. You can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest numbers and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after games tip, You can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win really big. If you don't have FanDuel, come on, get off the bench. Playoff time is the perfect time to join. And you'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on the FanDuel Sportsbook. So 3 games in the NBA playoffs going off tonight. We've got Orlando and Boston. Celtics a huge favorite, minus 10.5. Cavs an even bigger favorite, 12 points over the 8 seed Heat. And then the best game is the late game, 9:30 for the Rockets and Warriors. Houston favored by 3.5, even though they lost game 1. FanDuel.com/Andrew to join today. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as knowledgeable. Bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by 1-800-BORDA. National Fire Sprinkler Association, Julian Gray & Associates, Guardian Protection, Firehouse Subs, Aircraft Management Group, North Country Brewing, Firehouse Red, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Don's Appliances. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Linnell Willingham with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by BetMGM, the sports book that knows how to treat you right. Please gamble responsibly. There's plenty of speculation amongst NFL insiders about how many quarterbacks are going to go in round number 1. Most Las Vegas sports books have the over-under set at 2.5. I have it as 4. Insert Jalen Milroe. I think his rushing ability is the best trait out of any quarterback in this entire NFL draft class. Who wins the Milroe sweepstakes? You got to wait and see. I'm Linnell Willingham.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an odds boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then, place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your bet. Claim your MLB odds boost token today and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck. So step up to the plate and get in on the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. MLB Odds Boost token can be used on any MLB odds of -300 or longer. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Jeep season. Stop in and see Bill Winter and his team at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for amazing deals like a 2025 Jeep Compass limited payment starting at $259 for 27 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Goldberg, Persky & White, pioneers in asbestos litigation. Call 1-800-COMPLEX.
Becoming cloudy overnight, the low 52.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the Parkway West outbound side, you're going to see slowdowns all the way from the top of Green Tree Hill back to the 10th Street Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Spring is here. Let Two Men and a Junk Truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. Two Men and a junktruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
$4.15. Now is the time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. Every Wednesday, we talk at this time to NFL on CBS Insider, our all-access correspondent, Aditi Kinkabwala, brought to you by Bet365. Aditi, what is the latest draft scuttlebutt you've got for us? Give us the juiciest draft rumor you're hearing about, 28 hours from the start of the 2025 NFL Draft.
Well, I'm out here in Green Bay, so this morning I got to talk to Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, and Abdul Carter, and none of the three would say they 100% know where they're going, but all three of them sound pretty confident that they know where they're going, and that would be Tennessee for Cam Ward, Cleveland for Travis Hunter, and New York for Abdul Carter.
So the draft really starts at 4 then, is what it looks like with New England.
Look, I'm being told, obviously the Titans have listened, but no one is offering them anything that is making them willing to trade out of that top spot. And there's a lot to be excited about with Cam Ward. There's certainly a lot of knocks. We've heard people knocks on this quarterback class at large as a whole. We've heard a lot of that, but Brian Callahan is a really, really good quarterbacks coach. Yes, he's a head coach. He's a quarterbacks coach. He's worked with everyone from Peyton Manning to Joe Burrow. And in Cam Ward, you've got a young man that still has a lot of untapped potential. And he and I talked about that today, too. He's got great confidence in himself, great belief. He's very, very smart. So I'm not seeing the Titans move out of that spot. Now, the Browns and the Giants have said they'll listen, but no one's offered them anything that makes them feel good enough about moving away from two guys that they know will help them and that they feel good about. So anything is possible. And someone could blow the Browns away tomorrow or blow the Giants away, for all we know. But the sense that I'm getting here, that's not necessarily likely.
Aditi, scuttlebutt-wise, and from just the people you're talking to, how many quarterbacks are you hearing people think will be taken in the first 21 picks of the draft?
Perhaps 2. And the 2, from what I'm hearing, from what I'm being told, would be Cam Ward and Jackson Dart.
Well, that would be then Jackson Dart to the Saints at 9 because there's no smoke at all to him going to Sanders going to the Saints. It's all Dart.
How about Dart to the Steelers?
I feel like they don't.
How would he fall that far? I mean, there was a time when you could sort of hope that would happen, and Dart certainly is ready to go in there and play. But again, this is the time of year where there is a lot of smoke. There is certainly some misdirection. You have to be pretty savvy in trying to figure out who's telling you what and why.
Well, that's why I wanted to ask you about Tomlin yesterday, because you've been in that room for tons of pre-draft press conferences. And usually it's like the guys read off the same set of notes every year in terms of being very cautious to say anything more than just generally speaking about how they like the draft and what are the deepest positions in the draft. And yesterday, Tomlin got up there and answered like 3 or 4 questions very directly in a detailed way about Shedeur Sanders. And many of the people in that room, and I wasn't there, but I said the same thing, we've never heard Mike talk about a specific draft prospect that way, Aditi. So you said savvy. What does your savviness at covering these things tell you about him being so upfront about one player in particular?
I think that a fair amount of that may just be his own back being up about the way that Sanders has been talked about personality-wise. Now, assessments of who he is on the field, the sacks that he takes, his arm strength, his size, his ability to read a defense, how he goes through his progressions, those are all one thing. But there's been so much talk of him being Deion's son and what that means and what Deion's personality and grip would mean, and is he entitled or is it just a confidence that makes him one of one? Because who else has had a dad with a profile and personality like Deion Sanders, who is then potentially a first-round pick? I mean, Joey Porter Sr. certainly is an interesting character, but he was not the same as Prime. So I think that is more about Mike Tomlin standing up for a young man as he sees it, and his perhaps feeling that some of this is unfair, as opposed to Mike Tomlin necessarily telegraphing, this is the guy that we're going to take. If you let him come to us at 21, or if you want him, come trade and take our pick so you can have him. I don't, the way that I read it, and again, just like you, I wasn't in the room, but for having known Mike Tomlin for all these years, I don't think he's doing some master manipulation where he's trying to get someone to come trade the Steelers pick so that they could take Sanders, or that he is telegraphing that the Steelers are taking Sanders. I read that more as him offering a little bit of a defense without overtly saying this is nonsense that people are ripping his personality because he is the son of a very loud personality.
Aditi, we still know that the Steelers do not have a second-round pick, so let me give you these four options. Do you think when it comes to George Pickens, who has been talked about as a trade candidate, do you think the Steelers are picking up the phone, are not picking up the phone, or, they're not receiving calls, they're not making calls, or do you think they're receiving them only and listening, actively trying to do both, or what here? Like, where do you get the sense they are on George Pickens and their interest in moving on from him and trying to acquire a pick for him?
I think they would love to be made a really good offer for him. But from what I've been told, they are not actively shopping him. And part of that goes back to what I said to you, I don't know, was it 2 months ago? I don't know that there's a huge market for him. I'll quote the same front office executive, the same general manager that I did 2 months ago to you, that teams are starting to realize that if Mike Tomlin, who has more patience than anybody for a player to wait to turn the corner, if Mike Tomlin is ready to move on from a player, then perhaps you don't want that player. And I would say see Chase Claypool. That was a brilliant trade to get a second-round pick for Chase Claypool. He didn't even last the season in Chicago.
There's a report from Fox Sports that they're taking and making calls on Pickens, talking about the Steelers, and an AFC GM told Fox that Green Bay has been serious, and they're not the only ones. Chris made a good point about Green Bay. They have 1 million wide receivers, so why would they want another one?
I can't verify that. He doesn't strike me as a Matt LaFleur type of guy. But it's interesting, right, that it's an AFC executive that knows what an NFC team wants to do?
Yes. We had some theories on that we went through last segment. Let's touch on what Diana Rossini said about the Steelers and Kirk Cousins today, because I said to Chris, if there's any truth to this, then they must have a horrible feeling that Aaron Rodgers is coming here. Because why would you kick tires on Kirk Cousins if you're just waiting on Aaron Rodgers? There's a chance Rodgers' sister tells him, oh, there's a report out there the Steelers might want Kirk Cousins now, and he gets ticked off about it. Like, I would think if there's any
off, or does he get motivated to make a decision? Does he say, "Well, I don't want to lose that spot to Kirk Cousins"?
Well, this isn't like this isn't John Malkovich's Mind Part 2, where we can get in Aaron Rodgers' head. I'm just saying, why even look into Kirk Cousins if you were convinced Aaron Rodgers is coming here?
If it's even true that they are, I'll repeat what I said to you. I'm sorry that I keep repeating myself, but this hasn't changed. One of Mike Tomlin's closest friends in the National Football League is Raheem Morris.
I said that.
Well, I said it to you, too.
Oh,
I know that I said it on your air. Maybe one of his closest friends is Raheem Morris. Why would he want a player that Raheem Morris has moved on from? And would he not? And we understand he's friendly with Sean Payton. He's already done it once, taken a player that a friend or a colleague didn't want, a collegial head coach. I don't know what to call them, but he's already seen how that played out. He didn't call Sean Payton, but let me tell you this. If he doesn't call Raheem Morris, Raheem is going to call him. That's Raheem Morris's personality, and he will definitely make Mike Tomlin listen to why he's moving on from him. And I can tell you this. The Browns already brought in an older quarterback in Joe Flacco, and they already brought in a quarterback that's trying to prove himself in Kenny Pickett. They're not bringing in a third old guy into that locker room.
You've done this before on our show, where you've looked into your crystal ball for the draft and you've correctly.
Oh, man.
I think you got Kenny Pickett right. I think you called that 2 years ago.
I did.
So now it's your turn. Now it's your turn to do it again.
But see, last year I said it would be Christian Gonzalez, and he did indeed go 17th. He just
2 years ago.
Traded the pick.
That was 2 drafts ago.
2 years ago. That was 2 drafts. My gosh, where does the time go? What did I say last year?
You said Troy Fautanu.
Really? I'm on those 3.
No, I don't think a single person we had on actually said
because no one
Fautanu.
thought he was going to be available, so they thought he would all be snapped up by
we didn't
by
expect him to drop. But I had heard before the draft that there were some questions about.
All right, don't try to retroactively give yourself credit for that one.
No, I have no idea. I hate this question because
Because when you get it right, you immediately text us and say, "Look, I got it right again." So you don't hate this question when you're right about it.
No, but here's my son and I were talking about this morning when we were FaceTiming, and he really wanted to know what the chances were that he was like, "Mommy, the Steelers aren't really going to take Shedeur Sanders, are they?"
And what did you say?
And I started I said, it kind of is looking really plausible, and that I've talked to quite a few people around the league who believe that he will indeed be available at 21, and that Mike Tomlin will indeed take him to show that he, not just to show, will indeed take him and will therefore show that he is a strong and confident enough coach that Deion Sanders, the specter of Deion Sanders' personality doesn't bother him in any way, doesn't sway him, that he's someone who can find potential through all the noise. So I'm selling this all to my 9-year-old son, and my husband, the diehard Steelers fan season ticket holder, is screaming in the background and saying, "Stop talking about this." And he said to my son, "The only reason Mommy is saying that the Steelers would take Shedeur Sanders is to make me crazy."
I'm surprised your son wouldn't be asking you what his favorite team's doing. Why isn't he asking if the Bills are going to trade up to get a quarterback?
He might have later on the FaceTime call, but we don't have time to explore.
Yeah, we discussed the Browns first and then the Steelers.
All right,
yeah,
so,
you know what?
So who are you going with, Aditi? Come on. Give it to us.
Oh, God. This is why it's so hard. What should they do versus what do I think
I don't care about what should they do. I care. We all know what they should do. I want to know what you think they will do.
All right. Well, as I sit here at this moment right now, 3:29 p.m. Green Bay time, let's say that they pick Shedeur Sanders.
There you go.
I'm not advocating for it,
and
by
it's
the
been
way.
tweeted out, and the video will be sent out in the next hour. Thank you so much, Aditi. We'll talk again next week. See ya. Enjoy Green Bay. I don't really know what else there is to do there besides actually, maybe it's a town that gets a bad rap. Maybe there's a lot to do in Green Bay, and we just don't know about it. And we shouldn't slander
Didn't we ask Aditi,
Midwestern
though,
towns like
vegan
that.
or vegetarian? Like, does she still eat cheese and stuff?
I think she does.
Well, then, I mean, don't you go looking for the best cheese in Green Bay? I don't know.
Just walk around and say,
hey,
do you know where the best cheese is?
You got good cheese here, man? What's the cheese situation?
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie has his football segment next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
3 games on the NHL playoff slate tonight. Montreal and Washington at 7. Dallas, Colorado at 9:30. Edmonton, L.A. at 10. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. Mitsu by the Mall, the place to go. You want the brand new Mitsu that fits you. Get it at Mitsu by the Mall. My guy Tim Farrar, the general manager, Corey Davison, the general sales manager. A fine team they have there, the best team, as a matter of fact, all about great customer service. And they know that starts for anybody, really, with getting a great deal, knowing you're walking off of the lot or driving off the lot in your new ride, knowing you got the best deal possible. Now, they have an awesome inventory, unbeatable when it comes to Mitsubishi in Southwest Pennsylvania. They still have some 2024 Outlanders remaining. Great deals, price to move. These Outlanders, which come with all-wheel drive and advanced safety features. You can get one with a panoramic sunroof. They've got them with 4.99% financing for 60 months. There are Outlander plug-in hybrids as well. Just $379 down and $379 a month can get you into one of those. I love the Outlander hybrid. I think it's phenomenal. I think you will, too. You get behind the wheel. Eclipse Cross also available with 0.99% financing for 36 months. Mitsubishi also bringing to the table that unbeatable 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, among other things. So what are you waiting for? Your big spring deal? It's right here. Mitsu by the Mall and online. Jim Shorty, North Hills, Mitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Shanapin Country Club, Trotter Ridge Golf Course, True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Join Adam Crowley and True Fan Travel on a once-in-a-lifetime adventure to Ireland. When the Black and Gold play across the pond this fall, 5 nights in Dublin. Includes tours of Guinness and Jameson, pre-game tailgate party, game tickets, and more. Hotel and air or land-only packages are available. For information on how you can take over Ireland with Crowley, go to 937thefan.com today. Time for the Donnie Football Debrief, brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Donnie, there is a debate, again, being waged on social media about whether or not the movie Draft Day is a good sports movie. Where do you come down on that one?
Who did I cannot think of who I was just talking to about it.
Alan Saunders and Derek Bell. Derek Bell, the film guru, of course. He admitted that he's never seen it. I've never seen it.
Somebody described it as like an objectively bad movie, but I just love it around draft season, which I think is a really good description.
Because isn't the most unbelievable thing about it that the guy who is it, Vontae Mack or whatever his name is like an inside linebacker that they want to draft number 1 overall? I mean, that seems like something the Steelers would do.
So then how far-fetched is it really?
Good point.
I think it's just a good movie. Like, yeah, some things like from football-wise don't exactly make the most logical sense, but it's entertaining. I mean, it's
Draft Day or Moneyball?
Oh, that's not even close.
Well,
Moneyball's a classic.
Making sure.
I think it's rewatchable. It's on Netflix right now.
Definitely.
I might go watch it between now and the draft tomorrow
night. When they make a big budget movie, they will get like real experts from the field to like consult. Can you imagine if they had consulted Tomlin? He's like, oh, running backs, inside linebackers near the top of the draft. That's what you want. Safeties, if you can get them. 3rd round graded guys.
It's a Kevin Costner sports movie. They're all good.
Good cast.
They're all varying degrees of good.
Dennis Leary plays a jerk, which he does like in everything.
Jennifer Garner.
Dennis Leary plays a jerk, which he does in everything. That's a pretty good description.
I can't think of a single thing where Dennis Leary is just a good guy.
He's always, even if he's a good guy, he's a guy with like alcohol abuse issues.
Yeah, he plays the same snarky
villain in every movie that he's in. Sam Elliott's in the movie.
Yes, he's the Wisconsin coach.
P. Diddy?
There are jokes that are made now of why teams stayed away from Bo Callahan because his agent is Diddy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Bo Callahan, the guy in the movie, was like 34 years old. Nobody's drafting that guy
Isn't the bit
first.
about Bo Callahan no one came to his birthday party or whatever?
Yeah. Sam Elliott was very upset with Kevin Costner during that scene.
I think they were trying to match. That came after Moneyball, right? Chronologically, they made Draft Day well after Moneyball.
They did.
Yeah,
I think they
Moneyball was like, 2011, and Draft Day was like 2014.
I'll just go on the record and say I think they watched the scout room scene in Moneyball, and they were like trying to recreate that in some way, and they were just never going to get that kind of magic.
Rotten Tomatoes on Draft Day says 60% tomato meter, 65% fan
Audience
meter.
score.
Yeah.
That's not bad. That's your run-of-the-mill.
God, I always like a good check into Rotten Tomatoes. What are they saying about movies we love? I love it when the audience is like 95%. This is always for like an Adam Sandler
critics
movie.
will be like 14.
Critics, 12%.
I think this is a fine write-up. It's perfectly pleasant for sports buffs and Costner fans, but overall, Draft Day lives down to its title by relying too heavily on the sort of by-the-number storytelling that only a statistician could love. I think that's pretty fair.
What were they supposed to do with it, though? Like have a bomb being planted in the Browns' offices, and then Kevin Costner has to both defuse it and make the pick? Like, you can't turn it into an action movie. It kind of is what it is.
What if Ken Carman had a cameo?
Like as a bloviating radio host who's loudly proclaiming that
They do have a few scenes where like they have like talk radio and they're like,
why didn't
Sonny
they use
Weaver
him?
got to nail this pick or he will be gone.
They should have used him. Like, if they made a movie about the Steelers draft now and
Here's what
didn't
would
use
happen.
us,
Pony would say, guys, I think we're all going to be in it. And in the final, not only would we not even make final cut, we wouldn't even get asked. It'd be Pony just doing a solo show with no producer. They just have a close-up on him for 2 minutes.
I know, but I
doing a
feel like
monologue.
if one of us makes it, we all make it.
Oh, give me
You
a
know?
break. Give me a break. That's
just
happened all those
Pony's
times you've been
mantra
at the
with
Super
everything,
Bowl,
yeah.
huh?
Yeah, if one of us gets there, we all got there.
Yeah, Pony's just climbing up the ladder while we hold on.
Yeah, I may try to convince Sarah to watch Draft Day tonight. We'll see.
You think that's a tough sell?
If they were going to make that movie, why didn't they make it about the Raiders, who would have had probably pound for pound the most insane draft room year after year?
Because the Browns are synonymous with just picking near the top of the
So are
draft.
the Raiders.
Yeah, I guess that's
You could have
true.
had. Who could you have had to play Al Davis? Like what's his name?
Yeah, but
Donald
Yeah,
Sutherland.
but Chris, it wasn't like they were trying to get someone to be Phil Savage and someone to be Jimmy Haslam. Like, they didn't want it to be people playing real football figures. Is Goodell in that movie?
Yes.
He is. I thought so.
If they
there's a
did the
couple
Steelers,
cameos. Berman's in there. Rich Eisen's in there.
if they did want to make it accurate to each front office, I mean, we've already got Tomlin lined up. We know who's
Omar
playing
Epps.
him. Omar Epps is there.
Also pretty funny. Do you remember the running back that they draft?
The Browns?
Ray Jennings.
What happened to him?
Do you remember who plays the running back?
I don't know if I... Is it Cedric Boseman?
Is it Michael B.
no,
Jordan?
No, Chadwick Boseman plays Vontae Mack.
Okay.
The running back is just played by Arian Foster.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And his dad is Terry Crews, who is a Browns legend.
Office linebacker Terry Crews.
No, that was Terry Tate.
Terry
I
Tate
thought.
was the
Oh,
office
was it?
linebacker.
Okay. Is he the guy from the Old Spice commercial? Terry Crews?
No, you know Terry Crews. He's been in plenty of things.
He's the guy with, like, the abs and stuff?
Yeah, he's like jacked beyond belief.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, Terry Tate, the office linebacker, is just the dude wearing he was wearing Washington colors, just laying
Yes.
people. They don't make commercials like that anymore. While we're on the subject,
That was a great commercial.
where he's like,
Bring
"I
it
don't
back.
think so, Janice," and then she just gets laid out. Very funny stuff. Him
Donnie-
diving through.
What do you got for the debrief?
Yeah, it's only 9 minutes late, Donnie. So let's get into it.
The debrief, April 23, 2025. I mean, I did love the draft day chatter. I was just going to bring up how early the Hall of Fame game is this year. So it's Lions-Chargers on July 31st. We have football in July. It feels like earlier than ever.
Oh man. Well, that's Alex's birthday.
That's fine.
That's Alex's birthday, so I know not to invite Pony and have a party that day because he'll be like, "Sorry guys, gotta watch the Hall of Fame game. Can't socialize."
What a day Pony's going to have. His Mets at the trade deadline.
I was just going to look up. That is the MLB trade deadline date.
Yeah.
So we'll be
Evgeny Malkin's birthday, too.
We'll be thinking about Lions and Chargers and who's picking up Andrew Heaney.
Who's
all in one
who's
day.
paying a king's ransom for Emmanuel Valdez?
Yeah.
He'll have 80 RBI by that point.
How many does he have now?
He's got
9.
10.
Wait,
he's got
he didn't
9.
do anything last
He's
night.
got 9.
Stay right there, Valdez.
I don't know, man.
Bring Spencer Horwitz up and send him packing.
They have the bats working like they did last night. I like my guys' chances.
All right, coming up next, a guy who works for the Steelers, Steelers.com, does Steelers film breakdowns for them, absolutely eviscerated Shedeur Sanders, whereas the most prominent draft analyst of all time loves Shedeur Sanders, and I want to have some fun with that guy coming up next. Quick timeout. Then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team on the Fan. I'm here to tell you guys about Mike's Beer Bar. Mike's open for business, kicking ass over there. Go watch the draft over at Mike's. They're going to have all kinds of draft festivities, and there's a lot going on draft night. There's a baseball game, a Buccos game. There's hockey playoffs, basketball playoffs going on. They've got enough TVs where you can watch it all in one place at Mike's. 80 rotating taps of great local craft beer. Great food options like steak on a stone. So meet me at Mike's today. Mike's Beer Bar right next to PNC Park. Check it out. Meet me at Mike's.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 60 years. There has never been a better time to let Sullivan Super Service install a new air conditioning system in your home. And for a limited time, get 0% financing for 60 months or up to a $2,000 instant rebate on eligible systems for those who qualify. Let the Sullivan Super Service family keep your family cool this summer. Visit sullivanservice.com.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Tonight in the Pro Hockey Playoffs, Game 3 Western Conference Series between Colorado and Dallas. Series tied at a game apiece. Dallas winning Game 2 in overtime. Colorado a pretty big favorite, minus 190. Dallas plus 160. Total in the game, 6.5. Big story in this one. Colorado's captain will be playing in this game for the first time since Colorado won the championship 3 years ago. Crowd's going to be crazy. I think Colorado wins big. I'll play Colorado minus a goal and a half at plus 135. Colorado to win by 2 or more tonight against Dallas. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. You've heard us say this before. It has a cool ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe it said 300. Wouldn't the 260 be a little bit nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I have dropped over 50 pounds with Awaken 180. There's no reason you can't drop 40 or more pounds by the 4th. Ring in Independence Day, shirt off, confident, most importantly, you're feeling happy. You reached your goal weight with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open that beer, roast up the hot dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life, and they stand by it. I haven't put a pound back on for almost 2 years. In fact, I've lost a couple more pounds. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct Spring Home Improvement Event. It's the perfect time to freshen up the way your home looks to make your home more energy efficient. They've got a great offer right now. In fact, multiple great offers. First, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, they're offering no interest until 2030. And right now, get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. Now is the time to give them a call, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 20th, 2025. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
At Biondi Lincoln, experience luxury the 2025 Lincoln Corsair, where elegance meets innovation and performance. This compact SUV redefines your journey. The 2025 Lincoln Corsair has cutting-edge technology, spacious comfort, and a bold, sleek design. The Corsair is ready to elevate every drive. Biondi Lincoln Monroeville, over 70 2025 Lincoln Corsairs in stock. BiondiLincoln.com.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Pittsburgh. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Prices are going up everywhere. Tariffs may drive up costs across the country, but not at Legacy Box.
Why? Because we're proudly 100% American made. Every tape, film reel, and photo you send stays right here in the USA, digitized by skilled technicians who know your memories are priceless.
Introducing the Legacy Box All-American Sale. Just $9 per tape. Not $15, not $12, just $9.
We're the nation's #1 digitizer, trusted by over 1 million families because we've made it simple. Just fill your Legacy Box with old tapes, film reels, and photos. We'll digitize them by hand and return everything, plus digital copies on the cloud you can relive and share forever.
With Legacy Box, your memories are safe from tariffs and safe from time. Heat, humidity, and age are already destroying your family's history, so take advantage of our limited time $9 tape sale.
Visit legacybox.com/value to lock in savings today. That's legacybox.com/value. Legacy Box, American made, trusted by families.
Spring is here. The sun shining, the flowers blooming, and the backyard officially a margarita oasis. Kick off the warmer weather with tequila from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Stock up for Cinco de Mayo with Lunazul Tequila Blanco 750 milliliter. Grab 1800 Tequila Silver 1.75 liter for your outdoor happy hours. Both are $4 off. Both are perfect for margaritas. Shop more tequilas on sale for spring in-store or online at FWGS.com. Offers end May 4th, 2025. Please enter responsibly.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're masking our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start May 14th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Area Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body?
Huh?
That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Here's a unique opportunity for you. The chance to drop 40 pounds by the 4th with Awaken 180. Fast results, sustainable results, all without medications. 40 by the 4th. Set your goal and reach it at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Hauser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Angels tonight at 9:40. Andrew Heaney takes them out against one of his former teams. Pirates look to make it 2 in a row. For more, go to 937theFan.com. Right now, it's a hump day edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Basically, here's where I think Pittsburgh's at. Pittsburgh, I think, is in a situation where the Steelers actually would like to move back in this draft if that opportunity presented itself. Problem is finding teams that want to move up. But if Pittsburgh's at 21, I would think that if Shedeur Sanders is on the board, Shedeur Sanders is going to come into the conversation. But the Steelers have a lot of other needs that they'd like to address in this draft. They'd like to find a defensive tackle. They'd like to find a running back, maybe another wide receiver. So whether or not they actually go with Shedeur Sanders is the question that hangs over the first round. And if Shedeur doesn't go there, where does he go? I think he'll absolutely be in the conversation with the Steelers. I think that he elevated their feeling about him during those meetings. They left those meetings feeling even better than they did about him. And certainly he could be the pick at 21.